Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. There are those who have, or claim to have, special mental ability that goes beyond mere intelligence. I refer to psychics, those who possess ESP, or extrasensory perception. With a brain power as yet undefined, they bend spoons, move inanimate objects, make defunct watches tick again, read minds, predict futures. Some claim to solve otherwise unsolvable murders, and even find where the most elusive bodies are buried.
Sheriff, do you have something that belonged to one of the murder victims? An article of clothing, perhaps?
Well, how about this, Dr. Galinsky? One of Laura's house slippers.
How splendid. Oh, give it to me, please. Now, I go back to the night of the murders. I see the blood. Now a face. Yes, I see long, curly black hair. A sad, drooping mouth, pale blue eyes, almost light. It is the face of the murderer.
Our mystery drama, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's no question that life would be easier, certainly more hopeful, if all of our public officials were primarily concerned with justice. Unfortunately, too many of us are less concerned with justice than with feathering our own precarious nests. Perhaps this is because nothing is so easy as to deceive ourselves, for we are always ready to believe in what we most desire.
Hey, Sheriff, look what I found. Just off the landing there in 6 feet of water.
A woman's high-heeled shoe. So what?
So I think maybe we got a clue.
Don't think, Benny. Please. Until we finish dragging the lake. We're looking for the bodies of Jack and Laura Henley. Remember? They were murdered 2 weeks ago. Now, how long do you figure this shoe's been rotting away in the lake mud?
Quite a while, I guess.
Yeah, at least a year, right? Well, I don't want to see any more of this junk, okay? Bodies. You understand? Bodies or nothing.
Any bodies, Sheriff?
What?
Well, I mean, we might bring up some other bodies besides the Henleys. There's no telling how many been murdered and dropped into this old lake. It ain't true, you know, that a dead body always comes to the top.
It isn't, huh?
No. Well, some just settle down in there or drift around looking for a place to rest.
Benny, please. Just drift back out there and make with the grappling hooks, okay? And start working your search pattern over toward the west shore.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
Drifting around down there, looking for a place to rest. Oh, boy.
Good morning, Sheriff Vonley.
I've seen better.
Yeah, nothing like a double murder to dampen a nice summer day. Especially when you can't find the killer or the bodies.
I'll find them.
Yes, you will. Yes, indeed. Oh, I'm Alan Decker, County District Attorney.
Yeah. Seen your picture a lot since you decided to run for State Attorney General.
Yeah. It's a future that doesn't look as good as it did before the Henley killings. The road ahead doesn't look too smooth for you either, does it?
What do you know about it?
Well, that Stu Buffy, head of the Lakeville City Council, has handed you a rather grim ultimatum. Get a handle on these murders or you're fired.
You left out the worst part.
What's that?
I've got 1 week. No more. to do it in. I'm only one man. And you need luck, breaks, time. They can't set a limit of 1 week on a baffling murder.
They don't have a choice, Sheriff, and you know it. In 1 week, summer vacation time officially opens. The city folk, the summer people, descend upon us.
I know all that, but...
Only how many summer people are going to show if you've got a psychopathic killer loose and on the prowl?
Okay, none. Visitors will be scarce as hen's teeth.
Without summer visitors to feed on, it'll starve. It won't live through the winter. By next spring, it'll be a corpse, a ghost town.
Well, I can't rustle up a murder on demand.
You have to do it, Sheriff. Or maybe you're not a survivor. Don't care about going down the drain. But I do. And I'm going to find us a murderer.
Maybe you figuring on working a miracle.
You could call it that.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in miracles.
I believe in anything that works. Now, you don't have time to work this case by ordinary means, so we must use extraordinary, outside means.
Okay, Decker. What are you getting to?
Dr. Jason Golinska.
Golinska?
Right. You know, the psychic.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that fraud on television. Looking into the future, reading people's minds, doing his mental card tricks.
You know he's a fraud?
Yeah. Golinska's a con artist, making big bucks off of fools who... Hey, don't tell me you believe in this ESP malarkey.
A lot of people do, Sheriff.
Decker, you're not serious about this character.
His specialty is solving crimes, and he gets results.
Decker, I was close to Jack and Laura Henley. Grew up with them. They're dead, butchered. And I'm here dragging this lake trying to find whatever may be left of them. I don't want to hear now about some science fiction joker coming in and turning this thing into a magician's act. There's some kind of a freak sideshow.
Golinska worked for the Austrian Institute of Criminal Telepathy.
Yeah.
He worked with the Vienna Police Department. He solved 36 criminal cases out of 40.
On the TV, they call him the man with the X-ray eyes. That isn't funny?
Now listen, I've got affidavits here from the Vienna Police.
You bring in a TV magician, poking around. It gets a big play in the media, right? And the clown strikes out, draws a blank. Then we're funny, Decker. We're the laughing stock.
It won't happen.
And while we're being funny, our killer's still running around loose. And he gets restless. He decides to work out again with his butcher knife.
Oh, Golinska's smart. He's too smart to promote himself a shot of bad publicity. He comes in on this, he won't bomb.
Forget it. I won't buy it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll just get back to doing my work by ordinary means.
Well, I've already bought it.
What?
Dr. Golinska's agreed to take the case. He'll be here before noon.
You would do this? Bull in on my case? Take over? Not even give me a call or anything?
No, I'm telling you now.
I don't like it.
You don't have much of a choice. Anyway, what have you got to lose? You've been on this for weeks now. No evidence, no clues, no witnesses, nothing. Not even the bodies. If Golinska digs up something, you're the winner. And if he doesn't, well, you're back to square one, where we're standing right now.
Yeah, except it's a week later, and I'm fired.
Exactly.
So I guess I'll have to go with Golinska.
Or take the week off. But you better cooperate, Sheriff. And I hope you do. We've got to find a murderer.
Yeah.
So, I'll pick up Golinska at the airport, and we'll meet you at your office in an hour.
Please, Sheriff, you will excuse not shaking the hand. Nothing personal.
No, of course not, Dr. Golinska.
A psychic allergy, you might say. Just the bad vibes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no offense. I simply mean that as a psychic, I am very acutely sensitive to the human aura, the electric energy given off by every human body. Direct physical contact can short-circuit my telepathic channels of communication.
Well, whatever we can do to keep the channels clear. Right, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure. Anything, Dr. Galinska. At your service.
First, I would sit down. Yes, flying tires me.
Oh, here, have this chair behind my desk. It's most comfortable.
Thank you, Sheriff. Such a nice little town here. Lovely, gentle, relaxing. So quiet.
Yeah. Well, Doctor, whatever you need to work with, anything you want to know about this case?
Oh, but you have been involved, Sheriff. In contact. You are saturated with the aura, the force field, so to speak, of murder. You can sharpen focus. Why don't you just tell me briefly pertinent facts?
Sure. Well, the Henleys, Jack and Laura, were murdered 3 weeks ago, April 3rd, at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when screams were heard coming from the Henley house. I went there. That's on the lake's north shore. Signs of a struggle in the kitchen and the bedroom. Jack had a bad flare-up of arthritis and had been unable to get out of bed for weeks. He was murdered there. His wife in the kitchen. No bodies, though. No trace of them.
But he's positive it was murder because of the blood, right, Sheriff?
That's right. And the wrecked furniture. But there was so much blood. I mean, no two people could lose that much blood and still be alive.
Yes, the blood. I am getting a mind flash of red, a red mist.
I found the murder weapons. 2 blood-stained butcher knives. Blade of one was broken square off. But the fingerprints were all smeared out. No good. And that's it. No clues, no bodies, no witnesses. One of Pat Shriver's bloodhounds sniffed a trail down the lake. That's why I've been dragging it, but I haven't found anything.
Do you have something that belonged to one of the Henleys? Perhaps an article of clothing?
Yeah, I got a few items here. Here's one of Laura's house slippers. I used it for comparison with plaster casts of footprints from the murder scene.
Splendid. Give it to me, please.
It's all bloodstained.
Much the better. Now, I go back to that night of April 3rd. Yes, I see it.
What?
I see the blood. Now, a face. Yes, I see. Long, black, curly hair, a very pale face, a sad, droopy mouth, pale blue eyes, almost white. It is the face of the murderer.
Wait a minute. That sounds like Stevie Harrison.
He is your murderer.
No way. Not Stevie. He couldn't kill anyone. What? Well, I've known Stevie since the day he was born.
Yes, my dear Sheriff. But have you read the fellow's mind?
A man with telepathic talents might easily determine your or my guilt by simply probing our mind, or by probing the past, actually seeing a murder done. Seems so simple, so convenient, yes? But testimony from a psychic is not acceptable evidence in our courts of law. Justice demands the same old tried and true facts and proofs of guilt. Perhaps in Act 2 we'll learn if Sheriff Bromley can, or will, find normal, down-to-earth proof to support the good doctor's paranormal vision. I have, and I'm sure Sheriff Bromley has, been given very serious thought to this matter of solving crimes by extrasensory means. What a wondrous power Dr. Galinska seems to possess. To simply close one's eyes, go into a trance, flash back into time to the night of a murder, see the murderer's face, describe him. However, as with so many other new discoveries, telepathy might create more problems than it solved. It might even create more criminals. and of a far more formidable and extraordinary kind.
I am tired, so very tired.
Doctor, you actually saw Steve Harrison there, his face?
I saw a face. I see the murderer and I describe him. I do not name him. The sheriff names him.
Right, Sheriff. You recognize him right off from the doctor's description. It adds up, doesn't it now? Harrison was...
I didn't say it was Stevie Harrison.
Well, you said...
I said his description sounded like Stevie.
Oh, come on, Sheriff.
I said it wasn't Stevie. That it couldn't be Stevie. That's what I said, Decker.
But it was an exact description. Who else do you figure it is if it isn't Steve Harrison?
Could be a lot of faces. Or, nobodies.
Hey, Harrison lives next door to the Henley place. He called in, reported the scream.
That's right. And I checked him out. There's no evidence tying him in. No motive. No reason to suspect.
No reason? Out of the Korean War on a psycho survey? In the slammer for drunken assault? 6 months in the Mortonville Asylum? One of the town's weirdos. Now Dr. Golinska sees his face looking out of the murder scene. That's all coincidence? If there ever was a prime suspect...
I am very tired, my friends. I need so much to go to my motel room and sleep. A long sleep.
But Steve Harrison, if you saw...
If the face I flashed is Steve Harrison's, then he is your murderer. Now, Mr. Decker, would you take me to my motel?
Yeah, I think you should pick up Harrison.
On what charge? On suspicion I can't back up? Because Dr. Golinski here traveled back through time and saw his face in a red mist?
Please. I am more exhausted than I should be. Why? Because of bad vibes, negative feedback from the sheriff.
Yeah, all right, Doctor. Let's go. If Harrison is our man, he may be out there killing someone else, or planning to. Are you ready for that?
Stevie isn't a killer.
Well, anybody can be a killer.
There are exceptions. And Stevie's one of them.
No exceptions. Everyone is capable of murder.
What makes you so sure Harrison's an exception, Sheriff?
That's why he cracked up in Korea. He couldn't kill Chinese soldiers. Even when he could have saved a buddy's life, he couldn't shoot at the enemy. Even when he could have been a hero, got a medal for killing, he couldn't perform.
So? He was a coward under fire. Does it take any guts to kill a woman and a man laid up with arthritis?
I don't know what it takes to kill. But whatever it is, Stevie Harrison doesn't have it.
No, his negative feedback, it gives me so much pain.
Yeah, we're leaving, Doctor. I'm sorry about the bad vibes.
Yes, well, I must tell you that I must have complete cooperation. The sheriff must stop his cynical, disbelieving resistance, or I go back to New York.
Oh, it'll work out fine, Doctor. Now, don't worry.
I don't worry. You worry.
Sheriff Bonley speaking.
Decker.
Oh, hi, prosecutor.
Now, let's cool it, Sheriff. You said you'd go along. You've got to give Golinska a chance.
If you give Steve Harrison a chance.
I still don't see why you can't just pick him up. Hold him a while on some charge or other, until we can maybe uncover more evidence.
Or until Dr. Golinska dreams up something, huh? Hey, say, listen, Decker. That guy's brainstorms aren't evidence of anything. Oh, and incidentally, he ran off with Laura's house slipper.
He just borrowed it. Says he wants to sleep on it.
He, what?
Well, he's taking a 3-hour nap this afternoon, with the house slipper under his pillow. He says the Henleys may reveal their hiding place in a dream.
Oh, boy. Well, if he uncovers those bodies, I'll eat crow, Decker. Hey, Stevie.
Huh?
Sit tight now. We have to do some talking.
Oh, you want to talk? Is Bill Bonley my old friend, or Sheriff Bonley?
Both, Stevie. Bill Bonley first.
Well, then sit a while, Bill, and share a brew.
Yeah. Haven't been down here on the old pier since we played hooky. Spent a free day fishing for mudcats.
You caught a string of fish.
Yeah.
I caught poison ivy, remember?
Yeah. I'm glad I remembered you saying this would be a good hiding place if we were ever in trouble. Boy, it'd take anybody who didn't know a month of Sundays to find you.
Well, who else is looking?
Nobody. Yet.
What's that mean?
It means first, you gotta get back home, Stevie. Anna's worried sick. Come on, we'll talk on the way.
Anna's not worried. She gave up worrying about me. Gave me up. I don't blame her a little bit.
Anna called my office. She seems real worried to me, Stevie.
Pride. Yeah, pride. Anna puts up a front, but she doesn't care anymore. And I'm getting out. I'm going to California someplace. I'm running out. Running's my style. I found that out in the mud of Yalu. I told you what happened at Yalu, didn't I, Bill?
Yeah, Stevie, yeah, you did. And you shouldn't have run away from Korea a long time ago, but you're not running away now. Not until the Henley murders are cleaned up.
Why not?
Because you're under suspicion, Stevie. Running, would look like an admission of guilt.
I see. You're the sheriff again now, huh?
No, Stevie. It's Al Decker, the county DA. He's in here bird-dogging this case. Got a psychic investigator with him, name of Dr. Galinska. See, Al Decker's here to nail down a killer. He's already looking hard at you.
Galinska? A telepath? Lord, Anna's into that. Goes to seances every week, says she talks to her dead brother.
You believe in that stuff, Stevie?
I don't know what to believe in anymore, about anything. Especially me and the murders.
What about you and the murders? Something you haven't told me?
Just that ever since that night, I've had these awful dreams.
About what?
About blood. Dead people, and I'm running away from it. Cops in black cars are chasing me, gonna kill me for doing something bad. Something real bad. They're gaining, and I run hard. But I keep going slower. Finally, they're all around me. Gonna execute me,
And what then?
Well, the thing is, I'm not afraid anymore. I mean, I feel good. Relieved. Yeah, what a relief. I don't have to run anymore. Don't have to feel afraid and guilty. I just feel good, and I lie down and go to sleep and wait for the executioners to do their work. Oh, putting me out of my misery.
And you tie that dream in with the Henleys? Why? You told me you heard screams that night. You looked in, saw the blood, and called me. Now, is there something else?
Well, that's just it. I don't remember. You know, I get these blackouts, hours, whole evenings. I don't remember. Now it's getting mixed up. Just when I heard the screams, I've been walking, but I don't remember where or for how long and what I was doing when I heard the screams. I think, but I'm not sure. I was around the Henley house before that. Oh, maybe looking in the window, and then these dreams.
Come on, Stevie, on your feet, huh? Let's go.
Okay, but I don't remember.
Listen, Stevie. Listen real good. Decker and this television magician will have to come down here to look around. They're going to ask you and Anna a lot of questions.
I don't care, Bill. I'm tired of running.
Listen to me. You don't have to answer any of their questions. And I don't want you to. I don't want you to say anything.
Well, I'm tired out, Bill. Those dreams,
Yeah, your dreams are bad. The killing in Korea was bad. But right now, we've got Decker and a man with X-ray eyes to deal with. And they're going to pound you with questions. And it's your constitutional right to remain silent. And you're going to remain silent. Now, Is that clear?
Okay, sure, but how am I gonna...
Tell him you blacked out. You can't remember anything. Now stick to that, no matter what.
Okay, Bill, I'll try.
No. Don't try. Do it. Or, I'm telling you, Decker's gonna nail you to the front wall.
Hey, Sheriff. Just in time.
Yeah? For what, Decker?
The great unveiling. Come on over here. Dr. Galinska's wrapping up your murder case, Sheriff.
Is that right?
Right as rain. He's found the bodies.
The Henleys?
Murder Exhibit A, Sheriff. The corpus delicti. Right here under your nose all the time, Sheriff. Buried near the Henleys' backyard.
Remarkable, yes? But frankly, if I possessed supranormal power, I prefer to uncover buried treasure than bodies. And I must confess that even if a telepath could catch a murderer and find bodies by extraordinary means, I would not consider it at all the sporting way. It's really a matter of personal taste. Such tactics would put an end to all the crime stories we have come to know and enjoy, including this one. I'll return shortly with Act 3. An actor in films, on the television or on the stage, in opera and ballet, and even in home movies, is, we hope, entertaining. Interpreting Shakespeare and Greek tragedy, he may even enlighten and inspire us. Masking and role-playing on Halloween and at Mardi Gras and at costume parties is an innocent and often romantic diversion. But when practiced in the real world for sinister purposes, it loses its innocence.
Decided to keep an eye on Stevie Harrison, huh, Sheriff?
Yeah. Anna was worried, Decker. I brought Stevie home.
Well, we'll soon have something for him to look at.
Just where does Dr. Phoney say the bodies are buried?
Well, he hasn't said exactly, not yet. That's why he's walking back and forth across the old garden patch.
Hey, why are his arms stretched out of the way like a sleepwalker?
He put himself in a trance and walking that crisscross pattern all over the place. Went clear down to the lake and back. Says he's getting close now.
How did he figure it?
Who knows? But he got plenty of positive vibes from Mrs. Harrison.
Yeah? What'd he get out of Anna?
I don't know. She turned out to be a psychic, too. Galinska insisted on having a private seance with her in her house. Quite a session.
Yeah, I'll bet.
In psychic communion or whatever. For half an hour. Galinska comes out of the house and runs over here all hyped up and sniffing like a bloodhound.
Yeah. He's still sniffing.
He's narrowing the focus. Says he's honing in.
Well, he's flushed up another rabbit. That's par for a magic act.
He keeps going back there along that old wooden fence and... Look, he's onto something.
Huh?
Come on.
Here! They are here!
Hey, Sheriff, you ready to eat that crow?
I am back here on the night of April the 3rd. Ah, I see a man. The murderer. He comes out from the back of the Henley house into the moonlight. Over his left shoulder, he carries the body of a woman. He drops the body on the ground. Here, he pulls up weeds, throws rocks aside. He uncovers rotting boards. He rips the boards away, revealing an opening. Yes, he has uncovered a very old, abandoned dry well. He drops the body into the well. Oh, he goes back back to the house, returns carrying a man's body, and drops that into the well. Now he replaces boards, rocks, earth, weeds over the opening. Here, right here is the old well. Dig here.
He's right. Look, here's a layer of rotten boards. See this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I guess I do.
And how about this, Sheriff? Doesn't this look like an opening, an old well?
Yeah, it sure does.
Wouldn't be any mistake about what's piled up down at the bottom of the well either, would there, Sheriff?
There wouldn't be, no.
And what do we find here, under these boards, gentlemen?
Let me see that. Pendant. On a broken chain. It looks like an old coin of some kind.
It is an old coin.
Chinese. Looks like Chinese writing on it.
It is Chinese writing.
Oh, wait a minute. Except on the back here, his initials. An S and a H. Sheriff, you think maybe the initials S and H might stand for Steve Harrison?
More than likely.
Harrison wore this pendant?
Yeah. It was given to him by a buddy of his who got shot in Korea, in Yalu.
Maybe you noticed he wasn't wearing it these past 3 weeks, eh?
I didn't notice that he was or wasn't.
Carrying the bodies out, their weight broke the chain.
That's an explanation.
I suggest that Mr. Harrison be brought out here. We need to confront this evidence. Such a shock. Reacting with guilt often inspires full and prompt confessions.
Listen. Tend your own yard, Doctor. Harrison's treatment is my business.
And mine, Sheriff. I think Dr. Galinska's idea might work. Now we've got the bodies and some clinching evidence. A confession will really wrap it up. It's okay, Steve. You can look. We want you to look. Go ahead, Steve. Your observation may be very helpful to all of us.
Why, that looks like Laura's face down there.
And there's another face. You recognize that one, Steve?
I think that's Jack. Yeah, Jack. What are they doing down there?
Don't you remember how they got there, Steve?
Why, no, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Remember this, Steve?
Sure I do. My old buddy Ollie used to wear that.
We found it right here under these boards, Steve. Remember losing it here, Steve?
I don't think so. I remember the chain breaking. Couldn't wear it anymore till I got it fixed, but
You lost it here, Steve. You lost it that night when you brought Jack and Laura out here and dropped them down there.
You say you found it here under the boards?
That's right, Steve.
Stevie, you don't have to answer him. You don't have to say anything.
Well, why not? They found Ollie's present here. I'd like to remember.
Did you have a blackout that night when Jack and Laura were murdered and brought out here and hidden down there in the well?
Part of the time, yeah. It was foggy in my head.
You remember walking around that night, walking in the dark, around the Henley house, eh? You said something about looking in the window, seeing Laura?
Yes, looking for Mrs. Henley. Laura?
I think so.
Why were you looking for Laura Henley?
Gosh, I was lonely. She was good to talk to.
Here, Steve, look. Look at this coin. Keep looking at it and you will remember. Watch it spin and spin in the light. Watch it and relax and think of that night. Carrying a heavy burden in the night. You want to get rid of it and rest and be able to sleep. Is that not so?
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired, all right.
Now you're looking in the window, Steve. You see Laura in there, in the kitchen. You're excited seeing her. You want her, don't you? You wanted Laura for a long time, haven't you?
Sometimes. Yeah, I guess so. Mostly I wanted her to be my friend.
She was pretty, wasn't she? She excited you and you wanted more than friendship, didn't you, Steve? You went in, but something went wrong and Laura began to scream. You tried to shut her up, but she kept screaming, and she fought back at you. You had to do something to stop her screaming. You were afraid, and you saw the butcher knife.
Yeah, I remember a knife.
You will feel so good, so relieved when you tell us the truth. How you killed him. Tell us, then you can rest, sleep in peace. No more nightmares, no more fear and loneliness. You will be free.
Steve Harrison, I send you to life imprisonment in the Canesville State Penitentiary.
Well, good to see you again, Sheriff. What brings you to the city?
Steve Harrison.
You still carrying him around your neck?
And in my conscience. You know what conscience is, Mr. State Prosecutor.
You saw the evidence, Sheriff. You heard him confess.
I said Stevie wasn't guilty. He wasn't. And he isn't.
He had a fair trial. He was sentenced by an honorable judge.
Sentenced by a psychic quack, a greedy DA, a greedy wife, and a sheriff with wet spaghetti for a spine.
Whatever else you've got on your mind, please be brief. I'm already late for an appointment.
All right. Here's what really happened that day when you and the great Galinska paid Lakeville a visit.
Really happened?
Yeah. First off, after Galinska took our case, he boned up on it before coming to Lakeville. He checked newspapers. My quotes. He read about Stevie living next door and his reporting the murders and Stevie's history of mental illness. And he'd already decided to work Stevie as the most likely suspect. When he flashed a mental picture of the killer's face, he was only describing a picture he'd seen in the local papers.
But he didn't know Stevie was the killer. Why would he commit himself that way?
He didn't. Remember, he described the face. You began pumping Stevie up as the killer.
But he found the bodies. You can't...
Yeah, well, Galinska spent half an hour with Anna Harrison in her house. He left knowing where the bodies were buried. How did he find out?
Well, don't ask me. I'm no psychic.
Neither am I. Neither is Galinska. The way he knew about the bodies, Decker, Anna told him.
Anna told him?
Anna told him.
Well, she was psychic, too, when she and Galinska...
Anna isn't psychic either. She knew where the bodies were because she put them there.
Oh, come on. Are you trying to tell me...
How it really was, Decker.
How do you know?
Anna told me. Dropped by my house the other night. Drunk and in tears. Said she had a confession to make. Well, turns out she has one of those things called a conscience, Decker. She couldn't live with herself.
What are you talking about?
Murder. The real murder. Anna hated Stevie. He had ruined her, wasted her life away. And she'd always been in love with Jack Henley. She hated Laura Henley, too, for taking Jack away from her. Well, on the killing night, Laura was away at a bridge party. But she came home early. She caught her husband with Anna. They had a fight. Years of frustration and hate went off in Anna like a time bomb. The next thing she knew, Laura was dead. And she had to kill Jack, too, as a witness. And then she put the bodies in the old well and decided to kill 3 birds with 1 throw. Blame the killings on Stevie, and she'd be rid of him, too.
But if she told Golinska where the bodies were, he knew she must have done the killing.
She was a self-styled psychic, too, remember? She told Golinska she'd had a dream. Saw the bodies in her dream. Well, whether Golinska believed that or not, he knew Stevie was still a better mark than Anna.
So what about Stevie's pendant?
Chain broke a week before. Stevie left the pendant in the house. Golinska saw it when he was in there having his talk with Anna. Palming off that pendant was no problem for a magician. Here's Anna's confession, Decker. All typed up neat. There, on the bottom, her signature. Now, you're going to phone the governor and tell him to send Stevie Harrison home. Or what's left of home.
Yes. Looks as if that would be in order.
Decker. Something else. See there? Paragraph 3. Anna said she'd called you a month ago, told you the whole story, and you told her to forget it, not to mention it again. Do you recall that conversation, Decker?
Well, it's coming back to me, yes.
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Decker. Say, listen, come on up to Lakeville sometime.
Why?
The town needs a dog catcher. And we aren't too finicky about who does that kind of work.
So all of our characters needed a murderer, and any means seemed to justify the end. Decker's career needed a fast conviction, so it was easy for him to accept Golinska's power as fact. Anna Harrison had a personal vindictive motive. Dr. Golinska was eager for extended notoriety and prestige. Sheriff Bonley didn't want to lose his job. Even Steve had the need to be purged of guilt. I shall return shortly. We are flawed creations. We love, but we hate. We build, but we destroy. We want truth, but often prefer to live by lies and illusions. We cherish freedom, but barter it for a handful of security. In short, we are ambivalent, even tragic, creatures, lonely, frightened, guilty. Yet despite all this, we can hear the call of conscience. We can still be heroes. Is not this eternal conflict the core of being human? And isn't it the stuff of high drama? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Court Benson, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many of you within the sound of my voice will be present at the birth of the 21st century. Some among us were born a little too early for that. We'll just have to sit around and guess what life in the 2000s may be like. And one person's guess is as good as another's, except for the scientists who claim to have sort of an inside track on the future. They think, some of them, that they know where we're headed.
Mike! The instruments here are going crazy.
I think what we've been suspecting all along may already be happening, Doctor.
I'm almost sure of it. Get into your choppers and head north immediately. Don't stop for a thing. It may be the end of the world.
Our mystery drama, Bottom of the World, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Tony Roberts and Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's a peaceful spring morning. The year is sometime in some century of the future. 3 men are seated in a glass fishing boat. The high-powered motor is speeding them to the middle of a huge freshwater lake. At this moment, they are some 3 miles from the nearest shoreline. The oldest of the 3 men smiles at his 2 younger passengers, nods, and gears the motor down to a slow idle.
Bob, J.J., I think this is it.
How can you tell, Dr. Burns?
I've been here before. Yes, this should be an ideal spot.
So this is where the fish are, Doctor.
Fish? Of course. They've never failed me. Not once, J.J. And I'm sure they'll cooperate today.
Shall I cut the motor, Doctor?
No, Bob. Keep it at idle. It's safer.
Dr. Burns.
Yes, Bob?
I speak for J.J. as well as for myself. You mustn't think we don't appreciate a man on a schedule as murderous as yours, head of one of the most sensitive agencies in the whole government, closing up shop for a whole morning just to take 2 of his younger protégés off on a fishing trip.
So we've been wondering, well, how shall I say it?
What you've done to deserve such special treatment.
Something like that.
Yeah, why us?
Well, first get your lines over the side, Bob. Let's see. You've been with the command how long? 3.5 years?
Nearly 4.
And you, J.J.?
Nearly 15 months now.
The Strategic Sea Command, the SSC, thinks you're both just about tops.
Oh, thank you.
And that's why I brought you out here today to the middle of this lake. To talk. Only incidentally to fish.
Is it safe?
Well, the boat's been gone over from stem to stern. Clean, no listening devices. We'll keep the motor idling. So what we say will be for our ears only. Now listen, both of you. To begin, you both know what our energy situation is.
Of course.
Yeah, the last drop of oil was drained out of the entire planet way back in the year 1998, wasn't it?
Fissionable material for any nuclear energy is almost gone.
Fossil fuels exhausted. Wind and tidal energy is neither dependable nor sufficient.
And our last hope, energy from the sun, hasn't worked out the way we'd hoped.
Not quite. You know that back in the 1970s, we started to investigate the possibilities of oil in the south polar area of the sub-frigid zone.
Yeah, but we failed. It was impossible to reach whatever may have been there, if there was anything to begin with.
That's true. After all these years, we're trying again.
We are?
2 weeks ago, we started drilling. We're drilling at this very moment for what could be billions of barrels of oil. Our Our technology has improved to where we think we may have an even chance of success.
In the South Polar area?
Why are you telling this to us?
What's that noise?
Where do you come in? By the front door, like everyone else. After all, it is a private restaurant.
I'm told they have a new chef.
Yes, who specializes in preparing seafood.
Yes, exactly. A little expensive, but it's worth every cent. I eat every chance I think whoever was in that plane has gone, so we can continue. Now, to answer your question, where do you come in? The SSC is sending you both down there to report on whatever progress we may be making.
Yes, but surely your technical crew keeps you informed.
We're in constant radio contact with them. Mike Gonzalez is one of the best in the whole command. Not only an engineer, but a bit of a poet, too.
Then, excuse me for asking, Doctor, but
They are very much aware of what we're up to. Their noses are out of joint because of it. And they will stop at nothing, absolutely nothing, to prevent us. That and something much more serious.
Which is?
The subfrigid ice sheet, as you well know, covers over 5 million square miles. How thick it is, how deep down it goes, is anybody's guess. Anything that would cause that huge continent, that solid block of blue ice, to slip, to break up, to disintegrate, would mean
the end of all of us, wouldn't it?
But all. The way it probably happened 20,000 years ago.
The last ice age.
Any slippage of the ice sheet, any breaking of this tremendous mass of miles thick ice, would result in gigantic tidal waves all over the globe.
Which would cause sea levels to be raised to what? 40, 50 feet?
We estimate hundreds of feet, maybe even thousands.
What would happen to our cities? I suppose most of them would wind up at the bottom of the sea.
And it's only the beginning. As these gigantic blocks of ice keep rushing to the north, melting almost not at all, their white, snowy surface would reflect solar energy back into space.
And the entire atmosphere around us would be chilled way down below the freezing point.
Way, way down below.
Yes, but Dr. Burns, why would they consider doing anything like that? I mean, even if they could make it happen, they'd be out of their minds.
They would consider it, Bob. And they could make it happen. There's not enough space on this globe for both them and us.
Yes, but wouldn't that be the end of the world for them, too?
No, not by a long shot, Bob. Unfortunately for us. Your job, my friends, is to prevent this, if you can.
When do we leave, Dr. Burns?
Tomorrow morning. Meantime, J.J., you have a nibble at the end of your line. Pull it in. Slowly. Slowly.
Oh, it's a big one.
Hold on to it, J.J. Careful.
Here it comes. Ow. Look at the size of it. Oh, what a beauty.
Wait a minute. Don't touch it.
All right, what is it?
Fastened onto its side. Look, a tiny microphone.
See anything like this air down here, J.J.?
Never, Bob. First time in my life I'm able to see the air I'm breathing. It actually glitters.
It's the ice crystals falling through the air. I remember reading about it. Clear air precipitation, it's called.
Oh, look. There's Mike Gonzalez waving to us from outside his work shack. Be with you in a minute, Mike.
Take it easy, fellows, and to get used to the altitude.
He's right. Wow, will you take a look at those huge boulders? What crazy formations. It's as if some oversized monster had twisted them into those shapes.
60 feet high. But they don't look real.
Morning, Bob. J.J., you sleep well?
Like a top.
Yeah, same.
The noise of the engines didn't bother you too much, I hope?
Well, after the flight over the mainland, which I thought would never end, nothing could have stopped us from sleeping like a couple of kids.
Well, let's go into the work shack. Quieter and a little warmer.
Some hot coffee? Oh, no, thanks. No, we just finished breakfast. Little trouble with your breathing, J.J.?
A little.
Yeah, the altitude. 10,000 feet above sea level. Just take things easy till your bodies get used to it. Now, let's talk about ice sheet. It's been thickening into a solid mass at the rate of over 5 feet a year. For how many years? No one knows for sure. We've already taken ice out of the drill hole that's 27,000 years old.
27,000 years old?
And we've only drilled down into a little over a mile of ice. What makes everything so much more difficult is that the whole sheet floats in constant motion.
What was that?
That, my friend, may be our biggest worry. Maybe our only real worry.
The ice cracking up?
It might be just that.
But how? Why? What would cause that?
What was that noise, Mike? That sound you just heard could well be the result of a nuclear explosion somewhere down here at the bottom of the world. Maybe 1,000 miles away. Our instruments will indicate if I'm right. The second one in 10 days. They are very methodical.
Then if Dr. Burns was right...
A few more blasts like that last one, and we may have to close the book. Final chapter. We drove ourselves from the garden, but it was always possible to return. Up until now. Now it looks as though we may have planted seeds in the dead soil of a lost world. A world that may have to go on, if it goes on, without us. Well, we don't just sit here with our heads in our hands, do we? I mean, can't they be stopped some way? Any suggestions, Bob? The time may have come for all of us to fold our tents. We, as opposed to they, may have to give up this little piece of real estate we call the world. It may only be a matter of days.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, we prepare to get out just as fast as we can. Not only from this place here, but from the entire planet, while we still have the chance.
It's been said that a man begins to live only when he treats each new day as if it were his last. Our three friends in the South Polar area of some time in the future have the feeling that every tick of the clock is bringing them closer and closer to their inevitable end. That each of the next few days may indeed be not only their last, but the last for most of the world they know. I'll return shortly with Act 2. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made. Genesis chapters 1 and 2. But turn a couple of pages and we read, And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created, from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them. Might this be the thought going on in the minds of the three men in the South Polar area of the sub-frigid zone at some time in the future as they listen to...
It may be only a matter of days.
And meanwhile?
Meanwhile, we prepare to get out just as fast as we can. Not only from this place here, but from the entire planet while we still have the chance. And the first thing we do is to make contact with headquarters at SSC, Dr. Burns. And then I'm almost certain that all hell will break loose up there. Here goes.
We've got over 1,000 rocket ships on the alert, ready to take off on an hour's notice, just for the eastern seaboard alone. Did you know that, Mike?
Each one capable of taking on 1,000 passengers.
Total 1 million.
That's quite a few people.
1 million? Pretty small number for this particular job. Remember, there are over 10 billion of us all over the globe.
Calling ODF. SSC calling ODF.
Yes, I've got him. If I can just clear this channel.
Burns of the Strategic Sea Command.
Operation Deep Freeze. Are you there, ODF?
Dr. Burns?
That you, Mike?
Yes, Dr. Burns. I was just trying to get through to you. I thought for a minute they might have jammed our wavelength. Am I coming in clear?
Very clear. What the devil's going on down there, Mike?
Why do you ask, Doctor?
We've got some of those strange readings we got last week. The instruments are going crazy. In fact, there have been 2 sets of readings this morning, only minutes apart. What's up, Mike?
I think that what we've been suspecting all along may already be happening.
Yes, I'm almost sure of it, Mike. And they're putting just about everything they've got into those explosions.
What are your orders?
Mike, how long would it take to dismantle every bit of vital equipment?
3 days, maybe 4, depends.
4? Mike, I want you and your crew to destroy every piece of usable equipment you've got. Everything. Right away. Every motor, every machine, every instrument, except the radio. Leave that for the last.
When do we start?
Right now. Mike, we're at the point where every hour, every minute may count.
You mean that we...
The sub-frigid ice sheet has already begun to slip, broken up in over a dozen places.
We'll follow your orders to the letter, sir.
Then head back up here as quickly as you can. Load your men into the choppers. Head north for the mother ship, which is waiting for you. Now, Mike, we'll radio your assignment to a specific spacecraft on your way up here. Mike, this is it. So shake the ice out of your tails real fast. Every one of you. Mike, I heard that. And the instruments have gone absolutely berserk. What's happened? Mike, what's happened? Answer me. Are you all right? All of you? Answer me. Answer!
Come on, JJ. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. JJ, you all right?
Oh, sorry. I must have passed out.
That last blast was a real big one. A lot nearer than any of the previous ones. I think I must have passed out myself for a couple of seconds. Well, let's see now.
Mike!
What?
Look out the window.
Where?
Where our crew was drilling.
I don't believe it. It's not possible.
Every single one of the drill towers has collapsed.
Yeah, and everything with them.
The shock of that last explosion just toppled them over. Drill towers, drills, drill pipes. The entire works.
Like so many children's toys.
Oh, I've got to get out of here and see that the crew is safe and no one was hurt.
Yeah, we'll go with you. Meantime,
we get everybody into those choppers just as fast as we can and head north for the mothership.
And then?
And then, JJ, we pray. Blessings. So far, thank heavens this mothership was waiting for us.
yeah, and here we are in it. Headed for where?
Any idea, Mike?
Specifically? No. All I know is that we're safe, that we get on one of the 1,000 rocket ships that are waiting for all of us. We head out into space in the direction of...
In the direction of where?
Your guess is as good as mine, JJ. There are a million stars twinkling out there in space. Other planets, other universes, even other galaxies. They go on forever, just swishing their way around infinity.
And we'll be speeding towards some tiny star out there that we know in advance can sustain our kind of life.
Well, that's the whole idea. Start our civilization all over again.
How did they ever get to the point where they could make all this happen?
Oh, who knows? Some accidental freak of nature, then developed by a kind of planned breeding
into a completely new race.
A race that can withstand every extreme of temperature, from 200 below zero to 200 above.
And their ability to survive either in the air or underwater. How do we explain that?
Who knows?
By some weird process of selective evolution, they managed to breed themselves into cold-blooded vertebrates who look just like us, but act biologically like amphibians.
Like frogs and salamanders.
Exactly. With both gills and lungs at the same time, breathing partly through those thick skins of theirs.
Yeah, but nothing can penetrate. Well, almost nothing.
I suppose their ability to change their voices at will to sound exactly like us, or as if they were speaking from underwater, has to do with the fact that they are amphibians.
Maybe.
I wish we knew where we were, how close we are to our destination, wherever it is. If they hadn't blacked out every porthole, every window...
That's a security measure, J.J.
Yes, I know that.
Gentlemen, will you please fasten your safety belts?
Well, we're about to get some of our questions answered, I think.
The captain has asked me to tell you that we are within a few minutes of landing at our predetermined base. After we land, you are asked to remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop.
Yes, but stop where?
You're about to find out.
All occupants will then proceed across the east runway to one of the rocket ships which is awaiting you.
He hasn't said which one.
Patience, J.J.
And when he tells us which one, how do we find it? Proceed across the east runway?
We have just received from SSC headquarters the designation of your particular rocket craft.
Here he goes.
The rocket craft reserved for passengers aboard this ship is Beta Epsilon number 203. I repeat, Beta Epsilon 203. It can be reached by boarding ramp C on your right across the east runway as you exit. Thank you.
Now, did you get all of that, J.J.?
Boarding ramp C on our right across the east runway to rocket craft Beta Epsilon 203. Couldn't be clearer.
Right, now fasten your safety belt.
Sorry.
Brace yourselves for landing. Here it comes.
I wonder if Dr. Burns is here to meet us.
To get a one-to-one report from us on what happened? I certainly hope so.
You got all your things, J.J.?
Uh-huh. And we're about to come to a stop. I must confess, I'm a little concerned about the next leg of this trip.
Well, we're all concerned, J.J. Very much concerned. I can tell you, I'm a little terrified.
It's taking them an awfully long time to open those doors.
Well, what's holding them up?
Oh, patience, J.J., patience.
Are they going to keep us standing here all day? Why don't they open the doors?
Gentlemen, may I ask all of you to please take your seats once again? The captain informs us that there is some slight difficulty in opening the doors from the outside. Meanwhile, please relax in your seats until the doors are cleared. The delay will be slight.
Slight? What could be wrong?
Any number of things, Bob.
The captain has also asked me to make the following announcement. Please listen carefully. Once the doors are opened from the inside of the craft, please make your way to boarding ramp C in the reception hall, which is heated as quickly as you can. Wear the warmest clothes you have with you.
What's he talking about? Heated, warmest clothes. It's summer up here.
Place mufflers or scarves, whatever you may have available, over your mouths and noses. Breathe as little of the air as possible.
What's wrong with the air? Both of you, listen.
That will be all for the moment.
I think I know what's happened. I'm sure the outside temperature has already dropped so low that just breathing the air for more than a minute or two will freeze the tissues of the lungs into solid lumps of ice.
And so the people in cities that are above sea level...
Gentlemen, please stand by. We have succeeded in opening one of the crisis doors. Prepare to disembark by sliding down the emergency chute.
I can't wait to get out of here. Keep moving, Bob, please.
All right, easy, J.J. Now, easy.
This way, gentlemen, please.
What is this?
What happened?
That's the most savage wind I've experienced in my entire life. I don't think we'll be able to buck it.
Blast, freezing air. It's crippling. I can hardly breathe. Look, there's no one out there. It's not a living soul.
Yes, there is, Bob.
Look there. And there.
Those are the maintenance men. The men who take care of the aircraft. Why are they standing there in those strange positions?
I think they're all dead, J.J. Frozen stiff into whatever positions they must have been in.
What do we do?
Make a run for the reception hall and boarding ramp C and hope we get there.
And if we don't?
Then we join that group of stone-cold statues out there. Those refrigerated corpses we're staring at. I'll get out first. Here goes!
Our three scientists make a dash toward survival to catch the transportation that will carry them away from a planet that's quickly collapsing about them. This, in the hope of colonizing a brave new world in the outermost reaches of space, a place safe from annihilation by a new race of destructive beings who want the world for themselves. I'll return shortly with Act 3. From chapter 5 of the book of the Revelation. And I saw a book written within and on the back side, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming, "Who is worthy to open the book?" And no man in heaven, nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. No man today is privileged either to open that book of the future completely or to reveal what lies ahead for all of us. But the scientists are doing their best to peek, trying hard. Now, we rejoin our 3 scientists.
I don't think I've ever run so fast in my whole life. You, J.J.?
Halfway to this hall, I was sure I'd never make it. Hey, you all right, Mike?
Yeah. A little weak in the knees and very short of breath. But we did make it. What's more, we're on high ground.
It's warm and comfortable in here. And we don't have to go outdoors again to get to the rocket ship.
I'm not sure I could go through that a second time.
Have you two noticed anything peculiar? Anything special about the people who seem to be moving toward Beta Epsilon 203?
Peculiar?
Well, I haven't had the chance to look.
Yeah? Well, when you get the chance, look. You may find a little surprise. Meanwhile, I'm going to try to get a call through to Dr. Burns again.
Yeah, he's got to know that we've come through safely up to this point, and the shape of the place we left.
What's happening, Mike?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This number doesn't answer.
Mike, do you suppose that... I don't know how to say this.
That they have penetrated the Strategic Sea Command? But neither Burns nor the SSC exist any longer? Well, there's always that possibility.
You got no answer, Mike?
No, nothing. Just silence. Dead silence. Well, we'd better move along to Beta Epsilon 203.
The ship is full. We've been sitting here over 20 minutes. Why don't they take off? Get us off this ground. Get the whole thing over with.
I'm sure they're doing their best, J.J.
You all that anxious to leave our little world? Hey, this is no round trip, you know. It's one way, all the way.
They're welcome to what's left. Good riddance.
Well, let's face it. I mean, we don't have much of a choice. We couldn't possibly stay alive here. They can, but we can't. And, well, sooner or later...
Yeah, let's count ourselves among the lucky ones.
lucky to be able to leave. There are millions of other men and women who'll never make it.
You're both right, of course. You got your wish, JJ.
We're finally off. So long, little world. Here's to our new paradise. We walk through blindfolded, and the noiseless doors close after us forever. As to being among the lucky ones, has either of you had the time or curiosity to take a peek at any of our fellow passengers?
I have, and I must say I'm very impressed.
Yes, I've noticed, too. Some of the leading brains and creative talents from all over the entire world. I've already counted 8 Moonstone Prize winners, half a dozen recipients of the Literary Scroll of Honor, the presidents of 5 different countries. Yes, I saw them as they were coming on. You know, this is quite possibly the most distinguished shipload of passengers that ever existed. 1,000 of them. About as many men as women. A good half of them young enough to help populate a brand new world.
What you might call extremely careful planning.
Indeed. Putting the leaders of the world, the ablest, the most creative, the best minds and bodies. I've seen a few gold medal athletes, all on the same carrier, all headed for the same place. It's absolutely brilliant. And we are lucky to have been chosen. Who do you suppose thought of this? Who was responsible for it, Mike? I have no idea, Bob. And I hope you're right. Right, about what? About how brilliant an idea this was. You'd think Dr. Burns would be on board, wouldn't you?
Well, maybe he's in one of the other sections of the ship, which would explain why we couldn't reach him.
Yeah, could be.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Beta Epsilon 203.
Shh, listen.
The captain has asked me to tell you that our planned destination is Galen 2683 of the galaxy of the Lapithee. The physical properties of Galen 2683, its life-supporting qualities, air, water, climate, extremes of temperature, are almost identical with those that we have left behind.
That's comforting to know.
Quiet, J.J.
In the unlikely event that there should be any difficulty in landing for any reason, Maton 2211 of the same galaxy will serve as backup. Flying time should be approximately 48 hours.
That's all?
If you have any questions, members of the crew will be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Galen 2683. Here we come.
Will the following passengers please identify themselves by pressing button B at the right of their seats? Mr. Michael Gonzalez, J.J. Porter, and Robert McDonald.
I've got the button right here. I'll get it.
There is a voice message for you 3 gentlemen. Kindly connect by pressing button F as in Frank. Thank you.
As in Frank. There we are.
Who could possibly...
Mike, Bob, J.J. This is Burns. Dr. Burns.
What do you know?
Are you, all right?
You take it, Bob. Yes, we're just fine, Dr. Burns. How about you?
Fine.
We're certainly happy to hear your voice. We tried to reach you before we left. We had a little difficulty.
That's understandable under the circumstances.
I suppose you'd like to know how we are.
At the moment, I would like to know nothing.
Yeah, let me talk to him. Dr. Burns, this is J.J. The passenger list on this ship seems to be very special. We thought you might be on it.
Obviously, I am not. And of course, none of you has any idea why. Or have you?
What's the matter with him? He sounds funny.
Mike Gonzalez here, Dr. Burns. I'd like to venture a guess why you're not here.
Yes?
Are you free to speak? Just answer yes or no.
The answer is yes. Now listen to me, the three of you. You've noticed that your fellow passengers are people most capable of starting a new civilization. They will never have that chance, unfortunately.
Why not, Dr. Burns?
Because none of you will ever make a beachhead on Galen 2683 or any place else.
What's he talking about?
We all know how efficient they are, do we not? They are nothing less than diabolical in working out their plans. That they do nothing without a precise master plan.
So?
Beta Epsilon 203 is part of that plan. A plan to exterminate every leader of the world all at once in one single blow.
I don't believe this.
Believe it. There's not a chance at even a few of you escaping or surviving. The end for all of you will be complete, final, and very neat.
But we're headed toward a beachhead on Galen 2683. Isn't there any such place?
Yes, there is. But not for you. In a short while, the rocket ship you're traveling on will explode, will disintegrate into space. Not a shred of any of you will survive.
That's not possible.
It's possible. Because that's the way we planned it.
We?
We. Those that you call they.
What's that odor? What is that? It's like burning rubber.
No idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are not to be alarmed by what seems to be the smell of burning rubber. It is routine at this stage, as is the mild turbulence you may be experiencing.
Mild? We're being bounced around like...
Easy. Look, he's making his way toward us.
You gentlemen received your message satisfactorily?
Yes, we did. Thank you very much.
You understand its significance?
I think we do.
Then there's no point in pretending any further. One of us is keeping an eye on the crew. I watch the passengers. Not that there's anything you could possibly do to prevent what will happen.
A question.
Yes?
How much time do we have before...
Minutes. A very few minutes.
And what happens to you and the one up forward that's guarding the crew?
We die. We vanish, along with the rest of you. We volunteered for this trip.
And the mechanism that will set the whole thing off? The explosion, the disintegration?
Right here, right over your heads. The captain is the only one who would know how to deactivate it. And he's not free at the moment. Now, gentlemen, if you will excuse me...
JJ, what are you doing? Put down that gun!
I'll get him first, then his friend up there with the crew.
JJ, now, it won't do any good. That's not the...
Excellent marksmanship, young man. Your rather quaint, old-fashioned bullet struck me right over the heart. How foolish. How wasteful. Surely you know your bullets cannot penetrate our skins?
No, but this can.
Ah!
And now, the same treatment for his friend. Up forward in the cockpit with the crew. Mike, JJ, excuse me, please. You sure it's all right, General Dukes?
Just make yourselves at home.
Not too crowded? All three of us here in the control booth?
Oh, plenty of room and a much better view. If it hadn't been for you, Mr. McDonald, and your laser gun, there wouldn't be any view.
And your deactivation of their mechanism, General.
We're all very lucky.
It's all over and in the past, General. It's what's ahead of us that counts.
Look out there. Coming right at us. Galen 2683.
That little speck? That tiny pinpoint?
Pinpoint or not, JJ, that's going to be our new home. That's a new world for all of us.
How long before we're inside its orbit?
At our present speed, I make it 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 28 seconds before landfall. Keep your eye on it.
Oh, it gets bigger and bigger even while we watch it. It's like a little blue-green ball.
We're traveling fast.
There's our future, all right.
Our future is in the hands of fate, J.J.
Wait a minute. Take another look at Galen 2683, gentlemen. Our future would now seem to be in our own hands. Holy... What happened?
It was there, and then it just kind of disintegrated. It disappeared right in front of our eyes.
There's nothing there. Nothing. Are we looking at some kind of mirage, General?
No, sir. It happens all the time.
What?
1 minute there'll be a star no one's ever seen before. Just materializes before our eyes. The next minute, something like this Galen star just blows up in our faces. Destroys itself. And is never seen or heard from again. Pity. But we get used to it.
And why do you suppose a thing like that happens? What causes that?
Who can tell? Every once in a while, a star and the people on it turns to cosmic dust.
Well, what's our next procedure, General Dukes?
From this point, we veer to 28 degrees, 34 minutes, 2 seconds to starboard, and hope we can reach Maton 2211. And also hope that it's still there when we get there.
I got a question, General. I know these stars sometimes have had other names, other than the designations we've given to them. Just out of curiosity, would you know if Galen 2683 was ever called anything else?
Well, I have a feeling it was. Here, let me get the book. You got your reading glasses, Bob?
Yes, sir.
See if you can find it under G.
Let's see now. E, F, right, here we are. Galen, 2683. Yes. It did have another name. Back in the 1970s and 80s, it was known as the Earth.
As J.J., Bob, Mike, and their companions hurtle through space, bound for an obscure star hidden away in an endless cosmos, we wish them Godspeed. A journey that started in the frozen, sterile wastes of one world will terminate, we trust, on the less barren, welcoming soil of another, where they can build an exciting, fresh new world by profiting from some of the mistakes of this one. I'll return shortly. You may find it of more than passing interest that within the past 2 years, the Institute of Polar Studies of Ohio State University suggested the possibility of some of the things you heard in our story. In February 1977 at Edwards Air Force Base in California, a year's tests were begun at the Dryden Flight Research Center as a prelude to an altogether new era in spaceflight. A few days later, we read that the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, is accepting applications at the Johnson Space Center in Houston for what they call mission specialists. Just how special will these missions be? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Christopher Tabori, William Griffiths, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
We're just ordinary people. Rudolph was a prince. His father was an emperor.
Well, your father gives commands like an emperor.
Yes, he even has an empire.
An empire that you'll inherit if you don't marry a penniless nobody named Kitty Scott.
I am marrying Kitty Scott. Now, didn't I write him that? What do I care about his damned oil wells?
You say that, but you don't really mean it.
Oh, sure, I'd like a little money. Who wouldn't? There's got to be some way to get around the old man so he won't completely disown me.
But I think Rudolph and Marie will tell us what to do.
Kill ourselves? Well, that's what they did.
They died. That's all we know. But they did take a wrong turning. And they'll show us how not to take one.
And how the devil will we find out about wrong turnings just by standing in a room?
I don't know. I only know they have something to say to us. I know.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a haunting, lovely song in Shakespeare's Twelfth Night which has troubled my dreams, and perhaps yours. Come away, death. Let me in sad cypress be laid. If it hasn't haunted you yet, perhaps it might after the story I bring you now. A story which, not unsurprisingly, has to do with death.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
I've come for you, Mr. Brokaw. It's time.
What do you mean, come for me? It's time. Who are you?
The name of Morris is good enough for day-to-day use and creates no difficulties. It is borrowed from the Latin mors. My name is Death, Mr. Brokaw, and I have an appointment with you.
Our mystery drama, Come Away, Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars William Griffiths and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You've all heard of the old Brokaw mansion, naturally. Facing the river, occupying a full block in the heart of the city, with its gardens stretching all the way to the river, and its towering shade trees shielding the imposing bulk of the Renaissance house with its great copper roof. It's gone now, of course, to be replaced by a huge, high-rise apartment building. But it isn't so long ago that the last of the Brokaws, Simon, lived and refused to die there, no matter how many people, in and out of the real estate business, were eagerly awaiting his demise.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Rensselaer.
Good evening, Mrs. Marbles. How is Mr. Brokaw?
Why, he seems to be better, sir.
Is the doctor still with him?
No, Dr. Manning left just a few minutes ago.
They're not putting him in the hospital again?
Oh, Dr. Manning said not.
Yes. What is it, Mrs. Marbles?
Forgive me, Mr. Rensselaer. Just the doctor, and now you here. Oh, I've been with Mr. Brokaw as housekeeper for over 35 years.
And I don't know anyone else who could have taken it, Mrs. Marbles. Oh, he's a difficult man.
Oh, like all strong men. Oh, that's what's so awful, I suppose. He's still a big, lusty, healthy man. That he should be cut down in his prime like this.
Dr. Manning thinks it's that imminent?
Well, you'll have to ask Mr. Brokaw about that. Or the doctor himself.
Well, since I've been called in, I can guess perhaps it is.
I'd better get on up, or is he resting?
No, he wanted you shown up right away.
I better not keep him waiting.
Mr. Rensselaer?
Yes?
Will he be changing his will? Is that what it is?
No, I don't think you have anything to worry about, Mrs. Marple.
Oh, it wasn't myself I was concerned about. It was Miss Nita.
Oh, yes. Well, you understand, there's nothing I can say one way or another.
Oh, that sweet little niece of his has given up her private life to move in here and help nurse Mr. Brokaw ever since that first attack of... Well, ever since they discovered that he was ill. And I'd hate to see her left out in the cold if anything happens. I don't want to see her lose out to that cold, greedy little trollop who, in my opinion, is more than anything else responsible for the state he is in now. Oh, can't you do something?
Mrs. Marples, I am a lawyer. I appreciate and applaud your concern, but that's as far as I can go. Is Nita here now?
Yes. She's in the library with her fiancé, Dr. Lawrence.
Very well. Perhaps I'll have a chance to talk to her for a moment when I come down. Now I'd better get upstairs.
Perry, what are you doing at that half-open door?
Shh, Nita, hold it a minute.
Will you stop acting like a private eye?
I am a private eye. Watching the legal beagle ascend to Mount Olympus and listening at the same time for the below-stairs gossip.
Oh, come away from that door. What do you care, anyway?
But I do care, lover. Mr. Brokaw looms very large in my life, since he's all that stands between me and the love of my life.
Oh, that isn't fair. Uncle Simon isn't keeping us apart.
Oh, isn't he? Then how come we're not married and you won't let me take you away from all this?
But you know how ill Uncle Simon is. He needs me. I'm the only family he had.
Correction, love bug. He has Mrs. Marples to take care of him.
Oh, no, she's not a relative.
So, all right, he has that snaky secretary, that voluptuous Venus, Miss Bunny Huggins, to provide that.
Well, I'm not going to let that... She's angling to marry him now she knows he's dying.
So?
Well, I just don't want to see him taken.
Have you ever thought maybe he deserves it? Well, he spent his life doing that to everyone else that crosses his path. How about maybe he ought to get his comeuppance for a change?
Perry, he was my mom's brother. When she died, I swear she worried more about him than anything or anyone else. I mean, it was crazy. She was 10 years younger, but she always treated him like her baby brother.
That barracuda?
Mom said all that hard stuff was just a front.
Come on, Nita. As far as her brother Simon was concerned, your mother was blind as a bat.
Maybe, but I've still got to hang in, do what I can.
Nita.
What?
It isn't the dough, is it? I mean, look, I'm not going to be an intern forever.
No, it isn't the dough. It's just... Well, I don't want to see someone who's, well, sort of my own get taken. And as long as there's any way of shutting out Miss Bunny Huggins, I feel I owe at least that much to my mom.
Well, how about me?
Oh, darling. Can't you wait just this little bit longer?
You're sure of Dr. Manning's diagnosis?
I am a registered nurse. That's why I came here.
I mean, there's no chance of remission. It is terminal?
No chance. It's terminal.
Damn it, Rensselaer, I won't accept it. A little pain, all right, but die? Oh, not me. Not Simon Brokaw. I have too much left to do. I'm not about to die, no matter what the doctor says.
And what am I here for?
To change my will.
Why does it have to be changed in the prime of health?
Because I've made up my mind. I'm going to take the final step at last. At 55. I'm going to be married.
Well, congratulations, I suppose. Do I know the intended bride?
Well, of course you do. Who else would I...
Oh. Want me to get done?
No, I'll get up myself. Hello.
Simon?
Oh, Bunny. Who else?
No one. Oh, I knew that deep, ticklish, sexy voice the moment it answered. Oh, am I interrupting anything?
Oh, no. Well, just a conference with my lawyer.
Oh, do you have him there, darling? Why?
Well, it seemed about time.
Honey, you haven't been feeling sick again, have you?
Oh, no, it's nothing for you to worry about.
Oh, but of course it is. You know how I worry all the time.
Now, Bunny, when I get through with my lawyer, you won't ever have to worry again.
Oh, but I do, darling. I don't want anything to happen to my baby. But a girl has to be practical. Just a reasonable settlement.
Yeah, well, let me suggest it. Joint property when we're married and sole heir if anything happens to me.
Married?
Bunny, is that enough? I need you so much.
Oh, you draw those papers up, darling, and at last we'll be what we always should have been together. If you need me, call me. If not, let's have a lovely drink together when we sign the wedding agreement. Oh, I love you.
Yeah, I love you.
Bye now.
Bunny, Bye. All right, Rensselaer. Let's get down to business. I want to redraw my will.
Well, before we do that, can we talk just a moment?
Oh, lawyers. All right, what about?
What is your hurry to rush into this marriage?
Well, I don't know how long I'll be around to enjoy it.
Simon, I can't.
There isn't any discussion, you see. Now or never. And I choose now.
All right, this is for the present, Simon, but do you have to mortgage yourself for the future, too?
You're a man of my age. Wouldn't you be tempted to mortgage your future, too, for a girl like this, or someone like her, that no man could ever sensibly dream of having unless...
Unless she was bought and paid for.
We'll pretend that was never said. Just let me go in my own way, and the devil take the hindmost.
Yes? Who is it?
Mr. Morris, for Mr. Brokaw.
Oh, is he expecting you?
He very well should be.
We have strict orders. I'm not sure I can let you in.
It doesn't matter, because you really can't keep me out.
What did you say your name was?
Morris. The name is a convenience.
What does that mean?
It's not exact, and it is borrowed.
You're an imposter.
Oh, no. That's the last thing I am.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
I've come for you, Mr. Brokaw. It's time.
What do you mean you come for me? It's time.
The name of Morris is good enough for day-to-day use and creates no difficulties. As I said, it's borrowed from the Latin, mors, which in turn means death. My name is Death, Mr. Brokaw. And as I said, I have an appointment with you.
No. No, I'm not ready to die yet.
But then, who is?
Well, this can't be happening. I'll have you thrown out.
I am the one unwelcome visitor no one can refuse. Now, I beg you not to excite yourself. For this encounter, time is standing still, and you are frozen at the brink between life and afterlife.
Get out of here.
Oh, really? You cannot threaten me.
I'm not going to ready to die.
Well, the choice isn't yours.
No, but I'm not ready.
As I said, whoever is...
You don't understand. I'm rich. I have my health. Never mind what that stupid doctor says. I've never been married, but I've just found the woman I wanted, who excites me, thrills me.
I don't mean to interrupt. It's rather a silly thing to say, isn't it?
What?
I mean, that's really basically what I do. I make a career of interrupting. You come right down to it.
Do you have to be so casual about the whole thing?
Oh, I don't mean to be. You see, it's all become such a ritual. It's hard not to be bored. The same thing over and over again.
Well, I'm glad it bores you that much. Shall we just call off the whole thing?
Well, unfortunately, I have no say in the matter. I am only an instrument, a messenger. And the message I have to bring you is that you are dead.
But I can't die. I keep trying to tell you. I'm 56 years old. I have millions. I'm going to be married to a wonderful and exciting woman named Bunny Huggins, and it isn't fair that I can't be left alive to enjoy her. Now, look, I'll give anything, whatever you ask.
Now, come, Mr. Brokaw. Don't you think that I've been offered every kind of bribe through the years?
But, here, look. Here's a picture of Bunny. Now, could you take any man away from that?
Yeah. She is attractive. There's no doubt.
Oh, you see why I have to stay alive.
No, not at all.
It's hopeless. I have to die.
Well, there is one possibility.
I'll take it. What?
As I said, I am world-weary. I'm tired to exhaustion. And, this Bunny is a most extraordinary-looking woman.
Yeah.
Now, I might be persuaded to take a brief hiatus.
Yeah, well, how long?
Well, that somewhat depends on Bunny and what develops.
What do you mean, Bunny?
Mr. Brokaw, if I should make any arrangement with you to hold off your demise, well, naturally, there would have to be some transference of personality.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, it's not very difficult. You see, I would take your place, and you would take mine.
For how long?
Well, I can't answer that. For as long as it suits.
Well, now, wait a minute. You take my place, I can imagine, but, I take your place? What?
Yes, you would become a messenger like me. Oh, it's quite a busy job.
I'd go around telling people they're dead?
Oh, somebody has to.
But, how would I know which ones to go to?
No problem at all. You'll be told. Yeah. You know, the more I think of it, a vacation from my appointed rounds could be very invigorating. All right, Mr. Brokaw, you brought it up. Would you like to make the swap?
This is a curious and rather new situation, isn't it? The devil tempts. The devil makes a bargain for the human soul. But the devil never makes an open trade, does he? Then, of course, this isn't the devil. It's death. Isn't he as sure as taxes? Or is there some escape? I shall return shortly with Act 2. We return to our strange confrontation. In the master bedroom of the huge, gloomy old Brokaw mansion, two men face each other. Men? The one in the bed, Simon Brokaw, is certainly mortal, since he is dying. The one who sits facing him, Mr. Morris, claims to be death. He has just offered Simon one way out from the inevitable. To avoid dying, he can exchange places with that grim, gray specter who has been sent to claim his life.
I'm waiting for your answer, Simon Brokaw.
What proof do I have?
Proof?
That you're really dead.
Well, I'm here, am I not? How could I have forced my way into the house?
I'll need more than that.
Oh, dear. Dear me. Hold out your hand.
Why?
So I can touch it. You asked for proof.
Very well.
Now remember, this is only the first brush of death.
Oh, horrible. Cold, clammy blankness.
You're convinced now?
Supposing I am, what is it like to be dead?
Well, I'm the last person to ask that. I work only this side. Pass the message, deliver the goods.
And then?
Then? I don't know. You see, I really don't want to know. I'm satisfied enough with my own job, though it tends to be a little lonely and repetitive. It's why the idea of a vacation appeals to me.
Maybe I wouldn't like your job.
Maybe. It's a chance you take. But then the arrangement can't be permanent.
Why not?
Why not? Because eventually it must come to an end. On the other hand, must it?
What do you mean?
It's an interesting speculation. If I've taken over your life and delegated my responsibilities to you, why should we not, in fact, both be immortal?
Immortal?
Yes, that's your wish. And mine is to have a little more fun, which I certainly might have by living your life. Yes, the more I think of it. It's a very good exchange.
But what would I take with me from my life?
Nothing but yourself. All the rest is mine. Now, are you ready to make the swap?
What other choice have I?
To die.
All right. How do we go about this?
Well, we just exchange places.
You mean I get out of bed and give you my clothes?
Oh, I think it can be simpler than that. If you're ready.
All right, I'm ready.
Now, let's make it as simple as possible. Just take a deep breath. Oh, and close your eyes. That should do it, I think. You can open your eyes. You feel any different?
Of course I feel different. I'm sitting in the chair now while you're in the bed.
Naturally. We've exchanged places. That was the idea, wasn't it?
Yes, but I'm not ready. I don't know what to do.
I told you. You don't have to. You will be told.
Yes, but I can't.
You hear something?
Yes. I can't stay. I'm being called. I'm needed somewhere else.
Oh, that's the way it goes. I began to find it deadly tiresome. He's gone. Oh, poor fellow. He's going to be very busy from now on, while I... satin sheets. Down pillows. Oh, it's very luxurious. No wonder Miss Bunny finds herself attracted. Bunny, where is that picture? If the presence lives up to the picture. Now, let's see. He must have her phone number in a book somewhere. What was the name? Yes, Huggins. Oh, what promise in that name. Here we are. Bunny Huggins.
Uncle Simon, what are you doing downstairs?
You must be Nita.
Of course Uncle, are you all right?
Oh, never better, Nita, dear. Where's your, the young doctor?
Perry? Well, you know, he's a little edgy about coming around here.
Because of me?
Well, yes and no.
Oh, what's he worried about? I'll cut you out of my will?
He couldn't care less. If he had his way, he'd have me cut out of here.
Can't say as I blame him. It's a gloomy old dump. Why don't you take his advice and fly the musty coop?
What?
Why don't you marry him and be done with it?
But I feel a kind of responsibility for you.
Why?
Well, after all, I am a nurse.
One thing I don't need anymore. So feel free.
I just can't walk out like that.
All right. Let's have the wedding here. Would you like me to give you away?
Give me... Oh, I can't think of anything I'd like better, if you really mean it.
Of course I do. If you'll excuse me, I'll get it. That must be my secretary, Miss Huggins. This is a moment I'm really looking forward to.
He's agreed to the wedding and wants to give you away?
Yes, Perry, darling. I can't tell you what he's... I mean, he's a different man. There are remissions in this kind of disease, aren't there?
Oh, not from what I learned from Dr. Manning.
Well, Manning's kind of old-fashioned. I'd swear that Uncle has to be in some kind of remission. I mean, he's in marvelous shape. Isn't that great?
If we can get married, it is. So set the date. Let's gather ye rosebuds while we may. It is what you want, isn't it?
You're what I want.
But, Simon, sweetie, why couldn't we make it a double wedding?
Because I'm not quite sure that I want to get married.
But I thought that was all wrapped up and delivered some time ago. Oh, I swear to heaven, sugar, I just don't know you anymore. You're like another man.
You know, I feel like another man.
I reckon that's just great, isn't it?
I don't plan on dying anymore, Bunny.
Well, I should hope not.
You are not going to be a quick widow ready to wallow in the lap of luxury.
Who said I wanted to be a widow?
Well, it's part of the game, isn't it?
I'm not interested in games, Simon.
Even the ones of chance? You still could win the jackpot.
If I decided to go.
You would walk out on me just like that?
Oh, I swear, Simon, honey, I don't know how to talk to you anymore. You're like a stranger.
Well, I have to admit that I have changed.
Well, if that's the way you feel and you want to get rid of poor little Bunny, I can bow out.
Mm-hmm. If you want.
It's going to cost you. There's the settlement.
What settlement?
Why, Simon Broker, how can you talk like that? How can you expect to use up the best years of my life and think you can walk away free?
Now, whoever said I wanted to walk away free? As a matter of fact, I was looking forward to some of the best years of my life with you. But I mean, with you. And on my terms.
Well, that might not satisfy me all the way.
So, see my lawyer. Or let me see him first. And after that, we can talk again.
Naturally, I had the new will drawn up, Simon.
And this is it?
Well, to the best of my belief, is substantially what you indicated to me at our last meeting.
Basically, except for very token amounts, it leaves my entire fortune to Miss Bunny Huggins.
According to your wish.
A wish with which I sense you are not in agreement.
Well, it's an old argument. I have no wish to reopen it. I'll call in a couple of my people to witness your signature.
Of what?
The new will.
Oh, yes, that. Well, we won't have any need of this anymore. The old one will do well enough since I don't plan to die. Not for a long time yet. I'm sorry that you had all this work for nothing.
Oh, I'm not. I never saw any labor go more cheerfully down the drain. I'd even break my lawyer's old moss back and say, I don't know what the devil has gotten into you, Simon Broker. But whatever it is, I'm for it all the way.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Morris. It's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Marples. May I come in?
If you feel you must. But it won't do any good. Mr. Brokaw isn't here.
He's still in Las Vegas?
Why, no. He left there a week or so ago on a trip around the world.
Around the world? Is Miss Huggins with him, do you know?
His secretary?
Yes.
Why, I believe so.
I thought I heard something about a wedding.
Oh, heavens, no. That was Mr. Brokaw's niece. Oh, such a lovely ceremony, and he gave the bride away himself.
Little Nita.
Miss Nita, Mrs. Lawrence, it would be now, is here at the moment. If you would like to see her.
Oh, no, she wouldn't know me from... She wouldn't know me. Tell Mr. Brokaw I'll look in again. As soon as he's back.
Good evening. Can I help you?
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Lawrence.
You know me?
Well, of you. My name is, Morris. I'm, an acquaintance of your Uncle Simon. May I see him?
I'm afraid he's not here.
Oh. Why, I thought he was due back from his trip.
Oh, yes. We're expecting him as it happens.
Well, then I wonder if I could just come in and wait.
Well, tonight it might be a little inconvenient.
It's rather pressing, and I seldom have time
Don't bother about the bags, Bunny. The man will get them.
Well, I just need my cosmetic bag.
You don't need that or anything else. Now, let's get in and tell everybody the good news. Hello. What are you doing here?
I have to see you, Mr. Brokaw. It's rather urgent.
Well, tonight is scarcely the best time.
I have a busy schedule. It's my only time. I'm desperate.
All right. Come in. Let's all get inside where it's warm. You picked an awkward time.
I've been trying to see you ever since we made our ill-advised bargain.
Ill-advised?
At least from my side.
So, what is it you want?
I want to call it off. I want to go back being myself, being you.
I wouldn't blame you for a moment, dear boy. I find it just as delightful as perhaps you remember. Too delightful for me to think of giving up. You see, I am perfectly satisfied as things are, and I wouldn't change them back again for the world.
Now, this is an interesting twist. Death calls for someone and is refused out of hand. Of course, he did relinquish his peculiar power over this one individual when they struck a bargain. Or did he? Come to think of it, there are so many ramifications from that special agreement which we have never probed or looked into. That will be for when I return shortly with Act 3. So here we are with another confrontation. The same principles, but a vastly different set of circumstances. A man comes to death to beg for his questionable gift and is refused by death, who has found that the joys of worldly living are infinitely preferable to the cold, lonely world he used to occupy, while apparently Simon Brokaw, who eagerly exchanged his world for death's barren one in order to escape dying, is bitterly regretting his bargain.
You've got to call it off.
Got to? Why?
Because I can't stand this ghoulish job you foisted on me. I want to be back in my own body again, to be myself.
If you should become Simon Brokaw again, my first commission as Death would be to claim you, as I was sent to do in the first place. You would have to die immediately.
Well, I'll take my chances on that.
What chances?
Well, you look robust enough to me. You're healthy as a pig and eat and drink like one. You throw my money around like water. You've stolen my mistress and enjoy her. You charter planes to fly like an Arabian oil sheik. Gamble as though you were King Farouk. Enjoy wine, song, and my woman to a fault. You certainly seem remarkably healthy to me.
My dear Mr. Morris.
Don't call me that.
It's your present name. Oh, very well. Death, if you prefer.
I don't prefer. I'm Simon Brokaw.
Were, my dear man, were. I am now Simon Brokaw. And after such a long contact with the dead and dying, I haven't the slightest intention of giving up my contact with the living. First, I have never been so happy and satisfied in my life. Second, while I occupy the body of Simon Brokaw, it functions at peak performance. To let you reoccupy it would be a total waste, since life would be snuffed out in that moment. And last, I don't want to return to being the messenger of death, ever.
I can't blame you for that. There isn't a moment's peace.
It does keep you hopping.
There's no enjoyment in it.
My friend, you chose to be where you are. You live with it.
Supposing I just plain up and quit.
Oh, you can't do that.
How do you know? Did you ever try it?
Well, no, but... there, you see. You hear that?
What am I going to do?
Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. I'm sorry you had to dash away, Mr. Morris. So, there we are. A little cognac all around to celebrate the first family dinner since Bunny and I returned.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Simon.
Mr. Brokaw?
Sweetheart.
A little toast to our future together, whatever it may be. Cheers.
Oh, cheers. Right here.
Perry, why are you looking at me so quizzically?
Oh, was I? I'm sorry.
Well, don't be. You have every right. I would just like to know what you were thinking.
Perry, dear,
No, Nita, I really want to hear.
Well, all right, sir. I was thinking to myself how incredible it is what's happened to you in the last weeks. I mean, you're a different man.
Of course I'm a different man. Why shouldn't I be? I walked away from death, out of the shadows. And for the first time in my life, I've learned how to enjoy myself. I've learned to give instead of eternally taking.
Oh, that's my kind, generous, sweet darling. But there are limits, you know.
Yes, well, we can discuss those when we're alone, Bunny. For the moment, let me enjoy my family gathered around me.
What was that?
It's Mrs. Marple.
An accident?
Come on, Perry. It sounded as though she could have fallen down the stairs.
Oh.
What is it, Perry?
Oh.
I can't tell yet. Back, internal injuries, maybe a stroke. We got to get her to the hospital immediately.
Bunny's phoning for an ambulance.
Well, I'd better get on the phone myself. I should have enough clout to shake out emergency faster.
Mr. Brokaw, I have to say something.
I think she wants to try to tell you something, Uncle.
Very well. Mrs. Marples, what are you trying to say?
The man... The thing, he was here.
What man? What thing?
He said the bell tolled for him to come for me. But to tell you, he would come no more.
Is she dead?
No, I think she's just lapsed into a coma. Oh, Perry.
Yeah, what is it, Nina?
Is the ambulance coming?
Yeah, it's on the way.
Well, you'd better have a look at her.
She dead?
I don't know. There's no pulse, no heartbeat, but she's still breathing. It's like she was... I don't know how to say it. It's...
Like she had died, but death hadn't come to claim her. All right, Simon Brokaw, whatever you want to call yourself, where are you? Come on, man, you can't do it. You can't stop the process. Death is a fact of life. You can't stop people from dying. Is that what you're up to? Is that what you're trying? Yes, who is it? Wait a minute. Why don't you come in, Bunny, what do you want?
Well, I thought I heard you talking to someone.
Oh, I was talking, and this has a very special truth. Well, you see, I was trying to talk to myself.
Simon, are you all right?
I wish I could answer that sensibly. Why?
Well, you were so funny after they took that poor old Mrs. Marples away. I know you must have been very fond of her, but... Well, she was an old lady, and even if it was an accident, she had to die sometime.
Yes, only she didn't.
Didn't what?
She didn't die, won't die, can't die.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
It was Macbeth who said he heard a voice say, Macbeth, does murder sleep?
Well, who's Macbeth?
He's a character in a Shakespeare play.
Well, what's he got to do with us?
With me, Bunny, with me. You see, I just... may have murdered death.
What do you think, Perry?
What could I think? I'm only a month out of internship. Every big-shot doctor in the hospital has done his own workup on Mrs. Marples, and no one can explain it.
Look, this isn't like you could pull any plugs.
I know, Nita. We're not sustaining life in that old lady. I mean, medical science isn't.
But what life is there? No heartbeat, no circulation. The encephalograms are flat. No sign there's any brain activity.
You don't have to lay it out. By every clinical test, Mrs. Marples is dead. Except one. She's still breathing. I tell you, it's weird. And she's only part of it.
What do you mean, Perry?
Look, honey, how many of our terminal cases would we have expected to lose in the last 3 days while Mrs. Marple has been here? I mean, in the ordinary course of events.
I don't know. 5 or 10, maybe.
In a hospital this size, more like 15. And how many have we lost? None. I can think of 6 of them in my wing alone that are just like her. And we're not alone. I mean, I've been checking with other hospitals and the police, and even the papers have been making cracks about it. Do you know there hasn't been one obituary notice in these last few days? No homicides, no people died in traffic accidents, nobody drowned or strangled or slipped in the bathtub or fell off a building or burned up or... I tell you, Nita, it's like... I'm afraid to say it.
Say what, Perry? Come on. Say it.
It's like maybe nobody's going to die anymore.
Oh, Mr. Rensselaer, I'm so glad you're here. Come in.
Hi, Miss Huggins. What is it?
Well, it's Simon. I mean, Mr. Brokaw. He's been like a wild man this evening. Oh, what did he say to you on the phone?
Just that he wanted to see me.
Well, you don't think he's going to change his will again?
I'm sure I haven't any idea. Where is he?
Upstairs in his bedroom.
Then if you'll excuse me...
Oh, Mr. Rensselaer.
Yeah?
I told you he was out of his mind. I warn you. He has a gun.
Well, he always has had. I don't think he'll want to use it on me.
There isn't any more to say. I just wanted you to see that I am rational and in possession of all my senses.
Well, we've made tape, as you suggested, which will attest to that better than any words I could use in testimony.
So, the will stands up.
I can see no reason why not.
No matter what happens subsequently?
I promise you that I will see to it personally, that your last wishes are carried out. But I hope not for a long while yet.
That's as it may be. Bunny deserves some consideration, but not all of it. Never all of it. Or most of it. I want Nita and Perry to have that.
Yeah, as you have indicated, they'll have it.
Good. And, now I'd like to be alone.
Well, are you sure?
I'm as sure as I am that the world deserves to be a good place to live in. Good night, Rensselaer.
Good night, Simon.
Which it never can be unless death has a place in it again. My name was Death. I relinquished it for trivial reasons. All over the world, a frightening horde of those who should have passed over are waiting for this moment. I took this body that was Simon Brokaw's, and I was weak enough not to relinquish it. I want to give it back. Return, Simon Brokaw, who has broken the faith. Return. For if you think you have stilled the bell that tolls, for you I will make it ring with the sound of this gun. Where are you? Then wherever you have gone, I consign our immortal souls to oblivion, or whatever judgment shall be rendered there, and your mortal flesh by this act to the resumption of what man may turn his face against, but which he cannot live without.
It was a night long to be remembered. There were a record number of deaths, a strange epidemic that had no discernible cause, but which seemed to restore a balance in nature. Among the obituaries was one for Simon Brokaw. In none of them was there any mention of a Mr. Morris, which is not too surprising, of course, since he himself was the one who pointed out that his alias was merely a convenience, that his real name was Death. I'll be back shortly. Come away, Death. Let me in sad Cyprus be laid. But if you ponder it a while, is it so sad? So many deaths are merciful, so many prayed for, so many long delayed, and all of them at the last not to be questioned but accepted. For who can cancel, change, escape that one last appointment? Our cast included Norman Rose, William Griffiths, Marion Seldes, Joan Shea, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Greyhound Package Express. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for another visit to that curious world where curious things happen to remind us that we live in a strange, strange world, particularly when it's the world of our own imagination. Jody Barnes, the hero of our tale, wasn't imagining things when success was dangled in front of him by a high-powered press agent. Jody was a singer of country and rock music. Small time, small dates, but he had talent. What he needed was a gimmick. And one day a man walked into his life with just that gimmick. Jody was on his way to the top, but something nagged at him. Something he couldn't put his finger on.
What's the matter, Jody?
Oh, just tired, I guess. Too much, too fast.
It's what we've dreamed about.
Craig's doing what he said he'd do, building me into a star. But it's all happening too soon. Instant success. It's unreal.
But what's to be scared of? You're good, and you know it. And everybody else knows it.
Oh, I'm not afraid of singing or whether they like me. That's not it, Lisa. I'm scared of this big balloon that's blowing up. This big press agent's dream. It looms ahead of me, and it scares me.
Our mystery drama, Graven Image, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Jack Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Somewhere deep down inside us all is a little spark of hope that one day we'll be famous and rich. In some, the spark slowly dies as the years pass. But in others, the spark flares up, fanned by help from an unexpected source, and sudden fame and fortune are theirs. Such was the case with Jody Barnes, who in less than a year rose from an unknown country rock singer to the top of the charts. In fact, in just a few short hours, his loyal fans will fill New York City's Madison Square Garden for a sold-out concert. But at this moment, Jody's wife, Lisa, and his manager, Craig Herbert, are desperately trying to find him.
Sergeant, everybody knows what Jody Barnes looks like. Can't you put out an all points or whatever you do? Well, I got $1 million riding on this concert. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. I'm in this dressing room at the Garden. You can reach me here. I was afraid something like this had happened.
So was I. I told you this concert was too soon after his theme.
Breakdown. Yeah, I know. But he's got to stay in the spotlight. He's had a long enough rest. He's number one, and he's going to stay there.
I'm not so sure anymore.
Well, I am. 3 hours left. Damn. Get on the phone and call anywhere he's likely to go. I'll get a cab and take to the streets. Someone's bound to spot him.
I'll keep calling the apartment, too, in case he might have gotten past the doorman.
Okay, let's move. In 3 hours, we're going to have a screaming, stamping mob out there, and if Jody doesn't show, I don't want to be the one to tell him.
I know they're looking for me. I was supposed to do a concert tonight, but that's out of the question now. I'm sitting right here in our apartment, but they won't find me. The phone seems so far away. I couldn't reach it if I wanted to, and I don't want to. I'm not going to do that concert tonight, or any more concerts or records. There isn't any Jody Barnes anymore. That's why they can't find me. I'm just not anymore. There isn't any me. No real Jody Barnes. There was once, though. I came out of San Jose, California a little more than a year ago with a guitar on one arm and Lisa on the other. I played and sang wherever I could. Street corners, gin mills. I never made much money or much of a mark, but Lisa and I were happy. Until it all began at the county fair.
Hiya, kid.
Huh?
Hey, got a minute?
But what do you want?
A little talk.
Huh?
I like your style. Here's my card. Craig Herbert, Artist Management. I'm from New York. I travel around to shows like these. I like to pick up a young budding talent when I see it and do something with it.
Well, I'm doing okay now, thanks. I don't
Now,
need
wait a minute, Jody. Let's talk. How long you been playing these back roads?
2 years.
And 4 months.
Well, don't you want to move up?
I'm happy.
Ever been to Las Vegas?
Passed through.
You could be playing any hotel there that you wanted. Chicago, New York, records.
Mr. Herbert.
Craig, honey. Call me Craig.
You mean you want to manage Jody? Get him bookings in places like that?
More than that. Much more. I could put Jody Barnes on the top of the charts in 1 year.
Look, I may be young, but I'm dry behind the ears. What's your angle?
You mean, why do I come into a two-bit fair and offer an unknown string plucker a chance at something big?
Yeah.
Because I want someone fresh, totally unknown, to prove my theory that I can make him a star. And you got the stuff. You play and sing as good as any of them. What you need is a manager and a gimmick. Now, look, this is no place to talk business. Can I meet you tonight after your last show, when you can relax?
Well, we can talk, I guess.
I know I sounded far out this afternoon, but believe me, I'm on the level.
We're willing to listen.
Yeah, listen.
Okay. Now, look. Who really sings nowadays, anyway? A handful of real talent. The rest are selling out the houses with gimmicks and publicity. The public goes wild over them because they're told to.
Now, you're saying you can sell me with a gimmick instead of my talent?
No, Jody. You have got talent. But there's another side of the coin. The public's got to know about you. First, we make your name a household word. Then they come because you're in.
Okay, I'm not dumb enough to say I don't want success, but, what's the percentage in all of this?
An honest deal. A 5-year contract,
Me, your exclusive manager and agent, for 20% of your gross from all enterprises.
Enterprises?
Well, I got plans for more than just appearances and records. I said we're going to make your name a household word.
But it sure sounds exciting, Jody.
Okay, Craig, I'll tell you what. You draw up your contract, and in the meantime, I'll do some thinking, and Lisa and me will do some talking about it. Maybe we can work out a deal.
I'll have a contract by the end of the week. Where are you booked after the fair?
Well, I got nothing lined up. I was heading back to San Jose.
Okay. I'll meet you Saturday, and we'll go over the whole thing.
We'll think on it.
Just think of your name on one of those Vegas marquees. A store window full of your records.
You make it sound like a dream come true. You still awake, Jody?
Yeah.
We're both lying here thinking the same thing. I'll bet. About what Craig Herbert said.
Yeah. It'd be nice to be up there where the lights are shining on me. It'd make Dad proud. We'd never have to worry about money. You could have everything you want.
Well, I just want you to be a success, Jody, because I know you're good.
Well, we haven't got anything to lose. All I have to do is sing. We'll have to see what the terms of the contract are.
Jody, you don't think you're being taken in, do you?
Well, I don't know, but I can handle myself.
I'm glad you wanted to go over the contract carefully, Jody. You can see I'm on the level.
Okay, I think we got a deal. If you can put me on the top of the charts in a year, you'll earn your 20%.
All right, here's what I want you to do. Go back home, write a couple of new songs. Your act's too short. Work up an hour and a half. First thing we got to do is cut an album.
Well, we'll go to my dad's farm in San Jose. We were planning to go there after this job anyway.
Good. And rest up. Because when I come back for you, you're going to be one busy kid. Shouldn't you be inside writing those songs, Jody?
Oh, the last one's finished, Dad. Here in my head, anyway.
You really think that fella's going to call you? It's been 3 weeks.
I know he will. What do you have to gain by just giving me a line and then forgetting the whole thing?
Well, Jody, here's your home. Always will be. Just stay on or come back to.
I know that, Dad. You know, I'm fired up over this now. I wasn't at first, I'll admit. I was skeptical. But that agent's got me thinking straight. Why can't I be as big as the rest of them?
Is that what you really want? To be as big as the rest of them?
Well, every guy wants to be the best he can.
I won't argue. That's good thinking. But being the best you can and being big, well, they're kind of different to me.
Oh, you know what I mean, Dad.
Jody!
I think I do, son. But just watch where you're stepping.
Jody!
Hey, Lisa's waving.
Jody, phone. It's Craig Herbert. He wants us to meet him in Los Angeles on Monday. You know, it's been 2 years since we've been in L.A.
Sure. Our honeymoon.
Funny how people come thousands of miles to visit here, and we're only up the coast and we haven't been here in 2... Jody, stop the car. Look.
What is it?
That orange sticker on the telephone pole.
Well, I'll be.
It's your name. Jody Barnes, the one to watch.
It's got to be that Craig Herbert's doing.
Well, he's getting your name around. There's another one.
Hey, how about that? My name on a mailbox. Well, that was the start of it all. My name was on almost every lamppost in L.A. I cut an album for a small record company, and Craig got me a booking in a little place on the Strip. The night I opened, every ashtray in the place had a picture of me on it. I went over pretty good, and the bookings started getting better.
They're asking for you now, Jody boy, and that's what we want. Phil Brody called me today.
Phil Brody?
Yeah, the producer of the Jerry Maxwell Show, the top-rated late-night talk show on network TV. They want you for an appearance March 18th.
Hey, that's great. I'll have to let Dad know.
And what timing? It's just 1 week before the start of your tour. And have I got a gimmick for that tour? I'll show it to you Saturday. Well, what do you think?
It's super.
Me? On a T-shirt?
Not a bad likeness considering it's on cloth. It's costing a bundle, but for $5,000, we're getting $1 million in publicity. You see, I'm passing these out. 500 of these in every town on the tour. Anybody wearing a Jody Barnes T-shirt to your show gets in for half price.
I think it's cute.
Well, it's a gimmick, all right.
The kids will wear them to school all over town, and everyone at each show gets your album free. We're going to leave a trail of Jody Barnes clear across the country.
What's the matter, Jody?
Oh, just tired, I guess. Too much, too fast. I'm scared to death of this tour, Lisa.
What's to be scared of? You're good and you know it. And everybody else knows it.
Oh, I'm not afraid of singing or whether they like me. That's not it, Lisa. I'm scared of this big balloon that's blowing up. This big press agent's dream. It looms ahead of me and it scares me stiff.
Jody Barnes seems a bit perturbed by the exciting career. Curious that a healthy young man with nothing but success should be afraid of it. But maybe, as Jody said, it's too much too fast. Some things take getting used to. But that balloon looming ahead is going to get bigger and bigger. Things move faster and faster for Jody Barnes, as you'll see when I return with Act 2. Almost everyone dreams of success, but success demands its price. Hard work, little private life. And thus it is for Jody Barnes, launching on a cross-country tour, still relatively unknown. There's hard, exhausting work ahead, more than he counted on, with his manager, Craig Herbert, calling the plays in his promise to put Jody on top.
I can't cancel Harrisburg.
I'm exhausted, Craig. I've got to have a break. 25 one-nighters in 30 days.
Okay, look, we've got to play Harrisburg. It's too big to miss.
Oh.
I'll cancel Atlantic City, and we'll head straight into New York.
I'm not used to it, that's all.
You'll have to get used to it, Jody. You're catching on. The last 3 stops were sellouts. But don't expect New York City to be waiting for you with open arms. We still got to push.
What did you book in New York?
The Skylight Lounge. Not the biggest, but it's the Big Apple.
You no more traveling for a while.
It's been paying off, though. By the end of the year, you're going to be king of the hill.
And he was right. I cut a new album with orchestral arrangements, and it sold 1 million in 2 months. We picked up another guitar, bass, and drums for the live act, and the crowd couldn't seem to get enough of me. And for a while, I began to relax. I'd made it. And that's when Craig decided to branch out.
Jody Barnes Enterprises. I got it all drawn up legal. You're a corporation.
I don't want to get involved in all that stuff, Craig. I just want to sing.
Oh, don't worry. I'll handle this end. But there's lots of advantages, tax-wise for one. And I got a gimmick that'll make us a fortune.
We're making that now.
Nothing to what we'll make with the toy company.
Toy company?
Yeah, Miller Toys wants to bring out a Jody Barnes board game. You know, like all the TV shows have. They're working on it now.
Oh, come on, Craig. What is all this?
This is business, Jody boy. Your name's hot stuff. The kids will be taking their lunch to school in Jody Barnes lunch boxes. We'll come out with the Jody Barnes hair dryer. And I have got the idea that tops them all. It's inspired. The kids will buy them faster than your records.
What, for heaven's sake?
The Jody Barnes talking doll.
Doll?
I can get Miller to manufacture them. An exact likeness of you, only about 10 inches high, with your voice on tape. You know what I mean? Those dolls that talk on tape when you pull the string. Only this one will be battery operated. You push a button, and there's Jody Barnes talking and singing to you. Great, huh? Great?
Sounds sick to me. Who'd want one of those things?
Everybody. I'm talking to Miller this week about the design, and then you'll have to tape the lines. I don't know what yet, but stuff like, hi, I'm Jody Barnes. Have you got my new record? Stuff like that.
It's too silly, Craig. I don't want to do it.
Listen, I'm handling the business end, right? You just go along with my ideas and stick to your singing. We'll both be able to retire in 2 years.
I think the doll's a great idea.
And so will every teenage girl in the country. Now, just leave it to me, Jody boy. Leave it all to me. Jody, Lisa, open up.
Hi, Craig.
I got it. Right here under my arm.
The doll.
Wait till you see it. You won't believe it.
Well, I still don't think anyone's going to buy one.
You'll change your mind when you see it. Ah, there.
Oh, Jody, it's beautiful.
Isn't that a likeness? They got your face perfect. The slant of your nose, the eyes.
It's so real.
Now, watch.
Hello. I'm Jody Barnes. I'm singing just for you.
Oh, Craig, that's wonderful.
Isn't that something?
I hate it.
Jody?
It's grotesque, silly.
All right. Now, calm down, Jody boy. Miller's got 500,000 of them on the way. We can't stop now.
Craig, I can't tell you how I feel. I hate it.
Oh, Jody, let Craig go ahead with it. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, but it's so cheap. All of a sudden, I'm turning into nothing but a gimmick. A board game, a lunchbox, a doll.
It's business, Jody, and the fans love it. Otherwise, they wouldn't buy the stuff.
I think Craig's right. I want what you want, but these things can't hurt you or your image.
Oh, go ahead. What's the difference? I'm going for a walk.
Oh, come on, Jody. What's the matter? We never had words like this before. What's eating them, Lisa?
I don't know. It's hard for us to understand. It isn't our face on the lunchboxes and T-shirts or this doll. It's Jody's. It's a lot more personal for him.
Well, he's right. I don't understand. I thought he'd want all the extra publicity and money these kinds of things bring.
Jody's a simple guy. All this is too much for him. It's been a strain on me, too.
Lisa, maybe you can talk to him. Let him see what I'm trying to do.
I can only be there when he wants me, Craig. I did side with you earlier, but I don't want to put more pressure on him. I'm his wife.
Yeah, you're right. He'll be okay. When he sees how popular these things are going to be, he'll change his attitude. Won't you, Jody?
Hello. I'm Jody Barnes. I'm singing just for you.
Jody?
I'm back.
Jody, I was so worried. Where have you been?
The park, walking and thinking. I'm sorry. I should have known you'd be worried.
Feel better?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm making too much of this whole thing, but I have this strange feeling as though I was slipping away from myself.
Maybe you ought to see a doctor, Jody.
A shrink, you mean?
No, a regular doctor. Well, maybe there's something physically wrong.
No, that'll be okay.
I wish you'd think about seeing a doctor. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Lisa, is he back yet?
Yes, he is. Hold on. It's Craig.
Okay. Yeah, hello?
Jody, listen. If you're this upset about the doll, we'll rethink it. Your singing is the important thing. I don't want to upset that. Get you all strung out so you can't sing. We got that tour starting the 8th.
Go ahead with the doll. I don't care. I'm more anxious to start rehearsing with the new drummer. We've only got 2 weeks before Chicago.
I'll get the Temple Studios booked starting on Wednesday.
Oh, good.
Oh, someone here wants to say hello to you.
Who?
Hello. I'm Jody Barnes. I'm singing just for you.
great show tonight, Jody.
That was lousy. That drummer's got to go. He's too fast. I told him that since we started rehearsing.
Well, it sounded fine to me.
I'm doing the singing, and it sounded lousy.
Well, we can't break in a new guy before St. Louis. I'll talk to him.
It won't do any good.
We'll see. Want to get a pizza on the way to the hotel?
No. I'm going right to bed. I have to call Lisa.
She's still meeting us in St. Louis?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay, I'll see you later. I gotta check some things with the theater manager. Relax, Jody.
I haven't done that for a year.
You will.
Look, leave the door open, huh? This dressing room's like a tomb.
Okay, I'll see you back at the hotel.
I'll wait a few minutes more. Maybe some of the street crowd will leave. Oh, Lord, I'm tired.
Hello? I'm Jody Barnes. I'm singing just for you.
Surprise, Mr. Barnes. I thought you'd be pleased.
Get that thing out of here.
Oh, Mr. Barnes, I didn't mean to...
If I hear those damn words again, I'll... Give me that doll.
Mr. Barnes!
Give it to me, I said. Look, I'm sorry. I'll pay you for it. I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry. I waited till the crowd left. I wanted to surprise you.
Thanks.
I'm Annette. I didn't know you didn't like the doll.
Can't stand the things, but tell me, do you like the doll?
Oh, sure.
Why? Doesn't it seem... Isn't it grotesque to have that painted, lifeless thing talking and singing?
Oh, we all think it's way out. And I've got an ashtray with your picture on it, a T-shirt, my brother has a Jody Barnes lunchbox, my sister has a hairdryer, and everybody has the game.
Then you and your friends like all these gimmicks. You don't think less of me.
These things are you, Mr. Barnes. I never really thought of you as a person. Jody, do you think you ought to go on tonight?
Sure. Why not? I'm going to tear the place apart.
Oh, what a house, Jody. St. Louis is yours.
I got to tell Frank to keep up the tempo. Got to keep them off their seats. Well, we're going to kill them tonight.
It's a sea of T-shirts you're singing to, Jody.
Look, I got to get up on the stage. I'll see you later, huh? Kill them tonight.
Craig, I'm scared to death. What's the matter with Jody?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, Craig. He's a different man. What's happened to him on this tour?
Well, he's getting with it. He's lost his hang-ups.
He's losing his mind. He doesn't belong out there tonight.
Lay off it, will you, Lisa? He's okay. Now, come on. We'll watch him from the wings.
Something's the matter with him, Craig. Look at him.
Oh, he's okay.
Why isn't he singing? He's just staring at the audience.
He's got him in the palm of his hand. He's teasing.
No, he's never done this before. He's always... Craig, he's staggering.
Yeah, you're right. Something is wrong.
Oh, he's collapsed. Craig, get him.
Curtain! Get that curtain down!
Saw it. Saw me.
Hush,
Saw
Jody.
it. Saw me.
Doctor's on his way, Jody.
I just saw it.
He's soaking wet.
It was there, and I was there.
Easy, Jody. Don't talk.
I saw me through its eyes, and then I wasn't there. Where am I?
In the hospital.
Hospital? Why?
You collapsed.
Oh, I remember. Something happened.
What happened, Jody?
I was singing out there, and then I saw it. In the front row, a kid had one of those dolls.
Oh, lots of them, probably.
And all of a sudden, I was seeing the stage from the house. All of a sudden, I was sitting in this kid's lap, watching the stage.
Jody.
I was, Lisa. I was looking at the stage from the front row. And on the stage, I wasn't there.
Tension, overwork, worry, fear, can cause the mind to create strange and frightening images. But for Jody Barnes, the graven images were all around him. Everywhere he looked, he saw an image of himself on T-shirts, lunchboxes, and the dolls. Yes, the dolls. They began to look back at him, and with curious results, as we'll see when I return shortly with Act 3. Was it overwork, tension, anxiety that caused Jody Barnes to collapse on stage during a performance? He saw, or he thought he saw, something profoundly disturbing. The stage through the eyes of a doll held by a girl in the audience. But then Jody Barnes hasn't been himself lately. Probably because he's becoming more and more confused about who his real self is. But his sudden collapse on stage caused quite a stir among his fans and the news media.
They're just not buying our story about overwork. The rumor mill's at full speed now. You don't know how they love to drag up all kinds of ideas.
He's got to get away for a while, Craig. The doctor ordered it. Isn't that good enough for those precious newspapers? He's taking a vacation. What's wrong with that?
For anybody else, nothing. But for Jody Barnes, a rest cure conjures up all sorts of evil ailments. When you're king of the hill, they just love nothing better than to get on your tail.
We're taking off for Dad's farm tomorrow.
I can't stop you. I can just try to cover the tracks.
He's got to get away from radio, records, the dolls, the publicity, everything.
Okay, Lisa. Okay, I understand. Keep in touch.
His father's so happy he's coming home for a while. I hope he's not shocked when he sees him.
Oh, it sure is good to be in the farmland again, away from all that.
Oh, we'll have a great time, Jody.
I wish I could forget what happened on stage.
You've got to, Jody. It was just strange.
But it was so clear. I was seeing through the eyes of that doll. I was down there looking up at me. Only I wasn't on the stage.
Oh, think about the weeks ahead, Jody. Don't think about that. We're almost to Dad.
Around the bend by the old oak tree, and we'll be home quick as can be. My mom used to sing that when I was a kid.
And there's the old oak tree up ahead.
Hey, what's going on? Something's wrong. There's a crowd in front of Dad's. Something's happened to him.
No, Jody. Dad's all right. It's a welcoming committee.
A welcoming committee?
Banners, balloons.
Keep right on driving.
Jody, it's
I won't get out. I'm not going out there.
Jody, they're all Dad's friends and neighbors. They're proud of you. Don't disappoint Dad.
I don't want to see any of them. I came here to get away from all that. I came home to be by myself. Why won't they let me be myself?
Well, the folks are sure proud to see you home, Jody. I guess they roughed you up a little, but we're all so proud. I've known here now as Jody Barnes' dad.
That's nice.
And I bet you're ready for a good hot tub and some of my special private stock, huh? I'll just get it out and we'll have a celebration. I got a surprise for you.
Jody, I'm glad you didn't disappoint him. They all look forward to that celebration. I'm glad you got out and talked to them.
Well, even here I can't get away from it. I should have gone to a desert island.
Oh, this week will be better. You'll see. I'll go up and run a tub for you. You relax and have your drink with Dad.
Yeah, okay, honey.
I'll call you when it's ready.
Dad?
You're right there. Just getting my surprise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now just close your eyes.
Oh, come on, Dad.
Got them closed?
Yes?
Hello. I'm Jody Barnes.
No. No.
Jody?
Just take it away.
Jody, what's the matter?
Get it away.
Well, I don't see what
Get it out of here.
What is it, Dad?
Get it away.
I don't know.
Get it away.
Take it easy, son.
Get it out of here.
Oh, Dad, the doll. He hates them.
Yeah, but I thought... Well, I mean, everybody has them. I'll just put it in the kitchen cupboard. I had no idea he felt that way.
Jody, relax.
Okay, it was... Oh, man, it was so sudden. I didn't expect it.
Come on upstairs. Your bath's running. You've got to calm down.
I thought I'd gotten away from those things.
I'll see y'all in a little while. I got a few chores to do.
Go on up, Jody.
I thought he'd be pleased.
Dad, I know you're hurt, but there are some things you've got to know.
What have they done to Jody, Eliza? What's happened to my boy? Feel like driving over to Carterville?
No.
Just soon sit?
Yeah.
What's eating you, son?
Dad, I feel like a shell, like a nothing. Can you understand? I'm the top-rated singer in the business today, and I'm a nothing. I'm a lunchbox, a T-shirt, a record album, you name it.
Lunchbox?
I'm not Jody Barnes anymore. I belong to every kid who buys a record or a ticket. I'm strung out across the country with my face on billboards, outhouses. There's a great big image they call Jody Barnes, but there isn't any Jody Barnes. And you know who told me? A kid. A kid came backstage in Omaha and told me about all the junk she's collected with my picture on. And she said, I never thought of you as a person.
No, you shouldn't let that get inside you, Jody. Every famous person has to take some of that.
I'm empty inside. I'm going to get some lemonade. Do you want some, Dad?
No, I'll get it.
No, you sit still.
Glasses are in the cupboard on the left.
Okay. Oh, staring at me from the shelf of the cabinet was the doll. The horrible painted face, my face, looking at me. I stood there swaying, grabbing the kitchen counter for support. Suddenly, I was sitting on the cupboard shelf, looking out into the kitchen. I didn't know whether I was me looking at the doll or whether I was the doll looking at me.
Jody, what happened? Jody, what's the matter? Jody?
I just felt dizzy for a second.
You want me to call Doc Mason?
No, I'll be okay.
Craig must be out of his mind if he thinks he can schedule a concert at Madison Square Garden. And you agree.
I've got to go back, Lisa. I've got to try that concert.
You can't, Jody.
I got to fight this thing. I'm letting a doll take over my life. I've got to go back and be Jody Barnes. I've let myself be pulled inside out. I'll never stop till I face it.
Do you think you can face it?
I've got to. I told Craig I'd do the concert. Rehearsals start in 2 weeks.
I can't stop you, but I think it's too soon.
No. It's almost too late. I can't run away from it anymore. I feel as though I'm being drawn back. We'll leave for New York at the end of the week.
Hey, Jody, boy, you're looking fine. Country air did wonders, huh?
Yeah, I'm okay, Craig.
You too, Lisa. You both look great.
I hope we stay that way.
Well, you're back in New York now, back in the saddle. And will you see the publicity on the Garden concert? We expect to sell out the day the tickets go on sale.
Oh, good.
That's a boy. That's talking like a professional.
Well, I don't have anything to be afraid of anymore.
Good. You get rehearsing tomorrow, and we're going to rock that Garden like it's never been rocked before.
Jody? Are you as relaxed as you seem?
Well, I'm not fighting anymore. Can you believe it, Lisa? I found a sort of peace. I'm not fighting to keep my identity. I'm giving in. And it's peaceful.
After this concert, Jody, why don't we buy that farm down the way from Dad and start a family?
Yeah, tomorrow's concert. I don't want to think about tomorrow or the next day. I don't want to think much anymore at all. Good night, honey.
Night. See you in the morning.
I wonder.
Huh?
Good night.
Any luck?
I've been on the phone since you left. No one's seen him.
An hour and a half. They're starting to fill the house. Where the hell can he have gotten to?
Something's happened to him. I know it. An accident.
No. If he'd been in an accident, he'd be recognized and we'd have known. No, I think he might have gone off his rocker again.
He didn't go off his rocker.
Try the apartment once more.
He's not there. What's the use?
All right, I'll do it. There's always a chance.
There they go again. Phoning to see if I'm here. I'm never going to answer a phone again. It's kind of nice to know that. It's peaceful. And it's so nice to know who I am at last.
They're going to have to know. Thank God I'm not the one who has to go out there.
I don't give a damn about the crowd. I'm sick about Jody.
What, don't you think I am? But we've done everything we can short of the FBI.
Well, I'm still counting on him to show up, even if it's the last minute.
I'm going to have to huddle with the promoters. Ooh, I'm going to be in a sling over this. You want to go home?
Not on your life. I'm staying.
I guess they'll be coming back to the apartment soon. I wonder what the crowd thought when Jody Barnes didn't appear. I sort of hated to disappoint them. But then it couldn't be helped, I guess. Wait. I think I hear Craig and Lisa.
Jody?
You didn't expect to find him here, did you, Lisa?
I didn't know what to expect.
One thing. We're lucky they didn't tear up the seats back there. I've never seen an uglier mob.
Craig, look.
What?
Jody must have come back here. One of the dolls is there on the couch. I know it wasn't there when I left the apartment.
Why would he bring one home? I thought he hated the things. He thought they were taking over his life.
He does. Oh, I don't understand. Give it to me.
Hello, I'm Jody Barnes.
Oh, Craig, where can he be?
Careful, Lisa, don't drop me.
Craig! It spoke.
That wasn't on the tape. How can it be?
Jody Barnes, and I'm happier than I've ever been.
Take it, Craig. Take it. I can't stand this.
This is the real Jody Barnes, Lisa. This is all that's left. This is the real Jody Barnes.
Jody Barnes found the peace he was drawn to. He gave up trying to fight his image, and he took the easy way out. He surrendered himself to the image of himself, one that was created for him by a well-meaning but over-enthusiastic press agent. The next time you see a T-shirt or a lunchbox, a poster, or, heaven forbid, a doll, with the likeness of some popular personality, stop and think. Is there really such a person? Or is it just an image? Think it over. And we'll compare notes when I return shortly. Well, what do you think? Is a graven image just a harmless replica? Or can it be a power that draws the real self to it, thus leaving emptiness where the self had been? Ponderous thoughts indeed. In any event, image is the first part of imagination, and that's what concerns us most. I hope we've teased yours with our story just concluded. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Robert Dryden, and Hetty Galen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. What do you think about witches? Not the bony hags and atrocious crones of Shakespeare and legend, or the poor unfortunates of Salem, but witches who are young, witches who are beautiful, witches who even fall in love.
Excuse me?
Who let you in here?
Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I'm only trying to make a deadline.
Well, if you're in the news business, I've got something for you.
It better be good.
I'm going to have to kill my wife.
That won't be news till you do it.
I know. I want you to know why.
Okay. Why?
Because she's a witch.
Our mystery drama, I Warn You 3 Times, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Loring. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's one of those miserable, stormy nights in the dead of winter. A thick, clinging, wet snow seems determined to smother the entire earth and everyone on it. You'd think that most people would choose the cheerful indoors, a warming fire, a relaxing drink, a comfortable bed. That's the problem with most people. You can't figure them. For instance, consider that line of cars crawling down Main Street, bumper to bumper, skidding, sliding. Where is everybody headed on a night like this? Have we become a race of lemmings? Do we follow some mysterious, unconscious drive? An interesting speculation, but we won't pursue it. We'd better consider the traffic, which has come to a complete standstill. A car seems to be stuck at the intersection.
Let's go, sister. That light's green.
Oh, officer.
Well, what are you waiting for, lady?
My husband.
Your husband?
The light was red, and he said he wanted to step out and clean off the rear window.
Hey, mister. You finished back there?
He just stepped out. It was a moment ago. Tom?
Maybe he slipped in the snow.
Tom, are you all right?
Lady, there ain't nobody around the back.
But he just went out to clean
to clean the rear window. That's what you said.
But what could have happened?
Just sit there a minute, lady. Hey, lay off of that horn. I know you got one.
What's wrong, officer?
Did you see a guy get out of that car up there?
Did I see a guy get out of the car?
Yeah. Did you?
Are the police after someone to escape?
Oh, come on, Buster. Just tell me. Did you see a guy cleaning off the rear window of that car up front?
To tell you the truth, I wasn't paying any attention. I was listening to the radio. Now, there could have been somebody, but then again, I couldn't say there was. It's not that I'm not trying to get involved, officer. I'm a citizen. I know my duty, but...
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Officer, where is my husband? He was just there.
Lady, he disappeared.
How could he disappear?
I don't know. I do know he ain't here.
What am I going to do?
Well, you can't keep blocking traffic, lady. You gotta move on.
Where?
Well, it beats me.
But you must find him.
Look, you got troubles with your husband, that's your problem. But when you hold up traffic, that's my problem. Will you feed her a little gas, please? Come on, let's go.
I can't.
Lady, you gotta go somewhere.
I can't go anywhere. I don't know how to drive.
Desk, Lieutenant Carroll. Yeah. Nobody wants this guy, you say? Well, technically, that isn't true. His wife wants him. Okay. Well, look who's here.
Lieutenant?
You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes around this joint tonight, Peterson.
I was hoping you might have a little bone to throw me.
Page 1.
I'll settle for 2 inches on the bottom of page 38.
If you promise to remember 2 R's and 1 L. First name Irvin, not Irving. Lieutenant Irvin Carroll. We may have something shaping up.
Ah.
I don't know where it can go. Everywhere or nowhere.
What have I got to lose?
Sitting over there on the first bench.
Ooh, that's nice.
And married.
Well, you win, you lose.
A very, very weird story.
Tell me about it.
No. Let her tell you about it. Why don't you ask her?
Excuse me.
Oh.
My name is Fred Peterson. I'm a reporter for the Union Messenger.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to a reporter.
Why not?
Because
Because you're afraid? Why?
Could you put Tom's picture in the paper?
Well, that depends. Has Tom done anything?
He's disappeared.
Well, we'd need the how, the when, the where.
The when? About an hour ago. Where? On Route 986 at Main Street. How? I don't know. You see, we were driving south. It was snowing hard, and he said, I can't see out the rear window. The light was red. He stepped outside to wipe it off. He didn't come back.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Well, where could he go?
I don't know.
In that snow. And there's nothing around there? Could you give me a why?
I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I sit here waiting. Look, my name is Hetty Parsons. Tom and I, we've been married 5 years. We don't have any problems. I mean, we're very happy. If you print his picture in the story, maybe someone will see it who can help us.
Excuse me a minute.
Well?
Yeah, I think I'll run with it.
I don't blame you. I was always partial to girls with honey-colored hair and baby blue eyes.
Ah, so you noticed, too. Have you run a check on her husband, Tom Parsons?
Well, he's not one of the known bad boys. No record at all.
And what did she say he did?
He's an accountant. He has his own business in the Barstow building.
You looked him up in the phone book?
Checks out.
They were headed south, huh?
That's what she says.
If it was a trip, there should have been bags.
There were.
His and hers?
His and hers.
How does it look?
What do you want from me? I don't solve crimes. I sit here behind the desk.
Come on, Lieutenant.
Now, this is one for you, Fred. How could a guy disappear just like that?
And in that storm. There's no place to go.
He could have had a car following in back of them. A friend was driving it, maybe?
Well, he had to go somewhere. But why?
Right now, we're treating it as missing persons. It's all we can do. He's not wanted for anything. He's a legitimate citizen, as far as we know. He hasn't even done anything to her. At worst, he left her in a car. He hasn't even deserted her. Yet.
Who was driving?
He was. She can't.
Well, that's abandoning her, isn't it?
No. At best, we'd have him for abandoning the car.
Yeah. Yeah, excuse me a minute. Listen, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes?
Why don't you go home? I've got my car outside.
Oh, no. I want to be here in case they find Tom.
They'll let you know if they find him.
No, I don't want to be home alone tonight. I just want to stay here.
But it may be hours. It may be even days.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so jumpy and so nervous. I can't believe what's happened to me.
Well, if you're going to sit here, you should have some coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, I couldn't think of food.
I'll be right back. Hey there, Officer Dennis.
Well, look who's here, the friendly reporter.
Yeah, listen, that girl.
Yeah, I was going to ask what girl, but I won't.
Yeah, I want to start at the beginning.
Oh, well, you know, Lieutenant Carroll's got 2 R's, but Patrolman Dennett's got 2 N's.
Yeah. What did happen?
Well, like she said, he went out to clean the rear window, and he was gone.
Anybody see him?
I checked the car and back, but who looks, who notices?
Yeah, where could he have gone to around here?
Well, on the south side, you got open fields. On this side, a couple of warehouse buildings locked up.
Night watchman?
Yeah, he's a retired cop. No sign of anybody trying to break in, to hide, or whatever he may have wanted to do.
Okay, so what could have happened to the guy?
Well, it's all very interesting, but in 15 minutes I go off duty, and I won't have to worry about it.
didn't think I could touch a thing, but I must have been starving. Has there been any word?
Yeah, you'll hear the minute they know. Now listen, Hetty, I can help you, but you have to help me.
I'll do whatever I can.
We have two basic roads to explore. One, somebody was out to get your husband.
Oh, no. No. Tom is the mildest, sweetest, most obliging guy on earth. He has absolutely no enemies.
That you know about.
Tom and I have no secrets from each other.
Everybody has at least one enemy.
Tom is incapable of hurting anyone in any way.
He sounds too good to be true.
If he does have a problem, that's it.
All right. The second road to explore. He wasn't pushed, he jumped.
What does that mean?
It means he walked out on you.
Oh, it's inconceivable.
Why?
I've had a liberal education tonight, Mr. Peterson.
Call me Fred.
No, not yet, or maybe never. I've been introduced to a new world. I've been thrown in with people who basically don't believe in anyone, don't trust anyone. And perhaps they have good cause. Perhaps that's how life is in their world. Perhaps their world is the real world, but it isn't my world.
May I ask, do you come from another world?
It's entirely possible. I won't call you Fred unless and until we become friends. But that's just a little thing. The policeman who brought me here is a confirmed cynic. So is the lieutenant. And so are you.
I must plead guilty as charged.
All of you proposed two basic hypotheses. A, my husband was ambushed by enemies. B, my husband abandoned me. You can't conceive of people who... they simply don't make or have enemies. You can't conceive of people who are completely in love. I'm not a fool, Mr. Peterson. I read these attitudes.
What a wonderful world you live in, Mrs. Parsons. I hope you can stay there always.
We're so dependent on each other, Tom and I. We need each other. We're so complete together.
But we still have the basic fact of his disappearance.
Yes, but all you can see are two alternatives. There is a third, you know.
Really?
Perhaps he was taken ill suddenly and he just wandered off. Oh, maybe I should go back there.
I've already been back there. There's no place he could have wandered off to. Tell me, does he have a history of any sort of illness, amnesia, anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then, where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty!
Oh!
Hetty!
Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
Well, here we have the story of two people who love each other deeply, who trust each other completely. It sounds like the Garden of Eden. But we all know what happened back there in the traffic and the snow. We shall return shortly with Act Two. You've seen these couples, or rather heard of them. They dwell in a sea of perfect harmony, never a ripple of discord. But when they do have a disagreement, well, it's a beaut. Here we have Fred Peterson listening to Hetty and Tom Parsons having a fantastic difference of opinion.
Tom! Tom, how can you say that?
Eddie, darling, I was not in the car with you. I was home. Home.
You said, let's get out of this miserable cold and snow. Let's head south for a couple of weeks.
Eddie, when did I say that? How could I say that? You know I'm swamped with work at the office.
You came home this afternoon, Tom. You said, how would you like to leave for Florida tonight? And I said, give me an hour to pack.
Excuse me.
Who's he?
Oh, he's just...
I'm just Fred Peterson of the Union Messenger.
A reporter?
Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I assure you it's a thoroughly respectable profession.
Well, I see no point in emblazoning this all over the newspapers.
Is there anything to emblazon, as you put it?
This is a private affair.
Tom, tell me what happened. What happened to you after you left me?
Eddie, I told you I never left.
Tom.
How could I have left you? I wasn't with you.
Oh, no, Tom. This time I have witnesses. The police officer, he knows you went out to clear the rear window.
How does he know?
Because
you told him.
Mr. Parsons, now, obviously your wife seems distraught. I would suggest...
Keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Peterson. Don't you dare imply that I'm overwrought or nervous or hysterical. I am completely calm, extremely rational, and absolutely in command of myself. I know what happened this evening.
Mr. Peterson, this is obviously a private matter between my wife and me, and nobody's business but ours.
What did you mean, Mrs. Parsons, when you said that this time you had witnesses? Have there been other times when...
Hetty, it doesn't do us any good to air this in public.
All right, Tom. Take me home.
Let me talk to that officer at the desk there. Find out if there's anything we have to do.
Well?
Well, what?
Friend, husband, Tom. He didn't turn out to be quite as advertised.
And what is that supposed to mean?
He isn't quite the sweetest, mildest, most obliging guy on earth, is he?
He is to me.
I guess it's all a matter of how these words are defined, isn't it? And about this oh-so-complete understanding between the two of you. Won't you at least admit you're having a difference of opinion right now?
I don't have to admit anything.
Okay, don't shoot. I'll go quietly. Are you sure you really want me to go?
Please.
Regardless of what you say to me. You are in trouble. No, don't deny it.
Well, what if I am?
I'd like to help you.
Why?
Because...
Would you want to help me if I were middle-aged and fat and sloppy and ugly?
It isn't 10 minutes ago. You accused me of living in a world where no one trusted the next fellow or believed in him. You accused me of being a confirmed cynic. Is it possible you don't remember what you say from 1 minute to the next?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's a great deal to what you said.
You're kind, but no one can help me.
I could try.
And no one should try either.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
That was the wrong thing to say to me.
I'm warning you.
You're only getting me in deeper.
Please,
For
Fred.
openers, my business is to take chances and get myself into... Hey, you know what happened?
What?
You called me Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
But you did. And that means we're friends.
Look, I only
You're
wanted...
the one who set up the ground rules for this thing. First names are for friends only.
Please, forget what happened here tonight. I warn you.
You've already warned me twice. It won't work.
I can only warn you 3 times.
Do you mean you keep score?
Please don't joke, Fred.
You keep saying the wrong word, or I should say the wrong name. The wrong name is Fred. You can't call me Fred and expect me to forget everything.
I warn you. I warn you for the 3rd time. Forget all about tonight, for your own sake, for your own safety.
And after saying all that, you still expect me to forget about it.
Tell my husband I'll wait for him outside in the car.
Wait a minute, Hetty.
I warned you, Fred. I warned you 3 times. Now, goodbye.
Where's my wife?
She said she'd meet you in the car.
Mr. Peterson, if I were you, I'd forget everything that happened tonight.
Is that a threat?
No. A warning.
That's all I've been getting around here, warnings.
Well, for your own good, take them seriously.
And if I don't?
You'll regret it for the rest of your life, which may not be a long one.
You still insist that you're not threatening me?
I'm only trying to help you.
Really? And why should you do that?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen to him.
The last guy? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing and forget.
I don't think it matters now. I have an idea. It's already too late for you. I'm sorry. Good night, Mr. Peterson.
Hey, Fred.
Fred?
Yeah, Lieutenant, I'm coming.
Well?
Well, what?
There's nothing there for us boys in blue. What's in it for the Fourth Estate?
Looks like he's trying to drive her nuts.
It could also be the other way around.
I don't think so.
Because of that honey-colored blonde hair?
Lieutenant, you always know where the exposed nerve is.
Just stop and figure it. Couldn't this also be her way of trying to drive him nuts?
As a reporter, I would have to say yes.
But, as a man?
I don't know.
Well, you got a problem, Fred. How are you going to tackle it? As a reporter? Or as a man?
Good morning.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing here?
Won't you ask me to come in?
Well,
You could also offer me a cup of coffee. It's been a long drive on a cold morning.
Oh, well, I suppose you might as well come inside.
How gracious.
I'm sorry. I'm still upset, and you should know why. Come into the kitchen. I was just pouring myself a cup.
Thanks. Charming place you have here.
Thank you. I suppose Tom is generous enough when it comes to money and things.
The implication being that he is not generous when it comes to what?
Fred, if you insist on talking about Tom, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Okay, let's talk about you.
No. We can't talk about me either.
What can we talk about?
The weather, politics, sports. You'd be surprised I'm a very well-informed person. We could talk about art or literature.
I didn't come here to talk about those things.
I know why you came here.
Do you?
Fred, I'm a married woman.
But you're not a happily married woman.
I'm happy enough.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm here. As a reporter, that is. It doesn't happen very often that you get a chance to be in on a story before it's a story. You follow me?
No.
Last night, all I could have gotten out of it might have been a squib on the back page, or maybe nothing. But something's happening here. Something's building. I don't know what it is. But one of you is lying. One of you is trying to destroy the other.
And you think you can stop it?
Oh, no, that's not my job. But there's going to be an explosion. And I want to be there when it blows. Because then I'll have a story.
And that's all this is. That's all I am to you. A story.
I was talking as a reporter. But as a man...
Yes?
As a man, I'd like to help you, Hetty.
Even if it meant losing your story?
Yes.
I'd like to believe that.
Why can't you?
I tried to warn you, Fred.
Look, we had all that last night.
I can't warn you anymore, but remember, I did warn you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't brush it aside, Fred.
Hetty, on the general subject of warnings, I've had a few in my day. From gangsters, from politicians. I mean from people who had clout.
But I did warn you.
Look, if you want me to, I'll sign a receipt. Let the record show that you warned me.
You were right. He is trying to destroy me.
Ah, finally. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go through the standards. Is he after your money?
I don't have any.
Another woman?
I don't think so.
Is he tired of you?
I don't know.
Well, none of this is very helpful.
I'm sorry.
What was this business you were giving me back in the station house about your perfect marriage, about your perfect husband?
Because he is. It's just... Well, now and then he imagines things like last night.
What's now and then?
Oh, every few months. One time he stranded me up in Maine. Another time we were supposed to go to Europe. He told me he would be delayed, and to get on the plane he would make the next one. And there I was, all by myself in Paris. He denied everything.
Has he seen a doctor?
Yes.
And?
It hasn't done any good.
Is he overworked?
Oh, yes.
Well, maybe he needs a long vacation.
I'm sure of it.
It all sounds pretty simple to me, except for one little item. Why have you insisted on warning me?
Because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand. First, you imply that everything is so simple. Then, when I start to believe it, you drop a little suggestion that throws me off balance. I can't seem to get anything definite out of you.
Oh, but you did.
What was that?
A warning.
Lieutenant Carroll?
Hey, Lieutenant.
Hey, how goes the Parson case?
How did you know I was going to ask you about the
That
part?
honey blonde hair.
Does it really show that much?
Pal, you are hooked.
You know, Sammy, that's true. And she may even be playing me like a fish.
So what can I do for you?
Well, no crime has been committed yet, but you can bet there's one on the way.
Well, till then, we're handcuffed around here.
Sure, but you got all the facts.
What facts?
I mean, you can get at them in a routine way. Work up both of them, some past histories.
That's spending the taxpayers' money.
You spend the taxpayers' money every day. Something's ready to blow up there. Just be ready for it. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, Fred, if you want the truth, we've already started.
And?
Keep in touch.
Yeah?
They said you're in this office.
Well, look who's here. Tom the Piper's son. Come on in, sit down.
Mr. Peterson, I've decided to tell you everything. Because I know you're in love with my wife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, there are all kinds of meaningless expressions. Wait a minute, see here, hold on, or a few. Let's dispense with them.
You can't accuse me.
I don't accuse you. I state a fact.
Well, then let's be fair. I only met your wife last night. I admit she's attractive. I don't even know her.
That's what I told him.
That's what you told who?
The last guy. The last guy she was married to. I wish I knew how to start this.
Well, start at the beginning.
Okay. I'm an accountant. You're a reporter. Both of us are men of the world. I mean this world. You live on facts. I live on figures. So how can I tell you? How can I expect you to believe me when I say that Hetty isn't a human being at all?
She isn't?
No. She's a witch.
A witch? Yes, that's what he said. A witch. But how can it be? Wasn't all that witch business over and done with more than 200 years ago? Well, that's what we intend to find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Tom Parsons and Fred Peterson sit in a newspaper office. Both are young, alert, stylishly dressed, every bit the modern, sophisticated men of today. And yet, the subject, the very serious subject under discussion is witchcraft, of all things. Well, it isn't every day a man accuses his wife of being a witch.
It isn't every day a man finds out he's married to one.
I can only say it's incredible.
I know. That's what I said when he told me.
When who told you?
The last guy.
Tell me about the last guy.
I met Hetty on a cruise ship about 5 years ago. She said her husband had just somehow disappeared. She was distraught. You know, she does the distraught bit to perfection.
I know nothing of the kind. What happened? Had he fallen overboard?
Well, that's what she made everybody think. Till we got a radiogram from shore. He claimed he knew nothing about the trip.
Well, either he had boarded the boat or he hadn't.
Okay, let's get all of that cleared away. There was a ticket in his name. There were some people who claimed they had seen him. The trouble is, there was a pretty drunk bon voyage party. Most everyone was in no shape to remember anything. Oh, yes, a steward did claim to have seen him aboard, but...
But?
I'm convinced the steward was bribed. So I bought her story. I fell in love with her. Just as you did. And I helped her kill it. Just as you're going to help her kill me.
You know what I think?
I know what you think. You think I'm a nut. You could look it up. 5 years ago, Stacy's Mountainville Lodge in the Adirondacks. She called me. She was desperate. Come up here. He's going to kill me. I flew up. I found them. They were near a cliff. She was screaming for help. I started fighting him off. I guess he slipped. He fell over the side. He was killed. Look it up. Coroner's office. You'll see. An accident.
Let's assume I buy all this. How does it make her a witch?
Oh, she told me. She'll tell you afterwards. She's a witch. She falls in love with men, gets tired of them, and destroys them.
I think you must be...
I know. I'm here to warn you. But I'm going to kill her first.
Let me get you a cup of coffee.
You're a fool. I'm here to save your life.
Sure.
Okay. Look her up. I mean that. See if you can find a trace of her. See if you can find out where or when she was born, who her parents were. She has absolutely no background, I tell you.
Don't get excited.
Lord, this is all so familiar. All of this is what he said to me. And what I said to him. Back there, before I killed him.
Now, nobody's going to kill anybody.
I don't know you. But you look like a nice guy. Take my advice. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I'm not sure I should be here with you tonight, Fred.
Well, you wouldn't let me visit you at home.
Oh, it just wouldn't look right.
Yeah, but it's all on the level. I'm a newspaper man. It's business. I'm doing a story.
I had a very proper upbringing.
Where were you raised, Hetty?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why?
Well, I told you it was proper, but it wasn't happy. I shouldn't say this, but there were times when I thought my parents were ogres. Fred, is something wrong?
No. Gee, I just hope I didn't spill anything on you.
No. I didn't have a happy childhood. I don't like to discuss it.
Here's something we should discuss. I spoke with Tom this morning.
I think I know what he told you.
So far out, I even hesitate to mention it, but obviously he believes it.
I insisted that he see a psychiatrist. In fact, we both went. And it's the doctor's opinion that Tom is riddled with guilt. You see, he thinks he murdered Larry.
Larry?
My first husband. But Larry was a brute. I was very young, and well, really too young to know anything about people. Larry was a drunk. I didn't know that either. And when he had a few, he would abuse me. Well, I shouldn't have done it, but I was terrified. I called Tom, and he came up and got into a fight with Larry, and well, there was that accident.
But why should he get that far-out notion about you?
According to the doctor, it had to be something... well, something he could live with, something that could justify what he did, and he really has a vivid imagination.
Strikes me as a very sober-minded person, aside
He was a lit major at college. He became an accountant because he had to make a living. I don't know what I'm going to do about him, Fred. I've had so much trouble in my life, and he's really a wonderful guy, and I love him. Why does he want to destroy us? Why should he have a guilty conscience about Larry? Whatever happened was in self-defense.
Well, look, everything will turn out all right.
Oh, you're only saying that because you have to say something.
No, I believe it.
Hello?
Tom?
Yes, it's Tom.
But you said you were working late.
Well, I am. I just took a break for dinner. Join you?
Please.
Fred, you obviously didn't hear a word I said this morning, did you?
I heard every word.
Heard them all and listened to none?
Tom, you're not well, and I think we...
Oh, I know what you think. You think we should go away for a rest and all that. Forget it. I know what I have to do, and I'm going to do it. Poor Fred. I feel sorry for you. You're in love with her.
To keep the record straight, I'm a reporter. There's a story here. I aim to get it.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
Let's go along with you, Tom. Suppose what you say is true. Suppose she's what you say she is. Why not walk out, get a divorce?
I can't.
Why?
I hope you never find out. You see, she destroys you. She takes away your capacity to love, your feelings, your mind. It's as if you are only just nourishment for her. And when everything you have to give is gone, she discards you for someone else.
Tom, for your own sake, I think you should be under a doctor's care in a hospital.
I suppose I should. But I want to save you. It'll make up for Larry.
I must apologize, Fred, for exposing you to all this. I shouldn't have come here.
But you wanted to expose him to all this. That's why you came here. You knew I always eat here when I work late.
Tom, I'll do anything you want. Just tell me.
Disappear. As a supernatural person, you can arrange that without any problem.
Please, Fred, go now. Leave us alone.
But I don't want to.
He's my problem. I have to live with it. And if you stay, well, an audience always excites him.
Now, look who finally showed up. What happened to that Nobel Prize for journalism you were working on?
Lieutenant, there is no Nobel Prize for journalism.
Oh, well, what happened anyhow?
I got off it all. Couldn't make heads or tails.
Well, we're still on it. As a matter of fact, information keeps pouring in all the time.
On her?
On him. Funny duck. He was always interested in spirits, that kind of thing. He wrote his master's thesis on something called demonology.
Well, there's nothing there for me.
As a man or a reporter?
Both.
You know, I've been married 10 years, and I've never been tempted. But if I could be, she could do it. Oh, that dame is something.
I'm surprised at you, Lieutenant.
But there's hope for you. If what you say about the husband is true, he winds up in the loony bin, and after a respectable interval, she could be yours. That's what's in your mind, right?
You are the most cynical person I know.
Come off it. We're two of a kind. I'd even wait for her myself. Lieutenant Carroll.
Is, Fred Peterson there, please?
Hold on, I'll see. It's, the girl you love.
Cut it out.
Okay, the girl we love. You hear?
Yeah, I guess I'm here.
Take it.
Hello?
Fred, I'm scared.
What's the matter, Hetty?
Don't ask any questions. Just come to my place. Quickly. Come in, Fred. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're here.
Hetty, why are you shaking like that?
I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
Please, Hetty, calm down. I'm here. Everything is going to be all right.
I know it. I know. It's wrong for me to talk to you like this, to feel like this. But I can't help it.
No, we'll work it out. Somehow we'll work it out. Now. Why are you scared?
He asked me to take his suit to the cleaners this morning, and I found this in his pocket.
It's a receipt.
Read it.
From Carrington's, 1 double-action Danforth Wilson revolver, caliber .32.
He bought a gun. Don't you see? He bought a gun.
All right.
Why would he buy a gun if he didn't want to kill me?
Well, I think we have enough to interest the police now.
Are you sure about that?
Tom?
Well, answer the question, Fred. What do you expect from the police? I have a permit for this gun. I have every right to own it.
Look, Tom, I get very nervous when people point guns at me. Maybe it's unreasonable, but do you mind putting that thing away?
Well, I will. After I use it.
No, Tom.
Don't be a fool. You're not a killer.
I always thought that. Till just now.
Tom, listen. Let's say you're right. That she is a witch, okay? Don't you see? You couldn't kill her anyhow. You'd empty the gun at her. It wouldn't mean a thing.
Fine. Why don't we find out?
I won't let you.
Get away from me, Fred.
No.
Come on, step aside.
Behind me, Hetty, behind me.
Fred,
give me that gun.
If you move, I'll kill you.
That gun. Just lower it. Drop it.
Take it. I'm going to kill her.
No, drop it.
Tom!
You did it. Again, Eddie. It did it. Again.
Call a doctor, Eddie.
What for? You poor sucker. You think she's not worth it. You think she's paradise? She is. She is. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. And then she'll kill you. She'll kill you, too.
Tom. He's dead.
Tom.
You saw there was nothing I could do.
I know.
Better call the police.
Lieutenant Carroll.
Lieutenant, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred, I got news for you. What I mean is I have absolutely no news for you.
Lieutenant, listen to me.
You know, we drew a complete blank on that dame. We trace her back to St. Louis City Hall, where she married a guy named Larry Bellows. She gave her home address as Charterville, Illinois. But there's no such place.
Listen, Lieutenant.
It's as if this dame just materialized out of thin air. No background at all.
Wait a minute. Eddie. Who are you?
Hello? Oh, Fred. Fred, why did you call?
Who are you, Eddie?
Fred, what's on your mind?
Eddie.
I warned you 3 times, Fred. I warned you 3 times.
And how many warnings would you have needed? Or heeded? That's the trouble. When they have honey blonde hair, it's so hard to take them seriously. A mistake. You should always take every woman seriously. We'll be back shortly. Are there really witches? Everyone must keep his own counsel on the matter. However, if you should happen upon a damsel in distress, and she has honey blonde hair and baby blue eyes, remember, we warned you 3 times. Our cast included Joan Loring, Mason Adams, Tom Keena, Alan Manson, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
Look at me, Mama. Listen to me call you that, Mama. A grown man, 38 years old, tied to his mother's apron strings like some sniveling little boy. Father's life wasn't his own either. You killed him.
You are mad. Keep away. Keep away. You want to kill me.
I'm not going to kill you, Mama. You know I haven't got the strength of will for that.
Oh, of course you won't, son. But you can have anything you want now we've had this little talk. Now, please get Hannah like a good boy.
Oh, no, Mama. I don't need you anymore. You left me everything in your will.
But I'm not dead.
To all the world except me, you are.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... E.G. Marshall. What is Mr. Shakespeare's famous line? Something like, who steals my purse steals trash, but he who filches from me my good name robs me of that which enriches him not.
And we can end the quote right there. Because the bard wrote those lines before these days of copyrights and licensing and franchises, and even so today, if you steal someone's good or even bad name, it can enrich you considerably.
The truth is, you're a butterfly.
How can you say that?
It's a fact. Look at yourself.
What's wrong with me?
What do you do all day? Like a butterfly, you flit about all day chasing after what?
Well, you have to keep active.
Like a butterfly. You just move around without apparent aim or purpose. And like a butterfly, you're going to be dead by nightfall.
Our mystery drama, My Good Name, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The people of this planet, it seems, have always been in need of heroes who can be looked up to, emulated, and envied. In the past, our heroes were usually roaring lions who lived forever. Today, it appears, we are obsessed with flitting butterflies who have their brief day in the sun and are soon forgotten.
Go away, go away. Very well, very well.
Waldo, I know you're home.
Oh, it's you.
Well, I must say, Waldo, you've made this place a fortress.
Come in if you want to, and hurry. You can't tell who may be lurking about on the street at this hour. Or any hour. There's absolutely no question about it, Jerry. Crime is simply out of hand. Just the other day...
Will you shut up for a minute, will you, Waldo? Now, you didn't mean what you said.
About what? I say so many things.
About just walking away from everything.
Oh, that. Yes, I'm through with it, Jerry. Schluss, concludio, la commedia è finita.
But you can't be serious.
Oh, really? Why not?
Well, nobody walks away from $10 million.
Ooh, I'm not walking. I'm running.
But you can't do it.
Why not? It's my $10 million, isn't it?
No.
No?
Well, it's not exactly $10 million. Well, that is just a nice round sum we use for publicity purposes.
Just tell me how much money I could put into my pocket right this minute if I wanted to.
Well, not an awful lot.
Really? I thought the money was pouring in.
Yes, well, it's also been pouring out. Now, you entertain lavishly. Now, you chartered a jet and put 100 guests on it and flew them to a party in Paris.
For the Vicomtesse d'Arville, yes. And from there we flew to Florence, I remember.
Yes, but do you know how much that cost?
You said it was all tax deductible. The government pays for it.
Yes, but you still pay for it. It's just that... Oh, what's the use?
At any rate, those days are over. I shall disappear from sight.
Well, what are you going to do?
Find me some remote island in the South Seas and just paint.
But you can't do that. You can't just leave everything. I mean, we have too many commitments.
To whom?
Various people who've lent us money.
You mean banks?
No, not exactly. Look, we owe money to people who lend to those who don't quite qualify for the regular credit sources.
Well, I don't understand. The name Waldo Trent no longer commands respect at a bank?
Now, don't look at it in that light.
What have you done to my good name, Jerry?
Who, me?
I was supposed to be concerned with the designs. You were supposed to handle the money. Do you gamble it away, make bad investments?
Who told you?
You did. The look on your face just now.
Well, That is why you can't walk away at this time. You have to come up with some new design ideas.
No, Jerry.
Well, look, now for you, it's just nothing. You put a little doohickey, a stitch, a pleat on a shirt or a blouse or a pair of jeans, and you sign your name to it, and they'll pay you a fortune.
So I'll make another fortune, and you'll gamble it away again. The answer is no.
But you have got to consider me. I have got a wife. I have 3 kids. Now, you have to think of them.
Why didn't you think of them while you were looting the till?
Please, Waldo. Waldo, I thought I could make a lot of money for the both of us.
Is that why you invested in a boatload of drugs?
The Coast Guard blunders into one boat out of 1,000, and it had to be ours.
Not ours, Jerry, yours. I won't even go into what happened to that fellow Arthur Hastings.
But I swear to you, Waldo, well, I had nothing to do with it.
I know. You turned it over to your friends.
Now, listen, you have got to help me.
I've helped you too much as it is. You were just a nice, happy-go-lucky accountant. Look what I've helped you become. Look at what I've become. No! It's over!
Waldo, look at this.
Huh. It's a gun.
Yes. When I left the house, that is how desperate I was. I was ready to kill you.
Put that gun away. It makes me nervous.
Don't. Let go, you fool.
Put it away.
I am not going to shoot you. Now, let go, Waldo.
Maybe I want to shoot you.
I said let go. No! Waldo, I didn't mean to hit you. Are you all right? Waldo.
I'm going to take you to court. You ruined my good name, Jerry. You were going to go to jail.
No, Waldo.
You disgraced my name. You will pay.
What? Oh. All right. Wait a minute. Hello.
Wake up, Ellen.
Who's this?
Hey, now listen. Rub the sleep out of those baby blues.
Oh. It's Dyer. Marty Dyer.
Detective Lieutenant Martin B. Dyer to you, madam. Now, this is official business. No, it isn't either. I'm just paying off on an old favor, sweetheart. You know where Waldo Trent lives?
Of course I know where Waldo Trent lives. Is that what you called to ask me at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, you get over here right away. Now, I figure you can have a 10-minute head start on the rest of the news hounds.
Marty! Marty's dead.
Yeah. We haven't even begun the routine yet.
Waldo Trent. How?
Well, I say a bullet. More than one. We'll know later.
What's the bruise on his forehead?
Must have hit himself when he fell.
Oh. So this is what becomes of you, Waldo. This is how it all ends.
Yeah, he's a guy, a millionaire, maybe 20 times over, would you say, Ellen? Huh?
I suppose.
And yet some penniless bum on the street who owes nothing more than the breath of life is richer right now than he is. And what's going to happen to all his dough, huh?
I don't know.
Never did get married, did he?
He wasn't the marrying kind.
No wife, no kids, nobody. What's he got to show for it all, huh? Nothing. Who's gonna cry for him? All his rich and famous friends? All those beautiful people, huh? In a week, his name will be as dead as he is.
Maybe I'll cry for him, Marty.
Why?
I went to school with him.
Oh, was he always a crazy kind of character?
How did it happen?
Well, look, the place is all torn up. I guess he must have come home, he surprised some burglar, and the guy kills him. Happens a lot these days. The uniform man was down the street. He thought he heard shots. He come running up here. The front door was open. He went inside, and he discovered the body.
Did he see the killer?
No, the guy got clean away.
Why is that record playing?
Oh, it was on when we come in.
It was on?
Yeah, it's one of those automatic players that keeps starting over and over here. I can't turn it off because the guys haven't dusted the place for prints yet.
But if he came home, as you say, and surprised a burglar, then he must have left the record player on when he left the house originally.
Yeah, well, maybe he forgot to turn it off, huh?
May I go over there and look?
Look, but don't touch.
Sure. This is the record.
Yeah, well, which is the record?
The one I gave him maybe 5-6 years ago. He didn't care for it at all.
Why not?
I'm surprised he kept it. I'm even more surprised that he played it. And after all these years.
Why didn't he like the record? Sounds like a nice little tune.
Oh, it was just a private thing between us. Why would he play that record tonight?
The pack should be here any minute. You better get to a phone if you want the scoop.
How many times do I have to tell you? It isn't a scoop. It's a beat. The Final Flight of the Butterfly by Helen Harper. Waldo Trent, Mr. Fashion himself. No, that's not going to do it either. Now, why can't I get the handle? Harper. Yes, Pappy, I'm working on it. Yes, I know we got the break, but we have to follow up also. Oh, thank you for telling me a newspaper has a deadline. I'd have never known. Look, Pappy, for some reason, I just can't concentrate here in the office. I'll go home and write it. What's the matter with me? What is bothering me anyhow? Why was the record player on, Marty?
You came all the way down here just to ask me that.
Why?
I told you. He forgot to turn it off when he left the house.
No.
You mean a person doesn't forget to turn off a record player, a light, a stove, what have you?
You'd leave a record player on only if you weren't really listening to it.
So why can't we say that he wasn't really listening, huh?
Because of the record that was on it. He'd be very conscious of that record.
Why?
I told you, because he didn't like it.
In that case, why did he play it to begin with?
Because I think he was angry. The name of that song is Poor Butterfly. And that's what I called him once. A butterfly.
Yeah? Why?
Maybe I was disappointed in him and what he became.
Well, what do you mean? He became rich and famous.
He became a butterfly. He could have become an eagle. I knew him very well. I was the only friend he ever had back in high school.
Oh, was it a romance?
No, he never had time for that. He was too busy trying to learn how to be an artist.
Hello, you tell me, where are we headed?
He never forgot me. He could have dropped me when he made it. Who am I? Just a reporter.
And you're a good one.
I'm not one of your grammar girl columnists. I'm happy to work a police beat.
You know, maybe you should have more ambition, huh?
He'd still call me once, twice a week. Just to chat about everything and nothing. I can give you an insight into that man that you couldn't get anywhere else.
Hey, great. But what can I do with it?
It'll help you solve this crime. I gave him that record, I told you. It was the only time he was ever angry with me. What's this supposed to mean, he asked. It means you're a poor butterfly, I said. What are you doing, pandering to a pack of rich fools? You're a man of genius. It didn't go over very well.
Oh, it wasn't very tactful.
I thought that was the end of our friendship. But he really couldn't stay angry very long. The next day, he sent me some flowers. I said to him, hold on to that record. Put it away somewhere. And then one day, when you feel you have to finally face yourself, sit down and listen to it.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, is that the whole story? What happened?
Last night, he must have sat down and faced himself. That's why the record was playing.
Okay, then he got up and went out and left it on.
No, not this record.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. He turned it off. The thief broke in. He wanted music while he worked, so he turned it on.
You say the thief broke in. Is there a sign of a break and entry?
No. But these guys today, they got the kind of tools. You might just as well give them the key to the house.
I say Waldo was home listening to that record. The killer rang the bell. Waldo let him in.
He would open the door for a burglar?
It wasn't a burglar. It was someone Waldo knew.
Yeah? Oh.
I don't know, Marty. Just give me a little time.
All right, let's all give ourselves a little time. You must admit, she's come pretty far along already. She seems to have a feel for what happened in that room. Is it possible that some people are sensitive to psychic clues? Why not? Besides, there's always a rational example when you dig beneath the surface, which we shall do when I return with Act 2. It is said, and it is perhaps unfortunately true, that violence slumbers uneasily inside all of us, and it can be awakened at any time, provided the right nerve is touched, or I should say, the wrong one. Sometimes, one word is enough to turn even the mildest, meekest, most placid person into a raging, murderous beast, provided, of course, it's the right word, or, once again, I should say, the wrong one.
Now, what you're saying is he knew his killer.
I'm saying it couldn't have been a thief. There are 2 doors to that brownstone triplex of his, front and rear. Was the rear door open?
No, and it was locked from the inside.
Windows?
Now, all of them locked, too. None of them broken.
Question. Why would a thief try to get in through the front where he might be seen? Why not sneak around the back?
Well, the back door was bolted shut. The front door is always easiest when there's no one home.
But Waldo had been home. He hadn't gone anywhere.
How do you know?
I know most of his friends. Most of the places where he makes an appearance. No one saw him.
Well, now, look, he may have gone out for a walk.
Him? He was scared stiff to be out on the streets at night, no. Someone he knew rang the bell. Waldo checked him out through the peephole and let him in.
And that someone had come there prepared to kill Waldo because that someone was carrying a gun.
And after he killed Waldo, he decided to make it look like a robbery. He turned the place upside down and took some things that were lying around.
Your theory just went out the window. The cop on the beat heard the shots. He was on the scene in less than a minute. Now, when would the guy you had time to do all that?
All right. He did it before the killing. He struck Waldo a hard blow in the head and knocked him out. Then he stage managed the scene. Then when he was ready to go, he fired the shots.
Well, I will say that is quite a theory.
And it accounts for that bruise on Waldo's forehead.
So, who was this so-called friend?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Hey, great. And when you do, let me know.
If you went out and used your head, instead of being satisfied with the old surprise the burglar theory, you might find the killer yourself. I know I'm supposed to be home working, Pappy. I am. All right. I just went down to police headquarters. Okay, and then I stopped off at a music store to buy a record. But this is business. Come on, Pappy, look. I finally found an approach. Please hang up and let me get to work. He was determined to become an artist, and a great one. I remember a time when we were both quite young.
How's the new job, Helen?
Not much, but at least, Waldo, I can say I'm a newspaper woman.
Hey, you busy?
I should stay home and do some chores, but I think I'll go to lunch. Come on, I'll take you.
No, I'll take you.
Waldo, how can you afford it?
I have $100.
You sold a painting?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Hoskins called me and said to come down to the gallery. A customer wanted to meet me.
Which painting was it?
Girl with the green eyes.
That's me.
Yeah.
Did he like the way you did the eyes? Did he?
Well, to tell you the truth, he didn't notice the eyes at all.
But the eyes are...
Actually, all he talked about was the dress.
The dress?
Yeah, he raved about it.
The dress?
You see, he makes dresses. He has a factory. He said he'd never seen a dress like that, and where did I see it? Well, I said I just made it up. Anyhow, he wants me to sketch some more dresses for him.
Are you going to do it?
Well, of course, there's good money in it. I mean, $100 each. I can do 2, 3 of them a day.
Oh, that's good, Waldo. But don't lose sight of what you really want to do.
Oh, no, never. This is just eating money.
He bought the painting.
Ooh, did he?
And he didn't say one word about the way you use color and light and shadow? Just the dress?
Well, that's all he was interested in. Oh, come on, Helen. I said I'd buy you lunch. Let's pick a really expensive place.
And that's when and where and how it all began. Waldo Trent was an orphan. He was brought up in a series of foster homes. He had just enough to eat, a place to sleep, and hand-me-down clothes to wear. He never had money in his pocket. And now, suddenly...
Helen, what are you doing Tuesday night?
Well,
Come to a party with me.
Where?
You'll never guess, so I'll tell you. At Estella Van Eygen's.
You're joking.
Yeah, it's going to be a real celebrity bash, and you can do yourself quite a bit of good.
But how?
Well, Estella happened to see one of my designs. She's convinced I'm wasting my time with Milton, so I quit there.
And what are you going to do?
Estella and a few friends are going to back me.
What do you mean?
I am going to open my own salon. Isn't that marvelous?
Yeah, I suppose it is.
It's a very high-powered business. Well, you know that.
Yeah.
I have to work at it night and day to get it rolling.
I'm sure you will. But,
But what?
What about your real work?
My real work? What real work?
Painting.
Oh, of course.
When are you going to find time to paint?
Well, in the very beginning, I won't.
Oh.
Now, look, I know what you're thinking.
It really shouldn't matter what I think, Waldo.
Oh, but it does. You are the oldest friend I have. You're the only one who paid any attention to me in the entire school.
I guess we were the two misfits in the class.
But we'll show everybody before we're through. Now, listen, about painting, that is the most important thing in my life. But why does a serious artist always have to be poor? Look, I'll just do this for a year or two. I'll make a fortune, and then I'll go back to painting. Then I'll be able to do it easily and comfortably without worrying where my next meal is coming from, and I'll be a better painter for it.
I hope so.
Now, I know what you're thinking. I'll sell out to the Philistines. I know it happens to a lot of people, but not to me. Never to me. Just trust me. Believe me.
All right, Waldo.
I've had nothing but poverty all my life, and I am fed up with it.
That party. It was the most glittering affair of the season. It was crowded with the great, the near great, the famous, and the notorious. And he was the lion of the evening. And it was there that he met Gerald Kenwood.
Well, hello, Miss Harper. You remember me? I'm Jerry Kenwood.
Of course, we were introduced earlier this evening.
Well, I see you remember my name and my face.
Why not?
Most people don't.
I don't see why.
Just as well. I'm not a limelight man myself.
You're not?
No, I work behind the scenes.
What sort of work do you do, Mr. Kenwood?
Oh, I'm an accountant. And I am also a lawyer. Estella asked me to organize a setup for Waldo.
Estella, huh?
Oh, well, I'm not first name dropping. I just do a lot of work for Mrs. Van Eygen's.
And what kind of setup are you about to organize for Waldo?
Well, I tell you, Miss Harper, within 3 years, Waldo Trent will be a millionaire 3 times over.
They became close friends, Waldo Trent and Gerald Kenwood. One day, Waldo invited me to lunch. I was to meet him at Celine's. It was a sign that he had actually arrived. After all, he now had his private table. When I got there, he was sitting with Gerald Kenwood.
Hello, darling. You know Jerry Kenwood?
Yes?
Oh, how do you do, Miss Harper?
Oh, call her Helen. She's practically one of the family.
Yeah, well, now, if you'll excuse me.
No, do stay and have lunch,
No,
Jerry.
I'd love to, but I do have an engagement.
Nonsense. You see, Helen, darling, Jerry's quite upset with
now,
me.
Waldo...
No, it's true. Jerry has proposed some investments for Waldo Trent, of which I disapprove.
Well, the fact is, you know very little about financing.
I agree, but I do know how to make money.
Look, the trick is not to make money. It's to be able to keep money.
What's wrong with keeping it in the bank?
Because that way oh dear, what's the use?
You see, now we're starting to quarrel again.
Waldo, the agreement was that I was the one who would look after all the business details.
Certainly, but only as they relate to our own business. What do I want with an oil company, a trucking firm, all those other esoteric enterprises?
But if you would only listen...
It's lunchtime, Jerry. Now, why don't we just decide to enjoy our meal?
Well, I don't have time to eat.
Well, maybe you shouldn't. You seem overwrought. Excitement does things to the gastric juices.
Yes, well, nice to meet you again, Miss Harper. I'll see you later, Waldo.
Oh, well, I think he was born to be angry at one thing or another. Excellent fellow in every other way, though. It's just...
Just what?
It seems to me he's become a sort of gambler lately. Used to be a conservative kind of guy, but... Oh, well... Let's not talk about him.
What would you like to talk about, Waldo?
You.
Me?
Well, why not? I happen to realize that every time we get together, and it's always been this way, we talk about me. I realize I'm a most fascinating person, but what about you?
All right, what about me?
Don't you want to get anywhere?
I'm somewhere now.
You don't make a lot of money.
Money isn't everything.
Propaganda, my darling, circulated by the elite to keep the masses contented with their lot.
Is that a fact?
I should know. I'm one of the elite myself. Now, I could spill a word or two into a very receptive ear, and the editorship of a very prestigious magazine could be all yours. Fantastic salary, unbelievable perks.
Thanks, Waldo. I'm happy where I am now.
A police reporter? Who can you meet? Cops and crooks?
At least I'm doing what I like. Are you?
Oh, dear. You're starting that again.
I don't think you've gotten any paint on your fingers in over a year.
Helen, you simply don't understand.
If it makes you angry, I won't bring it up anymore.
No. No. Please. Please do. Always. Every time we meet. Even when we don't. Call me. Anytime. Even in the middle of the night. My painting, it's the only thing that is going to save me.
From what?
From sliding into the pit.
What pit?
I can't describe it. I can't explain it. It's just something that frightens me. Oh, but the painting, now that'll save me. You're the only one who cares, Helen. You're my only friend.
But you have hundreds of friends.
Who says so?
Don't you read the papers?
I'm talking about friends. Keep reminding me about the painting, Helen. Keep reminding me. Promise?
I promise.
Thanks, Helen. Now I know everything's gonna be all right.
But we know that isn't true. We know it's not going to be all right. And despite his optimistic prediction, it's possible that he knows it's not going to be all right also. He speaks of a pit. As the poet says, there are intimations of disaster. Does he see himself headed there? Why can't he change his course? We'll find out shortly in Act 3. Why do they do it? All those people who know that a course of action can only lead to their destruction. What makes them persist? Money? Fame? Some other gratification? Are these more important than life itself? Evidently, they must be. The handwriting is on the wall, and there are those who pretend it doesn't exist.
Marty.
Well, look who's here.
They said you'd be across the street for coffee.
Well, how about some?
I'm on borrowed time. I've got to get back to my typewriter. Listen, please check out Gerald Kenwood.
Why?
I'm convinced he killed Waldo Trent.
Oh, you are?
He had to, Marty.
Why?
It's all going to be in my story.
What, will you tell me about it?
I can't until you get the facts for me to prove it.
But how do I get the
It's going to
facts?
be a major feature article on the life and death of Waldo Trent. But when I hand it in, Pappy is going to say to me, "Where are the facts, kiddo?" And you know what these facts have to be.
Well, how could I even guess?
A signed confession by Jerry Kenwood that he killed Waldo. Without that, my story never gets off the ground. And you have to deliver that for me.
Well, it's very interesting, but how do you propose I go about it?
There's nothing to it.
Oh?
All you have to do is abandon the he surprised the burglar theory and then do some everyday routine shoe-leather police work. Take this Gerald Kenwood apart. Did he have an alibi?
So what if he doesn't? Neither do millions of other folks.
Come on, Marty, you know what I mean. Who's he been seen with? Is he in trouble for money? Do I have to tell you?
Oh, look, hell.
Marty, I'm telling you, he's the killer. One morning, I received a call from Waldo. I was alarmed. There was something in his voice.
Helen? Look, Helen, do you suppose you could come up here right away?
Waldo, are you all right?
I think I'm gonna die.
I'll call a doctor, an ambulance.
No. If I wanted a doctor, I'd call one myself. No, you! Come up here, Helen!
Look at this place. Look at you.
I'm sorry I made you come. I'm all right now. It's just that I thought I was going to die.
What were you taking?
Oh, please, Helen.
What kind of drugs?
They're not really drugs. They're just pills. We had this lovely party last night, and that was last week. Who can remember when it was? It doesn't matter anyhow.
You're really a mess, Waldo.
I can take a shower. The maid'll have the place cleaned up when she gets here.
Been doing any painting lately?
Oh, there you go again.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up.
No. I'm sorry. You're right. When I was a kid, Oh, my head. What kind of pills were they? Who gave them to me? Oh, yeah, it's Packy Powers. He's this sensational new rock star. Anyhow, when I was a kid, I desperately needed a friend, and you were that friend. I always think of you as a friend.
Why don't you lie down and stop talking?
No, it hurts worse when I lie down. And then I wanted you to be more than a friend, but I was too poor to ask you, and now I'm rich. And so, Helen, I'm asking.
Ask me when your head is clear. You're probably still hallucinating.
No, I'm a little light-headed, but I know what I'm doing.
I bought you a present.
What is it?
It's a record. It's about a butterfly.
How charming.
I bought it because it should have a special meaning for you.
Really? What?
You're a butterfly.
I'm a what?
A butterfly.
Huh. How can you say that?
What else are you? What do? Like a butterfly, you flit about in the light. Your life is aimless.
Oh, wait a minute. I have a $10 million business. I have franchise arrangements that'll triple my net worth.
My, listen to this. Net worth.
Why shouldn't I have a net worth? Do you only respect poor people?
I respect people who are doing the very best they can. When are you going to start painting?
When I'm good and ready.
Your color is coming back, and you're breathing easier. I think you'll live, Waldo. I'd better be going.
And you take your alleged present with you.
You keep it, Waldo.
Why? I have no intention of ever playing it.
One day, Waldo, you'll be ready to face yourself. Then you'll sit down and listen to that record. You'll feel very blue at first. And then you'll pick up a paintbrush and try to capture that color.
I thought you said you were leaving.
I didn't hear from him in over a week. And then one morning he called, as if nothing had happened. We were friends again. Then I read in the papers where a man named Arthur Hastings had been found shot to death. Hastings. I decided to call on Waldo.
darling, it's so wonderful to see you.
Did you know a man named Arthur Hastings?
Hastings. Why is that name familiar?
He's a fellow who's always mixed up in one shady deal or another. They suspected him of being the brains of an outfit that's stealing your labels.
Oh, yes. You have no idea how unscrupulous some people are. They sew my labels into other clothes and peddle them as if they were mine. They make a fortune on my name. You have no idea how much my name is worth.
This Hastings was murdered.
I wish I could feel sorry.
Was he murdered on your account?
What kind of a question is that?
It's a question that can be answered two ways, yes or no.
How could you even assume that I
You have some unsavory friends.
Helen, I can't help knowing all sorts of people.
Did any of them offer to solve the Hastings problem for you?
Are you saying that I was party to this murder?
I'm saying that you're involved in a great many activities, many of which you may be unaware of.
Would I ever approve of... Helen, you are like a babe in the woods. You have no idea how complex business can be.
On the other hand, painting is really very simple.
Now that's enough. I mean it, Helen.
All right.
When I was a kid, I had nothing. You know that. I needed something of my own that would set me apart. And so I drew pictures. And you, from the kindness of your heart, encouraged me, but it was just youthful exuberance. I really don't have any kind of talent as an artist.
You don't?
No, absolutely not.
Are you sure?
If I did, why wasn't it recognized?
Many artists are fated to be unrecognized in their lifetimes.
I only know that when people look at my painting, all they see is the clothing. And that's what I am. A designer, and you can stop nourishing my juvenile conceit and your own.
Is that the way you feel about it?
Yes.
Then, Waldo, goodbye.
You're angry?
No.
Disappointed?
No.
I don't want to be poor, don't you understand? There's nothing worse than being poor.
I walked out of his house, I slammed the front door, and for a moment I just stood there. Should I just leave him like this? How could I? While I was debating with myself, suddenly I heard the strains of music from the record player. I ran inside again. Waldo! Waldo!
Yes?
What are you doing?
Listening to some music.
About a butterfly?
Yes. About a butterfly.
That's good.
I have to sort some things out in my own mind.
That's promising.
And it isn't very complicated either.
Things usually are only as complicated as you contrive to make them.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to call Jerry Kenwood. You know Jerry?
Yes.
That's what I'll have to tell him. Jerry, I'm walking out. No, I'm running out. Get rid of the business. I've had it.
Have you, Waldo? Really?
Oh, yes. For a long time now.
Do you finally know what you want?
I want to go to the South Seas and paint. Helen, will you come visit me?
Why not?
Why, this has really been a drag, you know.
You loved every minute of it.
Yes, but after a while, every minute is the same as every other minute. Well, that's how things are among the butterflies. I'm going to call Jerry.
When?
Just as soon as I can capture that shade of blue.
That was the last time I saw him alive. He called Jerry, who then came over to the house and killed him. Good evening, Mr. Kenwood.
Hi. It's Miss Harper.
May I come in?
Oh, yes, of course. May, darling, it's a visitor for me. Business. My wife's a bit under the weather.
This isn't a social call.
May I offer you a drink?
No, thank you.
Well, what can I do for you, Miss Harper?
You can offer me a chair, and I'll sit and wait.
For what?
For you to read this.
Well, what is it?
My feature article on Waldo Simpson Trent. Did you know his middle name was Simpson?
Oh, why no?
I think I'm the only one who did. Well, shall you read this?
Miss Harper, just what is the meaning?
The meaning is perfectly clear.
But you accuse me of the murder.
Why not? You did it.
But yet, this is monstrous. Now, I warn you, Miss Harper. I'm also an attorney. If you so much as imply...
I'm aware of the libel laws, Mr. Kenwood.
Then how could you possibly...
You killed him. You're in deep, Jerry.
You could never prove it.
What? That you're in deep or that you're guilty? Come on, Jerry. This isn't your style. You looted the assets, not because you're really a crook, but because you are weak. The sight of all that money simply unhinged you.
I simply must ask you to leave.
I'm a police reporter. I know how the police work once they think they're on the trail. Are you in the clear? Are you known to be a heavy loser at the tracks in Vegas? And suppose right now there were to be an audit of the books of Waldo Trent Enterprises. How would you stand, Jerry?
I have nothing to be afraid of.
You have everything to be afraid of. Once the police sense the trail, they won't quit.
But you don't know what you are talking about.
How about women? Your wife upstairs. Is there anything she'd better not find out?
Are you trying to blackmail me?
I'm only trying to write a story. Listen, Jerry, don't make them look for you. Don't destroy your credibility by denying it. Admit it. Confess. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. The thing was too big for you. You lost your head. You won't get away with it. But you'd be surprised how much lighter the price can be. Take my advice, Jerry. Do you hear that? It's probably the police. They're here. That means they're on the trail.
The police?
Yes, I'm not bluffing, Jerry. You'll never shake them. You're not a professional. What did you do with the gun? With the stuff you took to make it look like a robbery?
I know.
Don't start to sweat just yet. Do you have an alibi? They'll break you down. They know how. And they won't go away. That doorbell will keep ringing and ringing. Answer it, Jerry. I'll answer it for you. Lieutenant Dyer, won't you come in? I think Mr. Kenwood has something to say to you.
He said it slowly, hesitatingly at first, but he said it. And it all came out finally. The judge and the jury were understanding. He will sit in jail for a while, but he'll be out one day and still have a good part of his life yet to live. I shall return shortly. Look at it this way. Nature makes certain lower orders beautiful by giving them glorious plumage and magnificent colors. Man, on the other hand, is basically drab, so he makes up for it by improving on nature. He adds artificial adornment. All of this would be quite harmless, except that, too often, what's added on is considered more important than what's underneath. They say clothes make the man, but just exactly what do they make him? Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man, wrote Voltaire more than 200 years ago, is the only animal who knows he will die. But man does not, and never has, accepted this dire bit of knowledge. Not completely. He struggles still to discover or invent some reason to believe that he is immortal. That, however altered, he will nevertheless live on forever. And that is why, centuries ago, ghost stories were born.
You must appease the god Hermes.
But my daughter...
Pacify the Eumenides.
What of my daughter?
Reconsecrate the temple. All pollution must be removed.
My daughter, what of her?
Your daughter cannot be laid to rest within the boundaries of this city. She must be taken outside these walls and buried there.
Our mystery drama, Night Visitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane.
It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It's possible that the cavemen sat around the fire after dark and told stories of strange shapes they had seen and awful sounds they had heard, and wondered aloud if their ancestors were trying to get in touch with them. We can't know for sure because they could not record their experience. But a ghost story from the 4th century before Christ has come down to us. Its setting is Macedonia, and we have given our adaptation the title of Night Visitor.
He couldn't have picked a worse time to pay a visit. It had been a scant few weeks since the light had gone out of our lives. I suppose it's possible he had not heard of my daughter's death. After all, he lived in Therma, and I don't believe he traveled to Amphipolis more than 2 or 3 times on business for King Philip II. And he'd never before been a guest in our home. Still, Demonstratus, my husband, and I did our poor best to prepare for his arrival.
Mercedes is very close to the king, you know.
I know.
And to the young Prince Alexander, too, I believe.
Craterus was a general in Alexander's army.
He's dead, Sheridan.
6 months married, and he died.
Then she died.
There's no need to remind me.
Forgive me, my dear.
Such a brilliant marriage, such a happy marriage. Then a widow so soon. Then...
Dear wife...
She lingered only a few months after his death. Our only child. Our lovely young daughter, our beautiful Philinian.
Dear wife...
Now this fool intrudes himself on our grief.
You said yourself he may not even know.
Yes. It must be that he doesn't know. Or he couldn't be so tactless, so unfeeling.
His room is ready for him, I suppose. He'll be tired after his trip from Therma.
It's prepared. I gave Melissa instructions.
Properly prepared, I hope.
Our best linen sheets.
Food and drink.
Spice cakes, apples, plums.
A carafe of wine.
Oh, yes. And our best crystal goblets with the gold rim.
Mistress?
Yes, Melissa.
The gentleman from Therma has arrived.
Mercedes is here.
It had been several years since Mercedes had last been in our city, so I had no clear picture of what sort of man to expect. I must admit that I was most pleasantly, most favorably impressed. The man who entered our house was, I should think, about 40 years old, strikingly handsome, well-built, intelligent, and beautifully mannered. I must confess the thought crossed my mind.
how our daughter Felinian would have admired this man, perhaps even loved him. I told him briefly of her marriage, of her widowhood, and lastly of her death. He was most sympathetic, very kind, very understanding. Really a remarkable young man. We said good night to him, and Melissa showed him to his room.
A proper young man. I'm happy to have him for a guest.
So am I.
Are you sorry you were so fretful about his coming here?
I couldn't know he'd be so charming. I think I've planned everything well. Melissa will devote all her time to him.
Can't we give him a servant who's not quite so old?
Perhaps we should.
I can't imagine that at court he's tended by an aged crone.
I suppose not. In the morning, I'll see what I can do.
I think you should. We want to make a good impression.
I know.
Well, are you ready to retire? What's that?
It sounded like Melissa.
Well, what kind of...
Mistress! Master!
Melissa, what is it? What's possessed
Come in,
you?
woman, come in.
What's frightened you? Demonstrative. Some wine.
Up there.
Where? Up where?
His room.
Here, drink this.
Whose room do you mean?
The gentleman. The one from Thelma.
Mercedes?
What do you know about Mercedes?
I looked in upon him a minute ago to see if he was cold or if he needed anything. Oh, mistress.
Yes, go on.
He was asleep, in bed and asleep.
Of course.
I peered at the bed. He was sleeping peacefully, but beneath the coverlet, I could distinguish a form. Not his. Another's.
What do you mean, old woman?
2 people were in that bed, side by side.
Oh, come now, you're joking.
Of course you are.
Oh, your eyes are failing.
Yes, that's it.
No. I saw them.
Melissa?
But that's not all, my mistress. I crept closer to the bed. I thought, as you think now, that I must be wrong. But there they were, the 2 of them, lying next to each other. Oh, mistress, how can I tell you? One of them was Felinian, your daughter.
Can you conceive of what I felt? Incredulity, of course. It was not yet 6 months since we had placed the body of our beloved child on the bier within the tomb. The old servant's words were a desecration. A fluttering fear trembled within us both. What if something between disbelief and anxiety and a desire to quiet the old servant, something made us decide that one of us should accompany Melissa to the bedroom where Mercedes lay with whom? With what? It was decided that I should be the one. I think you are losing your senses, Melissa. You stay. I'll go in.
Yes, mistress.
It's true. There are 2 of them.
You see.
Mercedes and a woman.
Go closer. Close to the bed.
Yes. A woman.
Felinian.
No. Not Felinian.
Yes. It is she.
But it's impossible to tell.
It is she,
The room is
mistress.
so dark.
Her hair, her skin, her nightdress.
I can't believe.
Believe.
It's not my daughter. It's not Felinian. It's some stranger.
It is your daughter, mistress. I'll swear to it.
Close your mouth, old woman.
I saw what I saw. I tell you, I saw.
Hush. We must not be found here. My husband is waiting for us below stairs. Come. Indeed, Demonstratus was waiting for us in a fever of impatience. I had decided that I would not tell him anything of a definite nature, for I was not sure myself. There had been a moment there in the bedroom when I thought I recognized the hair, the skin, the nightdress. They were familiar to me. But that signified nothing, really. Felinian could not have been the only girl with chestnut hair and peach-pink skin. Not the only one to wear a white sleeping gown threaded with yellow ribbons. Oh, no. No.
Well, what did you find? Nothing. Am I right? Nothing at all?
Nothing. He says we found nothing. Tell him. Go on, tell him.
Charito, tell me.
It is true. Mercedes was not alone in his bed.
Not alone?
There was a woman.
Felinian?
What?
No. No. Someone who looked somewhat like, who could conceivably be mistaken for her. The hair, the coloring, the clothing.
It was Felinian.
Be quiet, you crazy old woman.
I knew her from the day she was born. I watched her grow to womanhood. I tended her in the cradle. I guarded her at school. I cared for her till she married and left me. I know her, head to foot, body and soul. Her life has been so interwoven with mine that I could not fail to recognize her if I met her in hell.
Stop your ravings, Melissa. Our Felinian lies on her bier in the tomb where we placed her.
She has left it. She has escaped and found her way into this house, into his bed.
I forbid you to speak another word. Do you want to be dismissed from our service? Do you want to beg bread on the streets?
I saw what I saw.
Go to bed, Melissa. You're tired.
All the same, I saw.
We will talk in the morning, Melissa. Crazy old woman.
What did you see, Charito?
I saw a woman, that's true enough. But it was no one we know. And most assuredly, it was not Felinian. The very idea.
Mercedes must know many women in Amphipolis. He must have stirred more than one feminine heart in the past.
It could have been some woman from our streets.
What are you going to do about it?
Why, nothing.
But you must do something.
What would you have me do?
Do I ask him? Ask him who invaded his bed in the middle of the night.
Demonstrative. It could have been anyone. Mercedes is an attractive man, so virile, so handsome, so distinguished. It would be a simple thing for him to plan an assignation.
Nevertheless, it was in my house that he carried it out, and I mean to confront him with it in the morning.
No.
Are you afraid, Charito? Afraid of what I might learn?
Yes, it was true. I was afraid. A nameless, gnawing fear twisted my bowels. A haunting anxiety about what might lie ahead for all of us. And a terrifying suspicion that Melissa was not fabricating, nor was she deranged. That what she said she had seen, she had, in all truth, actually seen.
Arthur Schopenhauer, who died in 1860, was a renowned German philosopher, well known for his pessimistic views of the nature of man. It was his contention that we are born with a belief in ghosts, and that never, never will we be free of it. But of course, as I have said, Schopenhauer was a pessimist. I'll continue shortly with Act Two. Each of us, it's safe to say, has at some time lost a loved one. Our memories combine with our sense of loss and deprivation in a huge effort to bring them back to us. There are moments when it even seems that our love and longing must be strong enough to accomplish this. But what if it were true? What if we truly possessed such supernatural power?
It's enough to scare us to death.
It was the king himself who had suggested that I spend my 3 days in Amphipolis with Demonstratus and Charito. True, I remembered them from times past, an agreeable couple with a well-run household and most excellent food and drink. They had seemed a happy little family, and I was sorry to learn of the demise of their only child. I frankly felt that they thought well of me, and that they honestly liked me. So I was startled when early the next morning I heard an angry, imperious knocking at the door of my chamber.
Ladies, open the door. I must speak with you. Now, Mercedes, now.
Demonstratus, what is the meaning
Let
of...
us in.
And Charito, what is the reason for this early intrusion?
I did not want to come, but my husband...
Are you going to let us come in?
Yes, of course. I am your guest. This is your house. Come in by all means. By all means, come in.
Thank you.
Demonstratus, what's happened? Why are you...
There's no one here. You see, Charito, there's no one here at all.
Oh, did you expect to find someone?
A woman.
Oh, yes, a woman. Yeah.
Melissa looked in upon you last night, some hours after you retired, to see if you needed anything. She saw a woman by your side.
And, as was her duty, she informed us.
Well, yes, of course, it was her duty. I hope you were not unduly perturbed.
It's true, then?
Oh, yes, it is quite true. A few seconds after I reached this room, a most lovely lady appeared. I was quite taken by surprise, I can tell you. But she was so fair, so lovely, I could not on the instant send her away. You understand.
Go on.
And besides, she told me with such passionate sincerity that I could not disbelieve her completely, that she had loved me for years.
It was someone you knew?
To my knowledge, I had never seen her before. I did not press her for her name. She was clearly a lady of breeding and distinction. And she begged for my love, and I gave it to her. Forgive me if I violated your hospitality, but I was sorely tempted, and I succumbed.
All of that is understandable, Mercedes. Perhaps forgivable, too.
I thank you for your tolerance.
Where is the woman now?
Well, when I awoke this morning, when you and your wife came knocking at my door, she was gone. Sometime during the night, she went away, or was spirited away.
What? Why do you say that? Why do you say she could have been spirited away?
Why, because both her arrival and her departure was so mysterious, so completely out of the ordinary, so unconventional.
She was a spirit?
A ghost. Is that what you think?
Oh, no. I meant nothing of the sort. This was a real woman, a woman of this earth, of flesh and blood. Why do you think she... Of what are you accusing me?
Mercedes, my friend, you had best sit down while I tell you what is suspected. Only suspected, mind you.
Suspected by an old and unstable servant in the house.
Melissa?
Melissa says... She swears that the woman in your bed was... our daughter.
Your daughter?
Our Felinian.
But your daughter is dead. You told me last night that...
Mercedes, after Melissa told her story of what she had seen...
Or thought she had seen.
I myself came into this room. The woman in your bed, though there was little light to see by, still, the woman did bear... I must confess it in the name of truth. She did bear a certain resemblance to Felinian.
Oh, no. The woman who invaded my room, she was no specter. She wasn't a ghost. Look there. We sat at that table and we ate and we drank. We ate cakes and fruit and drank wine from your beautiful gold-rimmed goblets. And here, look, here's something else. 2 things she gave me as tokens of her love. I put them in this coffer. You see? See here? Look, a gold ring. She took it from her finger. And a gold belt from around her waist.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No.
there, you see. These are gifts from a tangible, a palpable woman. That was no ghost that visited me. Well, you do see, don't you?
Mercedes, that ring, that belt, they were worn by our daughter, Lillian, during her lifetime.
No, I can't believe that. No.
And they were buried with her in her tomb. The ring upon her finger, the belt around her waist.
But then somebody robbed the tomb. Yes, of course, that's it. Somebody broke into the tomb and stole the gold trinkets from her poor dead body. And somehow they came into the hands of my night visitor. Of course that's how it happened. Now, don't you see?
I suppose it's possible.
Well, of course it is.
Can it be proven?
Oh, yes, I think it can.
Can you prove it?
Well, no, not by my efforts, perhaps. But look, it comes back to me. Now, during the night, this woman whispered to me that she would return. Yes, she promised that she would return each of the 3 nights that I slept here in your house. That she would come to me at the same time. Now, if you and your wife will hide yourselves outside the door, you will see her when she appears.
We could do that.
Yes, but do not stop her from entering. Let her come in. If you fill the table with fruit and cake and wine as you did before, you will see that she is human, that she is alive, and she is a true woman. She is no ghost. And she is not your daughter. At long last, they were persuaded. They believed in my sincerity. And I was sincere. Oh, believe me, I had no wish to injure these good people in any way whatsoever. I wanted to satisfy them beyond their slightest doubt that my night visitor had been a living, breathing girl. No spirit, no phantom. What I did not tell them, what I could not bring myself to tell them, was that my visitor had whispered her name to me at one moment of that delirious night. And that name was Felinian. Now I was determined that they should convince themselves of what to me was incontrovertible, that the woman was wholly human. And it was with eager anticipation that I awaited the appointed hour of the next night, knowing that Demonstratus and Chirito lurked in the shadows outside my door.
Mercedes, my love.
Is it you?
Who else should it be? My dearest heart.
No one.
Did I not promise you that I would visit you here in this room each night you slept here?
Yes.
Then light a light. Let me see you. And you, look at me. We will gaze upon each other across this little table. Ah, look here. Cold meats and bread and grapes and the finest brandy we could wish. Sit there, my sweet love. There's your glass. And mine. Now, let me fill our plates.
Tell me something.
Anything. Whatever you want to hear.
Oh, there are things I want to hear. And there are things that I do not want to hear.
Your plate, my darling.
Thank you.
Now, ask me whatever interests you.
Last night, you told me something.
Many things. I told you many things.
But one thing in particular.
And what was that?
You told me... You said that you had loved me for a long time.
Oh, yes. A very long time.
How long?
Since I was quite a young girl.
Where did we meet?
Why, here.
Here?
Here in Amphipolis. You came on business for King Philip.
Oh, yes.
More than once.
Yes, several times.
But I knew from the first that I loved you. Would always love you. Love you till my death and beyond. The second time I saw you, my love grew. And the third time, You were so fixed in my young girl's heart that I knew nothing could alter or stifle the love I bore you. Not even marriage to another man.
You married?
Oh, yes. I was nearly 20. My parents arranged it.
Who was the man you married?
No, he was very distinguished. A good man. A kind man. He was a general. Very high up in the army of King Philip. Perhaps you knew him.
What was his name?
His name was Craterus.
And what happened to him?
Well, he died. We were married a scant 6 months before he died.
And that must have made you very unhappy.
I grieved for him, yes.
And then?
Well, then, I died too.
But you are here.
My love for you had never died. It burned as fiercely as ever. My violent, my passionate, my unsatisfied love. And when I knew that you would spend 3 nights in my parents' house...
Forgive me.
Where are you going? Come back!
Demonstratus, come in.
Mercedes, no!
Charito.
We don't want them.
Come in, both of you. She is here.
No, we don't need them.
Lillian, my daughter.
Lillian, is it you?
She's come back to us, Demonstratus. Our daughter has returned from the grave.
Oh, dear child.
To have you back. Oh, the gods are kind.
Let us embrace you, dearest girl.
Stay away. Stay apart from me.
Lillian.
Do not approach me. Do not come near me.
But we love you.
What do you know of love?
You doubt that we love you?
You are cruel. Cruel and unfeeling.
My child, what are you saying?
I came here by the grace of the gods. They allowed me 3 nights to spend with the man of my young heart. But you could not permit that, could you? You could not grant me my 3 happy nights.
Oh, Lillian.
I meant no harm to anyone. I did no harm to a single soul in this house. But you, Mother, and you, Father, with your meddling...
Meddling?
Yes, your meddling. Your audacious interference. Your bungling. You have destroyed the most sacred wish of my heart. And now...
Yes, my daughter. What now?
Now must I return to the shadowy place appointed for me. Now at last, it is over. Over at last.
Lillian, what is she?
She is dead, Charito.
Dead? Is that true?
Yes, my dear wife. Our daughter is dead. Once again, she is dead.
The body of the beautiful young woman lay stretched to its full length across the bed. Her parents threw themselves upon it. The house was filled with sorrow and confusion. Lillian was dead, and I shared the grief of Charito and Demonstratus as best I could. But a question crowded my head and infected my thoughts. When had she been alive?
If you believe in ghosts, you have plenty of company, as this story, which dates back 2,300 years, well attests. If you do not believe in ghosts, well, many others share your conviction. The question of their existence or non-existence has never been decided, nor is it likely to be. But consider this. Believe or disbelieve as you will, someday you may be a ghost yourself. I shall be back with our concluding act shortly. Let's be honest. This is a very unsatisfactory world to live in. Long on confusion and contradiction, short on justice and human kindness. Is it any wonder we long so ardently to turn away from it, out of disgust, despair, or simple boredom?
But where? Towards what do we turn in our extremity? Why, to the mysterious, of course, to the land of the unknown, the unknowable, and the strange creatures who inhabit it.
They are good people, I guess, and kind enough in their way, but they are stupid. On the other hand, a slave, unburdened by possessions or position, happily deprived of aspiration and ambition, limited to menial work that any fool can accomplish. A slave like myself is free at all times to observe and reflect on the riddles and enigmas of life, both here and beyond. This is a freedom which I, in my bondage, cherish above all else. While the household was racked with grief over the second death of the beautiful Philinian, I took it upon myself to seek out Hylas, the greatest diviner among us.
What brings you here, Melissa?
Have you heard, Hylas, of the awfulness that has come to pass in the house of Charito and Demonstratus?
There have been murmurings in the street, yes. The word goes round that Philinian has come back from beyond the grave.
That much is true. I saw her. I was the first.
Stay a moment, Melissa. You say you saw the specter of Philinian?
Not a specter, Hylas. Philinian as she was before she died. Who would know her better than I?
And you say you were the first to see her returned from the grave?
Oh, there I misspoke myself. I was not the first, but I was the first to recognize her.
Ah, and who was the first to see her?
Mercates from Therma, friend to the king, who came here for 3 days on state business, and chose, unhappy choice, to spend those 3 days in the house of Demonstratus.
But Philinian has been dead for some time now.
Mercates was informed of that on arrival. But that night he was tempted and seduced by a beautiful young woman. And when, in the early morning hours, I entered his bedchamber to see what he might need, there they were, together. And you can imagine my horror when I looked down and saw the face of my cherished Philinian. I rushed to tell my masters, and in the morning they confronted Mercates, who swore that it was a living woman who had visited him. He showed them a gold ring and a gold belt, which he said the woman had given him. But, ye gods, they recognized the jewelry as having belonged to their daughter. Indeed, she had worn the ring and the belt to her grave.
Oh, the horror grows.
Mercates insisted that the woman had been a living, breathing being, no ghost from the other side, and invited the father and mother to hide themselves outside his room. For he said the woman had promised to visit him at the same hour each of the 3 nights he slept beneath that roof.
And did the father and mother accept the invitation of Mercates to eavesdrop outside his room the next night?
Indeed they did. And indeed Philinian appeared at the very hour he had said she would. They ran to embrace their daughter, so glad they were to see her, as they thought, return to them. But she repulsed them utterly, heaped scorn and loathing on them for having prevented the 2nd and 3rd nights of her rendezvous with the man she had loved so long. And then,
Melissa?
Then she fell upon the bed and died. That is why I'm here, Hylas. Tell me what they should do, and I will carry your instructions back to them.
I do not know how this dreadful event can be finally resolved, but I do know what must be done first before anything else. First, the tomb where they placed Philinian's body must be opened.
I took the instructions of Hylas back to Charito and Demonstratus. They had the grace to thank me for my trouble, and made ready to visit the tomb that very day. As for Mercedes, he nodded dumbly when I told him all that I had done and what remained to be done. But he said that he would not go to the tomb, but would wait for us to come back to the house. So we went without him.
Here is the bier where the body of my father lies.
Here lies my brother. Here my aunt.
The bier of Felinian lies straight ahead.
I know very well where she lies. Bring the torches closer. Look there.
There is no body.
But where? Where could?
At home? With Mercedes? On the bed where we left her?
Let us hurry back. Come, Melissa.
Wait.
Come, Melissa.
Look here.
What is it?
See what I found lying on the bier?
What? It's an iron ring.
A man's ring.
There's something else. Look.
A goblet. A goblet with a gold rim. Oh, Demonstratus, it's one of ours.
It is one of those I left in the bedroom of Mercedes that first night.
Come, both of you. We must go back to the house.
We hurried back, half walking, half running along the dusty road, saying nothing to one another, our faces drawn and haggard with anxiety. We were within a few yards of the house when we saw Mercedes standing in the middle of the road.
Mercedes, we entered the tomb. The bier of Felinian is empty.
I know.
You know? How? What do you know?
After you left, I decided that I had been cowardly to refuse to go with you to the tomb. A few minutes past, I made up my mind to join you just outside the house, lying on the grass. I found the body of Felinian.
What? Why should she be there?
I think that she was trying to return to her bier in the tomb. Her rightful home.
Come, Demonstratus. Come, let us find her.
Oh, sir. This has been a most dreadful experience. As much for you as for the rest of us.
It has, Melissa.
I wish I could help you.
Perhaps you can.
I, an old woman like me, a slave woman like me.
There might be more wisdom in your ancient head than anyone dreams of.
There well might be. But what has happened here? These are things that have to do with the netherworld. The dark, the shadowy side of the soul. The mysteries of heaven and hell and human failure.
I don't know what to do. I meant no purposeful evil.
I know, sir.
When she appeared in my room, all beautiful and enticing, she was real. I swear I had no notion. She spoke of her love for me. She gave me her ring.
Oh, sir.
And her belt of gold from around her waist. They were real. I showed them to you. You saw them.
There is something else, sir, which I must show you.
What is that?
This ring of iron.
Right. And that ring is mine. At least it was mine till I gave it to her.
You gave this ring to Felinian?
Yes, that first night. A pledge of my love.
When the tomb was opened, sir, and we went inside, we found the ring lying upon her empty bier. And not just the ring. We found this goblet, too.
A goblet? With a rim of gold? Why, she took this with her when she left my room. A memento of our time together.
You know what this means, sir.
Tell me. My mind is whirling with confused thoughts. I reject them all, but they come back.
It means, Mercedes, that when she left you that night, she returned to the tomb.
Oh, no.
And there she remained, till she reappeared in your room the second night.
Melissa, what shall I do? What can I do? Who will tell me what I must do?
Sir, go to Hylas.
Hylas? Who is Hylas?
The wisest man in Amphipolis. It was Hillis who told us to open the tomb.
You say I should seek out this wise man, this Hillis?
I can think of nothing else. Now, sir, if you will excuse me, I must join my mistress. She needs me more than you. I suggested to Cherito that she and I should go to the place of assembly. There was bound to be a crowd there, for by now everyone must know of our journey to the tomb and what we had found and not found there. At first she hesitated, but when I said that Hillis would most certainly be one of the crowd, she consented, for she knew she was in drastic need of counsel.
Hillis! Hillis!
Is Hillis here?
He's here!
Yes, I'm here.
Hillis, I must speak with you.
Yes, Cherito.
I need your help. This awful quandary into which we have been thrown.
Quiet. Quiet, everyone. Be quiet.
Hillis, you know of the tragedy that has befallen our family.
There is talk of it, Cherito. And Melissa has told me the true details.
Which she herself witnessed.
And you wish me to tell you what should be done.
To wipe away the stain, to cleanse our house.
Cherito, make sacrifice to the god Hermes.
Yes.
And to the Eumenides.
Oh, yes.
And to Zeus.
What of my daughter? Her body lies outside our house.
Ah, you would place her back in the tomb. Is that it, Cherito?
On the bier that is hers.
No. No, Cherito, no.
No? Then what? Then where?
Linian cannot be laid to rest within the boundaries of this city. She must be taken outside these walls and buried there.
No!
It is the law. It was harsh advice to give, but such were the facts, and such was the law. And the sorrowing friends and family did everything that I suggested with the utmost care. The man, Mercedes, never consulted me. That same day, he killed himself. Perhaps, had he sought me out and asked my help, perhaps I would have told him that there was no other proper thing for him to do. But what he did.
The story of Night Visitor, which we have brought to you in modern adaptation, was written down in the 2nd century after Christ during the reign of the Emperor Hadrian, though it is told as happening 6 centuries previous. Its author was a freed Greek slave by the name of Phlegon, and was circulated in a book titled De Rebus Mirabilis, or Of Miraculous Things. I'll be back shortly. The opening of the story of Philinian is missing from Phlegon's account, but from other sources it has been ascertained that it was taken from a letter written by a man called Hipparchus to a friend named Eridaus, who was half-brother to the son of Philip II, Alexander the Great. Our cast included Terry Keane, Earl Hammond, E.V. Juster, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, it's my pleasure to tantalize you with a mystery. And not a whodunit, but a, so to speak, why-done-it. Frankly, I much prefer the why to the whodunits, because they're just so darn difficult to solve, if you manage to solve them at all. For example, why... But no. Let Rose Corbin, our heroine, ask the question.
But why, Hank? Why would anyone commit murder because of this coat?
I don't get it either, Rose.
It's just a plain, ordinary imitation leopard skin coat. We know that.
Well, do we?
What do you mean?
I mean, this coat has been the cause of more than one murder and attempted murders. It may look plain and ordinary, but, Rose, it can't be. Someone wants this coat. Wants it badly enough to kill for it. And, Rose, do me a favor, will you?
What favor, Hank?
Stop wearing it.
Our mystery drama, Roses Are for Funerals, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Carol Shelley. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Well, now, I'm not going to make the mistake the famous mystery writer E. Phillips Oppenheim once made and bet that you can't solve this mystery. You know what happened to him. You don't? Well, he bet his readers a large sum of money that they couldn't solve the mystery. And many of them did. So, no bets. Tell you what I will do, though. I'll play fair, as always, and make sure you have all the clues I have. Every single one. I'll even tell you when you've got all the pieces you need to put the puzzle together. And nothing can be fairer than that, right? Okay, then. Let's start at Kennedy International Airport, in a passenger lounge where a very attractive young lady named Rose Corbin sits patiently waiting for her cousin, Hank North.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Yes? Please, may I introduce myself? My name is Simon Lavaux.
Yes?
Please, I must talk quickly, very fast, because my flight has already been announced for Paris.
What is it you want?
You will think it is such a foolishness, mademoiselle, but I wish to buy your coat.
You wish to buy my coat, the coat I'm wearing?
Yes, please. It's a strange thing to ask, I know.
It's a very strange thing to ask, especially when you're wearing the same kind of coat.
Oh, no, it's not the same.
Well, yours is real leopard skin, of course, while mine is only imitation, and a different style, too, but...
Please, let me explain, and then I know you will agree to my very strange request.
Well, you can explain, but I'm not selling you this coat.
Please, mademoiselle, the problem is my sister. She's my twin sister in Paris. Vous savez, elle est très pauvre. She's very poor, and she's married to a man who does not make much money.
I'm sorry about that.
Please, je vous en prie, please listen. When we were children, my sister and I always wore identical clothes. Dresses, coats, hats, everything was the same. And so today, when I buy something, well, like this coat I am wearing, which I bought here in the city, I always buy for her a duplicate.
Oh, it's very thoughtful. Yes, very kind.
But you see, I'm very selfish. When I see this coat, I want it. Oh, I want it so much. And so I said to the salesperson, I will take this and another one just like it. Of course, for my sister, you understand. But mademoiselle, there is not another one like it. So please, quickly now, I have only a few minutes before my flight. And combien ça coûte, How much did you pay for it? How much do you wish for it?
I'm sorry, but I just don't want to sell my coat.
$100, After all, it's only imitation leopard.
Look here, even if you offered me $200.
Mademoiselle, no. Please try to understand. I must have it. $1,000,
For an imitation leopard skin coat. Now, if you're so concerned over your sister having a coat like yours, buy her one when you get to Paris.
It's too late, mademoiselle. mademoiselle. She's meeting me at the airport, and she will say, where is my coat? And I shall have
I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry, but...
Please, here, $1,000, and I take the coat.
What are you doing? Take your hands off. Please, will you? Don't you look, you tore. You ripped the lapel.
Hey, cool it.
Go away.
Yes, I'll be happy to if one of you isn't Rose Corbin.
But that's me. Are you Hank? Hank?
Yeah, that's me. I was pretty sure you were Rose. You're wearing that rose in your coat lapel. What is all of this?
Well, this woman insists that I sell her my coat.
But they have offered her $1,000.
But if my cousin doesn't want to sell, you don't want to, do you, Rose?
No.
Well,
but I do not have time to argue. I shall miss my place. Please, I beg of you, sell it to me.
look, I'd better find a cop.
No, don't do that. Please.
Well, then you must be on your way.
Please, the coat, I must have it.
Okay, there's a cop over there. I'll just go and...
No, please, I'm going. I'm going small.
Oh, thank you, Hank. I'm so glad you came along when you did.
She gave you a hard time, huh?
Well, she tried to tear the coat off me, even ripped my lapel.
She put a kind of crimp in your rose, too. Broke the stem.
I might as well throw that away. Now it's served its purpose.
Well, there's no need for that. Look, I think I can repin it.
Oh,
Let's see. Say, it's still pretty fresh. In fact, it's very fresh. After an 8-hour trip from London.
I didn't get it in London. I got it here at the airport florist when I landed. When I told you I'd be wearing a rose so that you'd recognize me, well, I decided if the girl looked wilted, at least the rose didn't have to.
Well, there you are. Good as new.
Oh, thank you.
Except for your torn lapel. Mother will take care of that. Okay. I've got your bag, so let's go. Fun City awaits you, Cousin Rose.
Hank? She seems to be awaiting me, too.
What?
Oh, the French girl, see? She still hasn't gone through the flight gate. She's standing there looking at us as if she was still hoping to buy this coat.
Ah, forget it. The world is full of nuts. Let's go.
Well, yes, we have bridges in London, but nothing like this, Hank. The Tri-Borough, you said?
Yep. Look over there. How's that for your first sight of New York City?
Oh, it's sensational.
It's too bad you didn't arrive at night. That skyline all lit up. It's out of sight.
I'm sure it is. Oh, Hank, I'm so grateful to you and Aunt Ruth, letting me stay with you on my first trip to the States.
Letting you stay? They're happy to have you. In fact, now that I see you, I'm delighted to have you. I'm very glad we're cousins twice removed.
Why?
Well, it makes us kissing cousins.
I hope you're right. About being second cousins, I mean. Personally, I can't figure it out. Maybe you, with that lawyer's brain of yours.
Hey,
What is it? What's wrong?
That car next to us. Hey, watch it. Hey, man, you're too darn close.
Oh, good heavens, they certainly are.
Crazy fool. What are you doing? Get over.
Oh, we'll have an accident.
But we sure will if they do. Well, they got the idea. They're pulling ahead, thank heaven.
Pulling ahead, but right in front of us.
Now, what in
Hank, look out, they've stopped. Oh!
Rose, are you okay?
I don't know.
Hey, here, what do you think you're doing? You.
Me?
Yes, you. Give me that. Oh, never mind. I'll take it. Hey, take your hands off her. What kind of a nut are you? Let her alone.
Coat, he's trying to take my coat.
Get your hands off her, I said. All right.
Hank, you've knocked him out.
No, he's getting up. Come back here, you dirty creep.
Hank, don't go after him. He could be armed. You could be hurt.
He's getting back in his car. Get the license number.
All right.
Quick, Rose, the glove compartment, pad and a pencil.
All right.
Jot the number down. Quick. He's burning rubber to get away fast. They tried to kill us, Mother. They did. I know they did.
And he, the man who jumped from their car and ran back to ours, he wanted my coat as badly as that woman at the airport.
Unbelievable. Altogether unbelievable.
It's incredible. That's what it is.
Now, just a minute. You say she was willing to pay $1,000 for it?
For imitation leopard skin.
But she wanted it and had to have it for her twin sister?
Yeah, well, I don't buy that, Mother. This second attempt to get a hold of the coat. I mean, by a guy who was ready to kill us in an accident if it turned out that way. No. There's something about that coat. Something somebody wants.
Yes, but what could anyone want with an imitation leopard skin coat? Where'd you buy it, Rose?
Harrods in London.
I wish I knew how to straighten out the mystery of Rose's coat.
Oh, dear. You don't straighten out a mystery. You solve it. And I ought to know. I've read hundreds of them every year. So solve most of them, too.
We'll try solving this one then, Aunt Ruth.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've been thinking, and I may have the answer.
You have?
Just may have. Would you bring me the coat, dear?
Of course. I won't be a minute.
What do you think of her, Mother?
Oh, she's beautiful, and she's just so charming, so poised. She may not have much money, son, but she does know how to wear clothes.
And with a figure like that, the clothes wear her.
Well, I don't mind saying she's exactly the sort of girl I hoped you'd marry one day.
Yeah, well, in that case, I'm glad she came over. I'm glad you invited her.
Oh, that's why I invited her.
Here it is, Aunt Ruth.
Thank you, my dear. Oh, this rose you wore is wilted, poor thing.
Small wonder. It's really taken a battering. I suppose it just decided to give up.
Mother, what are you doing?
Now you know my methods, Watson. Apply them. I'm examining the lining.
The lining?
Oh, no, I could be wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if something were hidden in this lining.
For what, for goodness sake?
Well, let me see. Certainly not jewels, or I'd be able to feel them.
You're going over that lining like an expert, Mother.
Well, that's what comes of being a mystery story addict. Oh, wait. Not heroin either.
Heroin?
Oh, it's been done. Well, not anymore, though. The customs people were onto that, ages ago.
I'll go.
Now, if heroin were concealed in the lining, I'd be able to feel the crinkly little glassine envelopes. Oh, what? There's nothing hidden in the lining. Nothing I can see, anyway. Oh, was it paper delivery, dear?
Yeah.
Now, why are you looking at the front page? It's as if you'd just been shocked out of a year's growth.
Because it could be I just have been.
Hank?
Listen to this. Headline reads, Woman murdered on Paris-bound plane.
What?
A woman identified as Simone Laveau of Paris, France.
That's her. That's the woman who wanted to buy my coat.
I know. Just listen now. Was found dead in her seat aboard Flight 219 for Paris late this afternoon. An hour after takeoff, a hostess, Andrea Klein, noticed that Miss Laveau was slumped in her seat and thought she was asleep. She secured a cushion to place behind the young woman's head, and on doing so, discovered she was dead.
Oh, no.
Further examination disclosed a deep knife wound in her left side. Since the flight was only an hour out from New York City, Hostess Klein recalls that a man was seated next to her just before takeoff, was nowhere to be found on board following the discovery of the murder.
What does this mean, Hank?
I'll tell you one thing it means, Mother. I'm going to police headquarters right now, and I'm taking that coat with me.
Yes, but Hank...
Rose, a woman who was willing to pay $1,000 for this piece of imitation leopard skin, was murdered an hour or so later. Why? A man neither of us ever saw before nearly killed us in a crash on the Triborough so he could get this coat off you. Why? Well, we better find out why, because...
Yes, because...
I could be wrong. I hope I am. But this coat, it could be a death warrant, Rose.
Whose?
Yours.
Now, of course, you're thinking, so Ruth North, Hank's mother, examined the lining of that coat and found nothing. So what? Obviously, the coat contains something. Maybe it does, then again, maybe it doesn't. In fact, to be absolutely truthful with you, no. Why should I be? You have all the clues. Use them. I'll be back shortly for Act 2. I'm sure most of you will recall the famous incident when Sherlock Holmes said to Dr. Watson, "Consider, Watson, the curious behavior of the dog." And Watson said, "But Holmes, the dog did nothing." "Precisely, Watson," Holmes answered. "Precisely." Now that, my dear listeners, is precisely the sort of clue you now have in your possession, and like Watson, must figure out for yourselves. I can almost hear Holmes saying, "But consider the coat, Watson, the imitation leopard skin coat." And Watson answering, "But the coat is valueless, Holmes." And Holmes nodding wisely as he replies, "Precisely, Watson, precisely. Now, shall we go on?"
Joe. Hello. Contact ballistics. I'm fabrics. They're bullets. And that's what you want to know about. Joe, listen. Granted, I have what you call a special flair for forensic, but... Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah. Leave it to me, Joe. Bye. Lieutenant Maxwell. Show him in. Come in, Mr. North, Miss Corbin.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Sit down, please. Coffee?
No, thanks. Rose?
No, thank you.
Well, here's your coat, Miss Corbin. We found nothing. Not a thing.
Nothing?
I'll level with you, Mr. North. When you brought this coat in the other night, I figured, well, there's something, and I'll find it. Like there had to be something. You know what I mean? I mean, who offers 1,000 clams for an imitation leopard skin coat, then gets himself murdered an hour later? Who crashes his car against another guy's car on the Triborough yet and tries to grab the coat off a dame? Who? Somebody that wants something in that coat. That's who.
Yes, but you found nothing.
I have personally put this coat through every test we know. Every inch of it has been examined under the microscope, the X-ray, the fluoroscope. We took the lining apart.
Oh.
And don't worry, we put it back together again better than before.
It's beautiful.
And, pull the blank.
Well, I don't get it, Lieutenant. I mean, if it was just that woman willing to pay $1,000 for this coat, but a guy crashing his car into mine on the bridge and then trying to rip that coat off Rose, Miss Corbin. Lieutenant, there's got to be something about this coat.
Well, I felt the same way myself, Mr. North, but there's nothing. No invisible markings, nothing hidden in the seams, nothing between the layers of the fabric and the collar. Nothing. So, to be honest with you, I don't get it either.
Excuse me, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
What about the woman, Simone Laveau? Have you found out why she was murdered?
No, I checked a couple of times with homicide. Last time, 20 minutes ago. We got nothing here on her. Us, the FBI, the T-Boys. Right now, we're checking the CIA and Interpol. They could maybe have something, but it'll take a little time.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You'll let us know if anything turns up?
You'd better believe it, Mr. North.
Well, so much for the coat, Rose. I mean, that's that, I guess. What would you like to do?
Oh, don't you have to get back to your office?
Yeah, well, not until late this afternoon. I scheduled my day so I could spend most of it with you. Say, I know. How about the Museum of Art? We could spend a few hours there, even have lunch, if you'd like that.
Oh, how wonderful, Hank. Only I don't like the idea of having to carry this coat around all day.
Well, you won't have to. I mean, we'll check it at the museum, okay?
Okay.
Hey, taxi! Taxi! Enjoy your sandwich, Rose?
Oh, yes, only I'm so full. You Americans make much bigger sandwiches than we do in Britain.
The American way. Everything on a big scale.
Ah.
Well, you feel up to looking at some more paintings?
Hank, would you mind? I really don't. 2 hours walking around those galleries upstairs.
Oh, sure. You're tired. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll drop you off at home and then head downtown to my office.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, to be honest, Rose, I do. I mean, I want to spend as much time with you as I can. You want to stop and look at the Greek and Roman sarcophaguses? Sarcophagi? Tombs?
No, I've seen enough. Let's just get my coat from the check room and go home, where I can rest these aching feet.
Whatever you say, Cousin Rose. Hey, there's something going on over there.
I should say so. There's a big crowd around the check room. Police. Hank, what do you suppose has happened?
I don't know. We're going to have a rough time, though, getting through that crowd to reclaim your coat. Excuse me. Yeah. You know what's going on over there?
There's been a murder, I think.
A murder?
Yeah, a robbery or a theft or whatever it's called. Anyway, somebody stole a coat.
A coat?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You don't happen to know what kind of coat?
Yeah, I think they said a leopard skin coat, somebody said. Imitation leopard.
Another cup, Rose? Oh, thank you. I'm getting to like coffee. Oh, was that another way of saying you don't care for my tea? Oh, no. No?
Tea or coffee, when you finish that, I think it'd be smart to stretch out for a while, have yourself a nap. I mean, you've had kind of a rough day.
Tiring anyhow. Well, at least you're rid of that coat once and for all. Now, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But you don't, dear.
I don't. I just don't know. I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
I have sort of... I don't know. A feeling that what happened at the museum today isn't the end of all this. For me, I mean.
Oh, now, it's nothing more than nerves, my dear. It's just nerves.
Perhaps, but I don't think so. Maybe it's the mystery of the thing. Not knowing why someone wanted that coat badly enough to kill for it. Murder for it. Looks like we'll never know now.
Well, look, it's over now, and we can forget it, as Mother says. And now, if you ladies will excuse me...
Well, where are you going?
To the office.
Oh, but this late in the afternoon, it's after 4.
And the brief I wanted to finish up at 3 is still waiting to be finished.
Now, Hank, you work too hard. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Don't forget there's the theater tonight.
Look, I'll be back at 6:30, the latest, so don't... I'll get it. Hello?
That you, Mr. North?
Yes. Lieutenant Maxwell?
Yeah, I tried you at your office. They said I might find you at home. You gonna be there another hour or so?
Well, if it's important...
I think it is. I've got the answer. Anyhow, I think I've got the answer to our little mystery. I want to come over and check it out.
Yeah, well, sure, but what is the answer?
One thing, Mr. North, we got a report from the Paris branch of Interpol on the Simone Laveau woman.
Yeah, what about her?
She was a foreign agent, one of the higher-ups in a spy ring.
A spy ring?
Yeah, now, the way I figure it, she... Oh, wait just a minute. Yeah, what is it, Eddie?
Lieutenant Maxwell says Simone Laveau was a foreign agent, part of a spy ring.
Oh, good heavens.
Hello? Hello, Mr. North.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Listen, something's just come up here. I gotta hang up. But I'll be at your place in, say, half an hour.
Wait a minute. What's the answer to the mystery?
I'll see you in half an hour.
Lieutenant, don't leave us hanging like... Well, I'll be.
Well, what was all that about, Hank?
Well, Maxwell says he has the answer to the mystery, or he thinks he has. He'll be over here in half an hour to check it out.
What is the answer?
He didn't tell me. He got called away on something. He had to hang up. Well...
Who are you calling?
The office. That brief will have to wait until tomorrow now.
Well, where is he?
Well, give him time, Mother. Give him time.
But it's nearly 6 o'clock. He should have been here at least an hour ago, and we are going to the theater tonight, remember?
Yeah, well, we may have to skip that.
I'm so sorry, Aunt Ruth.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. It's not your fault.
Well, somehow I feel it is.
Rose, how could it possibly be your fault?
Well, I'm the one who bought that silly coat at Harrods, and if I hadn't bought it, none of this would have happened.
Not to you, perhaps, but certainly to someone else, if someone did buy it. Now, for all we know, if you hadn't bought it, it could still be hanging on the rack in London.
Yes, well, I wish it were. It isn't nerves, Aunt Ruth. It's knowing that because of that coat, 2 people were murdered. Hank and I came close to death in that car crash, and... well, it's just too much.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Uh-oh. This must be Lieutenant Maxwell. Okay, I'm coming. Lieutenant. You're... Lieutenant!
An ambulance.
Hank, what? Oh, my heavens, Hank, be quick. He's collapsing.
I've got him. Mother, call an ambulance.
An ambulance. Hank, is he hurt badly?
My back. Knife.
All right, let me get him onto the couch. Look, get his coat on.
All right.
And his shirt.
No. Too late.
The name is North.
Finish. Oh, that's what you think.
That's right.
Rose, the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Yes.
Bandages, iodine.
Yes, all right.
No. Listen, look, you better not talk. Just let me get these things off you, so I...
The ambulance is on the way. Oh, my dear.
Blood, I've never seen so much.
Listen.
Oh.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The guy that did this.
How did he do it?
Not much time. He
Rose? Life in danger.
Rose's life? In danger?
Yes. She...
Man's in agony. Here's some bandages and some iodine.
Lieutenant.
Guy did this must found out. I know. I know the answer to the code. Listen now.
Go on.
Only one that knows me. My office bugged. Got to be. Tell them. Headquarters. Tell them. Bug.
Sure. Count on it. What is the answer, Lieutenant?
The code. Not.
What do you mean, not? Not what? Lieutenant!
Oh, is he...
Yes.
Oh, poor man. Another death. Oh, we never see the end of this. Why are you looking at me like that? Hank, Aunt Ruth, what is it? Tell me.
He said, your life's in danger now.
Mine? Yes, dear. But it can't be. How can it be? I haven't got the coat anymore.
No, but...
But what? They've got the coat. They've got what they were after. Why would they kill me?
I don't know. But I better find out, honey. I damn well better find out.
He'd certainly better do just that, or Rose Corbin, the very attractive young woman Hank North has fallen in love with, may not live much longer. But how can he find out the answer to this baffling mystery? Where does one start? What does one do? Where would you start? What would you do? I'll be back shortly for Act 3. Well, now, let's see where we are. Rose Corbin arrived in the United States from London, England, wearing an imitation leopard skin coat. On her arrival, a woman named Simone Laveau tried to buy the coat, and when Rose refused to sell, tried to take it away from her. Later, Simone Laveau was murdered aboard the plane taking her to Paris. Since then, the coat seems to have triggered 2 more murders, that of a checkroom attendant at the Museum of Art, at which time the murderer made off with the coat, and, as we heard only minutes ago, that of Lieutenant Maxwell of the police.
All right, Rose, let's go over it and over it.
Hank, we've gone over it and over it.
I know, but Maxwell said your life is in danger now, and Rose, if anything happened to you, well, it isn't going to, not if I can help it. You bought the coat in Harrods the day before you took off to visit us here.
Yes.
And no one accosted you at Heathrow before you boarded the plane, or on the plane. Nobody even mentioned the coat.
No one.
But the minute you got off the plane at Kennedy International, this Simone Laveau...
Well, not the minute I got off the plane. First, I went to the florist to buy the flower. The rose I said I'd wear so you'd recognize me.
Yeah, but just after that...
She came up to me and asked to buy the coat and got very upset when I said I wouldn't sell it. And practically began to tear it off me.
I just don't get it. We know there was nothing hidden in the coat. No invisible message, nothing. But we do know that Simone Laveau was a foreign agent. Now, there's just got to be some connection between the coat and her being a foreign agent. There's got to be.
Hank, dear, why don't we forget it till after we've had dinner? We're all so tired and upset.
Yeah, you're right. Go and get ready, and we'll take off for Antonelli's, huh?
I won't be long.
All right.
What? Who are you? What are you doing there?
Rose, what is it?
Hank?
What's the matter? What?
There's a man here in my room. He's just fled. He's gone out the window.
Two doctors say he's probably down the fire escape by now. What was he doing?
Well, see for yourself. I mean, look at the mess he made of my dressing table. He was going through the drawers.
Your jewel case.
Well, there's junk jewelry, most of it.
Oh, this is all we need right now. A sneak thief on top of everything else. Check your things.
All right.
See what he got away with, if anything. Look, I'll call the police.
And to what, Mr. North, do I owe this royal treatment?
Royal treatment?
Well, the call from your secretary saying to meet you at 5 o'clock at this swank watering hole, and then the arrival by an absolutely lovely little nosegay with instructions to wear it.
Well, you leave tomorrow for England, and there's something I want to say to you. Something important. That's why I wanted to meet you here, alone and without Mother this time. And, well, as for the little nosegay, it's just a little something to make the occasion.
Well, here I am, wearing my most attractive suit and the nosegay. So what do you want to say?
Good afternoon. May I take your order? Martini, Rose? Rose?
What?
Martini?
Oh, yes.
2 martinis, waiter. Very dry. Yes, sir. Would Madame like me to take your jacket?
Take my jacket?
It's a bit warm in here this afternoon, and I thought...
No, thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
Certainly, Madame. 2 martinis. Well, now, Rose, what I wanted to say... Something wrong?
No. I was just wondering if I'd seen that waiter somewhere before.
Not likely. Well, now,
Yes. Well, now what?
Rose, we've only known each other for a few weeks, but in that short time, I've fallen in love with you, and I want you to marry me. Will you?
Of course.
Of course. Just like that?
What did you expect me to say? Oh, sir, this is so sudden.
No, but...
I'm in love with you too, Hank. Head over heels.
Oh, Rose. Well, I guess it's time then for me to give you this.
Oh, Hank. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, darling, that diamond must have cost a fortune.
You're worth a fortune. Hold out your hand. There.
Oh, thank you, dearest. Thank you so much.
Well, if that's only a sample, I've underrated you. You're worth a queen's ransom.
We are served 2 martinis.
Thank you.
One for Madame. Oh, Madame, I'm sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
Oh, forgive me, Madame. Forgive me. For one of those things, it just slipped from my fingers.
Oh.
But allow me. I will take care of everything. Let me have the jacket, Madame, and I will dry it in the kitchen.
It's all right. I can wipe it with my napkin.
No, Madame. It is my fault. You must allow me.
Please, will you take your hands off me? I said
But I insist.
All right, now, will you stop?
I only wish.
Well, the lady doesn't wish. Now, just forget it and then bring another martini.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry this happened, darling. Are you sure you... Rose, what...
That waiter.
What about him?
I remember now. Why does he want this coat? This jacket?
What?
First he wanted me to take it off, pretending it was hot in here. And spilling that drink just now was no accident. He did it deliberately.
Rose, I don't understand.
Hank, he is the man who caused that accident on our way from the airport. The man who tried to rip the leopard skin coat off me. Oh, Hank, what is this all about? That's your flight they just called. I have a good trip home, Rose, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you again in a week or 10 days, dear. Quicker than that, Aunt Ruth, if I can wind up my affairs in London sooner. Oh, don't look so down in the mouth, darling.
Well, I don't like even letting you out of my sight, Rose, especially after last night. That waiter...
It'll be all right, darling. Don't worry. Oh, and thank you for the rose.
Well, it's our flower, like, our song. You arrive wearing a rose, you depart wearing one. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Dearest. Goodbye, Aunt Ruth. Not goodbye, Rose. Au revoir. Now, don't worry about the wedding now. I'll arrange everything. Oh, you're a dear. I'll see you in a week. 10 days at most. At most. Now, shall we go out and watch the takeoff, Hank? Son?
Could that be it? Could it?
Could what be what, Hank? What are you talking about?
The coat she was wearing when she arrived. The jacket she was wearing last night. Good Lord! The jacket she's wearing now. Could it be that?
What in the world are you...
I've been thinking. What did Lieutenant Maxwell mean when he said, just before he died, said, the coat, not. No, I know. It wasn't the coat at all. It wasn't the jacket. If I'm right, they are after...
What? Hey, after what?
The flower pinned to Rose's lapel, Mother. Not the coat, not the jacket. The flower.
Well, airborne at last, and headed for dear old England, young lady.
Hmm? Oh, yes.
Since we're seated next to each other, let me introduce myself. Emile Denford.
Rose Corbin.
Have you been visiting in the States long?
Not really. A few weeks. I'm going to... how did you know that?
How did I know?
Well, that I was visiting in the States. I could be living there. I could be an American citizen for all you know.
I assumed your accent.
Who are you? Behind those dark glasses?
You're a very perceptive young woman, Miss Corbin. No, don't. Not a move. Or I'll give you what I gave Simone Laveau. That's it. No quick moves, no panic. Good. Just relax now. Enjoy the trip. And we'll be at Heathrow Airport before you know it.
Enjoy the trip.
I would if I were you. It's the last trip you're ever going to make.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well?
We're to go to the operations office at once. He said he'd have a government agent there by then. Come on.
Why won't you tell me?
There is no need for you to know.
Since you're going to kill me when we get to Heathrow.
No, not at Heathrow. I'll take you to my place in London, in Soho. And really, I'm sorry about the need to kill you, but I must.
Why? Why must you?
Because you know my face, and in my business, that's a serious liability for the victim. But be of good cheer. The more I look at you, the more I'm inclined to let you live for some little time.
I don't understand.
You're a very desirable woman, Miss Corbin. Very desirable.
Yes, Hank, what?
The government men said to wait here.
Yes, but...
They're going to radio the pilot.
Oh.
I gave them as clear a description of the man, the guy who tried to get the coat from Rose in that accident on the bridge and who palmed himself off as a waiter last night.
And then what?
Well, he'll check the plane. You know, the way the captain comes through the plane now and then, chats with the passengers.
Yes, and then...
Well, he'll check to see if this guy's on the plane, and if he is...
Yes, and if he is, what?
We'll take it from there, he said. The government man. We'll take it from there.
Did you enjoy the movie?
Are you joking?
Just making small talk.
If you must talk, why not tell me what it is you want? Why did you cause that accident on the Triborough Bridge and try to get the jacket I had on last night? What is it you're after?
Patience, Miss Corbin. We'll be landing at the Heathrow in half an hour. Another hour or so, we'll be at my place in Soho. And perhaps an hour or so after that, I'll tell you. And perhaps not.
Are you sure that...
Mother, there are at least a dozen plainclothes police and government men down there disguised as airport attendants. The minute they disembark, there. They've rolled the landing platform in place. The door is opening.
Yes, well, that man, whoever he is, discovers that this isn't Heathrow.
Well, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There they are. Rose and the man. There's the captain right behind them. And they're walking right into the arms of... Oh, he put up a fight! It was as simple as that, Rose. I mean, the captain turned the plane around and circled Kennedy International for a few hours, pretending you were flying to Heathrow.
He fooled me, but not him. Halfway down the steps of that landing platform, he realized... And he foolishly tried to shoot things out. Oh, I know. I suppose I ought to feel sorry for him, but I just...
It's understandable.
Oh, it's all just unbelievable. When I think that because I said I'd wear a rose and bought one at the airport when I arrived...
Well, the attendant at the florist shop, an agent who'd been planted there, would never have mistaken you for Simone Laveau and pinned that rose to your lapel with... Well, I guess you could call it the fatal pin.
Now, you know, I'm still not sure I've got this straight, dear. Now, let me see. She, on her way to Paris, was to go into the florist shop wearing a leopard skin coat and ask for a rose, right? Now, that was the agent's cue to use the, what you called the fatal pin.
Exactly. See, Emil Tenko knew he was under surveillance, and so he had a problem. I mean, how to get that top secret information out of the country.
So he had it engraved on the head of a pin. You know, Aunt Ruth, the way they engraved the Lord's Prayer on a pinhead. The trouble began when the agent thought that I was Simone Laveau on her way to Paris, wearing an almost identical leopard skin coat to mine.
And naturally, when Rose threw the rose away after it wilted, she kept the pin and used it again last night to pin on the nosegay I gave her.
Well, it's all over, and thank heaven it is. Rose, how about some dinner? I'm starving. But before we go, I am going to change out of this suit into a dress. Oh, and Hank, dear.
Yes, sweetheart.
No flowers, please. Not for a long, long time. No flowers, please.
And so, as you see, like all good, seemingly insoluble mysteries, the solution to Roses Are for Funerals was very simple indeed. In fact, I even gave you a clue in the puzzle. What could be fairer than that? I'll be back shortly. Mysteries, it seems to me, are like a magic show. Like the magician, the author shows you everything, but directs your attention elsewhere. Perhaps I should say misdirects it. So be on your guard next time. Oh, yes, there will be a next time. And although I'll always play 100% fair with you, I warn you now, I'll do all I can to mislead you. Can you blame me? Our cast included Carol Shelley, Tony Roberts, Mildred Clinton, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're like an animal, always sniffing around. You're disgusting. You disgust me.
Give me those keys. I'm asking you for the last time.
I'm not going to give you any keys of mine so you can go sniffing around that lady doctor. No, sirree.
All right, I'll take a cab.
No, you won't. You won't take any cab. Not while I'm alive, you won't.
Get away from that door, Mother.
I'll stand here till hell freezes over before I let you go rushing off to that woman.
Mother, get away from the door.
Never. I'm never going to let you be an animal anymore.
Mother! Stop it, damn it, you stop it. You hear me, you stop it.
Kitty, let go. Kitty,
Oh, Lord, no. Mother, oh, God. I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mother.
I'm sorry, Mother.
How could you?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and I carry a feeble, flickering lamp that may, for a brief moment, illuminate the darkness that surrounds us all. Right you are if you think you are, said the playwright. And for all practical purposes, it happens to be true. After all, in so many cases, hasn't right been established by the strongest arm or the loudest voice, or perhaps by the man who manages to live the longest?
Now, where are we headed for, Gus?
Just driving north. I'd like you to meet this girl.
Well, I'm not really interested in meeting anyone right now.
You should meet her before the wedding.
Well, whose wedding?
Yours and hers.
But I'm not going to marry anyone.
Oh, yes, you are. This afternoon.
Hey, what is this, a shotgun wedding?
I wouldn't call this a shotgun, more of a little .22 caliber pistol. But it can do the job.
Gus, are you crazy?
Don't fight me, Charlie. I promise you. You're about to marry the girl of your dreams.
Our mystery drama, Shotgun Wedding, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Jack Grimes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The grass is always greener, they say, in the yard that isn't yours. A man will yearn for the security and comfort of a wife and a home, and then, of course, later, he will long for the joys and freedom of the single state. But this is our lot, and we must learn somehow to live with it. Well, it's the coffee break down at the machine shop.
So I says to her, "Hey, gorgeous, what time you get off?" She says to me, "I never go out with married men." And so I says to her, "That makes two of us. I never go out with married men neither." Hey, where you going, Charlie?
Why, I want to change the setting on my lathe.
Oh, you don't want to hear how I made out with his dame? Oh, look at him blush.
Well, I remember I need a new chuck.
Guys, you know what I think? I think Charlie here now...
Now, cut it out, will you, Barney?
Let him alone, Barney.
Oh, now, Gus, we're only trying to make a man out of the kid.
A man. An animal like yourself.
Hey, Gus, watch out what you're saying.
A man. Does a man defile his marriage? Does a man take the money that should feed his children and throw it away on prostitutes?
Okay, Gus, you asked for it.
Hey, now,
why, you...
Look, you guys, come...
All right, up. Get up, you pig. You haven't had anything yet. Up.
Hey, don't hit him again, Gus. Don't. You might kill him. Just a second.
Hi, Charlie.
What? Gus, how did you know?
I went to the personnel office. I asked where you lived. They told me.
You could have asked me.
Yeah.
Well, come in. Come in.
Thank you.
As you can see, the place isn't much.
That's right, it isn't. What have you got, just the one room?
Yeah. That door's to a little kitchenette, and the other one's the bathroom.
And so you live out your life in one little room where you eat and sleep. I've been watching you for a long time, Charlie.
You have? Why?
How old are you?
27.
27. And already a top machinist.
Why have you been watching me?
Because you're different.
In what way?
You don't drink. You don't smoke. You don't gamble. Why not, Charlie?
Why, I guess I just don't feel the urge or the need. Maybe I'm just not interested.
You don't tell jokes about girls either. And you feel very uncomfortable when other men do. Why?
Well, I guess I have my own ideas about women. Hey, what is this?
What ideas do you have about women?
And look here, Gus. Maybe we were, work together in the same shop, but I don't even know you.
Tell me about your ideas.
Well, I happen to think you shouldn't go out with a girl unless you respect her.
I see.
Well, you take a guy like Barney.
What about Barney?
Well, he's just a big blowhard. None of that stuff he tells is true. You didn't have to hit him.
He hit me first.
He was just protecting this little world of his own where he's the big makeout king. It's all in his mind.
Yeah, I suppose you may be right. All of us have little private worlds of our very own. What's yours?
Mine? I don't know.
Don't you dream of something, Charlie?
No.
You can tell me.
Why should I tell you? Look, what did you come here for?
Would you like to meet a girl?
What?
No, I shouldn't have just said that as if this were just an ordinary girl, Charlie. Would you like to meet the girl of your dreams?
Gus, what are you talking about?
You didn't answer. Would you like to meet the girl of your dreams?
How do you know I
know the kind of man you are. I know the kind of girl you want.
I think you're crazy.
And she's been waiting for you. Don't you think it's just as hard for her?
Gus, are you trying to fix me up with some girl?
What kind of language is that to use, Charlie?
Are you? You know, there's something about a guy close to 30 who isn't married. It's like a red flag to a bull. He bothers everybody. That they all try to pair him off. His mother, his sisters, his cousins, his landlady, even strangers.
This girl, she's beautiful. Tall, slender, long blonde hair which falls across her slim, graceful shoulders. Sparkling blue eyes.
What's wrong with her?
What's wrong with her? Nothing is wrong with her.
Well, how come nobody's grabbed her by this time?
Charlie, this isn't the kind of language I ever thought I would hear from you.
Just answer the question. What's wrong with her?
She's kind, sweet, generous, loving, and intelligent.
How come she's waiting for me?
Because only a man like you could appreciate her.
Well, who is she?
My daughter.
Your...
My only child. I want to make sure she marries the right man, and I know you two were meant for each other.
I didn't know you had a daughter. I didn't even know you were married.
Yeah, my wife is dead. Elaine. She's all I have left in the world.
Gus, how do you know we could get along?
This was meant to be.
Look, thanks for telling me about her, but one of these days I'll call her up maybe and make a date.
No, you don't understand. It isn't necessary for you to go through all these motions. I've told her all about you. She's willing.
She's what?
And why not? Now that I've told you all about her, aren't you willing?
Wait a second.
What? Is life so long? Is there so much time that you can waste even a single solitary precious minute? Regardless of what you say, in your heart, you know you're willing.
I don't know any such thing.
Deep in your heart, you know you're in love with Elaine. Come with me. We got a long ride.
Where?
Just above Slaterville. That's where Elaine lives.
Yeah, but Gus...
Tomorrow is Saturday. We have no work.
Yep.
We'll spend the weekend.
I'd planned...
What had you planned? Nothing that should stand in the way of meeting the girl of your dreams. Come on, my car's outside.
I don't know how it happened. Gus Verco? I hardly knew him. Just a big, quiet guy at the shop. But I didn't know anyone at the shop very well as far as that went. You can probably tell by now that I'm a guy who likes to keep to himself. I don't have many friends. Truth is, I don't have any friends. But before I knew what he was doing, he had an overnight bag packed for me, and he had hustled me downstairs and into his car, and we were off. Off on a 150-mile drive. What was I doing here?
You like music?
Gus, I've got to talk to you.
Sure, it's a 2.5, 3-hour drive. Plenty of time to talk.
I want you to turn this car around and take me back.
Charlie, how can you say that?
I've been thinking, you're a very anxious father.
Oh, I admit that. Wait. You'll have a daughter of your own. You'll see how anxious you'll be.
And you're worried she won't get married.
That's right.
And so you decided to take matters into your own hands.
That's what I've been telling you.
Something's wrong with your daughter, Gus, because if there wasn't, you wouldn't have to do a thing like this. What is it, Gus? Is she homely?
I told you she's beautiful.
This isn't the way to help her, Gus. Now, look, what I want you to do is turn the car around and take me home.
Why?
Or else stop the car and I'll get back by myself.
Why?
Because I want to, that's why. I don't have to explain any reasons. Now stop the car. Didn't you hear me?
I heard you.
Then stop.
You're coming with me.
Look, Gus, you can't force
Shut
me
up.
to...
No, I'm doing this for your own good.
The next time we stop for gas, or if we pass a cop,
It's
I'm gonna...
such pretty music. Why don't you just shut your mouth and listen?
Well, then and there, I decided I had better shut my mouth. He was big and he was tough. I'd seen him almost kill Barney back at the shop. He seemed nice enough, pleasant enough when he was happy. But make him mad. Well, I'd play along with it. What else could I do? But I couldn't believe it was happening to me. And when he spoke again, I got cold chills.
Next Sunday's her birthday. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, you said next Sunday's her birthday.
You know, I was thinking it would be a good day to get married.
Married?
Birthday, wedding day. Nice timing. A double celebration. And besides, it's economical. You only have to buy one present.
I never said I was going to marry your daughter.
You don't have to say it. Why should you object?
I can't believe it. A thing like this is happening to me. Gus, let me straighten you out, huh? You can strong-arm me into your car and drag me
What's
upstate
this
to me.
about strong-arm?
There's absolutely no way in this world you can force me to stand up there with her at an altar and make me say, I do.
Why are you so excited, so nervous? What am I doing? I'm only going to make you the happiest man in the world. Is this how you show your appreciation?
All I'm saying is I'm going to decide who I marry.
Of course. You and you alone are the only one who has a right to make that decision.
Then how can you tell me the wedding is set?
Because you've already decided. You know you want to marry her. You've been dreaming about a girl like her your whole life. And now you're about to meet her. You mean you want to back out? What kind of nut are you?
What kind of nut am I?
Look, the wedding is set, and let's not have any more foolish talk about it.
Okay, Gus. Whatever you say.
All right, wise guy. You're going to learn a lesson right now.
A lesson?
Get that tone out of your voice. You know what I mean? The tone that says, I better humor this maniac. Because I'm not a maniac. You understand?
Sure, yeah, I understand.
There are people in this world who can see what other people can't. You follow this?
Sure.
It's like an inventor. He looks at a pile of wires and then springs, and he sees a machine. Understand?
Sure.
I see you. And I see Elaine. And I see a wedding. And that's how it's going to be.
Talk about shotgun weddings. Here we're about to have one where the fellow hasn't even met the girl.
You must admit it's been a sneaky kind of build-up. First, it was, how would you like to meet a girl? And before Charlie knew what was happening, it has developed to the point where he will have to marry her. Well, we haven't met Elaine either. We will in just a few moments when I return with Act 2. The world seems filled with people who always know what's best for you. They're quite vocal in prescribing the best religion, the best politics, the best books, the best foods. But our hero, Charlie Demarest, seems to be in the power of someone who knows the best bride for him. Not only knows, but has already set a wedding date.
When you're in the hands of a madman, then what other word can I use to describe him? You better just go along with him. Why make things worse? So the thing to do is play it by ear and escape at the first opportunity. Well, a couple of miles before Slaterville, we got off the turnpike. We took a country road, and then we made a few more twists and turns, and it's open country. Wild, but very, very pretty. And suddenly, we're there. The house is... I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. It's one of those colonials, white with blue shutters, and there's a smooth green lawn. There are beds of brilliant flowers. A sign on the fence reads, Vertical.
You're home, Charlie. Next week, that sign will say, Demarest.
Yeah, but Gus...
My wedding present to you and Elaine. Look at the place. Isn't it great? Well...
Sure.
Elaine does it. She loves working in the garden. She's got what they call a green thumb. And the inside's the same way. Oh, what a housekeeper. Everything's spick and span. And cook. Charlie, you can't dream how lucky you are. Being beautiful's one thing. But a woman also has to know how to take care of things. You'll thank me for the rest of your life.
Gus, aren't you taking a chance?
What kind of chance?
Well, you really don't know anything about me.
I know everything.
Well, how do you know who I am? Shouldn't you be sure of me?
You have only one fault. You talk too much. Listen. Yeah. I bought it for her when she was 16. She loves it so much. Elaine, we're here.
Hello, Father.
He said she was beautiful. But that word couldn't even hope to describe her. I'm not a poet, I'm a machinist, so how can I tell you? It was like a shock, an electric shock. Except it was wonderful. She smiled, and everything inside me came awake. I felt as if I'd never lived before. And she wanted me? Yes, I could see it in her eyes. It was love. Love at first sight. I know it's crazy, but isn't that what love really is?
Oh, the music has stopped again.
Maybe Charlie can fix it.
Can you, Charlie?
He can fix anything.
Well,
He's very modest.
Here, can you tell me what's wrong with it?
I'll try.
Say, why don't you kids get to know each other? I'll check out the dinner in the kitchen.
It's all ready to serve, Daddy.
Okay, so I'll serve it.
I think I see the problem.
Yes?
It's the spring. You see, it loses its resilience. What I'll do to fix it is make another spring. We have wire at the shop that's made of a new type alloy.
You're everything Daddy said you were.
And I'll come back and fix...
And I'm so happy I fell in love with you.
Elaine, I love you.
Would you like to go for a walk?
Well, isn't your father expecting us to have dinner?
Come on. We'll watch the sunset.
She took me by the hand, and we were out the door. The house was at the side of a hill. There was a broad valley below and a river. And the glow of the setting sun turned the water to a brilliant gold, and there was a moment of absolute stillness. No sound of bird or cricket, no sigh of wind in the trees. Complete silence. We held each other very close. It was the moment. The one moment of all the millions of moments in a lifetime that can never be forgotten. The whole weekend was filled with such moments, moments of discovery, moments of joy. We walked, we talked, or we sat together quietly. Will you marry me, Elaine?
Yes.
Elaine, when?
Whenever you say.
Now.
I did want to marry in a church.
Then let's get married next Sunday. Is that all right?
Oh, yes, my darling.
Well, what are you two up to, huh?
Daddy, Charlie has asked me to marry him.
Oh, has he?
It's to be next Sunday.
Well, it didn't take you too long to decide, did it, Charlie?
No, sir.
You both made me very happy. And now, Charlie, you'll have to tear yourself away from her. Tomorrow's Monday, a working day, and it's getting late.
Oh, that's right.
Well, could you come back to the city with us, Elaine, and stay with your dad?
No, I have so many things to do here.
But you'll be all alone.
I'll never be alone anymore, Charlie. And neither will you.
Hey, we'll be back on Friday night, and what a weekend that's going to be.
My whole life was different. I felt alive. I was aware of everything. The singing of birds, the perfume of flowers. You don't live until you're in love. And I was in love. Gus dropped me off at my place.
See you at the shop in the morning.
I went upstairs. I couldn't sleep. I was so happy. I couldn't get over my luck, my fantastic luck. Elaine. A girl like Elaine, and she was mine. Oh, before I knew it, morning had come. Time to go to work. But I couldn't concentrate.
Hey, Charlie. She's turning, but she ain't cutting. What's up, kid? Too much weekend?
Yeah, well, I knew then and there was no use trying. I just couldn't wait. I'd have to see Elaine now. So I asked the foreman, Bill, something's the matter with me. Maybe I better go home.
Oh, sure. Everybody's entitled to a Monday morning hangover. Just don't make it a habit.
On the way out, I stopped at the stockroom and picked up some special wire for a spring. And then I got into my car and headed north. When I got to the sign that announced Slaterville, I turned off onto that country road, and then I realized I was lost. The place couldn't be too far away, but I realized I didn't know which road to take. I pulled into a diner. I figured I'd call her. I looked in the phone book, but I couldn't find the name. Verco. There was no Verco. No Gus Verco, no Elaine Verco. Well, maybe it was a different township.
Operator 36.
Yes, operator. A telephone for Verco. Virko. It'd probably be under Gus, or maybe August, or Elaine.
Verco. I'll check it for you.
Thank you.
Under V, as in Virginia, IRKO.
Uh-huh.
I find nothing, sir.
But they live up here. They have to be in the phone book.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Jerry, why don't you feed the box? Give us a little music around here. You freeload enough. Pop or something once in your life. Oh, what'll it be, buddy?
A cup of coffee.
One coffee. How's that coffee, Bud? Cream?
Yes, please. I'm looking for somebody.
That's the story of the world, ain't it? Who you after?
The name's Verco.
What name did you say?
Verco. Gus Verco.
Gus Verco.
Yeah, he lives there with his daughter, Elaine.
His daughter, Elaine? Well,
I think I went the wrong way when I got off the turnpike. I was there just this past weekend.
Where'd you say you were this past weekend?
With the Vercos, Gus and his daughter, Elaine. As a matter of fact, Elaine and I are to be married next Sunday.
Oh. Could you excuse me just a second? I got to go in the kitchen. Something's burning. Hello, Sheriff. This is Harry at the diner. Yeah. No, I ain't being held up or anything like that. But I got a nut here. Well, he seems harmless, but he's a nut. Maybe he escaped from someplace. Leave me tell you what he told me.
Are you the gentleman who's been asking how to get to the vehicle place?
Well, yes, Sheriff, thank you, man. Maybe you can help me. No one else around here seems to be able to.
Did you tell Harry here you'd spent this past weekend there?
Yes. Hey, Sheriff, is something...
Did you also say you were going to marry Elaine Virco next Sunday?
Sheriff, what is all this?
What's your name, mister? Where are you from?
Hey, all I did was ask for directions.
May I see your identification?
What's the idea?
May I?
Look, am I supposed to have done something? All right, here's my driver's license.
Charles Demarest.
Look, all I did was come in here and ask for directions, that's all.
It's enough.
I'm looking for the Virco place. I'm going to see Elaine Virco. We're going to be married Sunday. Now, why doesn't anybody want to tell me how to get there?
When did you and Elaine decide to get married?
Yesterday. Yesterday, when I was at the house. I guess most people would think I'm crazy. I only met her Friday night, but... Sheriff, how long does it take when both of you know it's right?
Is that your story?
What do you mean, story? Now, look, do you want to tell me how to get there?
Well, I'll do better than that, son. I'll take you there myself.
Well, you're going wrong, Sheriff.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, because I remember there were no houses along the way once you turned off. There was nothing but trees and fields.
Is that so?
No, this is wrong. Now I remember when Gus drove me up, we turned off on a road that read County 37.
Oh, there's a sign marker coming up. Read it.
County 37, but it can't be.
Why not?
There was nothing. Nothing. I remember the road took a sharp turn to the right.
Yeah, and that curve is coming up about 50 yards. See?
And you go uphill, and there's the house. You should be able to see the house from here. Beautiful two-story colonial, white with blue trim, big lawn in front, flower beds. Why are we stopping?
We're here.
Where?
This is the Virco place.
Sheriff, you're crazy. This overgrown...
All you gotta do is just walk through the weeds and bushes, and you'll see it. What's left of it.
But I was here last night.
No, you weren't.
Look, Sheriff, I'm not crazy. I ought to know where I...
Come on. Take a little walk. I'll show you the house. What's left of it.
No.
The place burned to the ground 10 years ago.
What are you telling me? I was here last night.
Virco. Gus. He was a nut. I found his daughter. Didn't think any man could be good enough for her.
Sheriff, you have to believe me.
Oh, you'll be all right, son. I'll take you back to your car.
Don't you believe me?
Elaine was seeing this fella. He wasn't a bad guy, but no man was good enough for Gus. He killed them both. He's got a terrible temper. And when he was finished, he burned down the house.
How? I was here last night.
And we were here, too. Well, what did we say back when these proceedings began? Right you are if you think you are? Well, looking at it now, everybody can't be right, can they? But you can be sure of being right if you just stay here till I return with Act 3 in just a few moments. Well, here you are. You finally met the girl of your dreams. And you also find out you're the man of her dreams. Could things be more perfect? The wedding day is set. And now you discover that the girl of your dreams, whom you met last night, has been dead for 10 years.
Son, you're giving me a very peculiar story about being at a place last night that was burned down 10 years ago.
Gus Verco and I, we were here with her, with Elaine.
Gus. After it happened, they put him into an asylum.
Gus Verco, he's a machinist.
I know that.
He works with me at the shop at Gaylord and Terry in the city.
Well, I guess he beat the rap. It happens. Guys are found criminally insane, then a couple of 3 years later, the doctors find a cure.
I can't believe it.
Look, here's what we're up against. The house is burned down. It's rubble. The girl is dead these 10 years.
But I was...
Okay, let's not argue. Do you want to see the court records and newspapers? I mean, what does it take? I'm sorry, son.
It's okay.
Well, I'll give you a lift back to the diner. You can pick up your car.
Yeah. Say...
What is it?
This little thing here.
Oh, it looks like a box.
It's a music box. Listen.
Well, I'll be.
It plays.
So? What about it?
Well, according to you, it's been lying out here in the snow, the rain, and for 10 years. How can it still play?
All I know is what I hear.
Wait a minute. Now, when I was here last night, this box was broken. It stopped. The spring didn't work anymore, and so I said I'd bring a new... Look.
Look at what?
At the work, see? The spring. Everything else is rusty, corroded, but the spring, it's brand new.
What are you trying to tell me?
The spring, it still works, which is why the box can still play. Listen. You see the spring? Not a speck of dust or rust.
Well, maybe it's a kind of steel that doesn't rust.
Yeah, well, it sure is. It's a special alloy. I made this spring myself. I put it here for Elaine.
When?
I came back here. I must have come back here.
Yeah? When?
Today. I'm back here now.
Well, how could you fix the music box today? You couldn't even find the place. When you did, here's what it looks like. Now, Charlie...
But the spring, the steel spring...
Charlie, do you want to wind up in a nut house?
I don't know what to think. I didn't know what to think. I went back to his office. He insisted. He showed me the court record. August Verco did kill his daughter Elaine and her fiancé Walter Rhodes. August Verco did burn down the house. He was sentenced to the State Institution for the Criminally Insane, and there was the story and the pictures in the paper. It isn't true, I insisted. But I was only whistling in the dark. There it was, the record, black on white.
Charlie, are you all right? The foreman said you were sick, so I came here as soon as I got off work. How do you feel? You look pale.
No, I'm all right, Gus.
No, you're not. Something's wrong. Tell me. Well?
All right, I'll tell you straight out. I didn't go home today. I went up to Slaterville.
Yeah?
I couldn't wait a whole week before seeing Elaine again.
I don't blame you.
So when I got off the interstate, I forgot the way. I stopped at the diner.
Harry's diner?
To ask the way, and he thought I was crazy.
Why?
Next thing I knew, the sheriff was there.
Tom Carlsbad?
Well, I think that's what it said on his name tag.
Yeah, so?
He said Elaine was dead.
He said what?
He said you killed her and her boyfriend 10 years ago and burned down the house.
Tom Carlsbad said that?
He not only said it, he took me to the place, and it was all in ruins.
But you and I, we were there. Weren't we?
Gus, I saw it. I saw the burned-out house, the overgrown weeds in the grounds. I went back to the sheriff's office. I saw the court records. I saw the old newspapers.
You saw all this?
Yes.
But last night, what did you see?
I saw...
You saw Elaine, didn't you?
Yes. How did I know the man in the diner was named Harry?
Because there's that big sign on the turnpike exit. Harry's Diner.
When you said the sheriff's name was Tom Carlsbad, why did I remember that name on his nameplate?
Because you must have seen it someplace.
Where?
How would I know, but you must have seen it.
Gus, I'm going crazy.
All right, Charlie. Guys go through all kinds of nutty things just before they get married. I guess it's almost normal. Why don't we drive up there right now? See? Right here at the interstate exit. There's the sign for Harry's Diner. And now we turn left at the state road.
It looks different.
Different from what?
From when I was here, just before.
It's exactly the way it looked last night. And now we turn right on County 37.
There were houses here.
Look up ahead. What do you see?
I saw the house. The beautiful white house with the blue trim. The rolling green lawn, the brilliant flowers, but even more wonderful, Elaine. Elaine standing at the door, blonde and lovely and... Elaine!
Charlie. Oh, Charlie, I'm so glad you came.
I couldn't wait a week.
I couldn't wait either. Daddy, why don't you sit down and rest, and Charlie and I'll prepare some drinks.
And don't hurry on my account.
Oh, Charlie, it never sounded better.
Well, it's all in the spring. That's the heart of it. With the spring, it can run forever.
You're wonderful, Charlie. Oh, just wonderful.
I can't believe it.
Believe what?
The way we are right now, everything. I can't believe you love me.
I do love you.
Well, good things never really happened to me before. Elaine.
Charlie, don't.
Don't what?
We really shouldn't.
I only want to kiss you.
I know, but...
But what? Don't you want to?
Of course I do, of course, but it's my father.
Your father?
He doesn't like it when a man touches me.
What are you talking about? Your father brought me here.
I know.
I love you, Elaine. Do you love me?
Yes. Yes, I do love you.
Then we have nothing to be afraid of, nothing to worry about.
Hold me, Charlie. Closer. Oh, my darling. Dearest Charlie, love me.
I'll spend my whole life loving you. I don't want to do anything else.
Oh, don't let go of me. Never let go.
Hey, what's this?
Daddy.
What's what, Gus?
Take your hands off of her.
Well, we're engaged, Gus. We'll be married next Sunday.
Well, you don't have to paw at her like that, do you?
Well, I'm not.
Daddy, please, don't be angry.
And you shut up.
Huh?
Well, don't you talk to her like that.
I'll talk to her any way I please. I see that look in your eyes.
What look?
That animal look. The same kind of look Barney and all the others have. I thought you were different.
What do you mean by different?
I thought you'd respect her.
I respect her.
Oh, no.
Go, please, Charlie, go.
You heard what she said? Go.
Elaine.
When he gets like this, oh, please, run away from him, please.
But we're in love.
Love? Is this what you mean by love? To destroy this beautiful child?
Oh, run, Charlie, he'll kill you.
You're coming with me.
Oh, no. You're not stealing my baby, not you. I'll kill you first.
Oh, Daddy, put away that gun. No. Daddy, no. Daddy, you killed him. You killed him. You killed my daddy.
Well, I only...
Oh, you killed my daddy.
I was looking at something. some printed letters. It was a name, Carlsbad. And now it became a name plate. And it was the sheriff. And he was looking down at me because I was lying on a bed in a room where everything was white. And the window, it had bars across it.
How do you feel, son?
Well, where am I?
The hospital. Prison hospital. You got a superficial bullet wound in your arm. I guess you can plead self-defense.
What happened?
You know what happened. He was crazy. He told you this phony story. You made him face the truth. You got into a fight. He had a gun. You managed to get it away from him. And you killed him.
But I was...
Lucky someone heard the shots. I found you lying there with that thing in your hand. You still won't let go of it. That music box.
The music box. I fixed it. Listen.
Sure.
Don't you remember yesterday? I told you I fixed it.
In addition to pleading self-defense, you can also claim you're crazy. Son, you won't serve a day in jail.
But she was... They were...
Yeah?
I don't know. I just don't know.
He doesn't know, and we don't know. Because the basic truth is, who knows the heart and the mind of another human being? Who knows what the next one sees and feels and believes? We look far afield for mystery, and yet the greatest mystery of all is the person who is standing next to you. No mystery about me. I'll be back very shortly. The girl of your dreams, or the man of your dreams, you meet in your dreams, you love in your dreams. But what are dreams? And who are the dreamers? When are we awake and when are we dreaming? Well, let us worry about all such things. You just tune in for the sheer enjoyment of it. 7 times each week. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Patricia Elliott, Leon Janney, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your own imagination. There are many fearful places that surround us. Ancient houses where ancient whispers never die out. Evil lands where the light of reason vanishes. But the most horrifying of all
lies deep inside of us. Few of us dare look into our minds and hearts and souls. And when we do, we find it more than we can bear. This is essentially what happens in this tale of Joseph Compertino, a young man who looked into the souls of others only to find destruction.
I don't need your help, Father.
I think you do. You told me how much you loved our Savior and St. Joseph. You're not appealing to them now, are you?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. The incense, the magic circle on the floor, the Kabbalistic figures. You're reaching for the hand.
What if I am? What good did my piety do? I lost my parents, then Effie. Perhaps I'll get some help now.
From Satan? You don't want his help. He doesn't share. He possesses.
I want revenge, Father. I want to see the man who killed Effie suffer as I am. I want to see him in the same kind of torture.
He is, Joe. Believe me, he is in torture.
Our mystery drama, The Horror Within, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Milt Wissoff and stars Don Scardino. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It has been said that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. In our weird tale, the journey of 1,000 horrors starts in the light of day in a most prosaic fashion. Joe Compertino, who has been orphaned, is on his way to visit his uncle in the city. He waits in a diner for a truck driver to finish his meal.
Have something to eat, Joe.
I'm not hungry.
Well, how about a sandwich or some soup? Hey, it's chowder. It's nice and thick.
No, Effie, I don't want any. I've got to save the little money I have. It's a long trip.
Oh, I wish I were going, too.
Any place is better than this.
Oh, it's not a bad town, Joe. The people don't mean any harm.
Oh, sure, they don't mean any harm. Calling me a nut all the time, making fun of me.
Now, relax, Joe. You're getting excited again.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They're not worth it. I wish you were coming along.
Yeah, what would your uncle say?
I don't know. I only saw Uncle Pietro once, when I was a kid. He came to visit...
Oh, hey, look, Joe, that truck driver is getting ready to leave.
Oh, okay, I guess I better...
Yeah, sure. Sure, you better go.
All right, Effie.
Yeah.
And thanks for getting me the ride.
You ready, kid? Let's go. There she is, the pride of the Manchester fleet. Hop in. How far'd you say you were going?
Elk City.
Why?
My uncle lives there.
Well, what about your folks?
Well, they're both dead.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. You gonna stay with your uncle?
I don't know.
Sure you will. Blood's thicker than water, right?
And God makes brothers of us all.
Well, I don't know if I go that far.
Oh, but it's true. God is everything. He creates life.
And takes it away.
Don't say that.
All right, come off it, kid. I was just kidding. I believe in God.
Do you really believe in him? Do you have so much faith that you can feel him close to you?
Well,
I do. When I concentrate, I can almost feel as if I'm one with him. He makes me see things.
Look, kid, maybe you better get some shut-eye, huh? We got a ways to go yet.
I see things happen halfway across the world. Wars, plane crashes, floods. They all come true.
Hey, yeah, sure. You want some coffee? That thermos...
No, thanks. This is a fast day for me. Like my namesake, St. Joseph. It helps me focus my concentration so I can do what I want to do.
Like what?
Move things without touching them.
Hey, you'd be great in my business. You could offload this truck by yourself.
And like St. Joseph, I can fly.
Fly?
Yes. The Lord gives me these powers.
Look, dummy, I gave you a ride against company regulations because I felt sorry for you. Jenny told me you were a nut, but I said, what the heck? But I ain't going to stand for that kind of talk. I'm a church-going Christian, and I don't stand for no blasphemy. Get your butt out of here.
You'll regret this.
Sure. Just beat it. Take my advice. See you shrink.
Lord, make him see the true light. Lead him from transgression. Thank you, Lord.
The door's open. Who are you?
I'm Joseph. Joseph Compertino, Uncle Pietro.
Peter, kid. Pete Compton. Don't you forget it. What are you doing here?
You're the only one I have left.
What?
Papa, he's dead. A fire in the house.
Oh, good Lord. Why didn't you let me know?
It happened so suddenly, and there wasn't much left for a funeral. I just buried him and...
Oh, you poor kid. Yeah. How about something to eat?
No, it's a fast day.
Oh, you take after your mother.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, kid. Nothing. You don't have to jump down my throat.
She was a saint. I learned a great deal from my mother. About sin and worldliness.
Well, what are we going to do about you?
Just give me a job and a place to stay. That's all I need.
Yeah, I suppose I could use you around the club. You could clean the place, run sandwiches and coffee for the poker players.
Poker players?
Sure, what'd you think this is, a church? I run a little club here where the guys can get together for a little fun. Got any objections?
No, Uncle Pietro.
Pete. Call me Pete, I told you.
I'm sorry, Pete. I mean no harm.
Sure, kid. Now, let me see. Where can you stay? Can't put you up at the house. I haven't got any room.
I could stay here. It would make it easier for me to keep the place clean.
In that case, make yourself at home. Well, how do you like it?
The club is crowded. So many men.
It's a big night. Friday. Payday. Guys want to blow off a little steam. You know how it is. You work in the mill all week. It's a grind. They need something to take the taste out of their mouths.
They can find comfort in the Lord.
Sure, but now they need action. A little gambling's a lot better than some things they could be doing, huh?
Hey, Pete, where's the beer?
Here, Joe, take this order to the table. Move.
But what do you call this jerk, huh?
A hamburger.
No, kid. Well, I am glad you told me. I'd never know. Hey, what do you know, fellas? It's a hamburger.
Hey, something wrong, Ollie?
Nah, nothing much. Just that I ordered a cold cuts hero when I get a hamburger.
No, he said a hamburger.
Who asked you? Look, Ollie, the kid's new. I'll get you a hero. On the house.
Nah. Forget about it. Hamburger's okay. Hey, just watch him, will you? I think he ain't got all his marbles.
Yeah, watch yourself, Joe. Just be a little more careful in the future.
He's the one that should be more careful, not me.
Hey, Pete, get a load of this, will you? Hey, look at my old card. Yeah, it's not bad, huh? Well, suckers, it's going to cost you plenty to see what Pete saw. Now, raise the pot that's on the table, huh? Yeah. Oh, the only one with guts. Okay, here they are, Brennan. 5 little hearts, 4 through 8, straight flush pal.
They're not all hearts, Ollie. Your whole card is a diamond.
Ah, you crazy. It's 4 hearts, I tell. Hey, who switched cards? Oh, it's you little punk, you bird brain. You must have done it when you were setting the sandwiches
Come
down.
on, Ollie.
Oh,
The kid never touched the card.
I'm going to take you apart, Squirt Boy. You're going to be
Come on.
sorry.
Hey, come on. Come on, stop it. Ollie. What's wrong with you?
It's him. Get rid of him, Pete.
Take it easy, Ollie. You're going to be all right. Hey, get a doctor. Somebody get an ambulance.
It's too late, Pete. He's dead.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's crazy. He thought you had something to do with it.
I didn't harm him, Pete. I swear I didn't. I wouldn't take a life.
Now, relax, Joe. I know you didn't. Excitement was just too much. Funny about that card, though.
Wasn't like Ollie to plunk everything down on a four-flush.
I had nothing to do with his death.
Yeah, I know. What's eating you, kid? Come on, spill it. I'm the only family you got.
Nothing. Just nothing.
Okay, don't tell me. I don't give a damn.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle Pietro. Pete. I wonder sometimes.
What?
Why nobody likes me.
Lots of people do.
Who?
I like you, that's who.
I want people to say nice things to me.
And you gotta learn to give and take. Besides, you keep saying wild things all the time about your powers.
Oh, they're not my powers. They're the Lord's.
You see what I mean?
But it's true. I'm his vessel. We all are. He pours his powers into all of us, but only a few like me can retain them.
How do you do it?
With faith and deep concentration.
You really believe that?
Well, of course I do. And so should you. Never lose faith. If you do, you will never have any hope.
Swell. Let's wrap it up and go home. You've used that brush on the floor long enough. Save some of it for tomorrow. You really think that you can...
I know it. Let me show you.
Oh, hold on. Before you deal the cards, let me cut the deck.
It makes no difference.
Okay, if it makes no difference, let me cut.
All right, I'm going to deal 5 cards face down. We'll both call them.
And if you don't call as many as I do, then you promise to lay off?
I promise. Well, go ahead, cut.
That one. It's the Queen of Spades.
No, Peter. It's the 10 of Hearts. Turn it over.
You made a lucky hit.
Try it again.
4 clubs.
Nope. 8 of diamonds. That's 2 in a row. Still believe it's luck?
Let me see that deck. I know every kind of marked deck.
You're just wasting your time. You open the deck. You know it's legitimate.
Why am I bothering with... Let's knock it off for tonight. Tomorrow's...
Here, watch this. 9 of spades, Jack of hearts, and 3 of diamonds.
It's a 2 of diamonds.
All right, 4 out of 5 isn't bad, is it, Pete?
It's not bad at all. Yeah, I don't know what the trick is, but we could sure clean up with it.
No, I don't use my powers for profit.
Who's asking you to? You can do an act. Amuse the customers when they get tired of playing. You sit in as a dealer for the house, and when things get dull, you do your stuff. Yeah, they'll get a kick out of it.
I don't like to use my powers lightly.
Do you want to keep on eating? Okay, forget it.
Well, just this once, Pete. But don't ask me again.
A deal has been made between Joe and his Uncle Peter. It seems so simple and so innocent on the surface. But like most seemingly simple matters, who knows what currents and eddies swirl beneath the surface? We will, I trust, know more when we return shortly with Act 2. We all know that small compromises can lead to large disasters. The pretty lady verging on plumpness who diets with might and main to keep her poundage down knows full well that one excursion into the land of calories can mean a plunge into the worlds of pounds. Shall we then wonder that Joseph's consent to turn his powers to profits for his uncle will inevitably result in the loss of all he holds dear? We shall see as we return now to Act 2 of The Horror Within.
That was great, kid. The suckers loved it.
Yeah.
I thought Handelman would have a fit when you called his whole card.
He thought I was cheating, using a marked deck. He wouldn't believe me even when I told him to pick any deck.
Well, don't worry about it. That's just his way. Come on, let's go back to the kitchen.
You got a surprise for me?
That's right.
I don't mind doing the dishes.
I hope you can't read everything I'm thinking.
I don't try.
Good.
Joseph.
Effie.
How about that, kid? You didn't get the whole message.
Oh, what are you doing here, Effie?
Well, your uncle, he said I could work here.
Sure, why not? Business is good. We need another hand. I figured since you and Effie used to get along so well back home.
Thank you, Uncle. Pete.
Forget it. Just make sure you get the dishes done before we close. Huh?
I've been looking for the cleanser.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll do him. You just sit right there.
Oh, no. I'll wash. You dry.
You sure?
Well, of course. Listen, I want to earn my way. Boy, your uncle's a fine man.
No, he is. Even though he blows his top sometimes.
Yeah, I suppose you don't. Joe, you still do tricks?
Oh, they're not tricks, Effie. I followed the example of my patron saint, St. Joseph. And I concentrate my powers like he did. Watch. This knife.
Yeah.
Hold it in your hands.
Yeah?
Okay, now keep still. Very, very still.
Joseph, it's getting warm.
Hmm?
It's bending.
There.
Oh, hey, that's wonderful. That's just like a magician I saw once.
It's not magic, Effie. It's a natural power. I read somewhere that most of us use only a small portion of our brain potential. Less than 5%.
You mean that anyone can do what you just did?
Sure, most people can. I'm sure of it.
Oh, hey, Joe, will you teach me? Will you show me how you did that?
If you want to, I can show you that and much more.
Like what?
Well, like hear what I have in my mind without my saying a word.
Hey, that'd be neat. We could talk and nobody would hear us.
I could show you how to move objects from across the room.
We could clean up from here.
I could even teach you how to fly.
Yeah, like Peter Pan. Hey, look, I'm flying.
Hey, you mustn't joke about it, Effie.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, Joseph. Listen, I wasn't making fun of you. I was just happy.
Never make fun of me, Effie.
You're frightening me.
It's all over now. Let's finish the dishes.
I promise, Joseph. I'll never do it again.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, it looks beautiful, Pete. Just beautiful. I mean, I can't believe it's the same club.
Nothing to it, Effie. Fake brick. Tile ceilings and a few yards of drapes. Didn't cost much to change from poker to a supper club.
But do you think it's wise?
Look at the mob. The joint's packed.
People are dressed so nice, too. Hey, maybe we ought to pitch in and help, huh?
No, nothing doing. You and Joe are my star attraction.
Well...
Now, you do the act like I seen it, and we can't miss.
But that was just for Effie and me, Pete. I don't want to perform. Well, not in front of all these people.
Are you scared, kid? Well, that's natural. Everybody gets stage fright.
No, it's not that. I told you before, my powers are between me and St. Joseph. I can't do it for money.
What's the difference if you do it in the back room or out here?
Well, he's right, Joe. You can't hurt anybody with a little fun.
A little pleasure can help brighten up people's lives. That's you, Joe. What do you say? I'm going to introduce you and Effie. If you want to let me down, that's up to you. And now, folks, settle back. I hope you enjoyed your dinner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, the roast beef was good.
Good. The Cafe Compton presents its star attraction, the amazing Joseph and Company. They'll entertain you with an act never duplicated before in the history of the entertainment world.
Yeah, sure.
They'll read your thoughts, perform illusions. And here they are, the amazing Joseph and Company.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My assistant will be seated on the stage as I go through the audience. She will receive the thoughts I send to her across space. You can give me any kind of message or clue, and I will transmit it to her. I'm in touch with a lady who has a question.
Is her name Cindy?
What? That is correct. She wants to know if you can tell her what colored dress she is wearing.
She is wearing a blue gown with sequins. It is a size 8, I believe.
Just the color was enough. All right, you, sir. May I have your note? Thank you. This gentleman wants to know if his partner is cheating on him.
Your wife is perfectly faithful, sir.
Well, I don't think that's what he meant, but I'm sure he's happy with the answer. One more question, please. One more question, please. Yes. This man he wants to know...
Mr. Handelman, I can read a great many thoughts in your mind.
Your check is $28.90, and you want to know if a $2 tip is enough. It is not.
Joe, you were great tonight. Just great. Everybody loved your act. Hey, I better get out front now and help close the place down. We'll have a bite to eat later, okay?
Sure, Pete.
That Handelman. I hate him.
I know, Joey. Listen, you frightened me. And that's why I made a joke out of it. Joe, you wouldn't...
No, of course not. I'm a servant of the Lord. I do his bidding. That's why I wonder about all this. I feel it's wrong.
It's a lot better than what you wanted to do to Handelman. Joe, you think you could really do what you...
If God wills it.
Oh, well, then you never will, because he preached love.
It's hard for me to feel love for someone who...
How about me?
I love you, Effie. With all my heart, I love you.
Well, then let's get married, Joe. Yeah, let's get married tonight.
Tonight? But how can we?
We'll go to Rapid Falls. There's a justice of the peace there.
No, Effie, no. We'll wait and get married properly in a church by a priest.
Well, if that's the way you want it, Joe, but let's do it soon.
I'm happy that you want to marry me in such haste.
Yes, Joe, please, let's get married as soon as possible.
Well, that sounds more like desperation than romance.
I can't explain it, Joe, but I don't know, I feel... Well, like something terrible is going to happen. I want to be your wife, Joe. I want us to be together for the rest of our life. No matter how much time we have left.
Good evening, Father. Am I late?
No, you're the first one here, Mr. Compton. We have lots of time for the rehearsal. Is your nephew's family coming too?
Well, I am his family. All that's left of it.
And the bride-to-be?
She has no one else but Joe and me, Father. I wonder what's keeping them.
No, here comes the young man now.
Joe, where you been?
I called for Effie, and she wasn't there. Is she here?
Well, no, don't worry. She'll be along in a minute. Probably had something to do.
No, it's not that.
What is it?
I can see her. She's walking past the library, and someone is stopping her. She's frightened. I must go to her.
Oh, what was that all about?
Joe, my nephew, he's not like other people. He feels things, sees things. I better call the police, Father. May I?
Oh, certainly, if you feel it's necessary.
She's gone, Pete. Effie's gone.
They'll find her, Joe. Just take it easy.
You don't understand.
Sure I do. You're upset. Come on inside the house. We'll have a cup of tea.
He's right, Joe. There's nothing you can do now. The police are searching the town.
I can't help. I feel so useless. I've got no contact with her. I can't reach her. She must need me.
Don't even think about it, Joe. Just come inside and rest. We'll wait with you.
You may have been wrong, Joe. I mean, about what you think you saw.
I didn't think I saw, Pete. I know I did. She was in trouble, I tell you. And now, nothing.
There was no sign of struggle at the library. No one witnessed anything.
You don't believe in me?
Should I?
Yes, I have the powers given me by the Lord. You are his servant, too.
Are you sure your powers are from the Lord, Joe?
As sure as I am that my name is Joseph. I have devoted my life to him and the ideals of St. Joseph. And I have been heard.
Explain it to me, my son.
Why? So you can laugh at me?
No. I want to help you.
Help me. Yes, Father, help me.
Then go on.
My mother was a saint. She taught me to worship, to revere the memory of St. Joseph, to follow in his footsteps. I tried. I poured all my energies into being one with St. Joseph. I learned how to direct all the forces of my mind and soul. Even when I was very young, I could make objects move. I could see things that happened far away. Then one day she was gone, and I was bitter.
That's understandable.
Well, for a while, I used my powers for wicked things. People turned against me, and I became an outcast. Even my father drew away from me. Then my father was taken from me. I saw the light. I heard the blessed voice of St. Joseph, and he told me to return.
And you're sure the voice you heard was St. Joseph's?
Well, of course. Well, who else could it have been?
Who else, Joseph?
No, Father, no. The voice did not come from within me.
Joseph, there are forces of good and evil in the world. And sometimes it's difficult to tell one from the other. Perhaps it was not the voice of heaven you heard.
Good house tonight. Oh, we're still mob. Why don't you get dressed, Joe?
In a minute. Any news yet about Effie?
Not a word. The cops are still on the lookout, but they haven't found anything.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I told them where it happened and exactly what he looked like.
Well, there must be hundreds of guys in town that fit the description you gave. You got to understand.
I don't want to understand. I want to find Effie. I tell you, Pete, I saw her just as clearly as I see you now. She was walking by the library, and this guy passes her. And he turns back.
Joe, the cops know all that.
Well, then why don't they find her?
Hello. Speaking. What's that? I see. Sure, I understand. No, he's here with me. Yeah, we'll be down.
What is it, Pete? It's Effie, isn't it?
Yes, Joe. The cops. They found Effie.
Well, is she all right?
Bad news, kid.
I want to see her.
You will, kid. They want us to identify her.
Identify her? What are you saying, Pete?
They're waiting for us. At the morgue.
All that we feared when Joe agreed to do his act at Peter Compton's club has come to pass. Effie is dead at the hands of a madman, and Joseph Compertino says he was a witness to what happened. It hardly seems possible. But then again, I'm sure you will agree, the impossible is becoming the usual with greater frequency these days. We'll know more when we return shortly with Act 3.
This is WBBM Chicago, News Radio 78.
To find out who killed Effie, Joe must make the journey we all fear. He must look deep inside himself and trace the murderer in his mind's eye. The problem is, what more will he uncover? For if you look into any man's heart and mind, you will always find at least one black spot which he has tried to keep concealed.
Why are we sitting here, Pete?
Because the lieutenant asked us to wait. He'll be back in a minute.
She looks so different, Pete. Like a poor imitation.
Don't think about it, Joe.
I can't think of anything else. I've got to find the man who did it. I'll never rest until I find him.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I had to check a few things out.
It's all right, Lieutenant.
Now, Joe, you don't mind if I call you that?
No.
Good. When did you see this taking place?
Well, Pete and I were at the church waiting for Effie when it flooded my mind.
And what time was that?
It was about 6:30, 7.
I see. And was that the time you felt it was actually happening?
I guess so. I hadn't thought about it.
Well, think about it. Were the streetlights on? Do you remember anything that might give us a handle?
Well, it seems the library was closed, but the streetlights weren't turned on.
And that would put it at about 5:30. But you saw it happen in your mind about an hour or so later, huh? Can you explain that?
No, I can't.
Well, did you actually see them go off together? Did they get into a car?
No. Well, I mean, I don't remember. All I know is I can see them together, and I knew something bad was going to happen.
What's this all about, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm just trying to get things straight. You know, there are some loose ends here.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, we found the body off Highway 50.
That means she was in a car when she died.
No, it means she was in a car when she was thrown off on the side of the road. She died hours before then.
You mean to say she was thrown out in the middle of the day and no one saw it?
Oh, it wasn't in the middle of the day. Doc Hadfield estimates she died about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, with this new daylight savings time, it must have been pitch black when he...
That's right. That means, Joe, your mind's clock was off about 12 hours. You couldn't have seen her walk past the library when you said she did.
I can't believe it. Joe, didn't you talk to Effie today?
No. But she said she was going to the city to do some shopping. She said she'd be away all day and meet us at the church for the rehearsal.
But you called her?
Just before I left to meet Pete. I wanted to see if she got back earlier.
And she wasn't there, obviously. Now, who answered the phone?
Nobody.
Where were you early this morning?
In bed. Asleep. Say, what's going on?
Well,
why all these questions?
Every little bit of information helps.
I don't like it. Can I go now?
Yeah, of course. Just stay around where we can reach you, Joe. We may have some more information later and maybe some more questions.
Joe? Joe, open up. Were you asleep?
No, I was just thinking.
Did you eat anything today?
Yeah.
I'll bet. You haven't moved out of your room for days.
I'm sorry about the club, Peter.
That doesn't matter, kid.
But it's all my fault.
Forget it.
I've got no future without Effie.
You cooking something, kid?
No?
It's funny, I smell something burning.
Oh, it's incense.
Oh, you're not going through that again, Joe. Forget that stuff, kid. That's not going to bring Effie back.
No, but it will put me in contact with her murderer.
Don't do it, Joe. It's not right. I spoke to Father Coyle about it.
You had no right.
He says you're literally playing with fire.
He doesn't understand either.
Why don't you explain it to him? Let him help.
I'm not leaving here until I see things clearly.
You don't have to. I brought Father Coyle with me. You can come in now, Father.
How are you, Joe?
I don't want you here, Father.
Your uncle asked me to help.
I don't need your help.
I think you do. You told me how much you loved our Savior and St. Joseph. You're not appealing to them now, are you?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do, Joe. The incense, the magic circle on the floor, the Kabbalistic figures. You're reaching for the hand...
All right, what if I am? What good did piety do? I lost my parents, then Effie. Perhaps I'll get some help now.
From Satan? You don't want his help? He doesn't share. He possesses.
I don't give a damn if he swallows me whole. I want my revenge, Father. I want to see the man who killed Effie suffer as I am. I want to see him in the same kind of torture.
He is, Joe. Believe me, he is.
Hello?
Pete, wake up. It's me, Joe.
Yeah, I'm awake. You know what time it is?
Yeah, I know. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Sunday morning. Don't you ever sleep?
I will, after tonight. Pete, I've got him.
You don't feel up to riddles, Joe. Who you got?
That slimy monster who killed Effie. I've got him dead to rights.
And now, look, don't do anything stupid, kid. Let me call Lieutenant Tawney. He can have
No,
him.
Pete. I don't mean I have him in my room. I've got him in the mind. It worked, Pete. I've been put in touch with him. I want to go on tonight.
Joe, without Effie, you haven't got an act.
Oh, yes, I have. The biggest show I've ever done.
Well, I don't know.
Please, Pete. Don't stand in my way.
You're asking me to walk in the dark, Joe. Square with me.
I can't, Pete. You've got to trust me.
Then why can't you trust me?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
All I can tell you is I'm zeroed in on him. I've got him in my sights, and you can help me nail him.
How?
Well, billboard my return return to the club tonight. Play it up big. Hit the murder angle. Promise the suckers a startling revelation. I guarantee he'll be there. He won't be able to resist the bait.
I appreciate your coming down, Lieutenant.
That's okay. I haven't had a night out in a long time.
You know Father Coyle?
Yeah, sure do. How are you, Father?
As well as my age and my infirmities permit. How do you like the view, Lieutenant? Isn't it grand?
Nearer the angels, Father. Nearer the angels. We got quite a crowd here tonight.
It's all that publicity about Effie. The buzzards are out in full force. They want to see Joe in action and maybe witness something else. Now, that's the cue for Joe's act. I got to introduce him. Just stand by. I'll be back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the star of our show to make his appearance. And here he is, the man you've been waiting to see. The amazing Joseph.
Thank you. Tonight I'm going to skip the usual stunts. I'm not going to waste your time on the usual card tricks and memory gimmicks. I'm going to attempt something never seen before on any stage. But I'll need your assistance since since I'm working alone tonight. With your help, I'm going to reach into your minds and read your thoughts. If you have a problem, concentrate on it. With divine guidance, I will resolve them for you, if there are any answers. All I ask of you is quiet, complete silence. Remember, if you have a question, concentrate on it. You're doing fine. I see thoughts swirling in space. Is there a young lady whose initials are J.L. in the room?
Hey, that's me!
Good. Would you please stand up? Now, concentrate on your questions. I see a ticket in your purse. Would you hold it up, please? Thank you. Now, that's an airline ticket to Las Vegas. Am I correct, please? My advice is follow your mind, miss. Don't use that ticket. Wait until you can pay your way. Thank you. Hold it, folks. I have another message coming through. George, I can't tell whether your last initial is B or V. George, will you stand up, please?
That's a matter.
Well, I have good news for you, George. You can stop worrying about your mother. It's not what you think at all. Her pains will disappear soon, and she'll be as good as new. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the signals are fading, folks. I want you to let your minds go blank. There. That's it. I feel it coming through now. There's a dark thought taking form. Evil. Malignant. You're coming through now. I read you loud and clear. Will the man with the mark of Cain upon him stand up? I don't blame you for hiding. You've committed a terrible sin.
What is he talking about?
There's only one way out for you. The Bible says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And a life for a life.
Stop it, Joseph!
I called for silence.
What you're doing is wrong!
He must pay for his crime, Father.
It's not for you to judge, Joseph. Don't try to play God.
I am his instrument.
Are you sure, my son? Look into your own soul. Judge not, lest ye shall be judged.
I have nothing to fear.
Nothing, Joe? Think about it. Where were you when Effie died?
In my room.
No, you weren't, Joe. 6 o'clock in the morning, Joe. Where were you?
She was wicked. She was everything my mother warned me about. I worshipped St. Joseph, and she laughed at my piety. She was carnal, and she tried to keep me from my vows of sanctity. St. Joseph, in your name...
That's blasphemy, Joe!
I removed her from my life for your sake. I exorcised her as though she were a cancer on my soul.
Pray for forgiveness, Joe!
I was tormented all night. I went to her early, and I begged her to leave me. She refused. I told her we would go to Father Coyle and ask for his guidance. She struggled in the car and tried to run away. I stopped her. She was like a bird in my arms. A poor dead bird.
Come with me, Joe. Everything will be all right.
No, I must go with St. Joseph.
What?
I must... Give me the power, St. Joseph. Let me fly to you.
Don't, Joe! Stay away from the window! What's happening? Look at that!
I can't believe it. Look, he's suspended in space. He's standing free. Poor Joe. Poor Joe. He tried to reach for heaven and hell at the same time. And he stumbled somewhere in between.
Don't take it too hard, Pete. That ends somewhere.
Yeah, but not on the streets. You really think he killed Effie?
Yes. Part of him did.
None of us are saints, Peter. We're good and evil intertwined. Most of us can keep the worst of our nature in control. Joe couldn't. He was split right down the middle.
Well, one thing is sure. He paid his dues. Let's get him out of here and mark his account paid in full.
The worst we feared has happened. Joe took the fearful chance of looking deep inside himself for truth and found that the truth was more than he could bear. I'll be back shortly. And so we close the entrance to the cave where murky waters run deep, but not always still. From time to time, we hear the evil rumbles of the coursing stream, but we manage to ignore its babbling and save our sanity thereby. Joseph Compertino lost this knack that civilized man has developed, this veneer that hides some of the ugliness within. He paid dearly for it. Our cast included Don Scardino, Dolores Sutton, Joseph Julian, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What does he see in me?
Oh, come on, honey.
No, I mean it.
Well, let's see. You're pretty.
Well, I'm not beautiful.
And you're smart.
But I'm not brilliant.
What can I tell you? He's an artist. All artists are crazy.
But the most fascinating women in the world are ready to throw themselves at his feet.
Sis, you're pretty fascinating yourself.
Thanks to you, Bert.
Thanks to me?
You sent me through college, and there were the trips to Europe.
Well, I had to shape you up before I could marry you off. And it looks like you got yourself a grand prize, the great Otis Manley Carter.
Oh, Bert, I want you to like him.
Oh, I like him.
He's so sweet, so kind.
Except?
What do you mean, except?
Well, except every time he paints somebody's picture, it seems to me that person dies.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome.
I'm E.G. Marshall. They say Mark Twain was America's greatest humorist. And that's probably true because he was one of the most serious men ever to be born in this country. To Mark Twain, laughter and tragedy were two sides of the same coin. And most of the time, the coin was counterfeit, which in itself is the great joke life plays on most of us. And since life is a jest which ends in a mystery, we are privileged to present one of Mark Twain's greatest mystic fantasies.
You can save him.
They all think he stole the money.
But it isn't true.
You can think of everything. Think of something now. Something. Help me.
Call another witness.
There are no witnesses. All we have is his own word that he didn't steal the money.
You do have a witness.
Who?
The money.
The money? What kind of witness is that? What can money do for him?
Well, you know the old saying, money talks.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Stranger, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Time Magazine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is the winter of the year 1590, and we are in Austria, in a sleepy country village. Here, high in the mountains, there are still demons and evil spirits, and witches are burned at the stake regularly. But for most people, it is a calm place, a quiet place, a prosperous place.
My name is Theodore Fisher. I'm the son of the church organist, who was also the leader of the musicians, teacher of the violin, composer of the hymns, tax collector of the commune, and in many ways, a useful citizen. I am not useful at all. I have been away to the university in Vienna, where I became a lawyer. There isn't much opportunity to practice law here. The priest settles all the religious disputes, and the astrologer, I'll explain more about him later, settles everything else. Well, it was a beautiful day, and my only annoyance was the fact that my pipe had gone out, and I had neglected to bring a flint with me.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have startled you.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Is there any way I can be of service?
Service? No, I don't believe so.
There's nothing you require?
Require? Oh, well, I would like a light for my pipe.
A little thing like that must not stand in the way of your happiness. May I?
He took my pipe and you must understand this. How can I say it? He simply blew his breath on it. And the tobacco glowed red, and spirals of blue smoke rose from the bowl. I jumped up.
Please, don't be frightened.
But
it was just a trick.
A trick?
Of course. What did you think?
Well,
a little conjurer's tricks.
What else can you do?
Anything. Do you remember when you were a child? You had a toy castle, and there were knights and ladies in the courtyard, and cannoneers along the walls.
I do remember that. How would you know?
Well, it's a trick. Now, let us build that castle,
With what?
With this pile of dirt.
But
what? Everything, everyone was dirt to begin with. Isn't that so, Theodore?
How do you know my name?
What's a trick? And really, there's absolutely nothing to it. All you do is take some dirt.
All he did was take some dirt, and before you knew it, he made a crowd of little men and little women, each no bigger than your little finger, and They all went diligently to work as they cleared a space of a couple of yards and began to build a cunning little castle. 500 of these tiny but living, breathing people, swarming about, laboring diligently, wiping the sweat off their faces. I looked at the stranger and I asked, "Who are you?"
An angel.
Of course. An angel. Who else? Do you have a name?
Well, certainly. Satan.
Satan?
Why do you seem so distressed?
Satan. Well, that's his name, you know.
Yes, I know. He's my uncle.
But you said you were an angel.
Well, surely you remember he was an angel once himself.
Yes, I didn't think of that.
Before the fall. He was blameless.
Would it be rude if I asked?
No, it wouldn't be rude, and I should forgive you even if it were. Yes, I have. I've seen him millions of times since I was just a little child, hardly 1,000 years old. I was his favorite.
1,000 years old?
I'm about 16,000 years old by now. That is the way you count time.
16,000 years old? You must have seen...
Oh, I've seen it all. I saw Adam created and Abel murdered. I saw Samson surge against the pillars and bring down ruin and death. Oh, what haven't I seen? The castle is finished. There. How do you like it?
How could anyone help but like it? It's perfect. These people are actually human. It's another world. Someone fired a pistol.
No, it's thunder.
Thunder? But there isn't a cloud in the sky.
Oh, not in yours, but in theirs. See how the sky above the castle becomes dark and terrible. The thunder, the lightning.
People. Poor little people. They're terrified. You're killing them. They'll all be dead. Look. The earth is opening under their feet. They're going. They're gone. The earth swallowed them up. They're all gone. Oh, those poor people.
Oh, don't weep for them. They're of no value.
But they were living creatures.
It's no matter. We can make plenty more. Shall I?
Oh, no. You'll only destroy them again.
Oh, that's the history of the world, isn't it?
Well, good morning, Theodore.
Oh, you startled me, Uncle Peter.
How could I startle anyone?
I didn't see you coming.
Were you busy with great thoughts?
Oh, no. I was merely talking to this... Huh. Well, there was someone here just a moment ago.
Oh, yes, my boy. I know it affects me, too. I keep seeing people who aren't there myself.
What are you doing here, Uncle Peter?
What am I doing here? Well, something brought me here, but I can't seem to remember what. I'm not myself these troubled days. I'm not myself. Well, good day, Master Theodore.
Now, as I was saying...
Where did you go?
I merely made myself invisible.
Yes, but you should talk to Uncle Peter. He's not dull and ignorant like I am.
And besides, he has a beautiful niece, huh?
Margaret. Satan. Could you help them?
Help them?
Uncle Peter. That's what I call him. But he used to be Father Peter.
I know, a priest.
You know?
Yes, until he was accused of some heresy.
It was the astrologer.
Why is everyone so afraid of the astrologer? Now, what was the heresy he accused Uncle Peter of?
It doesn't matter. It was enough to be accused by the astrologer.
I see.
You see, folks have nothing to do with Uncle Peter these days, and he and Margaret are about to starve.
And you want me to help, huh?
Please. All he needs is a little money to pay the rent on his cottage. Buy some food.
He might not thank me for it. You might not thank me for it.
I try to help him and Margaret, but they're too proud. Wouldn't it be easy for you to have him find, yes, just find some money?
It could be dangerous.
Why?
Well, because it could change the entire course of his life.
Yes, but that's exactly what he needs, to have the present course of his life changed.
Every man's life consists of links in a chain. Each link is an act. It has its proper place in the chain. Remove one link, and the entire future becomes different.
But I've been trying to tell you, he needs another future.
Oh, you have a great deal to learn. I shall see you again.
Where are you going?
I have an errand to perform.
You won't help, Uncle Peter.
Well, I'm not sure you'll consider it help, but we shall see what we shall see.
And he was gone. As suddenly, as unaccountably as he had appeared. The mysterious stranger had vanished. Was it a dream? My imagination? No. In the first place, I am not a dreamy person. Second, it was too real, too vivid. And while I was still debating the matter in my mind, I became aware of Uncle Peter.
I remember now, Theodore.
What do you remember, Uncle Peter?
Why, I have come here. Yes, I lost my purse. There wasn't much in it, but a very little is a great deal to me, for it was all I had. Have you seen it, my lost purse?
No, Uncle Peter, but I shall be happy to help you look.
That is what I was going to ask you. Yes, but it won't be necessary. Here it is. But...
Yes. But what, Uncle Peter?
It's mine, and yet it isn't mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, the purse is mine, yes, clearly mine, but not the contents. This is fat. Mine was flat. This is heavy. Mine was light. Look.
I looked, and I listened. I could hear the jingle of coins, gold coins. And then I saw them, as Uncle Peter knelt on the grass and carefully poured the coins on the ground. There were hundreds of them. I'd never seen so many gold coins in my life. Such bright, shining gold coins. It almost hurt my eyes to look at them. They were so bright, so new, so freshly minted.
Who has been here?
Why?
No, you must not lie to me, Theodore. Has anyone been here?
Not a human being, Uncle Peter.
I don't understand. I know you're telling me the truth. It's the money. It comes to over 1,100 ducats. Oh, dear, if it were only mine.
But it is yours, Uncle Peter, every single piece.
Oh, no, only 4 ducats are mine. That's all that were in the purse when I lost it. The rest, yeah, and I do need them so badly. Yeah. No, the fact is, this money is not mine.
But the money is in your purse.
I cannot account for it unless some enemy... Yes, it's a trap.
Oh, but Uncle Peter, with the exception of the astrologer, you don't have a real enemy in the village. Nor does Margaret.
No, it must be a trap. I must have an enemy.
Do you have an enemy rich enough to chance 1,100 ducats just to do you a mean turn?
Well,
Of course not. It's yours. Every bit of it. Didn't you pray for help?
Yes.
Well, isn't this help?
Yes, I'll take it, and I shall do good things with it, and I'm sure everything will be all right.
Of course, Uncle Peter. Everything will have to be all right.
But you know and I know that it's not going to be all right. People may get to live happily ever after in many of Mark Twain's stories, but getting there is usually quite a problem. Also, we've been chatting here about someone called the astrologer. He shows up soon to complicate matters. All in all, Act Two will pose plenty of problems when it arrives here in just a few moments. Theodore Fisher is telling the story of Mark Twain's mysterious stranger. And Theodore is the only one in the small village who has seen him. The mysterious stranger claims to be Satan's nephew, but by now we can safely assume it's the old boy himself. Mark Twain always likes to use these little tricks. Throw a surprise visitor into a quiet little town and watch the ripples swell into waves.
It made immense talk in the village the next day. Father Peter told the entire circumstance just the way it happened. He said the only way he could account for it was, well, it must have been the hand of Providence. Suddenly, Father Peter and Margaret had plenty of friends, or at least visitors. Mothers started sending their daughters to Margaret for piano lessons, and it began to look like the old adage was true. You have no trouble making money once you have money.
Oh, Theodore, how long have you been standing there?
I didn't want to interrupt you, Margaret.
Oh, I don't know when I've been so happy.
I'm glad you have so many friends.
Well, it's the gold that has many friends. I still have the very few who always... Well, you know what I mean.
And how is your uncle?
He's a new man. But I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Well, Uncle Peter says it was the hand of Providence that brought the gold.
And, wasn't it?
Well, I believe it was, but there are tongues wagging in the village. There are those who say it's the hand of Satan.
Satan?
Yes.
Well, how would they know? I mean, why should Satan want to give your uncle all that money?
Theodore, I don't understand it. One day we're poor. The next day we're rich. One day we're alone in the world, and the next day we have scores, hundreds of friends.
Don't even try to understand it. Everything will be all right.
But one thing troubles me deeply.
What?
The astrologer. We have yet to hear from the astrologer.
Oh, the astrologer. Oh, well, what can he do, anyhow? I tried to pass it all off as a joke. But the truth is, the very name of that man sent shivers down my spine. The astrologer. He made it his business to know everything that went on in town, and to become involved in it somehow. A few days later, a note was delivered to me. It contained 5 words. I want to see you. That's all. No please, or if it's convenient, or by your leave. Just an order. As if he had no doubt it would be obeyed.
So kind of you to come, Theodore.
Yes, sir.
You were there when Peter claims he found this money?
Oh, well, it's true, sir. I was there. He came upon the purse, and it was filled with gold ducats.
It was? How many?
Oh, over 1,100.
Exactly how many?
1,107.
But Peter gave out that there were 1,100.
I suppose he gave it a round number.
Oh, that settles it.
Settles what, sir?
Theodore, my lad, that money was stolen.
Oh, but I was there when he found it.
True, but were you there when he stole it?
But who says he stole it?
It's the only way he could have received it. He then hid the purse on the path, waited for a witness to come along. The witness happened to be you, and he pretended to find it.
Oh, but that's not the way it happened.
How else could it have happened?
How else? Could I dare to tell him about the mysterious stranger? Well, that would get me burned at the stake. And besides, how did I even know for sure there was a stranger? Mysterious or otherwise. I didn't know what to say. So I said nothing. I wandered around for hours just trying to think. And then, finally, I decided to go see Uncle Peter. But he wasn't at home. Where is he, Margaret?
In prison.
No.
The money, the gold, is in the hands of the sheriff, and Uncle Peter must wait for trial.
Margaret, he's innocent.
I know, but the astrologer is inflaming the entire town against him.
Why? Why does the astrologer hate him?
I don't know.
How will you live?
Oh, I'll manage somehow.
People will stop sending their children here for music lessons. And, Margaret, you know how I feel.
No. Thank you, Theodore, but I would only bring you misfortune.
I don't care.
You would after a while.
Well, then at least let me help you.
I couldn't take anything from anyone, Theodore. The Lord will help.
With all due respect, it didn't look as if the Lord was going to be of much help. Old Ursula, who was cook, chambermaid, housekeeper, and everything else for Uncle Peter, tried the best she could, but she was unable to create miracles. I tried giving her money, which she accepted after I had told her to tell the proud Margaret that she had found the money in the street. But that couldn't go on indefinitely. There's a limit to how much money one can find lying around and how often. I was walking through the woods, feeling very sorry about everything, when suddenly he was standing there, Satan himself. Why? Why did you let these things happen to Uncle Peter?
Well, I didn't let anything happen, I told you, and quite clearly. It would affect the course of the rest of his life. Finding that money would set an entire new chain of events in motion.
All right, but we have to do something to help.
Why? Why do you always feel you have to help people? You see where it can lead.
But I can't just let him go under.
Why not?
I suppose that's the difference between you and me.
Now, let me tell you the difference between us. Man is made of dirt. Remember, I saw him being made. I am not made of dirt. Man is a museum of diseases, a home of impurities. He comes today, he's gone tomorrow. I am of the aristocracy of the imperishables. Yes. One more thing. It's the smallest thing, but the most important. You know what it is?
No.
Man has the moral sense.
The moral sense?
Do you know what that is? The moral sense.
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, you should find out. You have it. I don't. And that's the difference between us.
I couldn't win an argument with him. We walked along the path, chatting about everything under the sun, when I happened to notice Ursula. Old Ursula sitting underneath a tree. She had a sickly-looking stray kitten in her lap. Satan.
Yes?
Help her.
Why?
She works for Uncle Peter and Margaret. She and Margaret are starving. Help her to help Margaret.
Once again, you want me to help someone.
Just see that they have enough to eat.
You know what I told you about introducing a different link into the chain of someone's life?
But they're starving.
Oh, this moral sense of yours. Very well. Good day, Mother. What have you got there?
Any fool can see. A kitten.
I understand you're very poor. Why do you want to add another mouth to feed? Why not give that poor thing to some rich person?
The rich wouldn't want this unfortunate creature. It's only the poor that have charity in their hearts. God will provide for this kitten.
Oh? What makes you think so?
I know so. Not a sparrow falls to the ground without his seeing it.
Ah, yes, but it falls just the same, huh? So what good is seeing it fall? What good does it do the sparrow?
No. Go about your business, you blasphemous fool, or I'll take a stick to you.
I was terrified. There was no way to talk to Satan. But he only smiled at her as if a mere mortal were incapable of insulting him. She jumped to her feet and The kitten leaped from her lap and started running around her. She was amazed.
Why, what's come over it? A while ago, the kitten could hardly walk.
Why don't you keep it?
It's such a pretty one. The home is so lonely with the master locked up in jail. Poor Miss Margaret. Oh, she'd be glad of the company.
Besides, you can have an income from that cat.
An income? Are you mad?
This particular kind of cat is called a lucky cat.
And why is it lucky?
Well, the cat isn't particularly lucky. The owner is lucky.
And why is the owner lucky?
Because every morning the owner of this cat finds 4 silver groschen in her pocket.
Have you nothing better to do? You're lying, making a fool of me.
Look in your pocket.
You'll be punished for that. It's groschen. In my pocket, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 silver groschen. Oh, sir, dear, kind master and benefactor, let me kiss your hand.
I told you it was a lucky cat.
Oh, it is. It is.
The 3 of us walked back to the house. Ursula said we must stay for supper. Poor Margaret. She didn't mean to be inhospitable, but what on earth was there to eat? She was so embarrassed. But that cat was an enchanted thing. If you put a fish in the frying pan, as soon as you took it off, bang, another one appeared in its place. If you poured wine from a bottle, there was just as much left as before you started. Margaret was absolutely astounded by it all.
More fish?
Yes, mistress.
Well, where did you get it, Ursula?
It's a gift of Providence.
And the wine?
Providence.
Now, Ursula?
Miss Margaret, don't you believe in Providence?
Well, of course I do, sir.
Well, then why do you question it when you see it?
Well, I don't know.
I have chicken and beef.
Ursula?
Providence, mistress.
I stole a glance at Satan. He had that amused smile on his face. And I looked at Ursula and Margaret. They were so happy. From being faced with actual starvation, they were now living in the midst of plenty. I was convinced that finally everything would be all right. After all, what could go wrong here?
Our friend Theodore. He keeps thinking everything's going to be all right. At times, he forgets he's a character by Mark Twain, who liked to set his heroes up and then knock them down. We have some more ups and downs due in Act 3, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments. Once again, Theodore has asked the mysterious stranger, who is Satan himself or else his nephew, and does it matter, to interfere with what seems to be a natural course of human events. And really, he asked for little enough, just some food to keep them alive. And the stranger certainly has been generous, probably too generous.
Yes?
Oh, you're Gisela Noir, aren't you?
Yes, Master.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I work here for Ursula.
You do?
Oh, yes. I scrub the pots and pans and dishes and floors and windows and walls. I scrub everything.
Is Miss Margaret in?
Oh, no, sir. She is not home.
And Ursula?
Oh, yes. She's drinking her tea in the kitchen, sir. Come in.
How do you like my servant, Master Theodore?
But is it wise?
Wise? I can afford her. You should know all about my lucky cat. I can have anything I want. And you know what I wanted all my life.
What I'm trying to say is...
A servant. Now, this might not mean anything to you, but If you were a servant and spent all your years serving others, why, you'd want to have...
I'm asking if it's wise to engage Gisela Nar. After all, her grandmother was burned as a witch.
I know, but there's nothing wrong with her.
Oh, I'm not saying there is. I only think...
The truth is, she's the only one I could get to come here and work for me.
Of course, I worry by nature. And since I feel the way I do about Margaret, I'll worry about any trifle that might seem to threaten her. But this time I tried to dismiss my worries. I almost succeeded. And then I was walking down the street in the village. I was about to turn the corner when I heard voices. I knew those voices. One was Gisela. The other was the voice of the astrologer.
So, Gisela, my good girl, what are you doing these days?
Well, sir, I'm employed by Ursula.
Ursula?
She's the housekeeper for Uncle Peter. She gives me 2 silver groschen a week.
2 silver groschen.
Besides my keep and my clothes.
She must be wealthy.
Oh, they live off the fat of the land, let me tell you. The prince himself don't sit down to a better table.
Well. Thank you, Gisela.
That thank you. That sent cold shivers down my spine. I had to do something. The astrologer. He'd visit the house. He'd see the frying pan that never emptied itself, the wine bottle that was always full. His mind would gladly leap to one conclusion. Witchcraft. And both Margaret and Gisela would be doomed. There was nothing I could do by myself. I needed help.
Are you looking for me?
You have to help.
Again?
Please.
You want me to save them from being charged with witchcraft? Admit it.
Well, no, not exactly. I want you to interfere, but not really interfere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only asking for a return to the status quo. Let it be as if you didn't help.
Oh.
Well, that's very simple, isn't it?
It's so simple you don't even need me. You could have handled the matter yourself.
Me?
Of course. What is the source of all their bounty?
The cat.
Yes, the lucky cat. Therefore, all you have to do is get rid of the cat.
Get rid of the cat?
And kill the cat.
Oh, but I couldn't kill an innocent animal in cold blood. Margaret will never talk to me again.
If she's to be burned at the stake as a witch, she'll never talk to you again either. Are you actually weighing between Margaret on the one hand and that cat on the other? Oh, this moral sense that you humans have. Here, where are you going?
He knew perfectly well where I was going, and I could hear him laughing off in the distance as I raced for Margaret's cottage. I prayed to be on time to get there before the astrologer did.
Theodore.
Where's that cat?
Why do you want it?
Where is it? Your lives depend on it.
Have you taken leave of your senses?
Ah, there she is.
Theodore, put that cat down. What are you doing?
I'm taking her away.
Away? Why?
Do you want me to kill her here in front of your eyes?
Theodore, you can't.
I said get out of my way. There isn't a moment to lose.
Ah, good morning. I knocked, but no one heard, so I came in. Are we having a lover's quarrel?
Oh, Sir Astrologer, I was just leaving.
Theodore, I never want to see you again.
Well, the deed has been done, I see.
Yes, but she'll never speak to me again.
Well, women seldom realize how long never can be. You saved her. The astrologer asked if he could have a bite of food and a drink of wine. And you know, there was nothing in the house. Nothing at all.
I've lost her. I've lost her for good.
He was quite disturbed about it, and angry with himself for having listened to the wild story of a stupid young girl. Well. All in all, it was a good day's work for you.
Why did I have to get rid of that cat?
Oh, that cat was wandering alone in the woods and ill just a few weeks ago. It was doomed in any event.
I didn't see my mysterious stranger for a while after that. I didn't see anyone. Margaret would have nothing to do with me, and I didn't care to have anything to do with anyone else. Life was lonely and sorrowful, and I was having all sorts of melancholy thoughts when there was a knock on my door one morning.
Theodore,
Margaret.
may I come in?
Oh, please.
I've come here to ask you a favor.
Anything.
The Duke arrived this morning, and my uncle is to be tried this afternoon.
Oh.
And he needs a lawyer.
You want me to defend your uncle?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm not really very good.
You believe my uncle is innocent? In your heart, you believe it, don't you?
Yes.
Then you'll be better than a smart lawyer who doesn't believe it at all.
Margaret, about the cat.
I can only believe you had a good purpose in mind, although what it was, I'll never understand.
Then you forgive me.
I forgive you.
How could I possibly get Uncle Peter acquitted? The astrologer was put in the witness box. I did the best I could. Now, Sir Astrologer, you claim these gold coins are yours.
I do, young man.
I, myself, was present when Peter found them.
You mean when he claimed he found them?
If the money is yours, how did you come by it?
I found the bag in the road.
When?
More than 2 years ago.
And what did you do?
I brought it home, hid it in a secret place in my observatory tower, intending to find the owner if I could. I made diligent inquiry, but nothing came of it.
And then?
And then I thought, why not use the money to finish the foundling wing in the orphan asylum? So I took the money out of its hiding place and counted it to make sure it would be enough. And then, I'm sorry to say this, just as I was restoring the bag to its hiding place, I looked up, and there was Peter standing behind me.
Well, how could that be?
Oh, he often came to my place unannounced to ask for a little help. He was quite needy.
Proceed, sir.
I became uneasy and decided not to use the money just then, but to wait a bit longer in case the owner might show up.
And then?
When I heard of Peter's find, I was happy for him, naturally.
Naturally.
I had absolutely no suspicion until I discovered my own coins were gone. And I detected 3 suspicious circumstances in Peter's story.
Well, please name them.
A, Peter claimed to have found his money in a path. I found mine in the road. B, his find consisted exclusively of gold ducats. So did mine. C, he found 1,107 ducats. I found exactly the same.
Yeah, it was telling evidence. I could see it on the faces of all in the court, especially the Duke. Besides, who would be inclined to disbelieve so powerful a person as the astrologer? They would find Peter guilty for sure. And suddenly he was there. Satan, in the back of the room. I turned to the Duke. Your Excellency, may I have a short respite?
Granted.
Listen to me. We must save him.
You never learn.
The disgrace of the scaffold.
Your moral sense, it will be the death of you one day. Go back there and call a witness.
What witness?
It will occur to you at the right time.
Now, Sir Astrologer, suppose we prove that this money on the table here is not the same money that you found. Then it would belong to Peter.
I would say so.
Your Excellency, may I call another witness? I should say witnesses.
Your Excellency, it's too late in the trial for new witnesses.
But these are not new witnesses. They have already been partially examined. The coins. The coins, Your Excellency, they are witnesses.
But coins cannot speak, young man.
Oh, but they can.
Witchcraft.
Be careful, young man.
Look, you see, each coin speaks. Each coin declares it is not the one the astrologer claims he found 2 years ago. By its date, each coin proclaims it. Each coin declares it did not exist 2 years ago. If Your Excellency will examine the dates, he will see that these coins were only minted at the end of this year. They're scarcely 6 months old. There was a great shout of approval. The astrologer had finally been brought to book at last, and the money was restored to Peter, and everyone crowded around him. He had many friends now. I looked around to thank Satan, but he had disappeared. Finally, I made my way over to old Uncle Peter. Sir, what is the moral sense?
The moral sense? Why, that is the faculty that enables us to distinguish good from evil.
Well, that sounds as if it could be considerable trouble.
Oh, yes, but it's the most valuable thing we have.
Valuable?
Good heavens, lad, it's the one and only thing that lifts us above the beasts and makes us certain that one day we shall inherit immortality.
Theodore never saw Satan again. Not in this life, anyhow. But he never forgot him. And he never forgot the moral sense, either. Nor should you. Nor should I. And neither did Mark Twain. Even so, there were times when he insisted the thing was more trouble than it was worth. But there's never any trouble around here. You just wait around for a few seconds, and I'll be back. Mark Twain, by far the funniest man our country had ever produced, and yet underneath a wisdom and an understanding. For it was Mark Twain who wrote, "What a silly, poor thing is human life. How childish its ambitions. How ridiculous its pomps. How trivial its dignities. How cheap its heroisms. How capricious its course. How brief its flight. How comic its tragedies. How tragic its comedies." And then, having said all this, he proceeded to make it all very funny. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joe Silver, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Beyond the Devil's Door was a gully and a stand of furze bushes much like the ones where I was hidden. Now I knew why I'd not seen the horse last night. Horse and rider were blotted out completely before the man emerged alone from behind the dense bushes. And as this short, heavy-set figure moved into the light of the full moon, I gasped at my earlier stupidity, of course. It was none other than the Duke himself. The man on whom my livelihood depended, the ruler absolute of our community. I'd only seen him before at great distances, and now he was walking directly toward my hideout. He would find me, and heaven knows what would be my fate.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Time Magazine and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Richard III is the last of Shakespeare's cycle of historical plays that take England into, through, and out of bloody civil war and back to peace. But because this play focuses on one man, the malformed evil genius Richard of York, there is less of history and more of blood in the drama as it storms and drives relentlessly to its violent conclusion.
I have set my life upon a throw of the dice, and I will chance my fortune on the roll. I think there must be 6 of my enemy rich men in the field, for already I have slain 5 I thought were he. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
Our mystery drama, The Prince of Evil, was adapted from William Shakespeare's classic tragedy, Richard III, especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin, and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Allied Van Lines and Time Magazine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The bloodiest civil war in England's history gave Shakespeare the chance to produce the bloodiest villain in all its history, but a fascinating villain. For in spite of all his physical drawbacks, he was a man of such magical and magnetic charm that few, men or women, could credit the depths of depravity he admitted only to himself. A man of sardonic wit and humor. Hear him as he comments on what seems to be the arrival of peace at last, with Edward, his brother, of the House of York, seated safely on the throne.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of York. My brother, how different to me. My arm shrunk like a withered shrub, a mountain on my back. Legs of unequal size, deformity marks my body. When I came from the womb, women cried, "Oh, Jesu, he is born with teeth." And so I was, that I could snarl and bite. Then, since my body has been shaped so, I'll shape my mind to fit it. I have no brothers. I am like no brother, and the word love is full unknown to me. Since I have no joy upon this earth, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown, which stands some steps from me. But King Henry and the prince his son are gone, by my hand. My brother, the present king, is sickly, and his mind well poisoned against my other brother. So, Clarence, I have my cue. Your turn is next. Hold you, guard! Clarence, what is this armed guard that ring you?
King Edward has graciously decided to house me in the tower.
For what reason?
Because my given name is George.
He might better commit our godfathers, since they named all of us. What's the matter, Clarence?
Why, when I know for sure, it may be too late to tell you, Richard. It seems our elder brother, in his failing health, is guided by prophecies and dreams.
Guided to put his own brother in that dread fortress? Why?
Some wizard told him his issue would be disinherited by someone whose name begins with G. And since my name is George...
What nonsense is this? It could not happen except where men are ruled by women, as is Edward by his queen. I'll go to the king immediately and have you delivered. My name, too, if you reckon my title begins with G. Duke of Gloucester. So let me stand proxy for you.
Oh, if all could only know your inward grace as I do.
Think not of me, but of yourself. And knowing my love and sword is sworn to you, have patience.
Why, as you see, what choice have I? Brother, farewell.
Go, brother. Tread the path on which you never will return. Simple, plain Clarence. I do love you so that I shall shortly send your soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at my hands. My brother the king cannot live, I hope, so God may take King Edward to his mercy and leave the throne to me. But soft, what comes here? The funeral cortege of our last and lost King Henry. Then I must woo and win this widowed Anne who follows it, for she must be my ally and bring me her family's support. Stay! You that bear the coffin, and set it down.
What black magician conjured you up, Butcher? To one side, Hedgehog.
Villains, set down the corpse, or by the living God, I'll make a corpse of him who disobeys.
What? You tremble. Are you all afraid? Alas, I cannot blame you. For what mortal eye can look upon the devil? Continue all of you to the grave. I will follow after I have faced down this scum of hell. Well, devil, you had your way with his flesh. His soul you cannot have.
Sweet saint, for charity curse me not.
What else could you hope from me? Did you not murder my Richard and King Henry?
I did not kill your husband.
Why then, Richard must be alive.
No, he is dead, but slain by my brother Edward's hand.
You lie in your foul throat. Queen Margaret saw your murderous short sword smoking with his blood. The same point you might have killed her with, if your brothers Edward and Clarence had not struck it aside.
I was provoked because her slanderous tongue laid their guilt on my shoulders.
You were provoked by your bloody mind. Do you deny you killed King Henry, that I was even now following to the grave?
No, that I grant you.
Oh, how could you? Such a gentle, mild man.
The fitter then for the King of Heaven, who has him now.
He is in heaven, but you will never know. For there you will never go.
Then let him thank me, for he was more fit for there than earth.
As you are tailored for hell.
Yes, and one place else, if you will hear me name it.
Some dungeon.
Your bedchamber. Who is most to blame for these two deaths? The causer or the executioner?
You were both cause and effect.
Not so, lady. Your beauty was the cause that haunted me to undertake the death of all the world, so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I would take my nails and rip my face to shreds.
I took your husband only to help you to a better one.
Who?
Myself.
You? Oh, out of my sight. You infect my eyes.
No. I beg you. Your lips were made for kissing, not for such contempt. If you cannot find it in your heart to forgive, here is my sword. And here my breast, naked as I kneel. Plunge it in my heart. I humbly beg my death. No, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but it was your beauty that provoked me. Come, strike. I stabbed your husband Edward, but it was your beauty that drove me to it. Take up the sword again, or take me up.
Rise, liar. For all I wish your death, I cannot be your executioner.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I wish I could read your heart.
The answer you heard from my lips.
I am afraid that both are false.
Then never was there a true man.
Enough. Put up your sword.
So then, I've made my peace.
We shall see.
But I may live in hope.
as all men do, I trust.
Was any woman ever wooed in such a fashion? In such a fashion, was any woman ever won? I'll have her. But first, my brothers must be disposed of. The king, by God, I hope, and Clarence, by me.
Have you seen the king, Lord Hastings?
Yes, Your Majesty. I have just left him.
How is he then today?
My queen, His Grace speaks cheerfully.
But you make effort to. If he should die, what is to become of me?
You have 2 sons to be your comforters should he be gone.
Oh, but they are young, and their guardianship now lies in the hands of Richard of Gloucester, who has little reason to love me.
It is concluded Gloucester is to be protector?
Determined. Not yet concluded. But if the king should die without recovering, that loathsome Gloucester...
Hush. He and Lord Buckingham are approaching.
They do me wrong, Buckingham. Who are they to complain to the king that I have no regard for him? My own brother?
My lord of Gloucester, I believe the king seeks only to bring peace between 2 factions. Your Majesty's pardon. I did not know we were observed.
Nor I, my queen.
Who are they and those of whom you speak, gentlemen?
Why, your brother Rivers and your sons, Dorset and Grey.
You envy my advancement and my friends. God grant we never may have need of you.
Meantime, God grants that I have need of you. By your means, I have a dear beloved brother imprisoned, and myself in disgrace.
I never turned his majesty against the Duke of Clarence. If anything, I was his advocate. I shall not endure such words. I am still, so I hope, the Queen.
And honor and state more properly due to me.
Queen Margaret.
Or would be so, if this bunchback toad had not murdered my dear King Henry in the Tower, and Edward, my poor son, at Tewkesbury.
Away, old hag. Your cause is in the grave. Mine still lives, and I must fight for my poor brother, poor Clarence.
His head should roll, and so should yours.
In God's name, enough.
In God's name, my prophecy. As my husband is dead, so will be yours. And you will die neither wife nor mother nor England's queen.
Oh, how insufferable.
I warn you. Take heed of the dog you have by your side. Sin, death, and hell have all set their marks on him. I warn you all, let him not set his mark on you.
She sets my hair on end with her curses.
My Lord Hastings, will you attend me?
Yes, my queen.
Have you need of me?
Can I count on you, Buckingham?
I do not give my support lightly. Yes.
Good. I do have need of you. But later, Buckingham. Later. I do the wrong, then let others shoulder the blame. I bleed for Clarence, whilst I prepare to make him bleed for me. I trick the simple gulls like Hastings and Buckingham to believe it is the queen and hers who stir the king against me, and they believe it. Even Anne is fooled by a piece of scripture. God bids us do good for evil. And thus I cloak my naked villainy with odds and ends stolen from the holy writ. But no more play. It is time to take the first step on the road to the crown. The murder of my dear brother Clarence.
The villain supreme. A man who can surmount the impossible odds of his own misshapen body and soul, and yet by the magic of his charm and guile, blind everyone, including his prospective victims. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Suddenly, a stroke of ill fate to everyone but Richard of Gloucester sends events racing towards an early climax. With the Duke of Clarence in the Tower,
The king's illness has left the third brother, Richard, in temporary possession of great power. But how to use it best to shape events to his will? Richard is lucky as well as evil. Events do the shaping for him. He is called to the dying king's bedside.
So that my soul may go in peace, I am repenting all my sins. I have called all near and dear, and those whom strife has put apart, to meet here by my bed, so that the last act of York shall be to bring peace.
Who is bid to this council?
My Queen Elizabeth, her brother and sons, Hastings, Buckingham, others, and most of all you, dear Richard, and poor George.
The Duke of Clarence? He will be hard put to it to attend.
I know, since I, in anger, sent him to the Tower, but here, take this.
What is this paper?
My full pardon, and the order for his release.
The pity is that you did not...
No, do not chide me, Richard. I repent my anger, and only hope it is the will of God that you can bring him here in time.
I will make such haste as is necessary, if I am not too late.
Too late for what?
Why, Edward, these are sad days for you. Your mind does wander. Do you not remember the order for his execution?
No, I never went so far. But he is not yet dead.
There may be time to stop it. Trust me to make sure our brother's life is taken care of.
By the king's hand, my lord.
Well, can't you read, Tyrrell? Can't you see his seal, man?
Aye, but...
But what? Well, out with it.
I would wish I had time to check, my lord of Gloucester. Here, you see where it reads, to require the immediate release of...
Decease is the word. Decease. Do you think since it concerns my brother, I would not give my own life if it were the other?
Yes, but the king's brother, who would protect me...
I will protect you, Tyrrell. I promise you I shall be a very good protector, since very soon I will sit upon the throne.
Aye, very like, my lord. Since the king is sick and...
And you hold a certain order in your hand, I should not like to see your name on one of the same.
It shall be done, my lord.
And with dispatch?
It will.
I know it will, for I shall... My orders are that I shall wait to know it is done.
Why, who is... Oh, it is you, Sir John.
I am sorry to bring you from your sleep.
Not asleep. I would not spend another night like this for a lifetime of happy days. Come, sit by me a moment.
I cannot. The time has come.
What is... Who are these men?
Sorry, my lord. I only obey orders.
No. If you love my brother, you cannot hate me. If the king has hired you for gold, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Richard of Gloucester, who will reward you better for the tidings of my life than the king will for those of my death.
Do what must be done, lads. My lord, look behind you.
Where?
And strike.
That I should be sent thus, with no peace yet won from God.
Out of here, lads. The deed is done. I am sorry, poor Lord Clarence. But I have a career to guard. And my neck.
Ave Maria.
Fool! If you value that neck, finish the job.
I cannot stab him again.
I will not. What is that bat outside the door?
A tub of Madeira wine.
Is it full?
Near to.
Then help me.
Oh, my dear God.
If he must dream of drowning, let that be his quietus. Now help me lift him. And head first. Drown, Clarence. Edward choked on death. I'll be the only brother left with breath.
Now, can feel I've done a good day's work, and in peace my soul can part to heaven. Rivers and Hastings, friends.
Oh, dear Edward, it is time to rest.
No, Elizabeth, my queen. You are not exempt from all. You, Dorset, Buckingham, wife, let Lord Hastings kiss your hand.
There, Hastings. I shall forget our former hatred, as long as me and mine are safe.
Never fear me for that, madam.
Now, Buckingham, you must seal this league between all.
I have no enemies. I am all men's friends. And as to you, Madam Queen, God punish me by hate from those I love, if I am ever cold in love to you and yours.
There speaks my princely Buckingham. Oh, I could die now in peace, if only my brothers Gloucester and Clarence were here.
In good time. Here comes the noble Duke of Gloucester.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. Why, brother, you must be gaining from the smiles I see around you.
The king smiles, for such general goodwill and promises of buried enmity have been made that tomorrow should be kept as a holiday on this day forever after. If you shall join us, and gentlemen, Lord King, I beseech you to forgive Lord Clarence.
Why, madam, you ask for love from me? Flout me in the royal presence, knowing that our brother the Duke is dead?
No, what? Clarence dead? No, Elizabeth.
Do I look as pale, Lord Hastings, as the rest? The blood has fled from all men's faces, as though afraid. As well all may be who look not to their skins, for blood will flow from this.
Richard, I asked you. Clarence dead, but the order was reversed.
Your first order, it seems, carried faster than the countermand. That arrived too late.
Too late? No. Oh.
Master, stand aside. Let me kill him.
Buckingham, Hastings, attend me.
I wait upon your grace, and so do I.
Did you mark the guilt upon the faces of the Queen and all her kinsmen and allies? Mark me. They urged my brother's death upon the King, but by God, with your help, I will revenge it. And will you stand by me?
When the time comes, the king is not yet dead, but when it comes, long live the king, sire.
Oh, God, I cannot believe. So quickly gone.
Sister, have comfort. All of us mourn the star that has been dimmed. None can set the torch to light his fire again, or cool the hurt by soothing tears. He is gone, but England still remains. We must take thought to her.
What thought would you have in mind?
While my Lord Buckingham and I have talked between ourselves and... But no, you tell our Queen, Buckingham.
Tell me what?
The succession, ma'am, must be secured. It seems to us that some small escort should be sent to Ludlow to fetch the young prince, your son Edward here, as soon as possible to be crowned king.
Why some small escort, my Lord Buckingham?
We have just bound up old wounds. There's danger in any show of force. Let us keep the peace orderly as your husband desired, and make the transition smooth.
I do believe Lord Buckingham is right. He shall have my support.
Lord Hastings, if you so believe, then you relieve me very much.
The king made peace with all of us. The compact is firm with me.
So be it.
Madam, my thanks. Now, leave it to me who shall go to bring the boy here.
I thank you for your help. For the rest, I go to the chapel to pray for my husband. Let those who will join me.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, one of us must stay at home. I think it should be me, for while you are gone, I will have opportunity to set in motion all we have discussed. Better to leave it to me to part the Queen's kindred by whatever means from any support to the prince.
Oh, my other self, my oracle, prophet, and comrade in the aims of villainy. Like a child, I will go by your direction, for the child. By my return, shall we be ready?
By your return, all will be ready to call you king, or they will have joined the king, already dead.
My Lord Hastings, have you heard any news of the Duke of Gloucester and my son?
Why, yes, Your Majesty. Last night, I heard they stopped at Northampton, and tonight will sleep at Stratford.
You are sure my boy is well?
Madam, as long as Hastings lives, you need not fear. I will be party to no coronation, save it be Prince Edward of Wales, the true heir to the crown.
Oh, you ease my heart, good Hastings. These are such bloody times as I thought left behind. I have to fear for both my babes if there is a pretender to the throne.
You mean the Duke of Gloucester?
He is in the line. That is why I see the ruin of my house, the tiger about to savage the helpless deer, tyranny hanging over the empty throne. I see, as in a map, destruction, blood, and massacre on a road that soon must end us all.
Good day, my Lord Buckingham.
Catesby, greetings. What news do you bring?
The Prince and the Duke of Gloucester are in London and will soon be here.
So, well enough. And what about Lord Hastings? Have you sounded him out?
He loved the father too well. I fear we cannot win him to any move against the prince's son.
And Stanley?
He will follow Hastings' lead.
Then sound out Hastings again. And be bold. You know our purpose, and neither Gloucester nor I shall sway from it till it's accomplished.
But how can Richard claim the throne while the little Prince of Wales and his tiny brother, the Duke of York, are still alive?
Claim it he will, and mount it.
But hold it.
Now, there's another question, as long as the children live. That we must leave to Richard.
Oh, my lord, I am afraid.
And so am I. The storm sweeps us before it, each a cork. For Richard needs must head the House of York.
The intelligent, perceptive, but venal Buckingham has made his usual careful assessment. To secure the throne he covets, Richard of Gloucester will bloody his hands even more, and heads will roll like tenpins. Even his wife Anne's, and one of the most sickening murders in history, the two young princes. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Success has attended Richard in all his gory escapades so far. There are more bloody triumphs still to come. His one failure has been with Prince Edward of Wales, son of the Queen, and the true heir apparent to the throne. With the diamond-bright honesty and the unerring eye of a child, he knows instinctively that his uncle is not to be trusted, and someone to be feared.
Welcome, sweet prince, to London.
Welcome, my sovereign lord, you should be saying, Buckingham.
Why, so I should. Thrice welcome, your majesty.
I'm not a king yet. Why haven't my mother and my brother come to meet me?
In time, sweet nephew, in time. It's been a long journey. You must be tired.
No, Uncle.
Then what?
Just sad.
Come. This is a homecoming when a boy should be all smiles.
Uncle Gloucester?
Yes, my boy.
When my brother comes, where shall we stay until the coronation?
Why, wherever it would seem best to your royal highness. But if I may counsel you, for your protection, spend a day or two at the tower.
Oh, no. I do not like the tower. I shall not sleep quiet there.
What's to disturb you?
My Uncle Clarence's ghost. My grandam says he was murdered there.
What nonsense, lad. Murdered? Never.
But he died there.
Why, so it's true. But you must not fear your uncle.
I fear no uncle dead.
Or none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. But you are my protector, so I must obey. So with a heavy heart to the tower, I wend my way.
Well, Catesby, what news this morning in our tottering state?
It is a reeling world indeed, Lord Hastings. And I believe we'll never stand up straight till Richard wears the crown.
Gloucester, I'd have my own crown cut off by the neck than see the real crown so misplaced. Does he aspire to it?
Oh, it is men of goodwill who aspire to see him accept it. Men who would welcome your support.
And bar my poor dead master's heirs from their rightful descent, I'd fight that to the death.
I would hope it will not come to that, my lord. You would excuse me. I must return to duty at the tower.
Woe. Woe to England. I might have prevented this. My life safe in their hands? Oh, bloody Richard. I prophesy the fearful time to come. My head is on the block, but you will be torn from the heights and just as dead as me.
My lords and gentlemen of the council, your sometime Chamberlain, Lord Hastings. He does seem to be short of body. God, you may take away the traitor's head.
So dearly I love the man that I must weep. I took him for the most harmless creature that breathed upon the earth.
I cannot be so Christian, my good lord of Gloucester, not to a subtle traitor who this day planned in this same council room to murder or have murdered both yourself and me.
What? Then he deserved his death. Well done, your grace.
Now, all my lords, this barely thwarted plot gives warning that we and my lord Gloucester cannot resign our state of fortune and our sceptred isle to the corruption of a blemished stock. We must waken to our country's good, bind up our wounds, so heartily we solicit Gloucester's gracious self to take on himself the charge of king.
My fellow peers, a moment. I do not know whether to depart in silence or bitterly reprove you, Buckingham. And yet your love deserves my thanks. But I must shun your high request.
No.
So many and mighty are my defects. Please hear me out. So many my defects that I would rather hide from greatness. But God be thanked, there is no need of me. My brother's son, who bears my brother's name.
But not by Edward's wife. He was first betrothed by substitute to the sister of the King of France. And by that substitute, your brother begot this Edward, whom we now call Prince. I tell you, your grace, if you refuse us, your brother's son will never reign as king.
Sweet prince, let me entreat you. Accept their suit. If you deny it, all England will rue it.
Friend Catesby, will you entreat me to a life of cares? Good Buckingham, and all the rest. If you must buckle fortune on my back to bear the burden whether I wish it or not, I must have patience to endure the load.
God bless your grace. And long live Richard III, King of England!
So now you are a queen, Anne. How sits the crown upon your head?
Uneasily, Queen Mother. As uneasy as my bed.
How could you have married him?
I do not know. He has a charm, a beguilement, a devil's way of torturing everything as out of shape as he is. till his shape and soul become the everyday, and all the rest strange and unnatural. I should say had, for now I am wide awake and wonder how I ever lost my head.
You're like to lose it in earnest, as we two other queens, Elizabeth and I. As for me, I can flee to France, but Elizabeth will never leave her babes imprisoned in the tower. And you, where can you go?
To join my first beloved, and hope it will be soon. I would rather die than have any man say of me as Richard's wife, God save the Queen.
Well, Buckingham, by your assistance, King Richard is seated. But do I wear these glories only for a day? Or will they last so we can rejoice in them?
May they live forever, your majesty.
Nay. Now, Buckingham, shall I test if you are only current gold? Young Edward's still alive.
That's true.
Yet I would still be king.
Why, so you are, and thrice renowned.
And yet young Edward's still alive. Shall I be plain? I wish him dead, and his brother with him. What do you say to that?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Suddenly you are all ice. Your kind love freezes. Tell me, have I your consent they shall die?
Allow me a moment to consider, your grace.
Why, let that be. There are more pressing things. Richmond has gathered an army against me and marches towards London.
Young Henry of Judah.
Did I not say the name? Stand aside, please.
But of our other urgent business...
I remember that Henry prophesied Richmond would be king.
My lord, you promised me the earldom of Hereford. And if...
What o'clock is it?
Oh, why, 12. But about Hereford and its land...
Step aside, sirrah. I'm not in the giving mood today.
So he repays all my service with such contempt. I made him king for this. Now what will he make me? Oh, let me think of Hastings and fly to join Richmond, whilst my head is still upon my shoulders.
Well, gentle Tyrrell, am I happy in your news?
If to have done the thing you wanted will make you happy, be happy then, for it is done.
You saw both young princes dead?
I did.
And buried?
By the chaplain of the tower. I know not where.
Well done, gentle Tyrrell. Now think what you would ask of me, and come to supper to see it fulfilled.
I thank your gracious majesty.
Before then, I'll see you safe beyond this world, like my brother Clarence. His son is locked in a dungeon. The sons of Edward are locked in Abraham's bosom. And Anne, my wife, has bid the world good night. So I may marry Edward's daughter. My throne is safe, except for Richmond, that pretender from the house of Tudor. On now to Salisbury and to bring him low. What hour is it, Catesby?
Near midnight, sire.
I have not that alacrity of spirit or cheer of mind I used to have. Bid my guard watch and leave me. Come to me before the sun is up and help me gird my armor on.
You shall not sleep, Richard. We will haunt your dreams.
Oh, Clarence. Edward.
Richard of Gloucester, husband.
Anne.
Despair and die.
Why, who's that? Who's there?
Catesby, your majesty bid me wake you?
Oh, Why, then it's time to arm and give direction. Oh, but Catesby, I have had such a dream that has struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 men-at-arms. Oh, coward conscience, how it does afflict me. There is no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nor should they, since I find in me no pity for myself. Oh, shadows, you have done your work.
Nay, good my liege, you must not start at shadows.
True enough. So gird my armor on. Sound trumpets boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory! Set my life upon the throw of the dice. I will chance my fortune on that roll.
Richmond, my lord! Here is Richard upon the ground! Come, let us take him!
Richmond, I think there must be 6 of you in the field. For 5 I have slain already. I thought for you. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse!
Take him as we would a snake! And trample him under!
Too many. I cannot fight the world.
Richmond! Now our civil fevers bled. The day is ours! The bloody dog is dead!
Pierced by 100 wounds and trampled ignominiously in the dirt under the horse's hooves, died Richard III, Prince of Evil. A man less hideous in his person than in his immortal soul. Small wonder he will never rest in peace. Young Richmond became Henry VII of England, first of the Tudor line of kings, and the beginning of true peace at home, and the spread of England's glory abroad. The real King Richard III might have been little noted in his history, save for William Shakespeare. In actual fact, he was a man of his times and a reasonably good monarch. But in any conflict between history and high drama, drama has a way of persevering. So down through the ages, our picture of this king has become that of the Prince of Evil. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Evie Juster, Court Benson, Hetty Galen, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
When Antony first met her upon the river, no man in all the universe could not have desired her. The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The stern was beaten gold, the sails purple, and so perfumed they turned the very winds that filled them sick for love. The oars were silver, but her own person beggared all description. She lay in her pavilion, half clothed in cloth of gold, and pretty dimpled boys with different colored fans caressed her cheeks to a rosy glow.
Oh, rare Egyptian.
Rare indeed. Age cannot wither her, nor custom stale her infinite variety.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The belief in ghosts and apparitions is as ancient as man himself. And a ghost, as we all know, can take many forms and shapes. Most of these spirits return from an unhappy grave and haunt the living, malevolently, revengefully, dangerously. But occasionally a ghost will turn up who is kindly, good-natured, and rather nice to have around the house. Our story involves just such a ghost.
Cousin Amy! Come, quickly, quickly!
What's wrong, Susan?
There's a strange man in this room, Cousin Amy. Or was, just a moment ago.
Where? Where did you see him?
Standing there, right in the middle of the room, in front of my dressing glass, staring at me in my nightgown and wrapper. I was terrified.
What did he look like?
His clothes were of the strangest fashion. And his neck.
Yes?
His neck was twisted. The head was tilted over to one side, as though the head were just barely attached to the rest of the body. Oh, you've got to stay the night with me right here in my bedroom.
Of course. I wouldn't think of leaving you.
We are not alone in this house, believe me. There is a third person here, somewhere.
Our mystery drama, The Third Person, is based on the Henry James classic and was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Stella and Arnold Moss. It stars Marion Seldes and E.V. Juster. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year is 1900. In a neat little village on the seacoast in New England, Miss Susan Frush is a rather shy lady in her early 40s. With her well-fastened hat, her white gloves, her sturdy walking shoes, she is what might be called the typical old maid. She has the appearance of once having been pretty, but this is now obscured somewhat by eyeglasses and teeth. Her kinswoman, Miss Amy Frush, 10 years Miss Susan's junior, is brisk, eager, comparatively bold, and equally unhusbanded. Until this morning, these second cousins have never before met. Now they sit rather primly and a little terrorized in the parlor of an old and roomy mansion to which they have been summoned by a Mr. Willoughby, attorney at law.
Miss Susan Frush?
Yes?
You are Susan Frush.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm Susan Frush.
Thank you. And you are Miss Amy Frush.
Oh, yes, indeed, I certainly am.
Thank you. Ladies, you are both aware of why you are here. As the sole remaining heirs of your great-aunt, the late Miss Abigail Frush, recently deceased at the age of 94, you two are the rightful legatees in equal shares of her entire properties.
Do you mean, sir, that all...
I mean, madam, that as executor of the late Miss Abigail's worldly estate, I hereby declare you, Miss Susan Frush, and you, Miss Amy Frush, the sole beneficiaries. The largest single item of her benevolence is, of course, this house.
You mean this house now belongs to the two of us?
To me and to Cousin Amy?
Well, after a few legal documents are properly signed. If you ladies will permit me to say so, Miss Abigail's generosity has been most remarkable, particularly in view of the fact that you are both unprotected, without the care of solicitude of husbands.
Aunt Abigail has indeed been generous.
Well, since, as I understand, you are both almost strangers to each other, you may not wish to share this house between you. The will directs that the house may be sold to your joint advantage. Are there any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Miss Susan?
You've made everything quite clear, thank you.
Well, in that case, I shall take the liberty of escorting you about the house and indicating some of its features. The high points, we might say, of this old mansion. It consists, as you shall see, of 37 rooms, 12 of which are bedrooms.
12 bedrooms?
For just the two of us?
On the second floor, shared by the two largest of these bedrooms, installed some 15 years ago, is a marvel of this modern age in which we live.
And that, Mr. Willoughby, is...
There, with all the latest paraphernalia and conveniences of indoor plumbing, is the bathroom.
Oh.
Yes. Imagine, ladies, the luxury of an indoor bathroom with running water.
But what's that?
What is what?
Do you hear anything, Cousin Amy?
Yes, I do. It sounds as though someone were running a bath in our luxurious indoor bathroom.
Well, now that you've seen the principal features of the house, I remind you again that the will permits you to sell it, should you be so minded.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Mr. Willoughby. This dear old house is exactly everything I ever dreamed of. And you, Cousin Amy?
Oh, I wouldn't part with it for all the money in the world. It's beautiful.
Having drunk deep of the cup of singleness, which I confess is a rather bitter cup, this house represents a quiet, peaceful harbor. Our solitude will come to an end.
And, of course, with an assured roof over your heads.
I adore every inch of it. I'm sure the two of us will get along splendidly.
As am I. But you must understand, of course, that I take a nap after dinner.
Really? I could never rest then. That's when I'm most wide awake and keenest for talk. I take my nap just before dinner.
But I'm sure we can arrange our time suitably. And there'll be so many things to talk about. So many things we can do together.
Yes. Well, I take it then that you ladies are fully prepared to share the house.
Oh, yes,
of course.
Well, so be it. I am delighted that this charming house will remain where it's been for almost 200 years, in the hands of the Frush family. Well, now, if we may continue with the inspection, I have saved this main entry hall for the last of our little tour. Impressive?
Just look at all those full-length portraits. But those paintings must be...
Are they all who we think they are?
Frushes. Every single one of them.
They are all of them our ancestors, Cousin Susan.
Yes, indeed they are.
Oh, that fat one with powdered wig and the big pot belly. He's so funny. Who is he?
That is Josiah Frush, the man who built this house in the year 1731. A prince among merchants.
And that one, the one in the colorful uniform.
Colonel Benjamin Frush, served with the greatest distinction under Sir William Pepperwell in King George's War, 1745.
I remember reading about him.
Oh, isn't that perfectly thrilling? A great hero.
And so romantic. Oh, who's that stern-looking one? The one with the frown.
That is Elbridge Frush, lawyer, jurist, educator, political leader. One of the founding fathers of this Commonwealth. First president of Frush University.
And that one. Cousin Susan, just look at him.
Which one?
The one to the right of the door. dressed in the clothes of the American Revolution. Oh, isn't he just the handsomest man you have ever seen in your entire life? And so young.
He is beautiful. Oh. Those piercing blue eyes seem to penetrate right into you.
Do they not?
But those eyes are so sad.
Which one of the Frushes is he, Mr. Willoughby?
That lady is young Cuthbert Frush.
Cuthbert? I don't seem to remember hearing about him. When did he live?
In the 1770s.
What did he do?
What was he famous for?
You must pardon me, ladies. This is one subject I do not care to discuss.
Another cup of tea, Cousin Amy?
If you don't mind, Cousin Susan. What a wonderful day this has been. First thing tomorrow morning, I shall start delving into the complete history of all of our ancestors. Find out everything I can about each of them. Cousin Susan.
Yes?
The portrait to the right of the main entry.
Cousin Cuthbert.
There's something strange and fascinating about the expression on his handsome face. Mr. Willoughby knows more, I think, than he was willing to say.
I must agree with you.
Let's be perfectly frank, Cousin Susan. Doesn't that look in Cuthbert's eyes do something to you?
Really, Cousin Amy, I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, come, dear cousin. You said yourself that his eyes seemed to look right into you.
I suppose I did, didn't I? But they are sad and so melancholy looking. They seem to be saying, help me, please. I need you desperately.
Exactly the feeling they gave me. Have you any idea why Mr. Willoughby was so reluctant to discuss Cousin Cuthbert?
Do you hear anything?
Music of some kind.
Somebody's whistling.
It's Yankee Doodle. Seems to be coming from that window. Come, let's see.
Oh, please be very careful, Cousin Amy. Open the drapes slowly.
Cousin Susan, quickly. Quickly, come here at once.
What is it? What's wrong?
Look out there, in the dark. Do you see what I see?
Where?
Up there, among the branches of that huge tree.
It can't be. Do you suppose
it is the face and head of Cuthbert Frush, tilted over to one side,
floating in the air,
bathed in a kind of eerie blue light?
Just his head and face, nothing more.
Without a body.
I can't believe it. And his eyes seem to be pleading for something.
Just exactly the way it is in the portrait.
I will not look at it. Oh, it's terrifying.
Susan, why don't we go to our bedrooms? We're both very tired, which may be why we're seeing things that cannot be.
Yes, as you say, Cousin Amy.
After a good night's rest, we'll both of us laugh at what we think we've just seen.
Yes, but we did see it.
Imagination plays strange tricks sometimes. Oh, come, let's admit it. We've had Cousin Cuthbert on our minds ever since Mr. Willoughby showed us the portrait. It naturally follows
that we should see his head and face floating in the air outside in the dark among the branches of that old tree. Oh, it doesn't make sense, Cousin Amy.
We'll talk about it in the morning. No, just take your lamp and follow me up to our bedrooms.
Yes, I'm sure you know best.
And all these wonderful portraits. Good night, Colonel Benjamin Frush. I'm sure General Pepperwell was very proud of you.
And good night to you, Cousin Elbridge, president of Frush University.
And sleep well, Cousin Josiah. And you... There's that whistling again. Cousin Susan, hold your lamp a little higher. Yes, onto the portrait of Cuthbert Frush.
What is it? What's wrong?
Well, I can't tell whether it's the lamplight throwing strange shadows or... Do you see what I see?
It just cannot be.
Tell me what you see.
It's the same portrait of Cuthbert Frush we saw this afternoon.
But with one horrible difference.
His body is there.
But poor Cousin Cuthbert has no head.
Just who is, or was, Cuthbert Frush. Is it possible that in some way his spirit still lingers on in the old Frush mansion? Can we say with the poet Longfellow, all houses wherein men have lived and died are haunted houses. Through the open doors, the harmless phantoms on their errands glide, with feet that make no sound upon the floor. We'll learn more when I return shortly with Act 2. The cellars of the Frush mansion are sound, cool, and dry, like the crypts of ancient churches. Several mornings after taking possession of the old house, Susan and Amy Frush decide to explore the vaults of these underground labyrinths. A recess in the thickness of one of the walls has yielded a small chest bound with hoops of iron. Slowly and carefully, the two ladies are doing their best to pry it open.
Careful, Cousin Amy. We don't want to break it.
I think I have it. It's coming. There.
Goodness gracious. This chest hasn't been opened, I'm sure, in almost 100 years.
Or more. Isn't this exciting? Let's see what we have. A couple of newspapers and pamphlets.
Careful how you handle them. They'll fall apart in your hand.
And 3 packets of letters, yellow with time.
Look at that little package, tied into a small bundle with a sprig of pale blue ribbon. Oh, sweet. Anything else?
Oh, I had hoped it might be filled with old golden guineas.
Hoarded by some ancient miser of a Frush?
Oh, why not? Or even a handful of ducats, doubloons, pieces of eight.
Stored by an unknown pirate ancestor of ours.
Or some evil captain of a privateer. Captain Frush, who roamed the 7 seas and preyed upon his helpless victims.
You are an incurable romantic.
Only a lot of old papers and letters.
You know you can't wait to read them any more than I can.
True. Only I dare not handle them myself. They're so delicate.
This is a job for the minister. And not only does the Reverend Mr. Patton preach an excellent sermon, but he's also president of the town's historical society.
If anybody can help us with these, Mr. Patton can, I'm sure.
Oh, they should provide many interesting evenings before the fireplace. Cousin Amy, has it occurred to you that we might find things in these letters that we might not want to learn about?
Well, like what?
I'm not quite sure.
What if we should discover something bad about an ancestor of ours? Any one of them...
I don't think I would want to know.
Well, suppose it was something about our mysterious cousin Cuthbert. Something really naughty. Wouldn't you want to know about him?
So I'd have to think about it.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. And neither would I. If anything human happened with Cuthbert or any other Frush, with all those dignified pillars of society in the entry hall, I would be delighted.
What? Cousin Amy, really?
And the first thing I do in the morning is to get in touch with the Reverend Mr. Amos Pettingill Patton. We'll need his help with these letters. What's wrong? What's the matter?
Keep your voice very low, Cousin Amy.
Well, I just heard you scream.
I know. There is a man in this room.
Here? In your bedroom? Oh, how is that possible?
I don't know, but just a moment ago, there was someone in this room.
Who?
I told you. A man.
Where? Under the bed?
No, just standing here. Oh, please. Hold me, cousin. I'm shaking like a leaf.
Oh, there. Now, just try to be calm. Why don't we both just sit here at the foot of the bed? Now, would you like a glass of water?
No, thank you.
Now, tell me quietly. This man that you saw, he was standing, you say? Where?
Right there, in the middle of the room. He was standing before my dressing glass.
Were the lights still on?
Oh, no, I'd lowered them. I'd not yet gone to bed.
Why do you suppose he was standing before your dressing glass? To look at himself, to admire himself?
Oh, I see you don't believe me.
Of course I believe you.
He had his back to the glass. He was standing there, staring, looking at me in my nightgown and wrapper. Oh, I was so terrified I couldn't move. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed.
Oh, now, please try to remain calm. What did he look like?
Oh, his clothes were strangest fashion, from another age. Knee breeches, long stockings, a lace ruffle about his neck, a cocked hat, that sort of thing. Like the paintings
Yes. His face, what did he look like?
Oh, well, the light wasn't bright enough for me to make out the features. I was too frightened to notice. But I do remember that the neck was bent, sort of. The head was tilted way over to the one side.
To one side?
Oh, it was awful, as though the head were just barely attached to the rest of the body. Oh, you've got to stay here with me. I will not stay in this room alone.
Of course. I wouldn't think of leaving you.
Cousin Amy, we're not alone in this house. There is a third person here somewhere.
Just lie down now and close your eyes.
I know what I'm talking about.
It may well be that all our talk about those old letters we discovered...
I did not imagine anything. I saw him.
The walls we touch in this old house, the floors we walk on, all have secrets. All secrets. Some remembered, some forgotten. We'll both get used to it, I'm sure, after a while. Now, close your eyes and try to get some rest.
Well, good night, Cousin Amy. And thank you.
Not at all. Until you fall asleep, I'll sit here in this old rocking chair. Merciful heavens!
What's wrong?
There is a man sitting in this rocking chair, and I'm sitting in his lap. No! And he's whispering in my ear.
Oh, what's he saying?
He's saying, I beg your pardon, Cousin Amy, but you're sitting on my lap. What was that?
The door just slammed shut.
There isn't a bit of wind tonight. And the rocking chair. Look at it. It's rocking back and forth, all by itself.
Oh, let's get out of here quickly.
We'll lock ourselves in my room tonight.
Wait for me, Amy. I'm coming right with you. A bit more bacon, Mr. Patton. Another egg?
No, thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. Oh, bless my soul, perfectly delightful breakfast, Miss Amy.
I'm Susan, Mr. Patton.
I'm Amy.
Oh, yes, of course. So you are. You've already told me twice now, haven't you? One of my worst failings.
About the letters and papers we found in the chest, Mr. Patton.
Yes, indeed. I've gone through almost half of them. Should complete a first reading of all of them by tomorrow.
More coffee, Mr. Patton?
Oh, thank you, Miss... Susan.
Have you found anything at all thus far that might be of any interest to us?
Well, that depends a bit on what you ladies would consider interesting. Doesn't it?
Well, we were just curious as to whether you might have come across anything that might show one or two of them to be a little less...
A little less proper? A little more human, shall we say? Little chinks in their armor?
Exactly.
Oh, well, nothing really shocking. Just something that might possibly explain certain things.
Well, there's nothing like that in the letters as yet. What certain things, may I ask?
Amy means, have you found anything in the letters that might tell something about...
Cuthbert Thrush.
Who?
Cousin Cuthbert Thrush.
That rascal.
Rascal? Why do you call him a rascal?
I thought everybody knew it. It's practically town history.
But when we asked Mr. Willoughby about Cuthbert, he did not seem eager to provide us with any information.
Oh, well, now Thomas Willoughby is a bit of a stick in the mud, isn't he?
Mr. Patton, certain strange things have been happening here in this house.
Things that we do not understand. Things that we are convinced may possibly stem from whatever may have happened to the man that you call a rascal.
exactly what has been happening?
For the time being, that must remain our little secret, my cousin's and mine.
In the meantime, it is of the utmost urgency that we know everything there is to know about Cousin Cuthbert. Why did he die so young? And how did he die?
Well, my dear, dear ladies, the fact is that Cuthbert Frush, born in 1747, as I recall, came to his end in 1775 at the age of 28. Hanged by the neck until he was quite dead. On that old oak tree, there, outside the window.
Aren't you going to take your customary after-dinner nap, cousins?
I couldn't, dear Amy. I'm too nervous. First there's this dreadful storm, and then the Reverend Patton's expected almost any moment. With the rest of the letters. He did say he'd be here at 8.
Yes, he did.
I can hardly wait. I am so excited.
So am I.
Amy, I cannot get used to the idea that darling Cousin Cuthbert was hanged.
On a stout limb of that old oak tree out there, where we saw his head the other night.
That's why it was so dreadfully twisted all the way over to one side.
Because hanging breaks the neck.
True. Don't say it.
Well, it's a most peculiar effect.
And that also explains that look of pitiful sadness in those young, hauntingly beautiful eyes.
Indeed.
Mr. Patton's usually so prompt.
Cousin Susan, have you the slightest suspicion, the faintest inkling of what our gallant young cousin might possibly have done to deserve the fate of dangling from the end of a stout rope?
None whatsoever. Let us hope we shall now find out. The poor boy.
Bless my heavenly soul. It was quite a night. Isn't it, Miss Amy?
Susan.
Oh, yeah, of course.
May I take your raincoat and hat?
Oh, thank you indeed, Miss, Amy. Correct?
Correct. The papers, the letters, you brought them, of course.
Right here, wrapped in this oilskin. Here we are. And I have good news for you both. The most splendid news.
Oh, shall we sit here, close to the fire?
Thank you. Now, if I may, I should like to begin with a question.
Yes, Mr. Patton.
Truthfully, why are you two dear ladies so anxious to find out whatever you can about an ancestor of yours who's been dead for over 125 years? Since 1775. Particularly since you think there may have been something, shall we say, a trifle naughty in his background?
We've already told you, Mr. Patton. We want to know everything there is to know about all our ancestors.
I think I understand.
Mr. Patton, what would you say if we were to tell you that although Cuthbert may have been hanged, that in some strange way we cannot explain, Cuthbert is still with us?
In spirit, of course, as are all the Frushes.
Cuthbert is still here, living with us in this very house. We've seen him.
And he's trying to tell us something.
He wants something from us.
Well, bless my soul.
You don't believe us, do you?
Well, you must admit the idea does stretch one's powers of belief just a trifle.
Then come with us to the outer hallway right this minute.
As you wish, Miss...
Amy, we want you to see something.
Delighted, my dear.
Now, is the light good enough for you to see?
Certainly.
All right, then. Cast your eyes up at that oil painting of Cuthbert Frush.
I know it well. I've seen it so many times. Oh, no, I will not believe it. The painting is an absolute blank. There's absolutely nothing on the canvas.
First the head was gone. Now it's the whole body. Oh, Mr. Patton, will you please come back with us into the parlor and be good enough to tell us what you found in the paper?
And why Cousin Cuthbert was put to death.
It might help us to understand why this third person is still hanging about the house.
It's said that even the most welcome guest gets to be a bit of a nuisance after the first 3 days.
And that applies in some measure even to the engaging spirit of Cousin Cuthbert. The longer he stays, the more demanding his presence seems to become. For he has presented a dark and challenging mystery to his two spinster cousins. They are determined to unravel Cuthbert's 125-year-old secret. And so am I. We'll learn more about that secret when I return shortly with Act 3. A footstep, a low throbbing in the walls, a noise of falling weights that never fell, weird whispers, bells that ring without a hand, door handles turned when none was at the door, and bolted doors that opened of themselves. So did the poet Tennyson describe some of the possible goings-on in a house shared by a ghost. Amy and Susan Frush believe in what they see and hear. Their present task is to convince the Reverend Patton, if they can.
Now, do you believe us, Mr. Patton? Do you believe that in some inexplicable way, Cousin Cuthbert has left that picture frame and is wandering about the house?
Cousin Amy and I have actually seen him.
And you think he's staying on because he wants you to do something for him?
And it would help tremendously if we could know why he was hanged.
Have you come across anything in the letters? Was there an unhappy love affair that ended in his committing murder?
Did he kill someone? A jealous husband?
Or was he a dashing pirate who was captured by the King's Navy after a bloody battle on the high seas?
What unspeakable things did he do to deserve to be hanged? Oh, please tell us.
I will, if you'll give me a chance. It was nothing quite as romantic as you suggest.
Oh, what was it, Mr. Patton?
Now, you both read your early American history. Think back. What was one of the weightiest things on the minds of the American colonists? One of the things, in fact, that led to the American Revolution.
Paying taxes they considered unfair?
Taxation without representation.
Right on the head, Miss...
Amy.
Amy. And the only way a patriotic colonist could show his defiance of what he considered inequitable taxes put upon him by the British was to smuggle articles like tea, brandy, rum, molasses into the country without paying the taxes.
You mean Cousin Cuthbert was a smuggler?
A good many of the townspeople here, being so near the sea, made a very bold living out of smuggling.
Is that why they hanged him?
If they lived by smuggling, sad it is to say that some of them proudly and defiantly died for it.
Oh, like Cousin Cuthbert.
Several of these letters speak of his smuggling activities. He was admired here as one of the best, until he was unlucky enough to be caught and hanged for what was then considered a capital crime.
Hanged for a little thing like smuggling.
Yes, in the eyes of King George III's officers, it was not such a little thing. Cuthbert did commit an error, a human error, but as we know, to err is human. To forgive, divine.
Of course. That's it exactly.
What's what exactly?
I know what's bothering Cuthbert.
You do?
The first thing we must do is to visit his grave in the old churchyard. The way I look at it, the only crime Cuthbert was really guilty of was the crime of being caught. Whoa, Colonel. Hold it. Good boy. The entrance to the churchyard must be through that gate.
So it is.
Cousin Susan, here's the fresh section of the burying ground.
Oh, just look at all those beautiful headstones and monuments.
You know, it's hard to make out some of the names. Who's that?
That's Benjamin Frush, the soldier.
Oh, here's the grave of dear Cuthbert. Cousin Susan, put the little vase of flowers at the foot of the grave.
They are lovely. They should please him.
Do you mind if I begin?
No, not at all.
Dear Cuthbert Frush, Cousin Susan and I know why they hanged you. We would like you to know that not only do we not look down upon you for what you did, but that we do not in any way disapprove of your actions. We are sorry, of course, that you were caught
and hanged on the oak behind the parlor.
At the tender age of only 28.
We also sense that you are unhappy and restless in this grave. You want to be forgiven, don't you?
You want peace and rest. And that pleading look in your eyes tells us you're trying to say something. That possibly you want our help.
What is it you want us to do?
The vase of flowers
toppled over and broke.
Cousin Cuthbert, is this your way of telling us you hear us?
Oh, answer us, Cuthbert. Talk to us.
Quiet,
Talk.
Cousin Susan. Shh. Oh, dear. Well, that was sweet of you. Thank you, Cuthbert.
What was that?
Cousin Cuthbert just kissed me, ever so gently.
He did?
On the forehead.
Oh.
Yes, Cousin Cuthbert.
Is he saying something?
Shh. Oh, of course, dear Cuthbert. Now I know exactly the kind of thing you want us to do.
What is it? What did he say?
Cousin Susan, I hope you won't mind staying alone for the next few days. I'm leaving in the morning.
Where to? Why? What are you planning to do?
Oh, just for a few days. A very important errand.
Oh, but we have the 4th of July celebration coming up. We've invited Mr. Willoughby and Mr. Patton.
Oh, I have no intention of disappointing them. Oh, don't worry. I'll be back by the 4th of July.
There you are, ma'am.
You're sure you've packed them well? I have a long trip.
Yes, ma'am, I have indeed. Just be sure to keep the package dry. Away from any heat, of course.
Oh, you're sure I'll be able to manage them myself?
Just take the usual precautions.
Oh, I adore the red, white, and blue ribbon you've tied it with. So appropriate for this time of the year, the 4th of July.
We try to please, ma'am.
On the day we commemorate the birthday of our country's independence, it is my hope that a certain person will be celebrating his independence, too. That his spirit will become as free as our country's was in 1776.
Yes, indeed. That'll be $3.50, ma'am. Thank you, and come back soon.
Have another marshmallow, Mr. Patton? You, Mr. Willoughby?
Ah, what a wonderful way of celebrating the 4th. Don't you agree, Mr. Patton?
Oh, I certainly do, Mr. Willoughby. Fine dinner, now this bonfire. Keeps reminding me of the famous words of John Adams on the eve of July 4th, 1776. He said that the anniversary of independence should always be remembered with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, bells, bonfires, and fireworks.
Cousin Susan? Yes? Gentlemen, I would like to contribute one of those items to our celebration. These.
What have you got there? What's in that pretty package?
Chinese firecrackers. And these are Roman candles. And here are pinwheels. And these are called salutes.
Well, firecrackers and fireworks displays? Now, where on earth did you get them?
Don't you know it's against the law to bring those things into the state?
Shall we toss the firecrackers into the bonfire one at a time? Look, here's a package for you, Cousin Susan.
Thank you.
One for you, Mr. Patton. And one for you, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, well, now.
Toss them into the fire. Just listen to them go.
Oh, bless my soul, Miss Amy, what have you done?
That's why you went away to buy these.
How can anyone properly celebrate the 4th of July without firecrackers or fireworks?
You journeyed somewhere to another state where you could buy them legally.
And brought them into this state illegally. Oh, toss some more of them into the fire. All of you.
In the eyes of the law, Miss Frush, what you have done would be considered smuggling.
Wouldn't it? Isn't that perfectly wonderful?
Amy, you've become a smuggler. Why?
Well, to show Cousin Cuthbert that we Frushes are perfectly capable of taking the same kind of risk he did. Capable of the same kind of bold deed he'd been hanged for. You see, he wanted us to perform a punishable act of righteous danger, as he once did. I did what I did to prove to him that we considered his act a human one. As you said, Mr. Patton, to err is human. To forgive, divine.
But that was quite a risk you took.
If it works, it will have been worth it.
Cousin Amy, look, up in the old oak tree.
It's Cousin Cuthbert, the whole of him.
And for the first time, Cuthbert, since we've known you, your eyes are not sad.
In fact, you're actually smiling. Oh, Cousin Cuthbert, you are beautiful.
He's beginning to fade. I can see right through him.
He's getting fainter and fainter. Oh, please stay, Cousin Cuthbert.
He's going away.
He's gone.
I rather think I shall miss him.
It was comforting to have a handsome young man about the house, wasn't it? Even if he was Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Patton.
Yes, Miss...
Amy.
Amy.
You must think our behavior a trifle peculiar.
Well...
If you saw or heard anything unusual, do forget it, please.
I didn't see a thing. Did you, Mr. Patton? Oh, no. Not a thing. I didn't hear anything either.
It's getting a bit cool, isn't it? Shall we have our coffee inside in the parlor?
The coffee will only take a moment.
Cousin Susan, gentlemen, look.
What is it?
The portrait. The painting of Cuthbert Thrush.
Well, bless my soul.
It's whole again.
The full portrait is back on the canvas, the way it was to begin with.
Hold your lamp a bit higher. And look closely. Do you notice any other difference?
The eyes.
Of course, the eyes. Where they were once rather sad and mournful, they now seem to have a twinkle in them.
And so they do.
Cousin Amy.
Yes?
Did you see what I saw?
Cousin Cuthbert just winked at us.
A philosopher has said that the family is one of nature's masterpieces, and loyalty among members of a family, though sometimes rare, is something devoutly to be wished for. The cousins Susan and Amy Thrush have shown that loyalty, even if it was only for a ghostly relative. Perhaps they were aware that Benjamin Franklin kept saying in Philadelphia in 1776, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." I'll be back shortly. It's interesting to think that Yankee Doodle was originally a British tune. But it was not long before the Americans took it over as their own song and invented lyrics like, "Yankee Doodle, keep it up. Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step. And with the girls, be handy." Do you suppose that Cuthbert may have been thinking those particular lines when he whistled his way into the hearts of Miss Susan Thrush and Miss Amy Thrush? Our cast included E.V. Juster, Marion Seldes, Arnold Moss, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I spend almost every other weekend down here. Oh, I love it. He is garish, though mad, don't you think? Of course. That's what makes it delightful.
Madge.
Yes?
Look, in the front of that shop. The pictures.
What about them?
I've got to have a closer look.
And what's the hurry? What is it?
Look at this painting, Madge. Oh, yes. You see it, too.
Well,
Anne, now, really, it's a good likeness. But
even to the little mole on his neck.
Oh.
Blanche, this is a painting of Roger. An exact likeness. And look at the date below the artist's name. August of this year.
Yes, I see.
That was 3 months after the accident.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Klein. What is the look of love? Some might perceive it as gazing into the eyes of that special person you care for deeply and experiencing the warm glow that comes from knowing you were truly meant for each other. Unfortunately, there are times when that glance is returned and an entirely different emotion felt. Unrequited love can be difficult, but when the pretext of love is expressed for ignoble intent and the truth is discovered, love can be downright dangerous.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
You must, Winnie. Your Armand is most certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our future loved something about us, all right. Our money. We've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We are going to take care of that two-timing gold digger all by ourselves.
Our mystery drama, Widow Wonderland, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Steve Lehrman and stars Elspeth Eric and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our story begins on a bright and cheery morning when Muffy Van Breelen's mood is anything but. Ordinarily, Muffy is a refined and reserved woman, not prone to outbursts of great emotion. You'll have to pardon me today, for Muffy is flustered, upset, and embarrassed. But, as you will soon learn, she has good reason. The well-to-do widow has summoned police detective Harry Warren to her palatial residence to relate a most unfortunate tale of woe.
This is terribly difficult for me, Detective Warren.
Just take your time, Mrs. Van Drillen.
Talking about it only makes me feel more like a fool.
Exactly what did happen?
He seemed so gentle, so nice and considerate. Whoever thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel?
Yes, I'd be interested in knowing the man's name, Mrs. Van Drillen.
It's Mercato. Andrew Mercato.
Well, it's possible the name is just an alias. You know that.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit if it's a phony just like everything else about him.
How did Mr. Mercato make your acquaintance?
Well, this may sound like an odd place to strike up a friendship, but we met at the Oak Lawn Cemetery.
What brought you out there?
It was the first anniversary of my dear Leonard's passing.
You've no idea how I missed him.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you.
It was an appropriate day to visit, so I drove out there and put some flowers on Leonard's grave. As I started to leave, this man joined me.
You mean Mr. Mikado?
Yes. He saw that I'd been crying and offered me a handkerchief.
Oh, that was kind of him. Did this Mr. Mikado tell you what he was doing at the cemetery?
Well, he was there to pay his respects to his departed wife, Eleanor, I believe.
Huh. That was quite a coincidence.
Yes, quite. We talked as we walked to the parking area. As we were about to go to our respective automobiles, Andre asked me if we might have dinner one evening.
And you agreed?
And Andre was most charming, and I'd been feeling very lonely.
You and this Mr. Mikado became close friends, I take it.
To the point that when Andre asked for my hand in marriage, I accepted gladly and gratefully. Do you know Judge Harlan?
Just by reputation only.
Well, Roscoe Harlan is a long-time family friend. Andre and I agreed that an elaborate ceremony would not be in good taste, so we were to be wed in the judge's chambers.
Yeah, I see. Only Mr. Mikado never showed up?
I'm still waiting. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Yes, well, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, Mrs. Van
Yes,
Taylor.
so am I. Andre and I had such wonderful plans.
I'm really not sure that I'm the person you should be telling all this to, ma'am.
Why not? You're a police officer.
Yes, well, breach of promise is not a criminal offense.
Andre didn't only abscond with my heart, Detective. 10,000 of my dollars are also in his possession at the moment.
I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to return one of those books to the shelf.
Yeah, how come?
It's library policy that a person can remove only 2 books from the same section.
All right, I'll put one back.
I believe you're next, Mr. Bishop. Nice to see you again.
Well, good morning, Miss Harris. How are you this lovely day?
Fine. Yes, fine. How can I help you today?
Yes, there is a particular issue of the Herald Chronicle I'm interested in seeing.
Of course. But if the issue's dated more than 3 months ago, I'll have to locate it in our microfilm file.
Well, you'd better get out your catalog, then.
Which particular edition are you interested in?
The one dated exactly a year ago today.
You're all set, Mr. Bishop. I've threaded the microfilm containing the material you wish to read onto the viewer. All you have to do to see each page individually is turn this knob. Oh, but you've done this before, so I'm sure you'll manage just fine.
Yes, I'm sure that I will. Thank you. Now, just fast forward this thing to that part of the paper that always brightens my day, the obituaries. Well, here's something. Marcus Croft, president of Croft Enterprises, was laid to rest today after suffering a fatal heart attack. Croft, a self-made man, single-handedly turned a small textile business into one of the largest retail chains in this part of the country. Croft is survived by his wife, Winifred. Burial will take place at the Shady Grove Cemetery. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy enough to find that one.
The punk finally confessed to those burglaries, Captain, and I'll have the report on your desk before I go off duty for the day. Goodbye, Captain.
So, you made a good bust after all, Petey.
Hey, look who's back. How's your case coming, Harry? Was Mrs. Van Dreelen able to provide any halfway decent leads, huh?
That poor woman was very badly shaken up.
Well, whoever is pulling his con is a first-class creep. How many rich dames has he drawn into his web so far?
Mrs. Van Dreelen makes number 4.
Now, are you positive it's the same gold digger who's setting all these hearts aflutter?
Well, it has to be, Petey. The M.O. is the same in every case, down to the last detail.
This dude must be a real charmer.
Well, when I get my hands on this Romeo Mercado, or whatever his real name is, It's going to be quite a while before he has another date.
Well, he's good for 3 to 5 years on every count. How much do you figure he's taking these women for, huh?
About 40 grand. Maybe more.
Woo! He gets them to write out those checks as easy as if they were making up a grocery list, huh? What a racket.
Yeah, well, you have to give the guy credit. He does his homework. He always picks women who have been widowed, but not too recently.
Oh, so it's a good bet that his marks are ripe to hear a little sweet talk and have someone around to make them feel less lonely, huh?
Right. He wines and dines them. And then he pops the big question. What more could they want?
Nothing. That's why they fall for a scam.
Yeah, and then, when he tells them he's got this big business deal brewing, these ladies have the resources. So they must be only too happy to hand over a chunk of their inheritance. Funny thing, as upset as Mrs. Van Veelen is about being taken, she talks as if she still cares for this clown.
Oh, ain't love wonderful?
One thing I still can't figure out is how he meets these women so easily.
Well, he's just a smoothie.
Listen, Petey, he's met each one while they were paying a visit to their husband's grave.
A cemetery doesn't sound like the best place to hang around if you want to meet girls. Well, yeah, I'll give you that.
Well, if I can figure out how he knows they're going to be there, paying their respects, that might provide me with the link I need to lead me to him.
I wish you luck, Harry.
Darling Marcus, I can't believe it's been a whole year since you've been gone. Not a day, not an hour goes by that I don't think of you. My life is so empty without you. I miss you. I miss you terribly.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Good heavens. Who are you?
Well, I'm sorry if I startled you.
That's all right. I didn't hear you.
Please forgive my intrusion. I simply could not help but notice the beautiful flowers you laid on that headstone.
Marcus always enjoyed freshly cut flowers.
Yes, his surroundings are so peaceful and full of natural beauty. It just seems a shame that the living who come here are never able to truly appreciate it.
That's true enough, I suppose.
Are you leaving now?
I was about to, yes.
Well, I'm on my way to the gate as well. May I walk with you?
If you'd like.
Your late husband rests here, I assume.
Yes. We were married for 27 years.
Are you here often?
Yes, fairly regularly. It gives me comfort to visit, to be near Marcus. Oh, there's little else in my life now.
Yes, well, I, too, frequently feel the need to be close to my departed wife. My dear Martine reposes in a lovely spot, just beyond that grassy knoll.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Yes, thank you. It was a year ago today that I lost her. It seemed only proper that I be here to commemorate this sorrowful anniversary.
A year ago today? Now, there's a coincidence.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Today marks the first anniversary of the death of my husband, Ephraim.
Oh, really? It's unfortunate that we share such sad common ground. Oh, my goodness. Please, how rude of me. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Armand Grenville.
My name is Croft. Winifred Croft.
I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Croft.
Thank you.
You know, I think you're the first person I've spoken with since I've been alone who could truly understand my ordeal.
My car is right over there. Thank you for walking me to the gate.
Oh, no. It's been my pleasure. And thank you for listening to the ramblings of a rather lonely old man.
Oh, you shouldn't think of yourself in that way, Mr. Grenville. Not at all.
No, you see, I've not spoken to anyone the way I just did since I lost my Martine. You're very easy to speak to.
Well, I hope I've helped you feel a bit better.
Yes, you have. Very much so. You're a most charming woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Croft, I may be totally out of line in making this request, but Might you join me for lunch?
Lunch? Well, I don't know.
My intentions are perfectly honorable, I assure you.
Oh, of course they are.
At the very least, perhaps we can help each other forget our unhappiness. At least for the time it takes to die.
Oh, I don't suppose there could be any harm, Mr. Granville. I accept your invitation.
Well, now, history seems to be repeating itself. Mr. Augustus Bishop, alias Andre Mercato, and now Andre Grenville, has deftly managed to make the acquaintance of yet another wealthy widow. But is Winifred Croft as vulnerable to her suitor's charms as her predecessor? Or will she see through the larcenous Lothario's roots and draw the line before she draws a check? We'll learn more as our story progresses in Act 2. Winifred Croft, partaking of that luncheon, could be likened to Adam partaking of the apple offered by Eve. Neither thought any harm could come of it. A starry-eyed Winifred is still oblivious to the consequences of her actions. A whirlwind courtship has taken place. This particular night, Winifred has prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner at her home. Armand is enjoying the meal greatly. And why not? Since, figuratively speaking, he has the widow eating out of the palm of his hand.
Was dinner to your satisfaction?
Oh, everything was superb. You outdid yourself.
I'm glad you liked it.
The food, as well as the company, keeps getting better and better.
That's very nice to hear.
I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Winifred.
What did I do?
Well, I've begun to enjoy life again. And it's all because of you.
You've returned the favor, Armand, many times over.
We've known each other but a very brief time. I never thought it would happen again, and certainly not so quickly.
Armand, what are you saying?
I've fallen in love with you, Winifred. I'm in love with you, and I want to marry you.
What?
I didn't mean to propose so crudely.
I'm not sure I can believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, no, if I've offended you, I am truly sorry.
Oh, you have nothing to apologize for.
Well, does that mean you'd consider becoming my wife?
Well, I am quite fond of you, Armand. You know that.
Oh, you don't have to give me your answer now. Just take all the time you feel is necessary.
Do you think they'd approve?
Well, whom are you referring to?
Your Martine and my Marcus.
Winifred, our happiness was important to them when they were alive. I'm positive that's not changed. There's no doubt in my mind that we have their blessing.
I believe you're right, Armand. I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
Oh, that is wonderful. A small, dignified ceremony. How does that sound?
Quite proper. Considering the circumstance.
I'll begin to make the arrangements first thing in the morning.
Fine.
What about the honeymoon?
What about it?
How about a cruise to an isle in the Caribbean?
That sounds lovely. You know, all of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel very excited about this. It's as if I were a girl of 20 again.
Oh, I only wish I could give you a cruise around the world. That would be more in line with what you're accustomed to, I'm sure.
You shouldn't even consider such things. I've been well provided for.
I want to provide for you, Winnie.
We'll manage just fine.
Oh, I do all right, but I'd be doing a whole lot better if I hadn't boxed myself into a rather frustrating situation.
What do you mean?
Well, a long-time business associate of mine contacted me the other day. He has a venture in the works that, simply cannot miss.
Well, that sounds encouraging.
Oh, yes, anything my friend touches turns to gold. And he wants to let me in on the deal.
Oh, why aren't aren't you happy about it?
Well, at the moment, I'm what they refer to in the financial circles as a cash poor. You see, all my capital is tied up in other investments, and it would be, well, impossible to shake any of it loose right now.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. You know, I just had an idea. Your late husband used to speculate in investments of this sort all the time. How would you like to carry on the family tradition?
How would I do that?
You could participate in the venture.
Oh, I don't know the first thing about high finance. Marcus handled all the business affairs.
Well, that is where I can help you. Now, I would act as the liaison between yourself and my friend.
But that still leaves you out in the cold.
Well, not if I accept, say, 10% of the profits. There's a finder's fee.
This idea of becoming a businesswoman intrigues me. Only I'm not sure I like your suggestion regarding the division of profit.
Oh, well, I'd take nothing gladly. Helping you will be reward enough.
Amun, since we'll be sharing everything about our lives from now on, it seems only fair that we share whatever gains are gotten from this deal 50-50. Tell me how much is needed, and I'll write the check.
Mrs. Van Drielen, follow-up visits of this sort are routine, but sometimes they can be very productive.
That is absolutely no help.
Well, you're trying, and that's all I can ask.
The names you mention mean absolutely nothing to me. Should I know these women?
Prior to your unfortunate experience, Paula Johnson and Jeanette Reagan were involved with a man we believe was your Mr. Mikado.
They were swindled, too.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Perhaps I should get together with these women. We could form some kind of a club.
There appears to be absolutely no connection between the three of you. Yet one has to exist.
What makes you so sure of that?
Well, out of all the women in this area, widowed recently, how did this man know the precise day you would be visiting your husband's grave sites?
Oh, that's a good question.
If I can uncover his source of information, I would be that much closer to apprehending him.
Excuse me. Hello?
Muffy, is that you?
Who's calling?
I'm not surprised you don't recognize my voice. It's been ages since we've spoken. This is Winnie Croft from the country club.
Oh, Winnie, yes, hello. Could you hold on for just 1 second? Detective, is our business concluded? I would like to take this call.
I have no more questions, at least not now. But if you recall anything that might be of help, would you please contact me?
Certainly, and I'd appreciate being kept up on all the progress of your investigation.
Thank you. I'll show myself out. Good night.
Well, how are you, Winnie?
Couldn't be better, actually.
Well, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry we lost touch. I removed myself totally from the country club scene after Leonard died.
I did my own disappearing act after I lost Marcus.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I have some wonderful news. I wanted to share it with an old friend.
I could use some happy news at this point, Winnie.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to remarry.
Really? Well, Winnie, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
It all happened so suddenly.
Well, from the sound of your voice, you must be someone very special.
Oh, he is, Muffy. I'll bet you've never met anyone like him.
I'm intrigued. Tell me all about this knight in shining armor.
Well, for starters, you'll never guess where I met him.
Winnie, when did you say that you and Mr. Grenville were planning to be married?
Oh, I expect to be Mrs. Armand Grenville within a week, or 2 at the most.
Look, Winnie, would it be possible for me to come over to your house right now?
Isn't it a bit late to pay a social call?
It's important that we talk. Very important. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Winnie. You're not going to like what I have to tell you.
You're frightening me.
Winnie, you won't be marrying Armand Grindle.
How can you say such a thing? We're engaged.
The wedding will never take place. Believe me. Are you all right, Winnie?
Oh, I never expected to hear a story like the one you just told me. Is it possible there's some mistake?
Oh, the pattern is all too clear. This man has as much intention of marrying you as he did me.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
No, but you must, Winnie. Your Armand is most certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our suitor loves something about us, all right. Our money. The man is a taker, and we've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We're going to take care of that two-timing gold digger all by ourselves.
I don't think the captain's going to be too happy about this progress report, Harry.
It sounds more like a non-progress report. Well, I'm doing the best I can, Petey.
Well, Mrs. Dreeland and the others haven't given you all that much to go on.
I could only figure out where Loverboy planned to strike next.
You can't stake out every cemetery, Harry.
Well, I hate to sit on my hands. I guess about all I can do is wait for the phone to ring.
And who's going to be on the other end of the line, huh?
The next intended contributor to Loverboy's health and welfare plan. Before she writes any checks, hopefully.
Well, how is that going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe the guy will pick up a mark who's not taken in as easily as the others were. Maybe she'll smell the rat and contact us.
You're grasping at straws, Harry.
Petey, if you have any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. If not, then just as soon you buried your nose in the sports page again.
Harry, this is a red letter day. My Hawks have all but clinched the championship.
Listen, Petey, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you? It's only mid-season.
You know the old saying, the team that's in first at the halfway point in the schedule is a cinch for the championship.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't throw any victory parties just yet, Petey. There's 40 games to go, and the Blue Devils are only a game behind.
Harry, the Hawks are a lock. It's going to be just like last season.
What do you mean, just like last season?
Well, a year ago today, the Hawks were in first, and they comped the top spot at the end of the year. It's going to happen again.
Petey, you got your facts a little mixed up. This time last year, the Hawks were in a terrible slump. They were in third place, not first.
Harry, you're telling the biggest Hawks fan in this town that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
We all make mistakes.
Well, questioning me about my team is yours.
Let's not make a big deal out of nothing, huh, Petey?
A sawbuck says I'm right, huh?
I'll take you out for a cup of coffee, but that's about it.
It's a bet.
All right. Okay. So, now, how do we find out where the team stood exactly a year ago today?
Well, the paper always prints the standings.
I may be a bit of a pack rat, but I don't have 365 back issues of the Herald Chronicle sitting around my house.
I know where they do.
Where?
They keep all the past issues on file on microfilm down at the library.
Inadvertently, Detective Warren has just been handed an invaluable piece of information. If his powers of deduction are up to snuff, he may soon be hot on the trail of our elusive conman. However, Muffy and Winifred are also looking for the man who done them wrong. Now, if the police reach Bishop first, he'll be arrested. But what will be his face if the ladies make the initial sighting? It sounded like they were planning to mete out their own form of justice. We'll see who wins the race as our story races to its conclusion in Act 3. In the case of the wager between Harry and his friend Petey, the revelation of certain facts will cost one of them the price of a cup of coffee. I doubt either one will mind paying that debt. But if certain facts pertaining to the activities of Augustus Bishop should be uncovered, his debt to society will prove infinitely more costly. At Petey's suggestion, Harry has gone to the library. Would anyone care to wager how many scores this fact-finding mission will settle?
Hey, Petey, I called to tell you that I owe you that cup of coffee.
I told you when it comes to the Hawks, I'm a walking encyclopedia, huh?
Yeah. I'll be more than happy to pay off, especially if my hunch about those other anniversaries is right.
Division Headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
It's me again, Petey. Hey, guess what?
The dates coincide.
Yeah, I went through the back issues. Every victim was met at the cemetery by this charmer on the first anniversary of their husband's death.
Well, the con man come up with a pretty clever angle, huh?
Figures the women would only show up to pay their respects a year to the day that they lost their husbands, right?
So all this guy had to do was check the obituaries, pick the richest dude to pass on, and then head out to his gravesite, huh?
Right. Sounds simple, right? Doesn't it?
Harry, we may know how this guy set these women up, but we aren't any closer to figuring out who he is.
That's where you're wrong, Petey. Miss Harris, has anyone else requested the same microfilm material as I just looked at?
How would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of this section of the library, and...
True. But it would be impossible for me to recall every roll of microfilm that's been taken out.
Could I see the sign-out book? The dates and names would be recorded in there. Here's my identification and badge.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yes, and I'm on duty, Miss Harris.
This is highly irregular.
I'm sure that you have your rules, but refusing me access to that book is only wasting precious time. Because I can easily get a court order that will force you to let me see it.
It's in my office. Have a seat, I'll get it.
Thank you.
How did this happen? If that detective sees that record book, my next job will be in a prison library.
Hello?
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
Rosie, what's up?
The jig is up, Augie. We've got trouble, big trouble. A cop is here asking questions, all the wrong questions.
You think he knows?
I know he knows.
You told me this scam was flawless.
I guess I was wrong.
I told you we were pushing our luck.
Do you want to haggle over whose fault this is? Or do you want to stay one step ahead of the law?
But what do we do now?
Well, maybe I'll go out in a few minutes and tell this flatfoot I couldn't find the information he wanted.
But will he believe you?
Not for a minute. But it'll buy you time to pack. Stuff everything in the suitcases. I'll be over as soon as I can, and we'll bid this city a fond farewell.
Where are you, Rosie? It's been 20 minutes. Let's get a move on. It's about time. Good heavens.
Hello, Andre. Armand, it's so nice to see you again.
Muffy. Winifred. What are you both doing here?
Why, our friend appears surprised to see us, Winnie. I do hope it's a pleasant surprise, Armand. Or is it Augustus? Augustus Bishop?
Well, how did you find out my name? How did you find me?
It was quite simple, actually. Do you remember that day not too long ago when you offered to light my after-dinner cigarette?
Oh, no, I always did that.
Oh, yes, you were so gallant. Only this particular day, the silver table lighter was out of butane, so you reached into your pocket and took out a pack of matches and completed the task.
Yes, I get to the point.
You left the matches behind. When it became necessary to locate you, we took a chance and paid a visit to the tavern advertised on the cover of that matchbook. It's rather a seedy place. I was disappointed to learn that you frequent such an undesirable establishment. The proprietor of the watering hole was reluctant to admit he knew anyone answering your description.
But you would be surprised how a $20 bill can jog a man's memory.
Jerry told you for a lousy $20.
Well, since you owe him $40, he saw it as a way to cut his losses in half.
Well, ladies, I would love to chit-chat, but I am in a bit of a hurry.
This won't take long.
Look. I am sorry that things didn't work out, but these things happen.
Don't try to patronize us. You played us for fools long enough.
What do you want?
We've come to settle the debt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You owe us each $10,000.
You gave me that money.
You duped us into writing those checks. We want our money back.
Well, I'm afraid I can't oblige you.
Why not?
It's gone. Most of it is, anyway. Look, just consider it a bad debt. It's tax deductible.
How dare you make light of this? You toyed with our affections and took our money. We're not about to forgive and forget.
Well, I can't give you back what I don't have.
Then you leave us no choice but to put Plan B into effect.
Plan B? But, well, what is Plan B?
We're going to take care of you, Mr. Bishop. All your worries will soon be over.
How's that?
Have you ever been to Florida, Mr. Bishop?
Well, what is in Florida?
Palm trees, lovely beaches, and a warm sun that shines all year round. Not like here.
Willie and I are going to be in Florida.
We've purchased condominiums in an exclusive retirement village. You're coming with us.
I am what?
We've given this matter a great deal of thought. You are a scoundrel, and you really do belong in jail.
But you also have a certain charm about you, one that brought a great deal of pleasure to the lonely lives we were leading. So you'll accompany us to Florida, Mr. Bishop. Once there, you will be in our employ, working off your considerable debt.
Well, how am I supposed to do that?
You are to be available to us at any given time. Should we go shopping, you'll drive and carry packages. When we go to dinner, you'll order and keep up your end of the conversation. At the pool, you'll make sure we have all the necessary amenities.
I am to be your servant. That's what this job amounts to.
We'll refer to you as our companion, if that sounds more palatable.
Well, what if I refuse?
We may not be the ideal female companionship you're seeking, Mr. Bishop, but your social life will be considerably better in Florida than in the state penitentiary.
Oh, no, you wouldn't send me there. You couldn't be that heartless.
Unless you agree to our terms, you leave us no alternative but to inform the police of your illicit activities.
What you are doing is tantamount to blackmail.
We like to think of this arrangement as prepayment for services to be rendered.
Rosie, it is about time.
What's going on here?
Be polite, Mr. Bishop. Introduce us to your friends.
Augie, who are these biddies?
I beg your pardon?
Rosie, you have just insulted Winifred Croft and Muffy Van Dralen.
How did your little harem find you?
Oh, does it matter?
What are they doing here?
We came to make Mr. Bishop an offer.
The ladies want me to go to Florida with them.
Why?
So I can work off the money I owe them by catering to them hand and foot. Oh, you really cooked up a great scheme, Rosie.
You're not going anywhere.
If I say no, they'll tell the cops.
Augie, you're not considering going with them.
What are my choices?
Well, who could that be?
It's probably the welcome wagon from the retirement village.
Who is it?
Detective Warren, Miss Harris.
Oh, open the door, Rosie. The more, the merrier.
Come in, Detective.
Nice to see you again, Detective.
Well, hello, Mrs. Van Dralen. I didn't expect to find you here. It appears as if I have crashed a party with a very interesting guest list.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Winifred Croft.
A pleasure, Detective.
Hello, Mrs. Croft. I've not been introduced to this gentleman, but I believe I know him by reputation.
Yes, Augustus Bishop at your service, Detective.
Mr. Bishop, you wouldn't happen to go by the names Andre Mercado and Armand Grenville? when it suits your purposes.
Well, they are my twin brothers. People get us confused all the time.
You made very good time getting over here, Detective.
Well, when you didn't return with that sign-out book, I began to get suspicious. When the head librarian told me you left suddenly with a splitting headache.
I suppose I should have been more subtle.
The library provided me with your address.
We would have been long gone by now if it wasn't for Augie's fan club.
Detective, I'm afraid you've made this trip for nothing.
Mrs. Van Drielen, this man did steal your money.
Well, Mr. Bishop's past behavior has been rather criminal, but we've just had a lovely talk. He's seen the error of his ways, so much so that he's agreed to make full restitution. Isn't that right, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. The matter of those checks was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding.
I've appreciated your efforts in my behalf, Detective, but as it turns out, I won't be pressing any charges.
But, Mrs. Van Drielen, you can't do that. I can't allow you to.
The decision has been made.
But this man is a liar and a thief. How can you let him go unpunished?
It's the practical solution.
Practical. Well, whatever bargain you struck, it cannot be worth it.
Detective, you have no further business here, so I suggest you leave and pursue some wanted criminals.
Mrs. Van Drielen, I'm not going to let this matter drop simply because...
You heard the lady. The matter is settled.
Are you really going to let this man go free, Mrs. Van Drielen?
It's what I want, Detective. Please respect my wishes.
Muffy, I have an idea. One that will ensure that the Detective Warren will close the case and keep it closed.
And what is that, Mr. Bishop?
Well, if you and Winnie and the others sign a statement attesting to the fact that the money you gave me was for a business transaction, which it is, as it turns out, the police will have no recourse but to consider the matter closed.
Well, I would be willing to do that. How about you, Winnie?
I don't see why not.
Oh, wonderful. Now, take this pad from my desk.
Ladies, you're making a very big mistake.
Yes. Now, here's the pen.
Where did you get this pen?
What?
How did you come into possession of this pen?
Well, I'm not sure. You gave it to me as a gift, I think.
I did no such thing.
Well, it isn't really important. Now, it's just a pen.
Mr. Bishop, how could you? How could I what? I gave that pen to my late husband as a gift. The first Christmas we spent together as man and wife. Leonard cherished that pen so that he kept it displayed prominently on his desk in his study. As a matter of fact, the only time Leonard used that writing instrument was to send a card or personal note to me.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You stole that pen.
No, I must have picked it up by accident. Oh, here, take it back. There's no harm done.
Mr. Bishop, I reconciled myself to overlooking your taking my money because the dollars were replaceable. But it's become apparent that you want to steal my memories as well. That I cannot and will not condone.
But I meant no harm. You have got to forgive me.
I am going to sign a statement, Mr. Bishop, but one with a slightly different content than you had in mind. It won't keep you out of jail. It's going to put you in.
Detective Warren was only too willing to satisfy Mrs. Van Drielen's desire to sign on the dotted line. She made the formal complaint official with a stroke of pen that was worthy of John Hancock himself. In a way, Muffy was signing her own Declaration of Independence. The money lost was irretrievable, but the self-respect she gained by not allowing herself to be taken advantage of was worth much more than can be measured in dollars and cents. I shall return shortly. The ability to provide for the needs of another can be a blessing. In Augustus Bishop's case, it turned out to be a curse. Had Augustus selected only one wealthy widow, he would have been well taken care of and might even find true happiness. Instead, he now sits in a jail cell contemplating the error of his ways. Personally, I'm not sure if Bishop will think twice about stealing another heart when he's set free. But I'm quite sure it will be a long time before he pilfers another pen. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Fred Gwynn, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you bet on horses... it really doesn't matter what you bet. $2, $5, $50, or all the way up to the $1,000 wagers of big-time gamblers. Sooner or later, you have to lose. And if you keep on bucking chances, you end up betting your life.
And now, running a good race his first time out is Charlie's Dreamboat. But my own whirlwind is pouring it on, opening more and more daylight. Hold it. Hold it. My own whirlwind is pulling up lame. I repeat, my own whirlwind is pulling up lame.
Hey, don't you want to know what happened to the pony, Doug?
Right at the moment, I'm more interested in what happened to me. 7 races, the favorite runs out of the money. You know what I am, Stretch? I'm dead.
Our mystery drama, You Bet Your Life, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Morgan Fairchild. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There's an old racetrack joke. The reformer says, all I know is horses don't bet on people. And the bettor replies, they would if they knew how much fun it is. Not so funny. Today, we do bet on people. Basketball players, football players, baseball, tennis. It's big business. Computerized. The old-fashioned lure is still the horse race. And to the man who wants to do his own arithmetic, it is still the magical vagaries of handicapping and hunch. Pony fever is the disease that haunts his blood.
Yeah? Doug Hart, Louie. I want to get some bets down.
So shoot.
First race, no bets. Second, Maribel Pretty across the board, $20. Third, Dynamite all the way, $30. Fourth, the Filly, Evergreen Pleasure, 20 on the nose. Fourth and fifth, no bets. Sixth, me and my shadow to win, big 50.
Got it, Doug. Hey, I thought you'd taken the play.
Well, you know how it is, Louie. Circumstances alter cases.
Your wife know you're back with a pony?
No. Hey, what business is that of yours?
Nothing. Just like me and her, we was like classmates. You know that?
She never told me.
You ever tell her Fat Louie Metzger was your bookie?
No. Now, look, Louie, I don't want her to know.
That's all right, Doug. I ain't all that interested in publicity, neither. I got your bets. Now, you sure you want me to lay them?
I got her, Louie. I just gotta. I need to score.
Well, that's just when you shouldn't bet.
Look, if you won't take my bets, I'll have to go somewhere else.
Forget it. You want to be a sucker, why should I pass you up? You're covered like you asked. I just hope you don't take a bath.
I shouldn't gamble. Well, come right down to it, nobody should, I guess. Not me, anyways. I'm a born loser. Then I met Liz, and through her and a friend of her family's, this Mr. Fawcett, I got the job at the bank, and we got married. I don't know how a girl like Liz ever gave a guy like me a tumble. I guess she never would have if she'd known about me and the horses.
Doug, that you?
Yeah, Liz, honey, home from the wars.
From the races is more like it.
Well, what do you mean, hon?
Oh, come on, Doug. I know what time the bank closes as well as you do.
We had a computer error. We were all stuck in the cage till they could balance the books.
The bank, you mean?
What else?
Well, I was thinking about our books.
Oh, look, Liz, I'm a little tired. Could we talk about this later?
Doug, I think we ought to talk about it now. Isn't it about time we faced the problem?
What problem?
You're gambling.
Oh, that. You mean a little flyer here and there on the track?
I mean a day-to-day little flyer. Which daily double did you blow today?
Liz, I had this one wired. Shamrock waltzed home in the third at 7-1, and Eelgrass was a shoo-in in the sixth. I should have cleared nearly $3,000.
But you didn't.
Could I know the jockey would have a heart attack?
No.
So, there's your answer.
No, not my answer. My answer is you don't make the bet in the first place for just that reason.
What reason?
You don't know what's going to happen. That's why gambling doesn't make any sense.
But that's why it does make sense, honey. Don't you see? If a person knew what was going to happen, there wouldn't be any point.
Why?
Why? Because it wouldn't be a gamble then.
You don't expect to win.
Sure I do.
Then why wouldn't you want to know you were going to win before you bet?
Come on. What bet would there be? The whole thing is you gotta take the risk.
Knowing you could lose.
There wouldn't be any risk if that wasn't figured.
Or maybe, like someone told me when I found out you were gambling, you want to lose.
Who told you that?
That doesn't matter. Do you?
What?
Want to lose.
Are you kidding? Why would I want to lose?
That's what I keep asking myself. Oh, Doug, what are you trying to do to us?
Are you trying to say it's my fault?
No, I didn't say it was anyone's fault.
Yeah, but that's what you meant.
I didn't mean anything. I just thought we both ought to see a doctor.
Doctor? What for?
Well, there must be some reason we can't have a child. Since we both want one so much, mustn't there?
We've seen a doctor. Look, you're just trying to say it's my fault because I play a few dollars every week on the horses.
A few dollars?
Well, okay, maybe more than I ought. We're not starving. I win a few, I lose a few.
You win a few, you lose a lot. Honey, can't you see what it's doing to us? You're pushing it right to the edge.
The edge of what?
Doug, I love you. And I want us to share everything. But this way, the way it is, it's just no good. I don't want to be the man of the house.
What does that mean?
Doug, face it, just once. We live on my salary.
I got more take-home pay than you.
If you took it home.
Look, I am trying to build a future for us. Now, one of these days, I'll hit it big. I just had a run of bad luck.
We don't need to hit it big. And we sure don't need the bad luck. Why don't you just quit?
You wouldn't ask me to quit a loser.
I would. If you mean the racetrack.
I laid off the weekend bets and blew the dough on another long shot. I went to see a psychiatrist. She had a real screwy name, Dr. Erica Obscott, but she was all right.
I don't think we have to waste the time, Mr. Hart.
You mean you don't want to find out what's the matter with me?
I don't know that anything is the matter with you, any more than most of us.
You mean I'm not sick?
Well, that depends on the definition.
That's an answer?
Let me clarify. Any compulsion is a sickness, insofar as it cannot be controlled. Some people drink to excess, others smoke. Some have personality disorders that intrude on normal living.
But I'm not like that. Look, I just like to lay a little bet now and again.
Now and again?
Well, like if you don't keep it up, it breaks the rhythm. I mean, like you gotta play the odds.
Every day?
Yeah, well, that's how it goes.
And you don't consider that a compulsion.
No, I could quit any time I want.
But why don't you?
Because I don't want to.
Is it more important to you than having a child?
Of course not.
Then why don't you?
What?
Quit.
What has that got to do with having a kid?
Well, I don't know. It just might have some bearing is all. But since it's no problem, why don't you quit and find out?
So I did. I quit cold right in the middle of a system I was sure was ready to pay off. And if I ever had any idea of going back, that was washed out 2 months later when Liz told me...
You've got to treat me very careful from now on.
Well, don't I always?
We won't go into that. Lately, yes. I haven't got any cause for complaint.
Oh, come on, Liz. I was just off for a while.
I know, but now you're back on. I want you to stay that way. I'm going to keep you that way. Can I?
Well, you can have me any way you want me.
Oh, that's easy. Just like you've been the past 2 months. Away from the betting.
Well, if that's how you want it.
Isn't that how you want it?
Sure, hon.
Aren't you happy?
Sure, of course, if it's all that important.
You mean you miss it?
Well, I got to level. There's some kicks around. Like, well, waiting every day, hoping for a big payoff.
And that's what you don't have now.
Well...
Supposing I was to tell you that since you gave up your first love for me...
Hey, wait a minute.
No, let me finish. Since you gave up betting on the horses, you have made what I hope is a better parlay. Oh, well, I don't know the language. You may not be headed for a big winner, but there's one thing you sure are headed for. You're going to be a father.
What? Liz, you
I'm pregnant, Doug. Now, isn't that a better winner than you ever hoped for?
Which, of course, it was. And I had the monkey off my back. I forgot the horses. I didn't have to make any bets until suddenly I... And in an area I couldn't have handicapped. My boss, Mr. Fawcett, called me in.
Your meritorious service to the bank is fully recognized, and we have every wish to reward it.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just doing what comes natural.
Yes, of course. No doubt. Still, with the prevailing economic storm signals, we have no other option but to let you go.
You mean I'm unemployed?
That is a fair statement of your position.
No pension?
Unfortunately, you've not been with us long enough to qualify.
How about severance pay?
Unfortunately, you've not been with us
long enough to qualify. Yeah, forget it. So this is it, huh?
Well, as you phrase it, this is the parting.
You mean I'm fired?
Well, I would prefer to say that you've been...
Look, let's lay it on the line, Fawcett. Me first. I quit. And I meant it. Honest, I meant it as much as I have ever meant anything in my life. Who needed his lousy job? But then staring me in the face was a life without it. A life that included Liz and the baby that was coming and my need for some kind of income. And then I ran into Stretch Collins, an ex-jockey and old friend in the also-ran bar.
Hey, so, how'd they been running?
Not so good.
Well, you're lucky, kid.
Oh, me?
Sure. You got a home and a good girl. Better than most.
Not enough, Stretch. I'm out of a job. I got to score somewhere.
How?
Well, if there's anyone knows it, I figured you, Stretch. I could bankroll us if you had the key.
Oh, don't tempt me, Doug. I wouldn't want us both to be sorry.
If I can't find a way to make ends meet, that's all I'm going to be.
Hey, you're that desperate?
I'm that desperate. I got no other way to make the bread for me and my wife and my kid.
Okay. You know, in my spot, I ain't all that so hungry. I'd just like to sit and see if it might prove out. How much capital you got to lay on the line?
Well, our joint bank account, a little over 1,000.
That all?
Yeah, that's all.
Forget it.
Why?
Well, you play chalk, you got to have unlimited resources behind you.
Chalk?
Yeah, I'd bet the favorites. Follow the line. Oh, you can't lose. Now, you don't win big, you just win steady.
Enough on a stake of 1,000 to make around my salary at the bank?
What What'd they spring for there, huh?
Yeah, $175 a week.
Peanuts. Any good week, you could triple that. All things being equal.
All things being equal. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but if I'd known where I was going, I never would have called Louis to start laying bets again. Especially so near to Liz's time. But you see, by then I was so desperate I had no choice. I was ready to bet my life. Funny, the way it turned out, it was more like Liz's life I was betting.
Are we all so different from Doug Hart at that? Don't we all have our secret drives, ambitions, compulsions? Is the only difference that we don't succumb to them? We hold them in check? And who is to say we are right? If we let go, what would the consequences be? Well, let's see what they were for Doug when I return shortly with Act Two. How long can you keep up a masquerade? When someone trusts you, almost forever. But the key word there is almost. If you live a lie, you live every day with a possibility of the truth coming to light. Even if the lie is only temporary and to protect someone else, it just isn't worth the risk, as Doug Hart is going to find out.
Oh, great. Who turned the toaster to the light? The bread isn't even warm.
Doug,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
Oh, just making breakfast, Liz.
Why'd you let me sleep?
Well, I didn't want to wake you.
Something's burning.
Oh, that's my eggs.
No, I'll get them. Doug, what are these, scrambled?
Well, they started out to be fried, but I goofed, so I had to kind of muddle them around.
Uh-huh. What is this that you're cooking them in?
The bacon grease.
That black stuff?
Yeah, well, the bacon got kind of burned while I was getting the coffee.
Yeah, kind of. So you muddled the eggs around.
Yeah.
You know what you're going to end up with?
No, what?
A dark brown, streaky omelet. Why didn't you wake me?
Oh, in your condition, I didn't want my wife bending over a hot stove.
In my condition, the only way I can bend over is backwards. Just the same, let me take over from here on in. Okay?
Hey, you're going to have a baby. That's more important than my breakfast.
The baby is a couple of weeks away. Your breakfast you have to eat today.
It's not that important.
You think I'd send my husband off to work without a good meal in his stomach?
Look, hon, it's about work.
Oh, something else burning.
Oh, Murd, that's me again. That's a toast.
Yeah, well, that's easy to fix.
Yeah, if it was all that easy.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
So stop mumbling, sit down, and let me take care of you.
Yeah, I'm the one who should be taking care of you.
You've already done that, husband.
You know what I mean.
Don't worry, your turn will come. Once your daughter arrives, I'm going to sit back and let you take care.
What do you mean, daughter? You mean son?
Just leave this up to me, please. We are going to have a girl.
I'll lay you odds it's a boy.
Don't say that.
You don't want a boy?
That isn't the point. It was just what you said. Doug, no more gambling, you promise?
No, look, I was just kidding. Liz.
I know, but you still scare me.
Don't give it a thought. My gambling days are over. I only ride sure things from here on in. You, me, and the kid.
I know. I trust you. It's just that lately you seem so jumpy. There's nothing to worry about anymore.
No, of course not.
Nothing wrong at the bank?
Better not be.
Okay. Then let's get you off to work. I'm sorry if your breakfast is a little singed around the corners.
No, that doesn't matter, so long as we aren't. Peace.
So sit down. Let me feed you.
I'm the one who should be feeding you. I don't like to see you on your feet so much.
Don't worry. Look, the slightest twinge, and I'll call you at the bank.
No, don't call me there.
Why not?
Well, you know what a creep old Foxy Fawcett is. He doesn't like his tellers getting personal calls.
Well, surely he couldn't object to a little emergency like your wife having to be rushed to the hospital.
You don't know him.
You just said I did.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Look, I'll leave you a number where you can reach me directly, okay?
Okay. It's what I wish I was able to do all the time.
Huh? What do you mean?
Reach you. Somehow the last few weeks I don't know. I don't seem to be able to. We don't seem to connect. You drift away. I keep losing you.
No. Not me, Liz. Don't ever say that. Hey, we're not losers. We're going to be winners all the way. I should have told her the truth, but how could I? It was almost her time, and I didn't want to worry her. After the baby, then I could tell her and show her how well I was doing with Stretch's help. All I had to do was be careful, ride with the percentages. Wasn't big money, but it was steady. I had it all figured out. Sure, I did. The one thing I didn't figure was that Liz would find out for herself. All because of that big mouth Phyllis Kaufman who lives next door.
Hi, Phyllis.
Hi, Liz. I brought back your meat grinder. Okay to come in and sneak a morning cup?
Sure. I just cleaned up the dishes and I was going to heat up the pot for myself. Let's go in the kitchen.
How you feeling, Liz?
Just great. Couldn't be better. Here, why don't you sit down? I'll pour.
Okay. You know, you're lucky. When I'm that way, I look as bad as I feel. Death warmed over. No cream, no sugar. I just take it black. Thanks. Tell me, what's your secret?
Wouldn't you like to know? Now, that's between me and my doctor up to now.
When do you do?
End of the month. Look, this is enough about me. How's Hank?
Hank? Oh. My husband's like Limburger cheese. You like it, you gotta learn to live with it. Oh, it took me a few years, but I make it now without tears. Your hubby home?
Are you kidding? At 9:30 in the morning? He's long gone for the bank.
Oh? What bank?
Neighbor's Savings, like always. Are you sure you don't want some cream or sugar?
Just black. I'm dieting again. Oh, that's funny.
Dieting?
Nothing funny about that, ever. It's my life story. No, I meant about Doug. I thought he'd left Neighbors.
Left it?
Yeah. Well, I was in there yesterday. I asked for him, and they told me he'd left over a month ago to start a new business of his own.
Oh, well, that's crazy. Doug's still with the bank.
Oh, I guess somebody made a mistake. Gee, if I spoke out of turn, I mean if he got fired or anything.
No, don't worry about that. He didn't get fired. Well, he still brings home the same salary every week and puts it right here in my hot little hand.
Oh, look, honey, I didn't mean to make any waves. I like about Doug. I never get anything straight. I was just feeling real good because I thought for once somebody in this development had gone to bigger and better things.
Better things?
Well, like if Doug had left the bank, you know, with you expecting and all, wouldn't that figure? I never thought for a minute they might have tied the can. I mean, well, like you say, he's still there and everything's hunky-dunky. So... Oh, murder. Why don't I just take my big mouth and shove some coffee in it instead of my foot?
Well, dear me, Mrs. Hart, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Fawcett.
This is an unexpected pleasure. We haven't seen very much of you since your husband left us. Now, have we?
Since my husband... No, I'm afraid not.
Such a fortunate thing that events coincided so happily.
Events?
It's always so unpleasant to have to, well, Neighbors was sorry to lose him. Fine young man, fine. But to look on the bright side, how fortunate it was that he had already planned to leave. Under other circumstances, we'd have been most sorry to see him make the change, most sorry.
I was sorry to find out he'd made the change myself.
Of course, one understands a young man's ambition and drive is so important with a family on the way. If you'll forgive my mentioning it.
Yes, it's a little hard to overlook.
But I'm sure you didn't come to visit us at the bank just to indulge in idle chatter. What can I do for you, Mrs. Hart?
Well, I just wanted to find out. I just wanted to check our bank balance.
No, I can tell you that without checking because Mr. Hart closed out the account before he left.
He drew out all the money?
Yes. But it was a joint account, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I thought you knew about his leaving us and all about the new business venture.
Well, by now, there's no use trying to pretend to you that I do. Do you have any idea what it is?
Well, I'm afraid not. I tried to find out, but he didn't disclose his plans. I wish he had consulted me because, well, quite frankly, I felt that a capital venture at this juncture in his life was ill-advised.
He didn't give you any idea?
No. No, and I didn't like to press. I wish I could tell you more.
Oh, I think you've told me plenty. Thank you, Mr. Fawcett.
Always glad to be of service. And may I express the hope that whatever your husband is doing, that it's the right gamble for a prospective father?
I've got the feeling that's just what it is. A gamble.
Of course, I didn't know all this at the time. Luckily, because over at my friend Stretch Collins's apartment, listening to the track announcer calling the afternoon races at Bellport, I had enough bad news of my own to handle.
Into the stretch. It's the favorite, My Own Whirlwind on the rail, pulling away from the field as his rider goes to the whip.
I need this one to win.
Oh,
he'll show them heels, Doug. No one's going to run up his back now. I better not. It's been a bad day, Stretch. I've got to pull this one out of the hat, this last race.
Wait a minute.
Hold it.
My Own Whirlwind is pulling up
What is
lame.
that?
I repeat, My Own Whirlwind is pulling up lame. Looks like a tendon. He's out of the race now as Mr. Mephistopheles, Stampede, and Charlie's Dreamboat go thundering by on the outside, neck and...
Hey, don't you want to know what happened to the pony, Doug?
Yeah, right at this moment, I'm more interested in what happened to me. 7 races, 7 in a row. The favorite runs out of the money on me.
Well, you get days like that. But you ain't gone to the cleaners all the way yet, have you?
Another day like today, I'll be flat. Tomorrow, they gotta run to form. They just gotta. Here, I better pay up.
Well, I hate to take the dough, Doug, but when you know how it is. I already called in the bet to Louis.
Yeah, I know how it is.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look, we've been buddies since we went to school, right? Now, why don't you let me hand you a real hot tip?
I could use one.
Okay, here it is. Now, you take your bloody nose and you get out.
I can't, Stretch. I need the money for my kid. Jeez, my kid. I better get on home. Can I use your pad tomorrow, same time?
Well, if you got to be a hard nose. You dropped quite a bundle today. How do you explain that to the little woman?
I don't. She doesn't know what I'm doing.
You think you do?
I'd better, before I run out of the money, too. Famous last words. She doesn't know what I'm doing. Because by now, of course, Liz did. As I found out as soon as I got home.
Doug, please don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I know you've lost your job, and you took our money out of the bank, and a good guess is you're taking it over to Stretch Collins so he can bet it for you.
Stretch isn't a bookie.
Well, he has something to do with horses and the track.
Honey, Louis is the bookie. Stretch is just a good friend. He's helped.
To gamble?
No.
Then what?
Look, it's a system. Have you any complaints? I've been bringing home the same salary I got from the bank every week for the last month. Ever since I left.
Why didn't you tell me they'd let you go?
Honey, I didn't want to upset you. Not now. And I had to do something. Look, trust me, please. It's working out. I'm making a living for us.
Gambling?
It's not gambling. Look, this is a system, I'm telling you. It's like investing in the market. You do it right, you can't lose.
I don't care about that. I just want you to stop.
I can't, Liz.
You mean you won't?
I mean I can't.
That's what I'm afraid of, Doug. It's a sickness. Don't you see that? Please stop.
I can't. Now, don't you see? I'm only doing it for you and the kid.
No one in the world has more excuses, rationalizations than the addict. Whatever his addiction is, he's the last person to understand that he's hooked. It's all as insubstantial as a spider web. A metaphor that is apt because he is caught. No matter what the addiction, the addict is a born loser. I shall return shortly with Act 3. been a strange night for the Harts. A sleepless, haunted one for Liz, a drugged sleep of self-defense for Doug. But now the endless night is over, and with morning, Doug drags himself from the neurotic sleep which has not refreshed him to watch a pale and exhausted Liz at last finding some fitful rest of her own. He is dressed quickly and surreptitiously stolen downstairs and is about to leave the house when...
Doug?
Oh, hi, darling.
You were going to sneak out on me.
I thought you were still asleep.
After last night. Close the door.
Darling, please, let's not drag over
We've
it.
got to. You were going over to Stretch Collins, weren't you?
Like I explained, I have to.
Why?
I told you. I'm 500 of our 1,000 in the hole. I gotta make that back and get in the black again.
Another day like yesterday, and you could lose it all.
It couldn't happen. There couldn't be another day like that. Not playing chalk.
Oh, don't give me that racetrack lingo.
But I explained what it meant. Look, honey, it's so simple. I'm not trying to make any big kills or get rich quick. I'm just trying to make a living for us.
No one makes a living out of betting.
I've been doing it for the last month.
Just a run of luck.
No, sir. No. Just sober, careful calculations. Now, honest, Liz, I've actually been making more money every week than I did at the bank.
Until yesterday, when you lost $500.
That was yesterday. Today I'll get it back.
How?
It is a sheer matter of mathematics. When a horse is established as a favorite, he has to run in the money most of the time. So you bet him to win, place, and show. If he wins, you take all three. If he places, he pays off twice. Even if he only shows, you don't get hurt too much. And in the long run, day in, day out, you gotta make money.
And what about the short run?
What do you mean, the short run?
Suppose you went through all your money. You didn't have any more to bet.
Liz, I'm not betting long shots. Why don't you trust me?
I will. If you'll quit right now.
I can't, Liz. I can't. Not until I'm even. Now, don't ask me to let you and my son down.
You mean your daughter?
Okay. That's one bet I'll be happy to lose out on, but I gotta make up on the others.
No way I can stop you.
It's for all of us to get back what I've lost.
You know what I hope?
What?
I hope you do lose. Maybe it's the only way you'll ever get over being sick.
Losing won't help any, Liz. But if I do, I won't be back.
Okay, Doug. You can gamble, but I'm not going to. Not with all our lives. If you can't stop yourself, I will.
Yeah.
Is this Stretch Collins?
Who wants to know?
This is Liz Campbell.
Who?
You remember me from school. I married Doug Hart.
If you're looking for Doug, he ain't here.
I know he isn't, but he will be, Stretch.
Look, I didn't say that
You can't fool me. I know your voice. Especially on the phone. You used to call me often enough.
Well, that was when I was still riding and I had something to offer a girl.
Stretch, you could offer this girl something now.
What?
Don't take any more bets from Doug.
Look, Liz, and I've tried to head him off, but if he's got money and he wants to lay it, I can't turn him down. Like, I don't make book. I only run for, for the guy who does. See, I start turning down betters, I get my head handed to me in the basket.
Then please, ask the bookie to turn him down.
Honest, Louie, you've got to be kidding.
Well, then tell me how to reach him. I'll ask him.
Liz, I can't. This is a rough guy. Well, anyways, it won't do no good. Doug would find another parlor. You know, once a guy has the fever, and nothing stops him.
Not even for old time's sake?
Oh, honest, I can't help you. And don't kid yourself. You can't help him either.
Is Honest Louie by any chance the same fat Louie Metzger we all went to school with?
I didn't say that.
I know, you practically did. And I bet it is. And I think just for once I'll play my hunch. Where can I find him?
Now, look, I can't tell you a thing like that.
You don't have to, Stretch. Just promise me one thing.
What?
Don't tell Doug I called you. please.
Once again, although I was the guilty party, I didn't know what was going on. I only knew the nightmare I was living through, perhaps deserved, but devastating enough to be like the end of my life. And what was worst of all, I didn't know yet how desperate it was to become, and the awful, incredible thing I was about to do that might mean the end of my life and Liz's.
And Butternut Hollow takes the big money with Kelso's Nightmare and Sweet Prince Charlie to place and show. So this fifth race today has followed the amazing pattern of the whole card yesterday, an astonishing reversal of form which has seen the favorite run consistently out of the money in 12 successive heats.
Oh, boy, I have never seen anything like it, Doug.
Just doesn't figure. What am I going to do now?
Well, you take your lumps.
I can't, Stretch. I'm flat broke. Unless I can get it back on the last race. Look, we both know Highwayman is a lead pipe cinch. I got to get a bet down on him.
If you got the long green.
No, look, he can't lose. What's he going off at?
2-1.
Yeah, you see, that's perfect. I can get my 1,000 back, and then I'll quit. Call it in, Stretch.
$1,000? You got the do-re-mi to cover?
You know I don't carry that kind of cash.
Well, I can also guess you don't have it. No, I'm sorry, pal, but no cash, no bet.
I'll give you a check.
No, not me, you don't. I broke my legs falling off a horse, and I don't want them broken again.
Look, it can't lose. If I don't win, I'm lost anyway. Stretch, call it in for me.
Doug, I don't want any part of this. You got to see that. Now, I'm going out to make some collections. You want to call that bet in, you call it in yourself. And if you want to know what I think, win or lose, I hope Louis don't cover you.
So I was left to make the decision. Make a bet I couldn't cover, but that if I won would put me on Clear Street. But if I lost, I might end up in a river somewhere with concrete boots. Sure, we all went to school together, but me and Fat Louie never cut it that good. One thing was sure. I didn't have that much time to make up my mind. So...
Hello. Oh, Doug, sure. Yeah, you got time. How much? Hold it, huh? Louie. Hey, Louie, I got a hot one here. You better handle it.
What do you got?
Doug H. wants to lay a big C on Highwayman to win.
Stretch got the dough in hand?
He ain't there. Out making collections. You want to take the bet?
What do we got to post time?
10 minutes.
Okay, let me talk to him. Yeah, get that with you, Doug.
Yeah, sure. Hello?
Doug.
Yeah,
Doug, this is Louie. Hey, you good for the big C?
Of course.
Sure, I know. Yeah, we're all big friends.
Okay.
So I'll buy you a check. Yeah. Look, you got 10 minutes to make it here by post time or no bet. Well, that's your problem, cousin. I got enough of my own. Huh? No? Okay. You push me, I'll cover you. You just get it here, and you got honest Louis' word.
Who's that?
It could be Stretch.
Or the cops.
Take a gander through the peephole, huh?
It's a dame.
A dame?
When I should let her in?
Let me see. Why, that's... Liz Campbell, what are you doing here?
I had a fine time tracking you down, Louis. Those 5 flights of stairs.
Hey, come in. Oh, Liz, you're still the pick of the crop. Long time, Liz. Hey, what do you want with me?
Louis, I don't know how to say it, but like you can see, I'm having a baby.
Oh, now wait a minute. We ain't dated since high school.
No, don't get me wrong. All I meant was I'm married, Louis.
Hey, that's nice.
To Doug Hart. You remember him?
Oh, why, sure, Doug. Yeah, Doug Hart, sure.
That's why, for old time's sake, I wanted to ask you not to let him...
What, not to let him what? Hey, Liz, what's the matter? You all right?
Yes. No, it's the baby. I think it's coming.
Baby,
Oh, Doc, do something quick, Doc.
Like what?
I don't know. Get it in the couch so she can lie down and fix her up.
Fix her up how?
How should I know? You used to be a vet. She can't go having a baby in no bookie joints. Doc, forget the phones. We ain't taking no more bets. How you doing, Doc?
Well, she's okay now, I think, but we better get an ambulance.
Are you kidding? I have to call City Hospital. That means cops. We can't have the fuzz up here.
Then we'd better take her to the hospital.
With the phones ringing and all?
They're practically at the starting wire now.
No. So she can't hold out until the race. It's just about post time.
And they are bringing all the fillies to the starting
let him
gate
in.
now. Highwayman has refused.
I made it by post time, didn't I?
Hey, forget the fillies, Doug. You got another race on your hands.
I got my bet down on time, didn't I?
Yeah, I covered your bet. And what is more important right now is to get your wife to the hospital to have her baby.
What? Liz, where? Oh, no.
Oh, no what?
What? It's Highwayman. I mean, she's just got to win.
Well, you better know it.
I mean, you laid my bet?
You called it in.
Yeah, so I can't afford to lose.
With your wife in that condition, you just ain't a whistling Dixie.
The devil with a horse race. We got to get Liz to the hospital.
Oh,
we just made it under the wire.
Yeah, I hope. Hey, what happened to Highwayman?
She fouled the gate, threw a jockey, never made the course.
Oh, I sure hope nothing like that happens to little Mrs. Hart.
Well, it looks like we're about to find out. Here comes her husband.
Hey, okay, Doug. What's the rundown? Is she all right?
Yeah, she's fine. Just that,
Well, don't hold back on us. I mean, Doc and me, we got a little action here. Hey, what was it? A boy or girl?
You both win. Boy and a girl.
How about that? Twins.
And another boy.
Oh, triplets. Oh, you swept the board.
Did I? How about the last race? How'd I do there?
Well, you lucked out.
I won?
No, Bub. You lost.
Oh, no.
You would have if I'd laid the bet. Only I didn't. Maybe it could be a good lesson, huh? Well, what do you care? You're young. You can always make money. You won the only race that really counts, huh? And big. Across the board. Win, place, and show. Why don't you make it your last bet?
You mean I don't owe you anything?
Nah, not a thin dime. So, don't you figure it's time to quit?
You bet your life.
That's what you do, brother. Every time you lay your $2 on the line.
It's a harmless enough pastime, betting a little on the horses, in moderation. The only trouble is that harmless pastimes have a way of sneaking up on us, taking over our lives, controlling us instead of us controlling them. This time, the victim was lucky. He didn't become a victim. I'll be back shortly. Heaven knows I don't mean to preach, and all of us should be allowed to follow what paths we want to. But when I open that creaking door, all of us must be aware that as I welcome you in, I must also leave it open to all the terror and misfortune that man is heir to. I hope you can avoid all that, as Doug did tonight. I welcome you as guests to enjoy your stay with me. I sincerely hope whatever of the black night sneaks in with your coming is only vicarious for both of us. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Morgan Fairchild, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You're lying, Donna. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Till you stop struggling and... Yes. And now, I've got a nice grave all ready and waiting for you. Right next to your friend.
Murder at midnight.
3 graves yawning on a lonely, fog-bound island, waiting. For whom? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in tonight's story, The Island of the Dead. And now our story, The Island of the Dead, an original radio play by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. A story of a dead man who came back. It's a small island, flat and barren, lying in the middle of the river. And it's truly an island of the dead, for it's the city's Potter's Field. It's here that the nameless dead are buried, those who have no relatives to claim them, and those who are too poor to pay for burial elsewhere. At one end of the island is the pier, where the city launch docks. At the other end of the island, in the midst of the shallow graves, is the squat stone building where the watchman lives. It's 11:30 at night now, and he's sitting in the office, reading a paper and listening to the river sounds when...
Who's there? Who's that? I said, who's there? Who the devil are you? What do you want?
I think that this is where I'm supposed to come.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. Are you the new relief man?
My name is Simon.
I'm Halliday. From now on, lay off that stuff, will you? This place is bad enough without you spooking around, not answering when someone talks to you.
Bad?
The crying bells, you know what the job is, don't you? Receiving the stiffs that they send out, keeping the records and digging the graves. You'd be all alone, except for Joe, the guy that runs the launch up at the other end of the island. He only comes out when he has to.
Yes, I know.
Well, I'll go change me shirt and blow. I didn't think they're going to be able to get a relief man until next week. I'm sure glad you got out here tonight. This place was really starting to get me down. And I'll be out in a couple of minutes.
Simon, where are you?
Over here.
I didn't know where the blazes you'd gone, Simon. What in thunder are you doing?
Digging. Digging some graves.
I see that. 3 of them. What for?
Because they'll be needed before the night is over.
Huh? You mean they called up and told you to get them ready? It's funny. I didn't hear the phone.
No. No one phoned.
Well, then why are you doing it?
I told you. I think they'll be needed.
You think? Look, I'm going right now. I'll be back tomorrow night. Unless I decide not to come back at all.
Wait a minute, Harry. I don't get it. Who are you talking about? And when did I see him?
The new relief man just came out about a half hour ago. You must have seen him. This is the only way you can get out to the island.
That's why I don't get it. If anybody did come out to the island, I'd be bound to see him. But no one did. Not tonight.
What? What do you mean?
I mean, I only made one trip out tonight. I didn't have no passengers. At least not live ones. All I brought out was a stiff.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes, speaking.
Is this Mr. Alec Marsh, the attorney?
Attorney? Well, I used to be one. I haven't practiced law in over 10 years. Who's this?
This is the watchman of the city cemetery out on Channel Island. I'd appreciate it very much if you'd come out here immediately.
Come out there? In the middle of the night? What for?
To identify a body.
To what? What makes you think that I can identify it?
I have reason to believe that you are one of the few people who can identify it. It's quite urgent. If you take the launch at River Street, I'll meet you at this end. Will you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's a funny business, but... Well, all right. I'll leave right away.
Is it much further to the island?
Nope. You can't see it because of the fog, but it's right ahead there.
Is this something new? Getting people to go out to the island to identify bodies? Don't they usually do it down at the morgue?
Yeah, mostly, but once in a while I get some dope after the body's been shipped out to the island.
Oh. Well, I don't like it, any part of it. Getting a man out in the middle of the night. This trip, especially with a river like this. Not being able to see anything. Just the whistles and the foghorns. And then landing there on the island where... Oh, for 2 cents, I'd go right back with you. Not go ashore at all.
Well, here we are. Just let me make a fast. Okay. Well, we getting off?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. The man that phoned said he'd meet me. I'll go up to the end of the dock. If he's not there, I'll come back.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes? Was it you who phoned me?
Yes. Will you follow me, please? This way.
How the dickens can you see where you're going when it's so dark?
You get used to it. Just as you get used to anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably just as well it is so dark.
Why? It couldn't be worse even in daylight, when you can see the graves. But how did you happen to call me on this business anyway?
I told you. Because you're one of the very few people who can be of any help. Weren't you the attorney for the defense in the Sloan case?
Sloan? Sloan? I can't remember. Simon Sloan.
Yes.
I'm not sure. If I was, it was a long time ago.
More than 15 years. But you should remember.
Yes, I think I was. He was convicted on a charge of murder in the 2nd degree and got 20 years.
With time off for good behavior, he's probably out now and... Wait a minute. Is that who you want me to identify? Is he dead?
Here we are. Watch the step going in.
Well, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to put on the light?
No, not yet.
What was that? The door. You locked the door. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
That's just so we won't be disturbed.
Disturbed? Well, who's going to disturb us? I insist you put on the light. Open that door immediately.
We were talking about the Sloan case. You admitted that you were the attorney for the defense. Do you feel that you did a good job of defending him?
How do I know? How do you expect me to remember? The fact that he was convicted doesn't mean that it was my fault. Besides, what's that got to do with you?
Did you think that he was guilty?
How do I know what I thought? What difference does it make? He pleaded guilty.
He wasn't guilty. He didn't want to plead guilty. Who made him change his plea?
I did, so what?
Very well. There.
Where it... You. It's you. You're Simon Sloan.
The dead man on the island of the dead. 3 waiting graves. As the clock moves steadily towards the witching hour, prepare yourself for murder at midnight. Now, to go on with the story of the island of the dead. It's just a moment later. There is silence in the small, bare room as Marsh stares at the strange figure that stands opposite him. Then slowly, his face pale and drawn, he sinks into a chair.
You shouldn't have done this to me. I told you I'm not well. I've got a bad heart.
Why did you do what you did to me? Why did you make me change my plea to guilty?
I had to.
Why?
Because Donna, the district attorney, made me. He wanted the conviction to build up his record. And he had something on me. An attempted bribery in another case. What are you going to do to me? I've got to get away from here. I'm a sick man, I tell you.
I'm not going to do anything to you. You can go now, if you can. There. The door's open.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think I can't make it, don't you? And that's why you're letting me go. Well, I'll show you. I just have to take it easy and...
No, I didn't think you would make it. That is why I'm not angry at you. Now I have a place for you. Right outside here. For you. And for some others, too. Mr. Donner?
Yes, who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. We have a body out here that we'd very much like you to look at.
A body? What for?
We think that possibly you may be able to identify it.
And what makes you think that?
Well, after all, you were district attorney for several years.
What? Why, I haven't been DA for... What's that got to do with it?
It may have a great deal to do with it. Will you come? The launch leaves from the foot of River Street.
Yes, I know. Something very strange about this, but... All right, I'll come. Will there be someone to meet me at the other end?
Yes, Mr. Donner. I'll meet you. I'll be waiting for you.
have someone try and identify a body when it's already in a grave?
Well, no, it's very unusual. But this was a rather special case. I'm sorry I haven't any flashlight, but I do have a candle. There.
Good Lord.
Then you do know him?
Yes, I know him. His name is Marsh, Alec Marsh. He was disbarred about 10 years ago. When did he die?
About an hour ago.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have gotten here so quickly.
Not if he was dead. But when he came here, he was still alive.
I don't understand. Why should he have come out here in the first place?
Well, because I phoned him. I asked him to come out. Just as I asked you to come out. You see, I wanted to talk to him about this Simon Sloan case.
The Sloan case? But what? How? Wait a minute. Lift that candle up. You're Sloan.
Yes, Donna. I'm Sloan. What's left of him after 15 years in jail. And you're the man who sent me there when you knew I wasn't guilty.
You can't blame me for that. After all, it was my job to prosecute. And when I did find out the truth...
You did find it out, eh?
When I did, it was too late. You'd already been convicted and sent up, and I've got to get away from here. Let me go.
No, Doctor. Not yet. There are a few more things you're going to tell me first. How did you find out I wasn't guilty?
The detective in the case told me. A chap named Richards. Bill Richards.
Richards? Yes, it would be Richards. But afterwards, when you found out the truth, you could have ordered a new trial and gotten me out. But you didn't. You let me stay there and rot.
No, I couldn't. It was just Richards' word. He said he wouldn't testify.
You're lying, Donna. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Until you stop struggling and... Yes. Now I've got a nice grave. All ready and waiting for you. Over here, right next to Marsh. And one more. For our friend, Richard.
Shall we get out?
Yes. Now, you wait right here for us, Joe.
I've seen as it's you, Hardy, I will. You sure have had my belly full. What a night.
Well, look who's talking. Me, I've got to go traipsing all over this bloody island just because your friend here comes into the station house with a story nobody will believe except the captain.
For crying bells, Richards. You think I made it up? What about those two other guys Joe said he brought out here? What about those 3 graves this guy Simon was digging?
Well, where are they? Did you dream them up, too?
I didn't dream anything up, Richards. They're right over here.
They do look like graves. I got a match here someplace. Let's take a look at them. Good.
Good Lord. There's a body in this one. And in this one here, too.
I see them. This one here looks like... What is Marsh? Alec Marsh. And that's John Donner.
Well, now am I crazy? Now was I making things up?
Shut up. This guy that came out here. You said his name was Simon?
Yes.
Was he, let's see. He must be about 50, 55 now. Probably looks older. Tall, thin face, gray hair.
That's right, that's him. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Look, I was ribbing you before, but that man's dangerous. Killer. I'm going to stay here and try and find him. But I'll probably need help. You and Joe take the launch back to shore, get hold of the captain, and have him send out 3 or 4 more men. Fast.
Okay, Richards, right away.
Sloan! Sloan! Where are you? I know it's you. And you know you can't get away.
That building. Went in there, huh? Wonder if he's got a gun. Yeah, soon see. Stick him up, Sloan. I'll let you have it. Reach, did you hear me?
Yes, Richard. I hear you.
Put on the light.
There isn't any light in here. But I got a candle. Just a second.
So, it really is you. I heard you were out of stir, and I was sure it was as soon as I saw Marsh and Donner out there. You killed them, didn't you?
Yes, I killed them.
This is really funny. I'd like to hear someone now say there isn't such a thing as fate.
Yes, it is funny. I tried to get you on the phone just the way I did Marsh and Donner. But of course I couldn't. Then you come out here on your own.
You thought you'd get me too, huh? Well, that's okay. I tried to get you, and I would have if that jury hadn't gone so panty waste and given you just 20 years. You know that it was me that framed you, don't you?
Yes, I know it. I just don't know why.
Why? Because I've always hated you, that's why. I was just a flatfoot and you were a gambler, pulling in big dough. I never could touch you on the level. That's why I hated you. That's why I framed you. Well, I didn't get you then 15 years ago. But I've got you now.
Have you, Richard? I guess maybe you ought to look around. See where we are.
What do you mean?
We're in the room where they keep the stiffs until they're buried. Kind of an icebox. And if you'll notice, there's no handle on this side of the door. That means there's no way of getting out.
What? Why, you... So what? Someone will be along sooner or later.
Oh, when anyone does, it'll be too late. Because that door is airtight. That means that as soon as we use up the air that's in here now, we're finished. Both of us. And it's starting to get bad already. Feel it?
I mean, you trapped me. You got me in here deliberately. Well, you won't get away with it.
No good, Richards. That won't hurt me. Not any more than I'm hurt already. You see, I'm all gone inside. That's why they released me. I must have passed out in the street last night, and my heart was so bad that they thought I was dead. They sent me out here for burial. But I wasn't dead. I couldn't die until I'd evened things up. On the boat, they waited till they put me ashore. Now I've done it. Gotten all three of you.
No. No. There must be some way out. The smoke. I can't breathe.
No, Richards. It's getting worse every minute. There's no way out. That candle. That's our lives, see? When that goes out, we're finished. It's starting to flicker. Turn blue already.
Help. Help. Somebody, please.
There's no help, Richards. This is it. There. The candle's gone out. You might just as well lie down and take it quietly, like me. Well, there's just one thing. One little thing. You see, I only dug 3 graves for the 3 of you. Now, someone else will have to dig mine.
And so, as two gasping bodies drop to the floor, the mission of Simon Sloan is completed. First, Marsh, then Donner, and finally Richards succumb to murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stalks the wicked, as the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight.
Thank you.